Magic blossoms within the souls of a select few, and I am one of them. With the 10 marks of the fingers, bearing 10 memories, the recollections of the sorcerers from the Torrel universe propel Salomon step by step to become the grand sorcerer of the Marvel realm. How foolish you're to think that a sorcerer could be anything but a wretched superhero. Chapter 1. The Birth. Evil summons evil. He is destined to stray from the life of ordinary mortals, and he shall discover his aberrance, something beyond his control. The supreme mage gazed at the brilliant star on the eastern horizon and spoke to his disciple. His innate talent far surpasses yours, which may not necessarily be a blessing. The peculiarities you have yet to encounter will find him in his future. There is no need to envy him. Mordo, Caecilius, that I shall impose upon him responsibilities that do not belong to him. He will endure suffering. Jezebel writhed in unbearable pain, feeling abandoned, or perhaps she had abandoned herself. In the vast expanse of New York City, she found herself utterly alone. When she fled her homeland to escape her father's arranged marriage, she carried only a few dollars, all of which had been spent on the smuggler's fee. Had it not been for the small hammer she found aboard the ship, her chastity might have been compromised. Yet, she harbored no regrets, even though the cramped space of the smuggling vessel barely allowed everyone to stand, and relieving oneself was an arduous task. Illness and fever plagued many, with some being unceremoniously cast overboard, but she never regretted her escape from that country. She had no desire to marry the elderly Kohler next door, who was already balding. Since she was 10, the greasy gaze of Kohler had made her shiver. Yet when she turned 19 and he proposed to her father with a dowry of 100,000 new shekels, her father readily consented. Not only because Jezebel's younger brother, who had never served in the military, needed a sufficiently large dowry for his future, but also due to the financial needs of her many younger siblings. Furthermore, a pilgrimage to Jerusalem required considerable funds. She yearned to scream it was rare to find a family as impoverished as hers among the Haredi community, yet their neighborhood was filled with the destitute. The men in their household merely nodded and recited prayers, while all financial support came from the women, and they could not afford to educate her in mathematics or the natural sciences. Jezebel did not wish for a future to mirror those women standing in dust-choked streets, clutching children in a daze, only animated when government assistance arrived. She could envision that marrying Kohler would lead her to become a lifeless puppet, much like those women. Though she had resisted, her defiance was met only with her father's beatings and increased labor. He envisioned her as a docile wife, at the very least a wife who could bring Kohler money. Having only studied the 5 books of Moses, Jezebel felt a spark of revelation, akin to Moses persuading Pharaoh. Thus, without hesitation, she stole the dollars her mother had earned at work and fled to this land, heralded as a beacon of democracy and freedom, a place said to flow with milk and honey in hopes of new life. However, how could a girl with only rudimentary religious knowledge find employment? Even with diligent hands, she could not sign any contract without identification. Jezebel could only survive on meager daily wages, and to do so, she disguised herself as a pagan, donning a scarf to conceal her fair beauty in an effort to evade the harassment of street thugs. But one day, a wave of nausea overcame her, and a fellow illegal immigrant sister informed her that she was pregnant. She could hardly believe her ears. She was still but a girl. The more she pondered, the more frantic she became. After examining her own body, she confirmed her chastity. Yet, as her belly grew day by day, she dreamt of a radiant figure who spoke to her, saying, "Bear him, and you shall be called blessed." This filled her with dread, for this was a deity of pagan tales. Even if this god were real, she did not believe herself worthy of divine favor. She was not Mary, and Jezebel was uncertain whether this was a hallucination or a genuine manifestation of the Holy Spirit. Yet, she felt a pang of reluctance. This child was destined to be fatherless, and she would not seek a hurried marriage to a Joseph. Regardless, doctrine forbade her from seeking an abortion, leading her to forego medical assistance. Thus, Jezebel toiled with her burdensome body, working diligently, yet her meager wages could scarcely sustain her and the unborn child's nutrition. Day by day, she grew weaker, her limbs frail and unable to work. Losing her job also meant losing her home. But fortunately, a priest offered her refuge after hearing her story. Though he did not believe her, he was moved by compassion. She could clean the pews during the day in exchange for a bit of bread and leftover wine from communion, and she found shelter in the church's parking lot, where the priest provided her with bedding and warm water. Jezebel was immensely grateful for the priest's assistance. As her child grew, her mobility diminished, yet she forced herself to eat, determined that the child would be born healthy. On this starry, cold night, she sensed that her child was about to be born, but her body, ravaged by prolonged malnutrition, was in dire condition. The child within her greedily drained her sustenance like a parasite. When the Ancient One, clad in yellow robes, appeared before her, she could only weep, struggling to sit up and weakly plead for the Supreme Mage to save her child. "I have come following the stars." The Ancient One knelt beside Jezebel, pointing to the star above. "Your child is about to be born, and he shall become my disciple." The master opened a box in his hands, placing gold, frankincense, and myrrh beside Jezebel, channeling magic to sustain her flickering life. When the child was born, the Ancient One beheld the weeping infant, whose 10 fingers bore circular wounds, from which crimson light emanated, though Jezebel saw none of this. "I can no longer save you. Your life during pregnancy has been too dire." In the eyes of the Supreme Mage, a soft white light enveloped Jezebel, stabilizing her body that should have crumbled. Yet, upon the birth of this extraordinary child, this positive energy dissipated, and even the mage's magic could not sustain Jezebel's failing body. In her final moments, tears streamed down her face as she closed her eyes. "Salomon," she whispered, "Salomon Daminet, he shall be the one to perform miracles," the Ancient One declared. Jezebel nodded with her last ounce of strength. "Your soul shall return to the heavens." When the priest awoke to a blinding beam of light, he found only gold, frankincense, and myrrh left upon Jezebel's bed in the parking lot. The young woman had vanished. Countless memories flooded his mind at times. He was a reclusive hermit, leading a mundane and monotonous existence at other moments. He was a sorcerer favored by the gods, only to succumb to madness through obsession, reduced to ashes by another deity, and after 3 centuries, he became a lich, ultimately slain by 12 paladins. Sometimes he was even a memory of a great mage from Glorian, serving as a pawn of the Old Ones. Moreover, with the departure of the Supreme Mage, the stigmata upon his 10 fingers flickered with an erratic luminescence. However, just before the soul succumbed to utter madness, the stigmata extinguished completely. Salomon Daminet could finally find solace in eternal slumber. Chapter 2. Innate Magic. This is the tale of your birth, young Salomon. Master Ancient One gently tousled the 5-year-old Salomon's fluffy curls. The Venerable One had always been immensely pleased with Salomon's demeanor, as the child had never exhibited the capricious tantrums typical of his age. Rather, he was often observed in deep contemplation. This comportment was not surprising, for Salomon's birth was a divine orchestration. Although Master Ancient One had intervened along the way, the unique qualities inherent to him inevitably manifested, such as possessing a modicum of magical power without the need to forge a pact with the Vishanti. This ability became evident during his 5th year, coinciding with the turn of the millennium, which led to some minor complications. While it is not uncommon for spellcasters on Earth to wield magic through their own life force, it is crucial to note that ordinary individuals can refine magic from their vitality if they possess the correct methods. In the West, this force is termed magic, while in the East, it is referred to as chi. Regardless of nomenclature, it is an essential energy that propels the craft of magic. However, those who refine their life force are generally not particularly formidable, with the exception of a few exceptionally gifted mystics. Most are merely self-taught practitioners. In contrast, those who are innately gifted with magical power possess a unique status, often connected to other dimensions. Consequently, numerous sorcerers from Kamar Taj approached the Supreme Sorcerer with their concerns, fearing that this source of magic might adversely influence the exquisitely crafted child, given his abundant life force. The Supreme Sorcerer gently took Salomon's hand and opened his palm, revealing the unmanifested sacred marks, visible only to those with special vision. She explained, the essence of magic is a form of energy that exists within various forms of life. As he is a natural-born saint, his body has been enhanced by positive energy, granting him a more potent life force. The excess vitality is automatically converted into magical energy through the sacred marks. His magic merely utilizes his life force, with no relation to other dimensions. Thus, even before entering into a contract with the Vishanti, Solomon possessed the innate ability to cast spells autonomously, and his body bore strength and senses far superior to those of ordinary individuals. However, the supreme sorcerer chose not to disclose to anyone the additional implications of the sacred marks, believing that her other apprentices need not be privy to such knowledge. Unlike his peers at Camartage, Salomon's attire was more conspicuous, crafted from deep crimson sacred fabric by the supreme sorcerer herself, designed to prevent his sacred marks from spiraling out of control. Once clad in this garment, the sacred marks became invisible to ordinary eyes. Is it from heaven, or does it stem from the Vishanti? Inquired one apprentice. No, it is simply from the realm of positive energy, neither heaven nor from the Vishanti, the supreme sorcerer replied. The magic we acquire is also positive energy, and heaven's mountain is a realm of positive energy. There is no distinction. Had his body been subjected to negative energy or dark magic, he would not be so robust. Solomon Daminet pouted in dissatisfaction, adamantly asserting his baby fat, which elicited playful pinches from several female apprentices on his chubby cheeks. For many years, the supreme sorcerer had sought to dispel the reverence for the Vishanti within Camartage, despite the fact that the Vishanti was both the patron of Camartage and herself. One of the reasons Camartage could obtain magic from the Vishanti rather than other magical entities was the intervention of the Eternal One, one of the 5 deities of the universe. It was under the Eternal One's directive that the Ancient One was able to forge a pact with the magical entity known as the Vishanti. In truth, the Supreme Sorcerer had initially hesitated to accept this disciple, aware that even the Vishanti harbored its own ulterior motives. Though the Supreme Sorcerer was backed by the Eternal One, the Vishanti remained the source of magical power, having already designated the next Supreme Sorcerer. The Trinity, Agamotto, Oster, and Hogarth, sought to regain control over Camartage, which had effectively slipped from their grasp. They desired to select a supreme sorcerer who would be sufficiently obedient. Yet the Ancient One was simply too powerful and too closely aligned with the Eternal One. The Vishanti could not risk that, upon tearing up their contract, the Ancient One might be thrust towards Dormammu, turning into an adversary. Such a gamble was too great. Thus they awaited the Ancient One's natural demise in silence. The birth of Solomon Daminet ignited a glimmer of hope within the Supreme Sorcerer, a hope that he might ensure Earth's autonomy before the emergence of a new Supreme Sorcerer, preventing Camartage from descending into mere puppetry of the Vishanti. She also recounted the tale of Jezebel, attempting to instill in Solomon a sense of connection to the people of Earth, telling him that his existence was a continuation of Jezebel's love. How did you accomplish this? The Venerable One inquired of Solomon once the apprentices had departed. The Supreme Sorcerer affectionately stroked Solomon Daminet's soft, fluffy black curls, and before he had fully matured, his hairstyle rendered his gender indiscernible, lending him an endearing quality. Even the Supreme Sorcerer could not resist pinching his plump, rosy cheeks. I merely wished to warm the soup. Solomon shrugged, appearing utterly innocent, and he was indeed not lying. In truth, the moment Solomon gained self-awareness, he encountered the Ancient One and swiftly grasped his circumstances. However, due to his exceedingly low desires, he could not muster the energy to be surprised. Subsequently, he meticulously examined the magical gifts he had received. The 10 sacred marks upon his fingers not only endowed him with extraordinary physical prowess, but also bestowed upon him the memories of 10 master wizards, replete with extensive knowledge of magic and personal histories. He discerned the origins of these memories. They were from either Fëir, In, or Greyhawk, Ebrin, or Kryn, even including the inner sea world. Yet he felt compelled to express his discontent. Why were there so many necromancers among the memories he had inherited? Was it truly a consequence of their wickedness that they met their demise? Furthermore, why did the function of his gifts closely resemble that of a demigod lich's soul gem? Did this imply that he was destined to become a lich in the future? These gifts, while defining characteristics of his being, also carried certain drawbacks. As he sought to unlock the sacred marks and acquire knowledge, he was bombarded with overwhelming information, for these grand masters had all lived prolonged lives. While he was merely a sheltered recluse, his soul strength was insufficient to assimilate all the memories. This created a vicious cycle. Thus, Solomon had to commence his studies of Camartage spells to enhance his soul's essence, enabling him to access the spells contained within the sacred marks. After receiving foundational education, he was permitted to peruse certain magical tomes within the library. Among these, he encountered the book known as the Book of Logier, also referred to as the Key of Solomon. a version that bore no connection to King Solomon, but rather was a translation crafted by medieval sorcerers. The book advocated for blood sacrifices, epitomizing dark magic. However, as its contents were largely nonsensical and devoid of valuable information, it was relegated to a corner of the library, regarded as a terrifying introductory text to black magic for newcomers, allowing Solomon the opportunity to read it. Conversely, the genuine tome containing knowledge of the angel Logier, known as the Book of Enoch, was strictly forbidden for Solomon's eyes. This was akin to the parental admonitions meant to frighten children into obedience, proclaiming that if they did not sleep, a wolf, witch, or dark wizard would come to snatch them away, a sheer exercise in terror-based education. However, Solomon was utterly captivated, for he had only just begun to grasp the rudiments of magical arts and had never encountered the profound depths of esotericism. His innate disposition, coupled with the exhilaration reminiscent of novice sorcerers experimenting with their first spells, compelled him to attempt heating a bowl of soup in a realm devoid of spell slots and magical networks. He could only recite an elaborate incantation, striving to exert control over the flow of his magical energy. Yet, rather than transforming the cold broth into a warm elixir, he inadvertently unleashed a cascade of sparkling flames that erupted through the door, alarming the practicing mages nearby, thus prompting the earlier scene. The supreme mage gently patted Solomon's head, well aware that his origins were far from ordinary. However, she had no intention of divulging this knowledge to anyone, refraining even from employing the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse Solomon's future, though she had acquired the eye from the Eternal One. It was challenging to ascertain whether the Vishanti had left any lingering influences upon it. The Venerable One appeared to be in deep contemplation. A singular source of magical energy could only sustain a particular system of spells, much like how the cultists of Dormammu could never master the portals of Camartage. She recognized that the stigmata could impart wisdom, yet Solomon's magical power seemed capable of supporting the operation of those spells. You must practice diligently, Solomon. After a moment, Master Gu-E beckoned Solomon closer, retrieving a glass of juice from the portal. You may attempt to freeze this beverage. Come, give it a try. Do not be afraid. I am here by your side. Solomon felt a surge of emotion as he met the encouraging gaze of the Supreme Mage and proceeded to follow her instructions. Then, to his surprise, the Supreme Mage inserted a straw into the frosted glass and strolled away with it. Solomon rolled his eyes in exasperation. Indeed, the Supreme Mage differed somewhat from his initial imaginings. In his mind, she ought to be a figure of utmost authority and benevolence, akin to the esteemed Dumbledore next door. But who among mentors would utter an array of heartfelt words merely to coax a spell from an apprentice to freeze a drink? Master Gu-E did not resemble the stereotypical, sweet-toothed old man with a crooked nose at all. Chapter 3. The Art of Magic. Since Solomon first harnessed a modicum of magical power, the Supreme Mage has enrolled him in the Arcane training at Camartage. It is essential to understand that Camartage's magical system, which draws its power from otherworldly sources, is akin to the dark sorcery practiced by the warlocks of Torrel, also known as pact makers or sorcerers. This is a legitimate magical profession that encompasses not only the fundamental spells of magical flames, but also the dimensional spells of the Vishanti, which are a requisite for all Camartage mages. Furthermore, the Supreme Mage's extensive collection of mystical tomes from around the globe enables apprentices, who have yet to successfully forge a pact, to refine their life force to cast certain spells beyond the Vishanti's repertoire. As Solomon has not yet formed a pact, and the Supreme Mage wishes to delay his interaction with the Vishanti due to his tender age, excessive refinement of life force could impede his development. Thus, he is permitted to participate in the martial arts training, another essential course for Camartage mages. The body serves as a vessel for magical energy. Only a sufficiently robust physique can contain more magic and facilitate the casting of spells. This is the doctrine espoused by the esteemed masters, and thus it is adhered to by all. Within Camartage, many practitioners have resided for generations, making it common to find children of appropriate age. Regardless of whether they have grown up in Camartage or are outsiders seeking knowledge, all must undergo martial arts training. This magical discipline must be cultivated from a young age. The external practice fortifies muscles and skin, while internal cultivation nurtures one's vital energy. The swiftness of one's strikes determines the effectiveness of their magic. Ready. Two-form stance. The Master Zhang, hailing from the Hong Kong Sanctum, oversees the physical training at Camartage. While demonstrating a series of punches, he occasionally interjects with phrases in Cantonese, seemingly comprehensible to everyone except Solomon. After a brief period of mimicking the stances, Master Zhang suddenly taps Solomon on the back of his head, saying, "Hey, don't be so rigid. You young one, you don't even know how to throw a punch. Your backhand is weak, and your forehand lacks finesse. What are you doing with that 8 extreme style? Off you go, play somewhere else." Feeling disheartened, Solomon sulks to the side. The Hong Kong sanctum places great importance on martial prowess, and as the master instructs, they expect adherence to his teachings. At some point, Master Gu Yi dons a pair of sunglasses and sits nearby, her authentic Hong Kong accent nearly causing Solomon to widen his eyes in surprise, though she remains oblivious to his gaze. For at that moment, she has cast a dimensional mirroring spell, saying, "Don't want to practice 8 extremes? Then go learn Wing Chun. TSK, 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 the young ones should learn more." Shaking her head, she adds, "Tomorrow, your senior brother will take you to find a master." "What will I learn?" Solomon inquires. "I just told you Wing Chun." The next day, Solomon is accompanied by his senior brother, the son of the esteemed Master Hamel of Camartage. This senior brother possesses a round face and appears somewhat stern, causing Solomon, who is beside him, to feel a tinge of anxiety. "Thank you, senior brother." But Solomon shakes his head at a street-side poster, for his senior brother attempts to gift him a toy appropriate for his age. "I don't like Captain America, no superheroes, please. I don't want Superman, Batman, or any toys. Thank you." In truth, the young mage, Wong, is equally anxious, as his father had sternly instructed him the previous night to keep a close watch on Solomon and to ensure he does not come to harm. For he is the prized apprentice of the Supreme Mage. While, theoretically, all mages in Camartage are disciples of Master Gu Yi, their starting points vary significantly, and those capable of independently wielding magic undoubtedly stand on a higher tier than others. Although Master Hamel may not grasp the concept of a sage, the Supreme Mage's regard for Solomon remains unchanged. Some see him as the next candidate for the position of Supreme Mage. Thus, when Solomon's gaze is drawn to a stall outside the Hong Kong sanctum, his senior brother can only produce his meager worldly funds to treat Solomon to a bowl of wonton noodles. With chopsticks in hand, Solomon navigates the meal with ease, much to his senior brother's indifference, as the fare at Camartage is a hodgepodge of various cuisines. "Senior brother, is Camartage really this poor?" Solomon innocently inquires, pointing at the tattered garments of his senior brother. "It isn't that Camartage is impoverished, it's just me." Master Wong rolls his eyes. In reality, Camartage has stood for millennia, boasting an extensive network in the mundane world. Additionally, Camartage has established a practice of attracting terminally ill patients for healing. And while Master Gu Yi treats all with impartiality, wealthy individuals often seek them out. The wealth and connections left behind by these patrons serve as vital economic resources for Camartage. Moreover, by combating dark entities, such as vampires and black sorcerers, the riches accrued from these encounters naturally belong to Camartage. After all, even mages must sustain themselves. It is said that Master Gu Yi possesses shares in several publicly traded companies, having acquired land during the westward expansion in America, trading it for wealth and properties in New York. It could be said that Camartage, along with its benefactors, is one of the largest landowners in New York, though the focus on asceticism means such resources are seldom utilized. Upon hearing this, Solomon curiously asks, "Then why are you so poor, senior brother?" Master Wong lets out a long sigh, placing a hand over his heart, recounting how his father, Master Hamel, had confiscated all the living expenses allotted to him by Camartage, claiming it was to save for a future house when he gets married. "Where are we going?" Solomon asks, mouth full of noodles. "We are heading to a place that has only recently begun accepting students. If it weren't for Camartage's connections with the Hong men, I wouldn't even know if they would accept you." "A foreigner," Master Wong admits, unable to resist ordering himself a bowl of noodles as well. "If they refuse, you can still study 8 extremes at Camartage. Our enemies would find it difficult to contend with such refined martial arts." Solomon scoffs dismissively. He is not blind to Master Gu Yi's intentions. She seeks to forge bonds for Solomon within this world, to instill in him a love for it. This is why she shares tales of Jezebel and encourages him to interact with the mages of Camartage, so he may appreciate the beauty of this world. However, he does not find this particularly useful. Though he adopts a mindset of acceptance, as an adult, he possesses his own independent thoughts. While he indeed finds this world somewhat more intriguing than his previous existence, the allure lies primarily in the realm of magic, not elsewhere. He has harbored dreams of attending Hogwarts since childhood. As for the rest, he maintains a worldview grounded in the principle of live and let live. Even if Master Gu refers to him as a sage, should he be called upon to act as a hero, Solomon would undoubtedly refuse. He firmly believes that all problems can be succinctly addressed with two phrases, none of your business and none of my business. Naturally, one cannot assert that the Supreme Mage's hopes placed upon him are misplaced. After all, there will always be foolish individuals who disrupt the tranquility of others. When that time comes, Solomon, standing on the side of humanity, may find himself compelled to fight for their salvation. The Supreme Mage has long since orchestrated every detail. Chapter 4. The Ring of Vishanti. There is little to say about the apprenticeship process. Solomon was immensely grateful that Mr. He did not disdain him for bearing the visage of a foreigner. In the ensuing years, due to the educational program arranged by the Supreme Sorcerer, Salomon's daily routine revolved around the Camartage, Hong Kong Sanctum Boxing School. He arose with the dawn each day. Solomon found himself in the most harmonious relationship with the guardians of the Hong Kong Sanctum, a bond forged from a simple matter of taste. To them, it was inconceivable that a foreigner would relish beef offal, yet Solomon could devour a large bowl of it. After all, how could one be a villain if one could eat? Solomon admired his ability to restore the rhythm of his student days. Since entering the workforce, he had been accustomed to closing his eyes at the end of the day, only to awaken with the dawn. Youth was indeed a blessing. Solomon had witnessed the memories brought forth by the stigmata, revealing that even the great sorcerers lived a life of copying scrolls and attending classes during their apprenticeship. However, which sorcerer South Tower taught close combat? He had no intention of becoming a magic warrior from the inner sea, wielding a blade in one hand and casting spells with the other. Moreover, with the nationality granted to him by Baron Mordo, he found himself evading the British Child Protection Agency, which sought to place him in an adoptive family and send him to school. It was rumored that an elderly lady had already been contacted for his adoption. Solomon was reluctant, having finally entered the magical realm. He did not wish to be sent back to primary school. Fortunately, the Supreme Sorcerer adhered to the principle of sufficiency. After 5 years of close combat education, when Solomon turned 10 and had surpassed his older peers at the boxing school, the Supreme Sorcerer began to arrange for him to study the magic of the Vishanti lineage from Camartage. Solomon had eagerly awaited this day, for he was not satisfied with merely performing parlor tricks. I am uncertain if you should accept the trial, Master Gu stated within the tranquil chamber. But you are aware of how Camartage acquires its magical power. Yet you are different. You possess innate magical abilities. Master Gu did not wish for Solomon to become ensnared in a contract with the Vishanti, a model where the master provides power to the sorcerer, who in turn serves the master. While this arrangement could rapidly enhance the combat prowess of Camartage sorcerers, it also subjected them to the whims of their master. This was understandable, as even the Vishanti could not control human desires. They were deeply concerned about the emergence of a sorcerer capable of bringing calamity to Earth, thus severing the potential for Camartage's power at its source. Yet, Master Gu had gained a small advantage by being the first to sign a contract with the Vishanti. The terms were not excessively stringent, granting her substantial room for growth. To this end, Master Gu had prepared certain items for Solomon. She held a silver ring adorned with a sapphire, which immediately captured his attention, not due to the gem, but because of the magic it emanated, reminiscent of Sauron's One Ring. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that, even with his innate magical ability, it could not compare to the limitless energy of the Vishanti. I can bear the initial backlash of Vishanti magic for you, but beyond this ring, there are 2 others. Only together can they grant you complete mastery over the Vishanti's power. Master Gu pushed the ring before Solomon, adding, however, after this, you must face the trial alone. I will do it, Master, Solomon replied, bowing his head in reverence to the Supreme Sorcerer. As he lowered his gaze, a mark appeared on Master Gu's forehead but swiftly vanished. Let us begin, where this first ring of the T ending. Solomon nodded and carefully lifted the ring with his thumb and forefinger. There was no sense of abnormality or burning. Everything seemed utterly mundane. He then slipped the ring onto his right index finger, and it miraculously adjusted its size to snugly fit him. Master Gu did not relax, swiftly extending her hand to create a mirrored space, enveloping all of Camartage, situated halfway up the mountain. Thief! A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. As a colossal tiger's head materialized in the void, its eyes radiating blinding light. Under the immense pressure exerted by Hogarth, the Supreme Sorcerer's mirrored dimension began to fracture. Thief! Where are you? The mark on Master Guyi's forehead was fully revealed, but aside from Salomon, no one else could see it. Protected by the Supreme Sorcerer, none of the Kamartaj sorcerers were aware of the Vishanti's wrath. Master, he envisioned 10 rings of varying colors within a dark expanse, arranging them not intentionally, but in a natural ascending order. Imagining the first ring, the lowest of them all, he envisioned it glowing, a self-induced hypnosis to activate the stigmata. In his mind's eye, the ring gradually radiated hues of orange-yellow, olive, reddish-brown, and black, the latter being the absence of color. Externally, a surge of magic emanated from his body, ultimately coalescing within the ring. The Supreme Sorcerer gradually sensed a reduction in her burden. This was not due to the Vishanti extinguishing their fury, but rather because Salomon was gradually subduing the magic within the ring. The unique magical properties bestowed by the stigmata were continuously countering the intense heat emanating from the Vishanti's power. Were it not for the stigmata, Salomon would have been quickly scorched. Hogarth surveyed the surroundings, failing to detect the thief that had absconded with the Vishanti's magic. Its agitation grew. Despite having ascended to the trinity of the Vishanti, it remained, at its core, a great cat, a magical feline, endowed with ample patience. Upon noticing the diminishing fluctuations of magic within the ring, it relinquished its pursuit, knowing that 2 more rings awaited, and the thief would inevitably reveal themselves. The Supreme Sorcerer wearily opened her eyes, gazing at Salomon as he awakened from his meditation. How is it? Master Gu inquired. I am uncertain, but when I activated the first stigmata, the magic within the ring began to be tamed. In truth, Salomon himself was somewhat bewildered. He had initiated the stigmata merely to counter the burning sensation from the ring, fully prepared for the memory surge that would follow. Yet, that did not occur. This time, he could gently traverse through those memories, savoring and absorbing them, while his own magic suppressed the power of the Vishanti's ring. It seems my intuition was not mistaken, Salomon, the Supreme Sorcerer remarked. You indeed possess the 10 rings. Chapter 5. Astonishing Gossip. What are the 10 Commandments? Solomon inquired, perplexed. Have you heard the story of King Solomon? I have heard bits and pieces. It is said that King Solomon commanded 72 pillars of demons, and that he was the architect of the Israeli temple. However, it is speculated that the construction process likely involved the assistance of these demons. The 10 rings are recognized by God as the testament of the wise, serving as a means to command both angels and demons. The Supreme Mage continued, King Solomon performed miracles only once, ultimately returning the ring to the heavens by his own will. And what does this have to do with my stigmata? Under the disapproving gaze of the Ancient One, Solomon turned away, realizing that he had indeed never encountered any explanation regarding the stigmata. She elaborated. The stigmata are the marks left on the Son of God during his crucifixion, yet the mark on your finger is not a wound from the Son of God, but rather a trace reminiscent of King Solomon. I find it difficult to classify this mark. Thus, I refer to it as a stigmata. And I have called you a saint, which differs from the saints recognized by the Roman Church. Based on the theory of idols, you must inherently possess a fragment of King Solomon's abilities, such as dominion or command. So, you are uncertain whether I can tame this ring, are you? Solomon remarked with a hint of resentment. I am not opposed to such an experiment, but I would appreciate a prior warning next time. Hush, hush. The Ancient One gestured dismissively. No significant harm has occurred, so do not take it to heart. The Supreme Mage had also mentioned the whereabouts of the other 2 rings to Solomon. The Ancient One believed that Solomon was not yet ready to face the trials posed by the other 2 rings. Why? Solomon asked. Because Earth is not solely influenced by the magical force of Kamartaj. Solomon, not all magicians on Earth draw their power from Vishanti, she explained. Not all secret arts originate from Vishanti. Some stem from the chaotic magic of Thon, while others derive from the dark dimension of Dormammu, or from various other strange sources, including demons and devils. Our Kamartaj, known externally as the Sorcerer's Sanctum, has among its primary duties the eradication of these dark sorcerers. Very well. Could you enlighten me on the origins of Thon or Dormammu? Solomon inquired. Certainly, this is also an aspect neglected in basic education. I have always feared that someone might hear their names and heed their call, thus succumbing to these perilous ancient gods. However, this is a private lesson, and no one will disturb us, the Supreme Mage said. What you hear next must remain deeply concealed in your mind. I swear by Vishani. No, by the source of magic, Solomon affirmed. The supreme mage nodded and began recounting the ancient lore. Thon is a life form birthed by the god of life, one of the earliest life forms on Earth, known as the Great Shadow or the god of black magic. Other life forms birthed include Gaia, the mother of Earth, and Set, among others. Billions of years ago, the natural vitality of Earth's biosphere gave rise to a group of ancient gods, who subsequently began to slaughter and devour one another, some even transforming into demons. Thon was one among them. To end this fate, Gaia and the god of life bore Adam, who relentlessly annihilated the demonized ancient gods, eventually falling from grace and becoming the immensely powerful devourer of gods, against whom even Thon and Set could not stand. Ultimately, to escape the devourer's grasp, Thon and Set were forced to flee to other dimensions. As for Adam's fate thereafter, it is said that he united with the sun, forming the sun god, though no one can ascertain the truth of this tale. The power bequeathed by Adam birthed a new pantheon of gods, including those from Norse mythology. Odin, the All-Father, wielded tremendous power, waging wars, ruling over Asgard, and creating the world tree, dividing the universe into 10 realms. Meanwhile, various deities emerged elsewhere on Earth, including the Jade Emperor and other earthly gods. Furthermore, Gaia, the mother of Earth, bore another son, Uranus, who fathered Cronus, whose offspring included Zeus, representative of the Greek pantheon found in your storybooks. I am not entirely clear on the events that transpired, nor why the 10 realms of the world tree transformed into the current 9, but nevertheless, in a time long past, the celestial beings created by the eternal God clashed with these new gods. Ultimately, these new gods had largely departed from Earth even before the advent of human civilization. The supreme mage paused, and Solomon promptly poured a cup of tea for his teacher, using magic to keep it warm. The Ancient One nodded in satisfaction and proceeded. Next, I shall speak of Agamotto, one of the Trinity of Vishanti, the first supreme mage. He specialized in foresight and truth, unraveling the mysteries of the universe, and forged the treasures of Kamartaj, such as the Eye of Agamotto, the Amulet of Agamotto, and the Crystal Ball of Agamotto. Hoggoth is an ancient and powerful magical entity, whose true form is said to be incomprehensible to most mortals. Thus, Hoggoth often manifests as a tiger before human sorcerers. At times, he may appear with a human visage, and his creation, the Path of Hoggoth and the Mists of Hoggoth, assist travelers in navigating the realms of nightmares, while Hoggoth's incantations can induce slumber and oblivion. The last of the Vishanti, another ancient god, is Ashtar, a daughter of the god of life, associated with the sky, wisdom, and reason, serving as the origin of white magic. When the presence of Thon posed a threat to Earth and the cosmos, Ashtar gave birth to Agamotto. Indeed, the Agamotto who is one of the Trinity of Vishanti. However, she is, in essence, a genderless entity. Here's a little tidbit. She leaned in, lowering her voice as if gossiping about someone. It is said that Hoggoth hails from an ancient and mysterious race, one of the last survivors of which has existed for millions of years or even longer. One day, Hoggoth encountered Ashtar while she was exploring different universes. He taught her much and helped her comprehend the value of other lives, later continuing his travels alongside her. Thus, it is highly probable that Hoggoth is the father of Agamotto. Of course, such matters are best kept secret. Solomon's jaw dropped in astonishment. While human ethics cannot be applied to these magical entities' actions, this situation transcended mere chaos. But, teacher, how does this relate to my trials? Solomon asked. It is indeed relevant, the Ancient One replied. As the sun sets in England, it has plundered a vast collection of artworks from around the globe, all housed in the British Museum. Unfortunately, these artworks are connected to the earthly pantheons. Although these new gods have departed from Earth, remnants of their power linger within those artifacts. Even a mere fraction of it represents colossal energy for mortals. If you seek to acquire a ring from there, it implies that you must confront the guardians of that power, which is no trivial matter for you at present. I believe it would be prudent for you to first master the spells that you can learn. The Supreme Mage's tone grew earnest. Remember, even if you acquire another ring, do not don it immediately. Seek out the remaining 2, and then wear them simultaneously. Your prowess will enable you to fully harness the arcane power of the Veshan Empire. Chapter 6. The British Museum. Thus, when I acquired another ring, I found myself in need of a hobbit, lest I succumb to the temptation of donning yet another ring, Salomon inquired. Indeed, wearing all the rings at once would grant complete dominion over the powers of the Vashandi Empire. The supreme sorceress nodded, stating, "This experiment is designed to ascertain whether you possess the capability to wield the powers of the Vashandi Empire. Therefore, I require a good soul who does not utter my precious, as I am acutely aware of that intrinsic sense of temptation." Salomon discreetly rolled his eyes, recalling the intense heat emitted by the Vashandi rings upon contact with magic. Yet, where could he possibly find someone untouched by magic? Seemingly perceiving Salomon's apprehension, Master Gu readily relinquished an apprentice. Master Wang has yet to forge a pact with the Vashandi Empire. His current studies are merely the secrets of Kamartaj, and he has made no advancements in Vashandi sorcery. Thus he remains uninvolved with its powers. Salomon intended to remain in Kamartaj until he had mastered the first 2 rings of spells from this sorcerer. Indeed, even the Child Protection Agency would struggle to locate him. Right. Quickly, disconnect the internet in this room. The magical realm does not require the web. Well, temporarily. Salomon had a plan. He intended to utilize the powers of the Vashandi Empire to operate the magic of Torrel or other worlds. It is known that the magical web provides the most fundamental form of true ether, also known as mana, as long as the spell structure is sound. Any type of magical energy can be employed, of course, due to the overwhelming luminosity of the Vashandi's power. Some necromantic spells would still necessitate his own magical energy for support. Yet, contrary to his intentions, as Salomon immersed himself in the spells of the Torrel universe, Baron Modu came seeking him. The reason for Baron Modu's visit was to train Salomon in the use of magical artifacts. The artifacts of Kamartaj differ somewhat from those of others. This was something even a demon with sticky fingers could not accomplish. You have learned to fight with your body, have you not? Baron Modu chuckled like a fox that had pilfered a chicken. Now, you shall practice wielding a weapon in battle. We are not wizards from fairy tales who cast spells with mere sticks. I see nothing wrong with that, Brother Modu. Close combat is sufficient. After all, Salomon attempted to evade this training, but Baron Modu had dealt with enough crafty children. He firmly grasped Salomon by the scruff of his neck, lifting him as one would a kitten. "This is a misconception, Salomon," Modu gently stated. "Creatures from other dimensions will not grant us the luxury of casting spells." Salomon surrendered all hope of escape. Though he could not discern Baron Modu's expression beneath his dark visage, he understood he could not evade this fate. "So, the Supreme Sorceress sends you here to retrieve an artifact, and you want me to play the role of your hobbit?" Master Wang, who was increasingly stout, expressed his discontent. To be honest, Salomon had not anticipated the aging appearance of Master Wang. He remarked, "Do you think I am Frodo? I believe I resemble Sam." "Indeed. Your physique is quite similar, my friend, but you lack culinary skills," Salomon replied, "and I believe I require your fists." "You have finally recognized that fists can be more effective than magic?" Master Wang joyfully remarked. "Look, even without signing a pact with the Vashandi, I can still defeat you during training. Bah, if not for you taking advantage while I was casting spells." At this moment in 2007, 12-year-old Salomon had already studied a portion of the spells from Torrel and Kamartaj, mastering the basics of magical flame shaping. The two of them arrived in London through the portal from Kamartaj to the London Temple, finding the city to be freshly washed by rain. The cobblestone streets were perilously slick, yet the rain seemed to have purified the air of London, the faintest hint of ozone refreshing the atmosphere considerably. Though it still paled in comparison to the brisk, invigorating air of Kamartaj, it was certainly superior to that of many larger cities. The only issue was that Salomon inadvertently stepped into a puddle, soaking the shoes provided by Kamartaj. "Do not display that expression, Salomon. Baron Modu has granted you British citizenship. You must acclimate to this weather." Master Wang appeared somewhat gleeful, adding, "The Supreme Sorceress seems intent on enrolling you in a mundane school here in England. To be precise, it is a foundational education in logical thinking. Most sorcerers who come to apprentice at Kamartaj have attended mundane schools." Salomon shook his head, lifting his legs to continue forward, the squelching of his shoes echoing with each step. "Mathematics, physics, chemistry," the Supreme Sorceress had stated, "these are essential disciplines. But I have not studied them. Most likely due to your birth in Kamartaj, you lack even healthcare. However, I believe once you acquire magical power, Kamartaj will grant you an identity." Salomon concealed part of the truth. The Supreme Sorceress had instructed him to inform others that he had signed a pact with the Vashandi. No one would suspect that Solomon was merely utilizing the magical energy of the Vashandi Empire. The supreme sorceress was well acquainted with this approach. Master Gu had similarly acquired Dormammu's power, albeit now employed in the service of the Vashandi. Moreover, this artifact necessitated a holder with minimal connection to magic to avoid backlash. Solomon discreetly glanced at Master Wang. As anticipated, Master Wang still harbored some dissatisfaction regarding his inability to sign the pact. "Do not fret," Solomon reassured him. "The supreme sorceress surely has her own intentions. Besides, you are now more formidable than those who can wield spells, are you not? Are you referring to the aspect of not needing to sleep? Ah, that counts as well. So what shall we do?" Master Wang inquired somewhat disgruntledly. "First, we must enter." The moment Solomon and Master Wang stepped into the British Museum, located on Russell Square, north of New Oxford Street, they sensed something amiss. The magical energy here seemed significantly more potent than in other locales. "Do you perceive anything?" Master Wang also sensed something, yet he glanced around, finding nothing amiss. "Look over there." Solomon pointed to an exhibit, where a bronze statue of Shiva, a wooden sculpture from the Nicobar Islands, a marble statue of the goddess Ambika, frescoes from the Parthenon, and a bust of Pharaoh Amenhotep III were displayed. Most importantly, there were ritual artifacts from various pantheons, each represented. Although the supreme sorceress had previously mentioned the divine power residing within those relics and artifacts, the sheer magnitude of the energy startled him. "You mean, we are to rob the museum?" Master Wang whispered. "Is the artifact one of its exhibits?" "No, not quite," Solomon whispered back, the two of them engaging in an anxious exchange. "Is it the guardian here? Did you not notice?" Solomon's gaze drifted to the side, observing the ethereal beings. Chapter 7. The fourth-generation guardian of the museum. It seemed that the magical aura emanating from Solomon had stirred the invisible spirits into a visible frenzy. A sense of discomfort washed over me. Young Mage Wang, filled with suspicion, cast wary glances around him, sensing a chilling presence enveloping his body. Unbeknownst to them, both Solomon and young Mage Wang had donned rather conspicuous attire. Solomon wore a long robe crafted from crimson holy cloth, intended to prevent excessive exposure of the holy marks that could scorch his brain and obliterate his soul. Young Mage Wang, on the other hand, was clad in the typical brown practice attire of Kamar Taj, with only shades of brown, gray, and earthy tones available for selection. However, by the 21st century, such clothing had fallen out of fashion, particularly in autumn, even with the air conditioning in the museum, where optimal temperature and humidity were paramount for preserving the exhibits. Upon noticing a security guard approaching, Solomon hurriedly pulled young Mage Wang deeper into the museum, believing their furtive demeanor had attracted attention, oblivious to the fact that his aesthetic sensibilities had been influenced by the memories of mages, nearly all of whom adorned themselves in robes. As they traversed the grand atrium capped by a dome composed of 312 triangular glass panes, they arrived at the Egyptian Gallery, renowned for its vast collection, over 100,000 artifacts seized by the British from the French during Napoleon's retreat from Egypt, a location rich in magical energy. "What are you staring at?" Young Mage Wang appeared agitated by his inability to perceive what he ought to see, yet Solomon firmly pressed him down onto a public bench, instructing him, "Enter a state of meditation. Only then will you be able to see those entities." Admittedly, young Mage Wang's behavior was somewhat disruptive to public order, as sitting cross-legged on a bench was rather uncivilized. To rectify this, Solomon distanced himself slightly from young Mage Wang. "Don't look at me. I don't know that person." When young Mage Wang reopened his eyes, he failed to notice Solomon's peculiar demeanor, instead left in awe by the sight before him, a multitude of vast, twisted spirits swirling around the artifacts. The sheer number of artifacts, representative of various civilizations, resonated with a collective power that drew these spirits, who sought to maintain their own energy. "Someone is controlling them." Solomon squinted ahead, silently gesturing. "Can you still throw a punch? We are about to confront them." "What?" Young Mage Wang was bewildered. "Are you hungry again, my little dears?" An elderly lady, adorned with a wide-brimmed deep blue hat, extended a ringed finger towards the two tourists standing before the exhibit. Her white hair peeked out from beneath the brim, and an orange-red ribbon adorned her hat, clasping a light blue feather. This lady referred to the two visitors, standing behind whom she was invisible to all but Solomon and young Mage Wang. Before the spirits could make a move, a beam of positive energy shot towards a spirit lunging at the tourists. causing the twisted apparition to emit a silent wail. Its face contorted in agony. Who is there? The lady's expression shifted abruptly, glaring menacingly backward. Although Solomon had warned young Mage Wang to show no mercy, he hesitated. Are you sure you want me to strike an old lady? Of course. But now it's too late, you foolish donkey. You've squandered your chance for a surprise attack. Just protect me. Solomon rolled his eyes, chastising. You wasted the opportunity to strike. Hey, ma'am. Young Mage Wang attempted to greet her, but was swiftly knocked to the ground by a spell emanating from the lady's ring. I can smell the stench of foreign magic, she said with disdain, as a torrent of magical energy flowed from her ring to the ground, summoning the spirits closer. As young Mage Wang and Solomon scrambled to their feet, they found themselves retreating rapidly. Standing her ground, the lady declared, I am Imbued Tuttle, the fourth-generation guardian. These blind passers-by cannot see. I daily employ my secret arts to contain these perilous, heretical spirits and prevent sorcerers like you from awakening them. Her voice crescendoed, reminiscent of a deity on Olympus, with Solomon likened to the punished Tantalus. Solomon retreated, evading the encroaching magic and spirits, while young Mage Wang, having regained his footing, shielded Solomon in terror, raising his fists in a futile attempt to ward off the advancing spirits. Fists are of no use against these entities, brother, Solomon stated calmly, producing a pouch of silver powder. As he recited an incantation, the powder enveloped young Mage Wang, transforming into white motes of light that surged forth to remove her ring. Now those spirits cannot approach you. Are you certain this will work? Young Mage Wang questioned, perceiving a glimmer of hope in the chaotic scene. Yet, after Solomon cast his spell, an inexplicable fear dissipated from within him. He shouted, Miss Tuttle, we are not. It is Miss Tuttle. All right, Miss Tuttle. We do not wish to awaken these spirits. Indeed, Solomon interjected, that is not our intention. You are not sorcerers? Imbued Tuttle had neither heard nor seen Solomon casting his spell. His incantations and gestures were obscured by young Mage Wang's form. Enough chatter, Wang. Her method of restraining these spirits involves consuming souls, and from where do souls originate? Solomon hesitated no longer, positioning the opponent in a nefarious light to spur young Mage Wang into action, for the conversation was on the verge of collapse. Very well. Young Mage Wang charged forward, deftly evading the bindings of magic, forcing his way through the spirits, only to be ensnared by the flowing magic on the ground, immense power pulling him down to his knees. Imbued Tuttle had not engaged in serious combat previously. The sorcerers who sought spirits in the British Museum were typically novices with only a smattering of spells, incapable of contending with someone of her caliber, a wielder of one of the rings of Vishanti. Upon young Mage Wang's capture, Imbued Tuttle beamed with triumph. Believing that Solomon and young Mage Wang were as inept as the lesser sorcerers she had encountered before, Solomon persisted in his incantation, stifling his disgust as he swallowed a grasshopper. The hind legs of the grasshopper were essential components for the jumping spell, and this was not even the most repulsive aspect. I must master spellcasting without components. Despite the queasiness, his incantation remained unbroken. Upon completion, Solomon leaped from the bench, skillfully evading the magic on the ground, launching himself from the end of the bench. The Book of Vishanti contained the most potent known white magic and defensive spells. Its recorded incantations were strictly defensive, never offensive. Thus Solomon relied on the memories of the holy marks to conjure spells, such as the grasshopper leg for the jumping spell. His leap tripled in distance, propelling him directly towards Imbued Tuttle, and as he landed, Solomon's speed doubled. Upon landing, he drew a small dagger from his waist pouch and hurled it towards Imbued Tuttle, the sharp blade slicing through the air, poised to strike her coat. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of magic erupted around Imbued Tuttle, forcefully casting aside the nearby Solomon and the small Mage Wang lying on the ground. Solomon tumbled across the floor, feeling as though explosives had detonated at the back of his head. His vision was engulfed in darkness, rendering him nearly unconscious for several seconds. He found himself unable to think, as if his very brain were being shaken to a pulp. It was only when the quicker-witted small Mage Wang helped him regain his footing that consciousness returned to him. Yet, he still perceived a veil of darkness obscuring half of his vision, witnessing the souls of all the travelers seemingly detached from their corporeal forms, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of vibrant auras. What shall we do now? Let us take her down. Chapter 8. The unfathomable debt of gratitude. The Supreme Mage had warned Solomon more than once. You are a spellcaster who illicitly appropriates the power of Visander. Therefore, do not recklessly invoke the name of Visander, especially before you have acquired all the rings. Visander above, murmured the young mage. We are in deep trouble. As Imogen Tuttle restrained the spirits, she wielded them as weapons, commanding the grotesque, monstrous entities with the magic from her ring. Young mage attempted to fend them off with his fists, but to no avail. His efforts were futile as his punches merely passed through the spirits, yielding only a chilling sensation. Had it not been for the protective spell that clung to him, the young mage would have been possessed or devoured by the spirits by now. Solomon's positive energy rays shot forth from his fingertips, yet they did nothing to deter the approaching entities. What shall we do? Young mage cried out. I have no idea. Solomon, drenched in sweat, admitted that he had underestimated the guardian of the British Museum. This guardian could brazenly wield Visander's rings, while Solomon could only surreptitiously siphon magic. Their power outputs were simply incomparable. Suddenly, a soft, cold sensation enveloped Solomon from behind, akin to a serpent coiling around his neck. He felt warm hands caressing his cheeks. And with the arrival of night, heralded by the flapping wings of an owl, Solomon lost his sight. Call my name, O child of man. A gentle voice whispered in his ear. I am the dew, the clear sky, the spring thunder, the goddess of the city, daughter of bird and serpent. I shall be your shield and spear. Solomon calmed himself. His education had already informed him of her identity. I praise you, resplendent as a serpent, ever-changing dragon Tritiglea. I shall offer you olive oil, figs, and woolen robes, Solomon declared sincerely, in the name of the goddess with the golden spear. In the name of Etheria. With Solomon's voice, the divine powers from all the museum's relics surged forth, bubbling like boiling water. Young mage stood agape at the spectacle before him. A girl, composed of divine power, materialized behind Solomon, adorned with a Greek acanthus helmet, wielding a spear and a massive round shield, her height barely shy of the ceiling. Yet Solomon saw nothing. He merely followed the voice's guidance, each incantation echoing like copper spears striking against a shield. In the name of Anomalies, in the name of Gorgophona, in the name of Parthenos, I command you, depart from this realm. The girl behind Solomon extended her palm, and the surging divine power shattered the spirits while simultaneously liberating the chains that had bound them. Imogen Tuttle could hardly believe her eyes. She had always viewed herself as the silent guardian of this world, a role her ancestors had upheld for generations. This responsibility, while burdensome, filled them with pride. Safeguarding these spirits was the Tuttle family's mission, all due to the immeasurable power of the ring. Hurry! As the darkness lifted, Solomon regained his sight. But before he could fully open his eyes, he shouted for young mage to remove her ring. Stripped of the spirits, Imogen Tuttle was utterly unprepared for combat. She had never received magical training and had never practiced even the most basic protective spells. As young mage lunged forward, the elderly Imogen Tuttle could not resist. He easily seized her hand and tore the ring away. Ah, my ring. Upon its removal, Imogen Tuttle became visible, her tattered clothing and disheveled white hair rendering her reminiscent of a madwoman. Solomon quickly grasped young mage's hand, and they dashed outside the museum. A small white snake, silent and swift, slithered up Solomon's leg and burrowed into his clothing, ultimately coiling around his arm with a chilling touch. Are you all right, madam? A passerby inquired. What are you looking at? You cannot see me. The magic receded from her, no longer sustaining her mind, and Imogen Tuttle's nerves began to deteriorate, her already wrinkled skin becoming even more pronounced. To others, she appeared to be rambling incoherently. I am the guardian. I am the only one who can prevent your destruction. Imogen Tuttle began to shriek, her eyes gleaming with madness as she shouted at those around her, attempting to prove she was a saint burdened with the sins of others. Yet, a bystander had already taken out their phone to call for help. Young mage and Solomon stood on the street, breathless. Young mage patted his robust chest and said, You truly have a knack for this, Solomon. I hope so, brother, Solomon replied, rolling up his sleeve to gaze at the slumbering snake on his forearm. He understood that everything came at a price. He was acutely aware that he had not summoned Athena's name, yet she had appeared of her own accord. Hadn't the Greek pantheon long departed from Earth? He needed to clarify this with the supreme mage. Otherwise, he could not find peace of mind. Well, where shall we go next? Young mage asked, his heart still racing, yet he smiled. Is there more adventure to be had? Due to the numerous unwelcome additions made to the ring by Imogen Tuttle, such as long artificial nails, Solomon entrusted the ring to the supreme mage. seeking her assistance in restoring it to its original form. After all, many magical artifacts in Camartage were crafted by the hands of the esteemed. However, Solomon's primary objective was not merely this. When the Supreme Mage noticed the snake coiled around Solomon's forearm, she gestured for him to calm down. "All of them," Solomon exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Of course not all of them. It would be rather crowded with so many new deities lingering on Earth. Furthermore, this is not an era of divine worship. Humanity now reveres science. Even if deities were to appear before them, they would only contemplate how to capture and dissect them. Naturally, I do not despise this phenomenon. After all, magic blooms only in the souls of a select few, and technology is the true future of humanity. The esteemed one pushed a cup of tea towards Solomon, who drank it eagerly. The fatigue from spellcasting dissipating as if washed away by the early summer rain, cleansing the grime from leaves. The snake barely lifted its eyelids, glancing at Solomon and then at the Supreme Mage, before opening its mouth wide in an attempt to swallow an orange from the table. "It seems to be doing well," the esteemed one remarked casually. "I do not know when this goddess of wisdom sought you, but I trust it cannot be too terrible. After all, this is the first time I have seen a snake eating fruit in reality, not in a game. But I have never been a guest of a deity. What should I bring as a gift? Olive oil, figs, or a wool sweater? It is the 21st century, Solomon." The Supreme Mage replied with a look of disdain. "Do not be so old-fashioned. A bottle of wine or skincare products would make splendid gifts for a visit." Solomon, holding the little snake that had just stuffed an orange into its mouth, departed from the Supreme Mage's meditation chamber. From a distance, it appeared as though he were carrying a ball tethered to a string. Chapter 9. The Cost. In the third ring, the Supreme Sorcerer has always been selfless towards Solomon, though he extends the same courtesy to other apprentices. Yet, he does not hesitate to show Solomon the darker corners of Camartage, just as shadows dwell beneath the sun. Camartage is not an organization defined solely by righteousness. Here, you witness the cost of magic. The master led Solomon into a courtyard where numerous ascetics clad in red robes, their bodies smeared with white ash, stood. They bore unimaginable sores and deformities, yet their expressions remained unchanged, unperturbed, as they chanted softly. Devoted to magic, they willingly bore the burdens it imposed, or rather, the burdens I must bear, but how shall you settle your account? I believe using spellcasting materials is an excellent idea. Master, Solomon replied, suppressing his nausea as he observed the festering wounds. He attempted to steady his breath, avoiding the rancid stench of decay. You know well that the knowledge imparted by the stigmata is quite unique, yet I believe I can repay my debts without merely manifesting peculiarities upon my body. I have already paid my price, and you will too in due time. According to the master, embarking on this path signifies the settlement of a life-s account. Unbeknownst to Solomon, he had already paid a price to arrive at Camartage, perhaps the life of Jezebel or something equally dear, though the master himself was uncertain. As for the final ring, the Supreme Sorcerer urged Solomon to retrieve it swiftly, providing him with a map and a book. This tome, authored by Nathaniel Hawthorne, the foremost romantic novelist of 19th century America, contained references to the dark land of his origins, Salem. This land, known to the Puritans as New England, welcomed the passengers of the Arabelle as they disembarked in Salem town, which eventually evolved into the city of Boston. Thus, Salem became a haven for a continuous influx of Puritans, including Hawthorne's ancestors. Salem was also the site of infamous religious persecutions, notably the notorious Salem witch trials, during which the fervor of the Puritans was unimaginable by contemporary standards. The presiding judge of those trials was none other than John Hawthorne, Nathaniel Hawthorne's ancestor. Salem even boasts a small witch museum. Solomon found himself seated at its center, surrounded by walls that illuminated one by one, depicting scenes from the witch trials of yore. For the ordinary person, the Salem witch trials may seem a tragic religious farce, but for Solomon, it revealed an indescribable essence, akin to the foul stench of a foreign arcane force. Perhaps the trials had their ambiguities, as this dark magic lingered over the land, though it had grown increasingly faint with the passage of time. While the two young witches who sparked the trials may not have been ordinary, the innocent lives entangled in their wake bore witness to the nauseating fervor of the Puritans. Solomon and the young mage, Wong, drew no attention with their attire. As previously mentioned, the atmosphere of mysticism here was palpable. The descendants of those once fervent Puritans no longer clung to their beliefs. Daily, numerous visitors came in search of witches, and it was not unusual to see a few dressed as sorcerers, nothing to raise eyebrows. "So, where is the ring the master spoke of?" Wang inquired, scanning the crowd intently, scrutinizing each person's ring in search of something extraordinary. "Oh, it even moves?" "What moves?" "Why, the map." Salomon pointed to the map he had unfurled, marked with a small red indicating the ring's location. "We must greet the descendants of those Puritans." "Are you referring to those stubborn fanatics?" Wang clenched his fists, recalling the master's precept to conceal magic from ordinary eyes. Thus, fists seemed more practical. "Wang, you cannot even conjure a Lagarder ring. Were it not for the myriad spells the master has devised to utilize one's own magic, you would scarcely qualify as a spellcaster." Salomon raised his gaze, striving to correlate the map's position with the actual structures around him. Bearing in mind that others might be armed, after all, this is America. The Lagarder ring, referred to by Salomon, is a common spell in Camartage, represented externally by magical shields, one orange-yellow and the other red. This distinction reflects the output of magical energy, though structurally, the spells bear little difference. It is, however, the first spell with a defined structure that Camartage sorcerers learn upon acquiring their powers. All right, what shall we do now?" Wang's round cheeks quivered with impatience. "Utilize magic, my dear Wang," the young mage suggested, "and await the appearance of our target." "Did you bring money?" The supreme sorcerer had chosen to have Wang accompany Salomon not merely because Wang had yet to sign a contract with Vishanti, but because he was one of the few less rigid apprentices at Camartage. Other sorcerers often resorted to violence upon encountering wild mages, yet their abilities seldom matched their bravado. Years of guardianship had bred an air of arrogance, rendering them incapable of respecting ordinary individuals. In truth, most troublesome targets were dealt with personally by the supreme sorcerer, leaving lower-tier adversaries to the other sorcerers at Camartage. In simpler terms, the supreme sorcerer is a legendary figure, and apart from a select few stalwarts at Camartage, most sorcerers likely do not exceed 10th level. In a sudden turn, a single bullet could easily extinguish the life of any mage at Camartage, save the supreme sorcerer himself. The supreme sorcerer has recognized this predicament. Humanity has advanced more in the past century than in the preceding millennia. If Camartage fails to acknowledge the strength of ordinary people, it may face dire consequences in the future. Wang is one of the key talents the supreme sorcerer is nurturing, and broadening his horizons is essential for both him and Salomon. Chapter 10. The trick. Salomon's approach was straightforward yet crude, lacking in any semblance of cleverness. Their adversaries were not as formidable as the guardians of the British Museum. This, of course, pertained to the realm of magic. Nonetheless, this time, their opponent was no easy character. The descendants of the Puritans involved in the Salem witch trials, the very families that hanged innocent women, still wielded control over Salem's politics and economy, a testament to the hereditary nature of capitalism. Among them was Richie White, a descendant of those bureaucratic families. Serving as a senator for Salem, Salomon and the young mage found a CAF across from the municipal building, where they awaited the politician's arrival. The coffee he held tasted like scalding mud, overly laden with milk and sugar. He had always detested coffee, regardless of the quantity of additives. It left a sour taste in his mouth. He cast a sidelong glance at the young mage seated across the small white table. "Brother Wang, how many tuna sandwiches have you devoured now?" "We are here to observe, not to indulge. Just received my allowance yesterday, and my father hasn't confiscated it yet," the young mage replied, patting his plump belly nonchalantly. "Of course I must seize the opportunity to enjoy some good food. Do you fancy the cafeteria at Camartage?" Salomon rolled his eyes. The young mage remained blissfully optimistic about his physique. He firmly believed that by consuming more, he could gain enough strength to endure the arduous training at Camartage, at least having some cushioning when struck in the abdomen. While a hearty physique may be advantageous, it was an anomaly within the ascetic environment of Camartage, where individuals were either lean or muscular. You're the only one who is rotund, with a rather conspicuous belly. Who else would they target? When shall we wait here?" the young mage asked, contentedly burping. It was the most satisfying day of eating for him, having escaped the scrutiny of Master Hamill, and he indulged like a wild dog unleashed. His satisfaction left him devoid of impatience. He merely wished to know if he had time for a few more bites. "Uncertain," Salomon replied, shaking his head. Yet he remained patient. Knowing that politicians did not linger indefinitely, they had social engagements, leisure pursuits, and business matters to attend to, a characteristic of capitalist autocracy. Eventually, they would encounter him. The CAF's noisy television screen displayed Richie White delivering a fervent speech. The backdrop indicated he stood before Salem's City Hall. "I shall always be Richie White, son of Salem, and I will fight for all that we hold dear until my last breath." Perhaps due to the CAF's outdated television, the picture was grainy and the sound was muddled. Salomon reclined in the cushioned chair, watching the dried yellow leaves roll along the street outside. He gently closed his eyes, and gradually, the noise faded. The sound of passing vehicles vanished. He could hear the faint drip of a faucet in the kitchen, the resonance of droplets striking the stainless steel sink, and the crackling of a malfunctioning fluorescent light. Even more distantly, he heard the clicking of a radio dial, the sound of lovers parting, and the faintest chirping of birds. "Hey, Salomon, wake up. They're coming out." A sudden jolt interrupted Salomon's meditation. He opened his eyes and yawned. This was the power of the saint, as mentioned by the master. He would gradually possess greater physical attributes than the average person, such as enhanced hearing and sight, which would manifest as he aged. However, he was not a superhero from a comic book, according to the master. His body had merely been augmented by magic, remaining firmly within the realm of humanity, though that was indeed remarkable for an ordinary person. During his brief respite, he had only engaged in meditation, choosing not to utilize the starlight projection spell he found distasteful, a technique derived from the XZ esoteric texts, typically employed by Camartage mages for prolonged study. Salomon scoffed at the notion. One should simply sleep soundly without complicating matters. Admittedly, Camartage's texts offered more than just starlight projection. For those interested, there was the opportunity to explore the Yang spirit method of Master Jean Woodwan. Yet, few pursued it, as the dual cultivation of life and spirit, while appealing, demanded an excessively long commitment, which clashed with Camartage's principles. Following the young mage's gaze, Salomon looked outside. Just beyond the glass, Richie White, with his golden hair, was emerging from the city hall, arm in arm with his secretary, Glaya, preparing to board a black sedan. Salem was not vast, and the streets were rather narrow, with most buildings bearing a dull gray-black facade, exuding an air of somberness. The residents seemed to prefer a tranquil existence, showing little interest in transforming their town into a bustling metropolis. Thus, the CAF where Salomon sat was in close proximity to Richie White, and his spell was sufficient to reach the target. Upon noticing Salomon point, Richie White, along with his secretary clad in a red plush coat, tumbled to the ground. The young mage, upon closer inspection, was taken aback. "You, how did you remove his trousers?" He gaped at Salomon in disbelief. "What kind of magic is this?" This spell was a prank commonly employed among many apprentices in Glarion. Yet even seasoned mages often retained it as a staple. For aside from armored warriors, no one could prevent their trousers from falling to their ankles, whether secured by a belt or suspenders, unless one wished to fight bare-bottomed. Even legendary warriors were not exempt from this magic. Who could avoid stumbling over fallen trousers? Richie White scrambled to his feet in a flurry, while his bodyguards in black suits promptly shielded him from prying eyes. After all, a senator caught in such a predicament was hardly good news. "All right, we can proceed," Salomon declared as he rose, continuing to chant his incantation while moving toward the target. The once imposing black-clad bodyguards bent at the waist in unison as their trousers dropped one by one, drawing the attention of onlookers. Salomon and the young mage swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. The bodyguards, frantically clutching their trousers, attempted to block reporters from capturing the scene. Yet their efforts bore little fruit, as the nimble journalists had already stepped on the fallen hems, leaving them unable to move. Navigating through the throng, Salomon continued to chant his spell, and as his magic took effect, the reactions of those surrounding him began to slow. He raised a hand above his head, golden dust swirling above everyone. "Close your eyes," he whispered to the young mage, followed by a blinding flash akin to a flashbang. The onlookers instinctively shut their eyes, some even shedding tears from the overstimulation. "Quickly, it's the ring with the pink gem." Chapter 11 The Ghosts of the White Family. Did you get it? Salomon inquired, raising his gaze. At that moment, he and the breathless young wizard found refuge in a secluded alley of Sorling Town, disregarding the stench emanating from the refuse and vomit littering the ground. As he eagerly questioned the young wizard, "This is my first time stealing," the young wizard stammered, patting his chest repeatedly, seemingly attempting to calm his racing heart, which was pounding as if it might leap from his throat. The experience was overwhelming for him. Yet, as he took a deep breath, He was once again assaulted by the alley's foul odor, which made him gag. In truth, our actions lean more toward robbery, Solomon replied innocently, blinking his eyes. He reached out to pat the young wizard's back, adding, I hope there were no cameras capturing your image. Otherwise, you might find yourself confronted by a few police officers during your next outing. Given the circumstances, a mere warning might lead them to open fire. So I suggest we prepare some protective spells before our next venture. What? Me? Don't worry, I've been keeping my face concealed. Oh, I regret choosing this place. It reeks terribly. Nearby, the crowd, slowly recovering from the dazzling lights, continued their clamor, while Ricky White began to shout in distress. Though his vision was obscured at the moment, the sensation of the ring being forcibly wrenched from his finger was unmistakable. He felt a plump hand seize his wrist and pry open his palm, and in an instant, his treasured ring was gone. It was the heirloom of the White family. Ever since he adorned his finger with that ring, he had encountered no misfortune, whether while sharpening pencils in his youth or shaving in adulthood. His skin had never borne a scratch. Now, however, Ricky White bore a bruise upon his wrist, perhaps the most severe injury he had ever suffered. The scandal of a senator's public disrobing versus a senator being robbed in the streets carries a different weight. The former can be treated as a jest, as political scandals are a source of amusement for the public, while the latter poses a grave concern for the safety of political figures. Thus, the situation escalated swiftly, with the Salem police promptly detaining everyone present, including journalists who remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos and were still clamoring for press freedom. The officers forcibly subdued these clueless fools to the ground. Solomon and the young wizard narrowly escaped due to their earlier departure, but should they linger in Salem, it would only be a matter of time before they were discovered. Here, the young wizard finally caught his breath, extending his palm and declaring in a low voice, It's right here. Before him lay a platinum ring adorned with a massive pink gemstone, its setting embellished with a grid-like pattern. Flanking the oval-shaped pink gem were two smaller round pink stones, and nestled between the oval and circular gems were four even smaller pink stones. These gems shimmered in deep hues of pink, and to Salomon's limited gemological knowledge, they were likely pink diamonds. The weight of the gemstones alone surpassed the realm of ordinary luxury. It was possible that even the pink diamonds adorning the Queen of England's brooch could not match the grandeur of those on this ring. All right, I believe we can depart now. Slip it into my pocket, Solomon nodded. Although he was aware of how to utilize the portal spell, it seemed somewhat comical, as they had not arrived via a portal, but rather by long-distance bus. This was a necessary compromise since he could not harness many spells from the Vashani lineage until he had acquired a substantial amount of their magical power. A chill crept along his spine, raising goosebumps on his skin, prompting an involuntary shiver. This sensation was eerily familiar. He had encountered it before while acquiring the ring at the British Museum. I knew it wouldn't be that simple, he muttered, only to be met with a deafening crash from behind, followed by an irresistible force that hurled him to the ground. As he scrambled to his feet, peeling leaves from his face, he noticed that the once narrow alley had widened considerably, the stones at the entrance appearing as though they had been shattered by some unseen force. The chaos continued. Solomon ducked and dodged within the alley, bricks raining down upon him from above and around, as he could not pause to catch his breath. Something formless and furious in the air seemed intent on shattering everything in its path, including Solomon himself. Bystanders gasped in shock, and police officers diverted some of their focus to the commotion. The young wizard disregarded the concerned stares of the onlookers and the tense officers, urgently calling out, "Get out here! Solomon, come out!" No. Solomon glanced around him. Spectral forms clad in antiquated garb, infused with pink magic, were hurtling toward him. Ignoring the sharp shards of brick beneath him, he rolled to evade the impending impact. Heretics, thieves, sorcerers, the ghosts, their decayed visages devoid of expression, shouted in inaudible voices, "Return what you have stolen from our family." Shut up. In the midst of the chaos, Solomon raised his middle finger defiantly at the apparitions, a gesture of retaliation that was merely psychological, as he lacked the time to conjure a spell. Those spirits were not easily deterred. Seizing the moment of Salomon's distraction, one of them struck him forcefully with a brick. The young wizard dashed into the fray, braving the falling debris, and seized Solomon, tucking him under his arm as they fled the alley. "Are they still pursuing?" He panted, his legs weary from the exertion. "Easy now, easy, put me down." "No, not here," the young wizard stammered. "We cannot reveal our magic." I thought. We. Kamartaj, not. the ministry. Yet these were no ordinary spirits. Unlike the twisted, selfless phantoms of the British Museum, these specters resided within the ring, drawing upon its power to persist in the mortal realm, guarding each generation of the White family. Their strength far surpassed that of common ghosts. As they pursued the young wizard and Salomon, they shattered numerous storefront windows, fractured the asphalt, and even overturned a few cars. As if an invisible beast rampaged through the streets, filling the air with cacophonous sounds. Nevertheless, the fundamental weakness of ghosts remained unchanged. Even the mightiest of spirits were vulnerable to flames and lightning, and physical magical attacks could indeed harm their ethereal forms. Upon reaching their destination, the young wizard unceremoniously dropped Salomon to the ground, leaning against a wall to catch his breath. He felt as though his lungs were ablaze. The ringing in his ears and the urge to vomit nearly suffocated him. Salomon hit the ground with a thud. The young wizard's earlier maneuver had nearly rattled his brain. Yet, he had no time to complain. He quickly rose, shaken off the dust without pausing to tend to his aches, and focused intently on chanting a spell. For the first time, Salomon appreciated Camartage's close combat training, as it allowed him to withstand pain without faltering in his incantations. Casting spells amidst battle was a skill every Camartage wizard mastered. There exists a spell cherished by Salomon, a spell that unleashes the most primal essence of magical energy. Due to the unique nature of this incantation, it will inevitably strike its target unless the latter employs magic to thwart it. When a mage confronts an adversary of a non-magical profession, without knowledge of the target's vulnerabilities, this spell becomes the unequivocal choice. Indeed, it is none other than the Arcane Missile. Chapter 12. The emergence of Vashandi. 3 missiles, trailing blue energy tails, collided with the emerging specter, forcing it back several inches. Yet, rather than extinguishing their forms, the impact ignited their fury. They unleashed inaudible shrieks that shattered glass and dislodged the trembling yellow leaves from the treetops. A person's capacity for magic is inherently limited, dictated by the finite nature of one's mental strength. Casting spells requires sufficient mental energy, akin to physical stamina. Depleting one's mental reserves demands ample rest for recovery, and Salomon was perilously close to this threshold. However, mages often possess means to navigate such predicaments. Upon realizing that the magical missiles held little efficacy, he swiftly grabbed the panting Wong, who leaned against the wall, and fled. It is unlikely anyone would chastise Salomon for his retreat. After all, fleeing when outmatched is a common occurrence. Regrettably, the specters had no intention of allowing Salomon to escape their sight. The Witt family heirloom remained in his possession. In this moment, he yearned for the comfort of the coffee shop's plush armchairs, where he could indulge in delightful pastries rather than being muddied, weak-kneed, and gasping for breath. The two were now frantically fleeing across the desolate outskirts, a situation neither had anticipated. To say they were scurrying like frightened mice would be an understatement. Anyone witnessing their dust-covered, disheveled state would perceive them as running for their lives. "Fight, Brother Wong, they can no longer possess bodies. We can make a stand," Salomon exclaimed, orange-red sparks flickering between his palms as he separated his hands. Lines of sparks danced and morphed within his grasp. "What? Have you lost your mind?" Young Mage Wong's eyes widened in shock. "By the decree of the Elder, this operation is known only to us. We cannot seek assistance," Salomon asserted. The 3 rings could harness Vashandi's magic, a secret he could not allow the others from Kamathiji to discover. The rings represented a sacrilege against Vashandi. Should any obstinate individuals within Kamathiji learn of this, the Supreme Mage's plan to eradicate the worship of Vashandi would be rendered futile. Such clandestine matters, once exposed, would leave the Elder with no recourse. Salomon was unwavering in his support for the Supreme Mage's strategy. The sect leader was not a deity. The relationship between the Archmage and the sect leader was merely transactional. Throughout, it was a relationship devoid of divine reverence. Rooted in the pride of mages, pride that Salomon could not abide by the notion of a deity perpetually looming over him. If not for the Elder's clarification that his own magical prowess paled in comparison to Vashandi's boundless power, he would have preferred to expend his own vitality to refine his magic. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at the frenzied specters surging towards them, continuing to gesture with his fingers. The magical energy, shaped by Vashandi's essence, grew increasingly dense in his hands, sparks of magic forming arcs of light. This was his most formidable fire-shaping spell to date. It was uncertain whether the specters had been empowered by magic or were merely overwhelming in number, but from Salamon's perspective, they shimmered with a pink glow, likely the force that allowed them to exist in this realm. Yet beneath their feet lay a shroud of black mist. Thieves, return. They issued their ultimatum upon seeing Salomon pause. Return. You. Leave. As they drew closer, the black mist beneath them thickened, and the temperature dropped. The recently rained streets were now covered in a thin layer of ice. FCK off. Salomon hurled the chain of magic outward, and the searing positive energy leapt between the specters, emitting a hissing sound akin to a scorching iron. Countless specters halted in their tracks, wailing in agony. Dot. They lunged forward, only to be met by a massive, magic-formed cleaver. Though Salomon was not well-versed in the Eight Extremes fist, he was adept with a blade. He swung the fiery cleaver towards a specter, cleaving through its negative energy form, yet the ensuing onslaught of other specters toppled him in a flurry. Just as the specters were about to overwhelm him, a hand struck one of them down. Young Mage Wang, after employing a secret technique, finally discerned the specters' visages. Witnessing Salomon in peril, he could no longer remain passive. He invoked the protective incantation derived from other grimoires, executing a tiger pounce that rescued Salomon. What do we do now? Young Mage Wang urgently inquired after dragging Salomon to safety, his face contorted in worry. Given the Elder's desire for secrecy regarding their actions, they had no choice but to resolve the matter themselves. Salomon was momentarily at a loss. These specters were the most formidable adversaries he had encountered thus far. He closed his eyes, inhaling the frigid air, and when he reopened them, his resolve had solidified. Hold them off for a moment. I shall resolve this, Salomon stated, reaching into his pocket. Upon brushing against the other two rings, the previously cold metal warmed. In an instant, the warmth escalated to searing heat, as if the metal had been forged in flames, clinging painfully to his fingers, prompting a cry of anguish from Salomon. Salomon! Young Mage Wang swiftly turned. He saw Salomon kneeling, enveloped in flames of magical energy. The edges of his robe had already begun to char, and his long black hair was singed and twisted. The terrifying heat expanded the air, pushing young Mage Wang back several paces. The specters descended into chaos, their forms easily collapsing under the deluge of magic. The skeletal remains of their ethereal bodies disintegrated in midair, transforming into pure, magical energy. Don't come near me, Salomon shouted, but his voice was barely audible over the din, for the heat had rendered his throat and tongue parched. Scalding air scorched his lungs. Each word forced from him incited a dry heave, ejecting thick, dark red liquid. Yet, his throat would swiftly return to a parched state, akin to sandpaper, leaving him to utter incomprehensible murmurs. His skin blistered from the heat, blood evaporated instantaneously, beads of sweat on his forehead vanished, and his lips tightened, cracked, and peeled. As the heat intensified further, Salomon cried out in despair, his skin beginning to char and blacken, the asphalt beneath him melting into a viscous pool. Severe dehydration and extreme temperatures plunged his consciousness into chaos. Young Mage Wang observed Salomon's skin turning a ghastly yellow, layers of it drying and flaking away to reveal bloodless, crimson muscle beneath. Despite this, Salomon instinctively lifted his head. Though his vision had faded, he sensed three faces emerging within the unseen void where magic converged: a tiger, a man, and a woman. Hogos, Agamotto, and Ashu. FCKU. Vishandi. Salomon raised his hand, hearing the dry friction of bone and muscle. Yet the words he wished to convey remained unvoiced, his vocal cords, caked with desiccated blood, and his tongue glued to his jaw, rendered him incapable of uttering a single word. With his last vestiges of strength, Salomon undid the clasps of the sacred shroud. Chapter 13 The Tree of Life. Salomon dreamt of an enormous tree standing in a serene ocean, entwined by two colossal serpents. At the base of the tree trunk, he beheld a magnificent circular ring crafted from crystal, adorned with hues of orange, olive, russet, and black. As his gaze ascended, he noticed that the rings along the trunk began to illuminate with vibrant colors, yet his vision grew increasingly hazy with height. Struggling to discern the highest ring, he saw it was forged from diamond, enveloped by wings, radiating a white luminescence. Lowering his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the tree's reflection, deeply shrouded in mist. The reflection appeared vastly different, suggesting that the rings and branches formed 5 distinct segments, corresponding to the pentagram created by the rings and branches of the great tree. A soft whisper reached his ears, hinting at the key to the realm of spirits. However, before he could listen intently, He found himself drifting away from the ocean. "Are you awake? Yet you still require rest." A tranquil voice echoed in Salomon's ears, and he realized he had awakened from his dream. Exhausted, as he struggled to open his eyes, he saw the master seated beside him. The magical flames had vanished, and his lips no longer bore their cracked condition. He recalled donning all the rings, unleashing astonishing magical power, yet the subsequent events eluded his memory. As he turned his gaze, he discovered he was in the headquarters of Comartage, specifically in his own chamber. Being the sole recluse within Comartage, his room was markedly different from others. Devoid of gaming consoles, he attempted to raise his hand, but found himself utterly powerless, wishing to speak but unable to utter a word. "You have been overly reckless this time, yet the outcome is favorable. In the end, you still tamed the ring of Vishanti. Do not worry, the master is unharmed." And he did not disclose this incident. "Others believe you were attacked by a dark sorcerer." As Salomon prepared to speak further, the master gently tapped his forehead with a folding fan. "I intended to wait until your spirit was stronger before allowing you to wear the ring. Yet you took the initiative. Nevertheless, it is for the best. Now you can diligently practice the magic of the Vishanti." The master continued, "Well, I also fed that serpent for you, so you can rest easy. Take your time to recuperate." Salomon blinked rapidly, struggling to articulate something, but the Ancient One ignored him, magically securing the blankets around him, leaving only his head exposed. Seeing this, Salomon resigned himself to his fate, closing his eyes in acceptance. After all, the blanket was quite warm. He decided to acquiesce to its overpowering enchantment and drift off to sleep once more. Not long after the Supreme Master departed from Salomon's chamber, another figure stealthily opened the intricately carved wooden door, tiptoeing inside, resembling a clumsy dancing bear. As he trod upon the creaking wooden floor, his weight betrayed his identity. "Hey, Salomon, you startled me. You've been asleep for several days without even drinking water." A plump figure appeared before Salomon, pulling him from his slumber. "I just saw the master leave, so I knew you were all right." Salomon opened his eyes to see Little Wong, his expression brightening with joy. He blinked rapidly, and Little Wong nodded, patting his chest. "I understand your meaning. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." "What do you think you understand?" "That is not what I meant." Salomon blinked again, mumbling incoherently. "Let me go." Little Wong moved closer, disregarding Salomon's plight, chattering away incessantly. Through his ramblings, Salomon gradually pieced together the events that transpired after he donned the rings. When the tempest of magical energy shattered the spirits and sent Little Wong tumbling, the triune Vishanti manifested before Salomon. They loomed above, three powerful magical entities encircling him, enveloping him in a torrent of magic akin to surging waves. Suddenly, the orange-red flames of magic expanded outward, like the wrath of the Vishanti. The asphalt melted and bubbled, trees ignited spontaneously, and the heated air whipped into a frenzy, swirling up dust and burning ashes. The tremendous force shattered the stone walls of dilapidated structures, and everything around melted into an unrecognizable goo beneath the inferno. Little Wong had already crouched down. As a member of Comartage, how could he not recognize the triune Vishanti? Curse it! What task did the master assign to Salomon? What are those rings? Why are they connected to the Vishanti? Clearly, those rings must have desecrated the Vishanti. Little Wong cursed internally. At that moment, he believed Salomon was doomed. In such extreme heat, without protective magic, the only fate was to be consumed by flames. He envisioned only the charred remains of Salomon's skeleton. He had always liked Salomon. Unlike other children in Comartage, Salomon was never noisy. But now, Salomon was dead, and he couldn't afford to mourn. He only wanted to find a safe place to hide. The planetary defense system of Comartage would surely detect the magical fluctuations here, and he could only wait for his peers to clean up the aftermath. He had even considered how to shoulder the burden of this disaster. However, when the sacred fabric was ripped from Salomon's body, the overwhelming, uncontrollable magic suddenly calmed. Little Wong found it difficult to articulate the scene he beheld amidst the flames. Salomon's body emitted an extraordinarily brilliant light. Upon witnessing this radiance, Little Wong felt he glimpsed an abundance of profound and intricate knowledge. It seemed the triune Vishanti began to communicate, but Little Wong could not comprehend their discourse, only vaguely identifying terms like angel and demon, common words in mysticism. When other words reached his ears, an overwhelming influx of information flooded into his mind, leaving him dizzy. In the end, I retained nothing but those two words. Little Wong recounted later, still shaken. Next time, you must inform me before engaging in such terrifying endeavors. Don't look at me like that. I would certainly flee first. His soul was sufficiently potent. Compared to the other two magical entities, who lacked fixed gender or form, Agamotto, the former Supreme Master, had a far more favorable attitude towards humanity. When Solomon donned the rings, this former Supreme Master intervened on his behalf, and as a disciple of the current Supreme Master. You can imagine what that implies. But he is a thief, roared Hoggoth, with the head of a tiger. Without the Ancient One, he would never have discovered the rings. Agamotto turned to his mother, the source of white magic, Oshter, but she remained silent. Thus, Agamotto declared, our rings must be wielded by someone, mustn't they? So why did he not sign the contract? You know our restrictions regarding contracts, and besides, should he remove the rings, he will lose our magic. This might indeed be a fortuitous occurrence. We could. Suddenly, the immense magical energy vanished, and the spectral figure of the Emperor Weishan disappeared without a trace. Young Mage Wang cautiously lifted his head. Were it not for the lingering warmth in the air, the smoldering buildings, and the melted, charred pavement, he might have believed that everything he had just experienced was merely an illusion. Yet, as he approached, he noticed the faint rise and fall of Solomon's desiccated, charred chest. An overwhelming wave of ecstasy engulfed him. Solomon blinked, striving to convey his thoughts, and he managed to utter a few indistinct words. However, young Mage Wang could not comprehend them. Get out. Why do you keep blinking? He inquired. You imbecile. I haven't been to the restroom in days. Let me out, you jerk. Chapter 14. The investigation commences thus. The esteemed one employed the white magic from the Book of Vishandi to facilitate his self-healing. This enchantment drew upon Solomon's own life force, which is why he felt weak upon awakening. Such after effects were not unbearable. The ability to rejuvenate a severely burned individual surpasses the capabilities of modern medicine. The mere restoration of skin necessitates an exceedingly protracted and agonizing treatment, yet Solomon, having undergone magical healing, felt no discomfort whatsoever. When Solomon was able to rise and partake in meals, he also took the opportunity to inspect the charred remnants of his body that had been shed during treatment. In truth, the esteemed one had, in a manner akin to peeling a chestnut, extricated him from these blackened shells. Furthermore, his newly formed skin was exceedingly tender. Not only had he lost the calluses acquired from years of martial training, but the skin on his face had regained its youthful softness. This transformation drew the attention of the female sorceresses from Kamar Taj, who, upon passing, could not resist pinching his cheeks playfully. Seated in his chamber, Solomon dipped a quill into ink and began to sketch scrolls upon parchment. He reflected that a significant portion of the recent mission's failure stemmed from his failure to bring the necessary scrolls. Had he not possessed two protective scrolls against good and evil at that moment, the outcome for him and the young mage would have been far more dire. Those possessed by malevolent spirits seldom meet with favorable fates, and should they fall under such influence, the opportunity for rescue by the Supreme Mage would be lost. According to the Supreme Mage's directives, he required several days of rest before returning to normal activities. Master Zhang, who instructed the Eight Extremes Fist, was also reluctant to witness Solomon in such a feeble state, resulting in his exemption from the protective arts class. To this day, Master Zhang remained convinced that Solomon's lack of diligence in studying protective techniques was the reason he had been attacked by the dark sorcerer. Thus, Solomon had unwittingly become a cautionary example in the protective arts course. The excuse of being assaulted by a dark sorcerer had largely gone unnoticed by the masses. Aside from the esteemed one and the young mage, no one was privy to the truth. As for the dark sorcerer, given that the esteemed one had intervened, it was certain that the sorcerer had perished, his soul unable to even reach the depths of hell. Solomon set down his quill and scrutinized the three rings adorning his right hand. The sapphire ring on his index finger, the orange sapphire on his middle finger, and the pink diamond on his ring finger appeared immaculate, showing no signs of the burns he had suffered. The gems glittered captivatingly under the sunlight. Although these rings seemed extraordinarily opulent, they bore no resemblance to enchanted items, devoid of any magical aura. Little did anyone suspect that these rings possessed the power to command the magic of Vishandi. He cautiously attempted to remove the rings, only to discover that they not only conformed to his fingers, but also clung to them with an almost affectionate tenacity. Solomon exerted greater force, yet ultimately found himself unable to dislodge any of the three rings. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that these rings now clung to him like a drunken rogue. In his understanding of sorcery, such behavior signified that a contract had been established, granting him the right to wield the magic of Vishandi openly. Regardless of Vishandi's intentions, Solomon could do little but await his fate, although his contract was considerably more lenient than those of others in Kamartaj, allowing for an easier dissolution and thus granting him the power to refuse, provided he could remove the rings. Furthermore, the advantages of wearing the rings extended beyond mere access to Vishandi's magic. He had also begun to gain a preliminary grasp on controlling the holy marks. Yet, pondering such matters was futile at this juncture. Solomon sighed once more, grasped a ruler and protractor, and resumed his work on the scrolls. For him, augmenting his spellbook and scrolls was of utmost importance. The events transpiring in Salem would naturally attract the attention of certain agencies, and they arrived promptly to address the supernatural phenomena. Given the moderate scale of the incident and its location in the outskirts, it did not warrant reporting to the World Security Council. However, due to protests from Salem's senator, the SHIELD dispatched an experienced agent to manage the situation. Mutants? Terrorist attacks? Or mere accidents? Agent Coulson, clad in a black suit, accepted a tablet from a colleague. After a cursory glance without his sunglasses, he returned the device and surveyed the personnel examining the scene. Had any information emerged? Nothing at all. Sylvester shook his bald head. According to reports from the Salem police, on that day, Senator Ricky White had been robbed. It was said that a flashbang had been deployed, after which a ring adorned with a pink gem was snatched from the senator's finger. However, we cannot ascertain if this thief is linked to the mutant. No ear ringing, and the device employed was not a stun grenade. It may have been a homemade flashbang. Witnesses? Coulson sighed, prepared for an encounter with an out-of-control mutant. He had come equipped with light weaponry. Since Melinda's ordeal on the island of Bali, she had transitioned to a desk job. Had she been present in Salem, Coulson would have felt far more secure. In the face of a mutant, the reassurance provided by his weapons paled in comparison to Melinda's presence. No. After the sudden flash of light, Senator Ricky White realized he had been robbed. The only useful information extracted from him was a bruise on his wrist. Sylvester adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, positing that this could allow for deductions regarding the assailant's height and weight. However, most individuals present at the time had been apprehended by the police, and they could not locate anyone meeting the criteria. The true robber had undoubtedly fled the scene. Our mission here is not to hunt down the senator's assailant, nor to seek out beggars, gamblers, or drunks. Our objective is to investigate the supernatural occurrences. Let the local police handle the robber. Were it not for the local police's failure to find any remnants of explosives, they would not have sought our assistance. No act of terrorism deliberately targets the outskirts. Nonetheless, Coulson stepped onto the asphalt surface beneath his feet. Before him, the asphalt had completely melted, revealing a circular pattern of high-temperature diffusion. The degree of melting varied with proximity to the epicenter. The asphalt nearest to Coulson was merely slightly raised, while the center had once melted into a liquid state. For an experienced agent, such a scene offered ample evidence to investigate. Coulson had not anticipated finding any clues from the surveillance footage. He pointed to the ground before him, stating, "There is a footprint leading to the center. We can easily deduce the physical characteristics of its owner. Once we receive the results from the trace analysis, we can compare this information with that of the robber. I have a hunch that they are likely one and the same. Moreover, his companion, the individual at the high-temperature center, is quite possibly the mutant we are searching for. The issue is that we have not observed any footprints emerging. Perhaps the owner of that print is also a mutant. Are you suggesting he can fly?" Achu. Meanwhile, the young mage and Solomon, blissfully unaware, were enjoying a meal at the Hong Kong temple, oblivious to the fact that SHIELD had already begun their investigation into their affairs. Chapter 15. The detective Phil Coulson. In truth, Coulson was unable to uncover much useful information at the scene. The shoe prints left by the young mage on the asphalt were impossible to compare, as those shoes were crafted by Kamartaj and classified as low-level magical items with certain protective abilities. The only detail he could ascertain was the temperature at the time, which merely served to heighten his assessment of the potential danger posed by the hypothesized mutant. Trace analysis had also detected some red fibers at the site of elevated temperatures. Yet Coulson could not definitively link these to the case at hand. His respect for Nick Fury swelled once more. Indeed, his greatest admiration stemmed from the fact that Fury had lost an eye while battling extraterrestrial threats. Unbeknownst to Coulson, it was a cat that had caused the injury. Truly, The director of SHIELD was impressive, managing to deduce the level of danger without having physically arrived at the scene, and subsequently dispatching an agent of suitable rank to handle the matter. Nonetheless, such musings were of little practical use, as Coulson could hardly include such flattery in his report. On a more positive note, through comparative analysis of the physical characteristics, he determined that the individual who had robbed the senator was indeed the same as the one who had left the shoe prints. He now suspected the existence of two mutants, one capable of emitting high temperatures and brightness, while the other might manipulate air or something akin to it. The destruction, however, extended beyond the outskirts, with signs of havoc reaching from the town hall all the way to the suburbs. Agents did not believe in coincidences. It was highly improbable for two unfamiliar mutants to converge in one place, indicating a collaborative effort. This realization prompted another sigh from Coulson. Some mutants, upon suddenly acquiring powers, might engage in actions they would typically shy away from, such as storming into a company to confront a boss who exploits their employees with grueling demands, or even forming small gangs to terrorize others in the alleys. Yet, even those mutants who led more subdued lives could easily veer towards antisocial behavior, which is why SHIELD monitored those who had yet to commit any crimes. This situation was complex, as no one wished for their neighbors to wield automatic weapons or RPGs, regardless of assurances that they would not be used. Thus, while mutants sought peaceful lives, the exposure of their abilities often led to reports against them. Moreover, SHIELD's surveillance methods were rather intrusive, frequently involving the installation of cameras and listening devices within the homes of their targets. Few mutants could endure the loss of privacy and constant monitoring, as many would find themselves losing their jobs due to SHIELD scrutiny, leaving them with no choice but to comply. Overall, however, this system of oversight proved effective, as the incidence of mutant crime significantly diminished under SHIELD's watchful eye. With many targets neutralized before they could even act, Coulson suspected that the mutants he was investigating were impoverished individuals driven to crime, targeting members of the capitalist elite with some degree of social standing. Through his inquiries, he discovered that Senator Richie White belonged to the White family, which had infamously participated in the Salem witch trials. It was likely that these two mutants had recently acquired their powers and were still unskilled in their use, which explained their decision to demonstrate their abilities in the outskirts. They seemed not to wish harm upon others. Otherwise, the senator and his bodyguard would not have survived the encounter. With this thought, Coulson felt a slight easing of his tension. They were individuals in need of assistance, and he was confident he could calm their emotions. However, the current dilemma was that SHIELD could not locate them. The area was remote, devoid of surveillance, and no vehicles were present to review the dashcam footage. Just as he was at a loss, a new lead came to him. Agent Sitwell had located a waitress at the CAF across from the town hall. The waitress, with her chestnut hair, recalled two oddly dressed patrons from the previous day, one of whom was particularly gluttonous, while the other was strikingly attractive. The CAF surveillance footage had already been transferred to SHIELD's database. Upon arriving at the CAF, Coulson took hold of the tablet and scrutinized the footage. A child? Although the video was somewhat blurry, adjustments made by the technicians allowed Coulson to discern the height comparison between Solomon and the others, confirming his suspicions with the captured visage of Solomon. It seems Solomon had been careless. While he remembered to conceal his face during the robbery, he had neglected to do so in the CF, a forgivable oversight, as he likely believed his actions did not warrant such extreme measures. The brown-haired waitress nodded, indicating that the child appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. Coulson breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he had not sought Melinda's assistance. Confronting a fellow child mutant might have rekindled painful memories of the Bahrain incident for her. Despite the heroic aura of the tidal Iron Rider, it had plunged Melinda into deep self-reproach. What were they wearing? Coulson inquired, gesturing towards the footage. The waitress replied, "The chubby one looked like an Eastern monk. I've seen that martial monk style before." And the child, a wizard? She shrugged. As I mentioned, Salem is a tourist town. It's not unusual to see someone dressed like a wizard. Solomon's red robe further solidified Coulson's conviction that he had indeed been at the center of the high temperatures. "Thank you for your assistance. We shall not intrude further on your work," Coulson said, dismissing the waitress and turning to Sitwell. What? Sitwell blinked, though Coulson could not discern his expression due to the reflection in his glasses. Request the surveillance from the nearby cameras, Coulson sighed. He truly did not wish to act against a child. However, based on his deductions, these two mutants likely did not harbor malevolent intentions, prompting Coulson to resolve to assist them within the confines of his authority. Regrettably, even after scouring every surveillance camera in Salem, there was no sign of Solomon and the young mage leaving the town. This led S.H.I.E.L.D. to almost conclude that they were either locals or tourists traveling in private vehicles, as all long-distance buses departing the town bore no trace of their targets. We are entirely out of leads, Sitwell remarked. Let us search the identity database for facial recognition. Coulson remained silent for a moment, taking a sip of coffee. Why was this coffee even more acidic than instant coffee? A momentary distraction did not deter Coulson's contemplation, and he eventually nodded in agreement with the course of action. The threat posed by these mutants was exceedingly high, and Coulson could only imagine the catastrophic outcomes should they lose control in a confined space, such as an elevator or on a bus. He needed to locate them swiftly. After nearly an hour of enduring the overly acidic coffee served by the smiling waitress, Agent Sitwell returned to inform him that they had found the identity information of the target. Coulson escaped his seat as though liberated from shackles. This is the target. Sitwell pointed to the computer screen. Coulson leaned in, recognizing the face that matched the surveillance footage perfectly. Solomon Daminett, an Englishman currently residing in London, born on December 25, 1995, Chapter 16, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are professionals. Upon discovering Salomon's address, Coulson intended to visit alone. Yet, despite his inherent kindness, he remained a professional agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., faced with a target that could potentially spiral out of control. He had already alerted the action team to remain on standby. Taking a deep breath, he filled his lungs with the frigid air, increasing the oxygen in his bloodstream and awakening his senses. For this operation, he had to be prepared for any eventuality, and if necessary, he would draw his weapon at lightning speed, even if it meant confronting a child. A small museum, devoid of any need for excessive solemnity. Agent Sitwell remarked through the earpiece, speculating that the target might intend to place the ring in the museum, weaving a captivating narrative to attract visitors and salvage the abysmal foot traffic. Do you know what I observed? The visitor count at this museum is virtually zero. Even during our distant surveillance, we scarcely saw anyone entering or exiting. Coulson, such private museums abound in London. Some are even tucked away in attics, where you might find an elderly lady reclining in an armchair upon entering. Are you certain you do not wish for me to accompany you? Very well, if you insist. Sitwell conceded, but reminded him to be wary of the elderly lady, for in horror games, grandmothers often serve as the ultimate boss. I shall bear that in mind. With that, Coulson donned a congenial smile, and despite the dark sunglasses obscuring his eyes, his innate charm remained unimpeded. However, an agent cannot afford to be unguarded. He gestured for the action team members to prepare and cautiously pushed open the creaking door of the antiquated museum. The museum was modest in size, stark and empty, devoid of display cases, exhibits, or even a single soul, lacking any semblance of life. The only suspicious element was the exceptionally smooth brown wooden floor, as if it had been recently waxed. Coulson concluded that this building had some age to it. No matter how well maintained, signs of aging were inevitable. He tread lightly, the sound of his polished shoes muted by specially designed soles, filling the space with an eerie silence. Surveying the surroundings, he slipped a hand into his suit jacket, discreetly gripping his firearm. He was confident that his target, Solomon Daminett, resided here. As per the information from the London Adoption Agency indicating that Solomon had been adopted from this location. However, the current circumstances led him to a more dreadful hypothesis. A clandestine organization was knowingly amassing mutant children, grooming them as profit-making tools. They had even developed the means to identify mutants before their awakening, and this museum might merely serve as a temporary rendezvous point. This conjecture startled Coulson, for according to government records, Solomon Daminett had indeed been adopted, yet the identity of the adoptive parents remained conspicuously absent. What did this imply? It suggested that this organization wielded considerable influence within the British government. The decaying sun never sets empire reeked of the old landlord class. Coulson felt compelled to investigate whether the British Child Protection Agency was colluding with these shadowy organizations, further victimizing innocent children. In that instant, a sense of mission surged within Coulson. He resolved to persistently track this organization, for the sake of those already persecuted and those yet to be. He contemplated a certain individual. Perhaps saving mutant children would evoke a sense of atonement in Melinda, aiding her recovery from the events on Bahrain Island. In a fleeting moment, Coulson's thoughts raced, and he momentarily lowered his guard. Although still gripping his weapon, he pressed a hand to his earpiece. Let the action team conduct a search. There is not a soul here. Of course, Coulson would not find Salomon, as he was currently meandering through the streets of Hong Kong, blissfully unaware that his actions had led others to perceive Kamartaj as a den of thieves. Westerners hardly know how to make chicken soup. They use pressure cookers. At this remark, Wu Guiwei became quite animated, insisting that proper soup must be made in a clay pot. Oh, I wasn't referring to you, Annie. You need not comprehend what Westerners means. Salomon found himself at a loss for words, unsure from where to begin his grievances. Instead, he gently pinched the cheek of Wu Guiwei's daughter, Alice Clifford, who gazed back at him with an expression of helplessness. As a reclusive individual, he recognized this as the pinnacle of his life. The reason he saw no one was simple. Upon opening the door, he had unwittingly stepped into a mirrored space. The spatial manipulation magic of Kamartaj was unparalleled, and when non-Kamartaj members opened that door, they would automatically enter a pre-existing mirrored realm, which could be summoned or dismissed at will to prevent unauthorized personnel from intruding upon the London Sanctum. Thus, it was as though the London Sanctum possessed two doors. Coulson had merely opened the incorrect one. S-H-I-E-L-D would never grasp the elusive tale of Kamartaj. Chapter 17. The first encounter with the Dark Dimension. The exact moment when humanity first fashioned a mirror remains a mystery. Initially, humans gazed into the water's surface, akin to Narcissus of ancient Greece, who beheld his own reflection and thus recognized his image. In numerous ancient cultures, the reflection in water was often regarded as a vessel for one's soul. Seeing one's reflection was considered perilous. Therefore, upon the creation of the first mirror, it was instinctively perceived as a magical object. Indeed, the mirror became the initial tool for humanity to glimpse other realms. Although the images reflected might not always represent reality, mirrors resonate with their subjects, be it the environment, reality, or the self. Consequently, many legends emerged, suggesting that mirrors held the gateway to another world. As Solomon prepared to practice his sorcery, the Elder provided a more secure environment, the mirror dimension. The simplest means of accessing this realm was by donning the suspended ring of Kamartaj. Solomon perceived the ring as a shortcut bestowed upon the sorcerers of Kamartaj by the Elder. The Elder inscribed spells upon the ring, enabling the sorcerers to effortlessly wield the profound magic of the teleportation portal. The Supreme Sorcerer linked the distance of the portal and the expanse of the mirror dimension to the sorcerer's magical energy rather than their mastery of spells. This seemingly lazy approach not only circumvented numerous complications, but also bestowed unparalleled mobility upon Kamartaj's sorcerers, with even the Supreme Sorcerer occasionally utilizing the ring. Today's lesson was deliberately conducted within the mirror dimension, not solely to prevent destruction in the real world, but also to shield the other sorcerers of Kamartaj from knowledge they ought not to possess. Solomon, your scar is a testament to wisdom, a qualification to attain true sagacity, and it bestows upon you knowledge, the Elder proclaimed, clad in a black ceremonial robe, standing before Solomon. Yet within this universe lies an endless array of dangers, which you have yet to encounter. You must truly experience them. Dangers? Solomon murmured, glancing at his hands. He wore a black robe akin to the Elder's, yet draped over it was a crimson shroud made of sacred cloth, reaching down to his calves, secured by 7 silver chains. Following the incineration of a previous shroud, the Elder had crafted a new one, imbued with protective spells. After undergoing a healing process, Solomon appeared notably thinner, his hair cropped short, emanating an air of coldness. Indeed, the Elder affirmed, such as Dormammu, who incessantly watches over this planet, yearning to engulf Earth within his dark dimension. Only a few senior sorcerers of Kamartaj have heard this name, yet today's lesson is beyond their experiences. Which is why I chose you to learn. Learn what? Solomon inquired. Learn balance. The Elder placed her hand upon Solomon's forehead, channeling the star body projection spell. This marked Solomon's inaugural experience with this magic, a manifestation of the soul and spirit, indistinguishable from his physical form. Subsequently, without hesitation, the supreme sorcerer forcefully propelled Solomon's spirit, who then felt himself plummeting at an astonishing velocity into a vividly colored tunnel. Everything around him, be it starlight or scenery, twisted rapidly, the swift changes in hue nearly inducing violent nausea. Solomon felt minuscule, helplessly racing through myriad dimensions and spaces. However, liberation soon followed. Upon passing through a pitch-black curtain, he ceased to descend and beheld a realm of utter darkness. Here, countless shattered planets were stained black, sprouting grotesque, aberrant appendages, resembling repulsive tumors. Every object in this starry void was cloaked in a viscous, dark energy, a nauseating array of colors swirling upon them. Solomon widened his eyes to observe, yet could not retain any image. The bizarre colors of the darkness flooded his vision, accompanied by an unceasing, maddening whisper echoing in his ears. Solomon drifted through the celestial bodies like an ant, losing all sense of time in this realm, continuously subjected to the onslaught of frenzied utterances. Just as he believed madness was imminent, he caught sight of an enormous face, seemingly crafted from the same viscous black energy, with eyes the size of planets. Upon noticing Solomon, the face's owner unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through Solomon's spirit, shattering the distorted planets around him. Even with his ears covered, the sound penetrated into his very soul, an indistinguishable cacophony of curses and maledictions. The colossal hand of the face's master swept from the darkness towards Solomon, akin to standing beneath a collapsing mountain. Accompanied by fierce winds and falling meteors, he could only gaze upward, witnessing a shadow that could envelop an entire planet bearing down upon him. The sheer terror of this monstrous descent rendered him trembling. When Solomon awakened, he found himself still within the mirrored space of Camartage, the elder seated opposite him. Solomon sat cross-legged on the ground, his complexion pale, drenched in cold sweat. His mind clouded with dizziness, the disconcerting whispers and nausea lingering in his thoughts. All he longed for was to purge his stomach and sink into a deep slumber. What was that? He managed to muster the strength to ask the elder. Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, the elder replied, her expression unchanging. I believe you have encountered him. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Solomon nodded. Indeed, the supreme sorcerer's approach to Solomon's education starkly contrasted with that of Strange's future tutelage. The Ancient One merely aimed to provide Strange with a cursory understanding of the dark dimension, ensuring he did not fall into Dormammu's trap. Thus, Strange had only glimpsed the dark dimension. However, for Solomon, the Ancient One chose to confront him directly with the dark dimension, intending to impart all her knowledge of it. The elder's expectations for the two were disparate, as she intended for Solomon to shoulder a more formidable burden. The supreme sorcerer recognized Solomon's innate knowledge, even without entering Camartage. Solomon was destined to become a sufficiently powerful sorcerer. Thus, this weight was imposed upon him. In this realm, for every fade, there must be a core. The exterior must remain unblemished, and if blood is shed, the interior must be preserved. If the inner workings leak, it could spell disaster for the entire clan. If the facade invites someone to share a smoke, it may require the elimination of an individual. If Strange is to become the face of Camartage, the elder intends for Solomon to embody its core. The Ancient One not only drew upon the powers of the Vishanti, but also derived immense strength from the dark dimension, enabling her to surpass ordinary sorcerers and even contend with deities like Odin. This was knowledge Solomon lacked. Yet, even if he were aware, he would harbor no resentment towards the supreme sorcerer. He is not the protagonist of a typical dragon-slaying saga, where everyone is obliged to treat him with unreciprocated kindness. Such a notion is utterly implausible. Solomon has never considered himself to be of great significance, nor does he possess any so-called aura of dominion. He is acutely aware of his own laziness. If he can recline, he will not sit. The esteemed one has undoubtedly nurtured a child without kin for a purpose, a truth that Solomon comprehends all too well. In fact, even if the supreme mage had not steered Solomon toward the exploration of the dark dimension, his insatiable curiosity for knowledge and magic would eventually lead him there. Now, having an experienced mentor is indeed a fortuitous advantage. Consequently, Solomon nodded, expressing his profound interest in the dark dimension. Nevertheless, the esteemed one harbored a tinge of guilt, fully aware of the perilous nature of the dark dimension. Yet she had thrust Salomon into its depths. Perhaps this is the subconscious reason behind her preferential treatment of him. Balance and restraint are the lessons you must learn, Salomon. The esteemed one lowered her head, grasping her teacup, wishing to conceal her expression from Salomon. This is your first lesson. Chapter 18. Tritiglia. From that day forth, Salomon was subjected to the personal tutelage of the Supreme Sorcerer daily. Although other sorcerers from Kamar Taj could pose inquiries to the esteemed master, each possessed unique insights. The spells contained within the Book of Vishanti alone were sufficient to occupy a lifetime of practice. Yet, Salomon's studies extended beyond these incantations. He sought to grasp the truths of the dark dimension. Consequently, his outward demeanor merely reflected pallor, devoid of the flesh crystallization that typically accompanied exposure to the dark realm. Nevertheless, this rigorous curriculum weighed heavily upon him, leaving him mentally drained and unable to wield a greater array of spells. The likes of the Ancient One, who could audaciously siphon dark energy, were singular in the universe. Salomon remained too inexperienced. Until one day, the Supreme Sorcerer paused Salomon's exploration of the dark void. You must pay a visit to someone, or rather, a deity. The master gestured toward the plump serpent resting on Salomon's desk. She has already extended her assistance. Now, you must heed her terms. A frown crossed Salomon's face. In Greek mythology, Athena was not known for her amiable temperament. He vividly recalled the tale of Arcane, transformed into a spider, and understood that deities presiding over law and order were seldom agreeable. Though Athena was not a true deity in the Torrel universe, her partial divinity implied a corresponding disposition. Do you require something from me? Salomon asked, astonished, for he could scarcely envision a Greek deity seeking the aid of a mere sorcerer. However, the Supreme Sorcerer perceived it differently. Do not underestimate yourself, Salomon. You are exceptional. She must have recognized your talents at the British Museum, prompting her to assist a mortal. Go forth, do not dawdle, and bring a gift. This serpent will guide you. As instructed, Athena, now known by her Roman name Minerva, had authored a book entitled The Hero's Journey, which intricately detailed the connections between fact and myth. Though its sales had not met expectations. To locate her, one must journey to Mount Athena in New York, where she operated an orphanage. Salomon's anxiety dissipated upon recalling the Ancient One's reputation, a stature forged through her own deeds rather than mere accolades from the Book of Vishanti. According to the Ancient One, the Greek pantheon was among the most restless on earth, intertwined with a race known as the Eternals, who had represented the Greek deities on earth. While the specifics eluded Salomon, he inferred that the Eternals and the remaining Greek gods had long since vanished, and with the Ancient One's ascendance, he could surmise the timeline. Once, the Supreme Sorcerer had emerged, vanquishing countless interdimensional beings attempting to invade Earth, and Salomon speculated that the so-called deities on Earth were no exception. The Ancient One was the mightiest sorcerer in the multiverse, and Salomon brimmed with confidence in his mentor. Emerging from a secluded alley, Salomon found himself on the bustling streets of New York. He tucked the plump little white serpent into his sleeve, its cold scales coiling around his arm eliciting an unfamiliar sensation. Yet he bore it, for the master had indicated that this creature would be key to finding Athena. He felt the serpent stirring beneath his sleeve, its head bobbing and tongue flicking as it sought direction. Are you certain this is the way? Is your path a straight line? Salomon inquired, peering into the serpent's round eyes, only to discern a hint of disdain reflected back at him. Alas, little one, I do not speak your serpentine tongue, nor am I a druid versed in nature's arcana. I cannot comprehend your language. I had hoped to resolve this with a nod or shake of my head. Would that suffice? The throngs of passers-by were drawn to Salomon, captivated by his vibrant red robe adorned with silver clasps, a garment that exuded opulence, especially with a serpent coiling tightly around his arm, causing onlookers to recoil in trepidation. Yet, Salomon remained oblivious, his focus solely on the serpent, which guided him like an arrow hovering on a game screen toward his destination. Standing before a wide apartment door, he gently knocked, and it opened. Greetings, goddess of the arts, Tritiglia, maiden palace of Athens. Salomon Daminit is at your service. As Athena accepted the serpent from his arm, he remained motionless, bowing to the deity while presenting a bottle of wine as a gift. I know your name. Come inside. Athena smiled as she accepted the offering, gesturing for Salomon to enter. Perhaps due to her divine status, Athena's apartment was adorned with exquisite marble sculptures reminiscent of ancient Greece, some gilded in gold. In the center of the living room lay an enormous white wool rug, complemented by a white sofa, with apples set out for guests, and a brown owl perched on the windowsill. "Why are you so reserved?" Athena inquired after pouring him a glass of water, noticing Salomon's composed posture on the sofa. "Do you truly believe in the tales of myth?" Salomon found himself momentarily speechless. "Surely your mentor has not failed to commend your humility?" Athena remarked with a smile. "You are one of the few to receive the Supreme Sorcerer's true teachings. Naturally, I require your assistance, but not at this moment. Rather, in the future." Chapter 19. Pegasus, the true legacy of the Supreme Sorcerer? Salomon wore an expression of uncertainty. Ever since he traversed the dark dimension, he no longer naively believed that the true legacy of the Supreme Sorcerer pertained to the spells of the Vishanti. The Book of Vishanti was prominently displayed on the library's shelves, accessible to any mage of Camartage. Unlike Hogwarts, Camartage did not require students to take final examinations. The knowledge one could acquire was entirely at their discretion. The Supreme Sorcerer had openly shared the spells of the Vishanti with all members of the Mage's Order, leaving no secrets concealed. What remained hidden, however, were the spells concerning the dark dimension. Salomon understood the peril of that knowledge. Although the library contained information on how to communicate with Dormammu, the more profound secrets were meticulously guarded by the Supreme Sorcerer. Noticing Salomon's somewhat unnatural demeanor, Athena chuckled, remarking that even the Supreme Sorcerer appeared youthful in her presence, albeit merely over 1,000 years old. To beings like her, the dark dimension was hardly a profound mystery. Salomon felt an urge to flee. He could not fathom how the Supreme Sorcerer coped with such immortal beings. The extensive knowledge accrued over centuries rendered the lives of ordinary mortals utterly transparent to them. Furthermore, as the goddess of wisdom, Athena's mastery of magic was indubitably formidable. Yet, Salomon held deep respect for the Supreme Sorcerer's power. She stood on equal footing with the Father of Gods. Even seated upon the sofa, Athena exuded the fierce essence of an Amazonian warrior. Despite her alluring beauty, her words bore an unmistakable offensive edge. "I adhere to the covenant." Yet it does not imply that the other Greek deities share in this sentiment. They are merely compelled to bow to the Supreme Sorcerer's magic. Have you not pondered why the Supreme Sorcerer, having achieved immortality through magic, still seeks to cultivate you? Salomon narrowed his eyes, contemplating a multitude of thoughts in an instant. The Supreme Sorcerer's plan to abandon her corporeal form had long been set in motion. She had borne the weight of Earth's safety for over a millennium. This burden had indeed wearied her, and coupled with the encroachment of the dark dimension, Salomon wholeheartedly agreed that she deserved a tranquil retirement, a chance to explore the mysteries of the cosmos. However, he was reminded of Odin, whose lifespan was no secret among the 9 realms. Once, Odin and the Supreme Sorcerer were evenly matched, and Earth had remained an independent vassal of Asgard. Yet now, the crown prince of Asgard, Thor, had not exhibited the wisdom befitting a future king. It was uncertain whether Odin had struck any agreements with the Supreme Sorcerer. He might fear that Earth would sever ties with the 9 realms upon his demise, or that the Supreme Sorcerer would lead the Mage's Order in a counteroffensive against Asgard. Thus, the Supreme Sorcerer might be executing her departure concurrently with Odin's death. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether he would, in his final moments, impose a show of Asgard's dominance upon Earth. Moreover, for beings like Odin and the Supreme Sorcerer, death of the physical form did not equate to the end of existence. Simultaneously, Salomon began to grasp why the Supreme Sorcerer had chosen him to study the knowledge of the dark dimension. Beyond the mark of sanctity, his inherent traits were remarkably suitable. His remarkable lethargy and almost insatiable detachment rendered him inscrutable. Should Dormammu attempt to tempt him with power, Salomon would scarcely deign to acknowledge it. If Dormammu whispered in his ear, he might well retort with a string of profanities, sparing none of Dormammu's female progenitors from his disdain. Countless times, while traversing the dark dimension, Dormammu would discover Salomon, who, despite knowing resistance was futile, would unleash a merciless mental assault upon the Lord of the dark dimension. After all, their fates were intertwined in an inescapable dance of death. Yet, when confronted with the Supreme Sorcerer's reproach, Salomon could only feign ignorance, attributing his words to phrases gleaned from the internet, absolving himself of the brief internet outage experienced by Camartage. If Dormammu were to tempt Salomon with knowledge, he might indeed be ensnared, for magic was the sole pursuit that piqued his interest. Athena's words, too, had crossed Salomon's mind. When the supreme sorcerer relinquished her burdens, the multiverse would undoubtedly take notice. The various dark deities, previously suppressed by her, might very well initiate a frenzied revelry, partaking in a gluttonous feast to divide Earth amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the new supreme sorcerer had yet to fully mature, necessitating Salomon's support to uphold Kamartaj's facade, much like the former supreme sorcerer had done. Salomon, with his utmost malice, could surmise the Greek pantheon's sentiments. It was not difficult to believe they harbored resentment towards the supreme sorcerer. In such a scenario, whether it be Zeus or Hades, they might tentatively attempt to reconstruct Olympus upon Earth. The young mage regarded the golden-haired goddess with a look of skepticism, unable to decipher the nature of Athena's relationship with the other Greek gods. The supreme sorcerer's foresight has not faltered. It seems you have surmised some truths. Athena acknowledged with a nod upon witnessing the change in Salomon's expression. Although she could not read his thoughts, the light of wisdom allowed her to make astute inferences. I hope you will continue the supreme sorcerer's mission, safeguarding Earth from those deities. I trust that is not sufficient motivation for you to seek my assistance at the British Museum, Salomon replied, his expression devoid of emotion. He held little faith in any fortuitous offerings from the heavens. Behind every seemingly innocuous favor lurked the potential for treachery. My future existence hinges upon your consent. And this is a transaction, Athena proclaimed, extending her palm to reveal a small white sculpture, no larger than half a hand. It depicted a vividly detailed Pegasus, adorned with a finely gilded bridle upon its head. Salomon could not discern the material, for its surface gleamed as smoothly as marble, yet it felt unexpectedly warm to the touch. Pegasus was the only thought that crossed Salomon's mind. The only winged horse associated with Athena was indeed Pegasus. Was it not part of the constellation? Do you find that plausible? I have warned you not to conflate human myths with reality. You ought to read the works I have penned. Therein lies the truth, Athena retorted, her displeasure evident, though tempered by her respect for the supreme sorcerer and Salomon's contrition. Even Zeus lacks the power to arrange the stars, and the notion of the constellation Pegasus is sheer folly. It is merely my personal summoned creature. I once lent this steed to Bellerophon to vanquish the Chimera. Now, I entrust it to you, with a condition, until the end of your days. Chapter 20. Aegis, the life form of Pegasus, piqued Solomon's curiosity, for upon gazing at the small statue, he was immediately reminded of a renowned summoned beast. This creature was a steadfast companion to a male drow ranger who often roamed the northern lands of Faer. Indeed, it was none other than Gonador, a celestial magical entity. The so-called astral realm is a vast, boundless sphere, enveloped by a crystalline silver sky. Rarely, one might encounter a few solid forms. Yet to refer to the astral realm as a plane is a misnomer. It is, in truth, a purely spiritual domain, the silver void that separates all planes. Solomon raised the statue to his eyes, meticulously observing the intricate carving. He was now nearly convinced that the so-called Pegasus was indeed a celestial magical creature, with little connection to the legendary Medusa or Poseidon. He wondered how Athena, or any of the other Greek deities, captured this winged horse from the astral realm. Yet he remained cautious. Despite Athena's repeated assertions that the Greek myths crafted by humanity diverged greatly from reality, if she had truly lent the steed to Bellerophon, then it was a fact that Pegasus had cast Bellerophon from the sky, rendering him both crippled and blind. After clasping the statue of the winged horse in his palm, Solomon bowed in gratitude to Athena. On the surface, his display of etiquette was flawless. However, Athena, the goddess of wisdom within the Greek pantheon, easily perceived Solomon's apprehensions. Leaning forward with an imposing presence, she inquired if he was still unsatisfied. Solomon lowered his head even further. At 12 years of age, he was in a critical developmental stage, and Athena's attire was rather loose. A furtive glance revealed far too much, both in form and color, leaving him unable to look again. The surge of hormones was overwhelming for one of his age, an experience beyond the control of mere thought. Athena, noticing the boy's discomfort, did not withdraw immediately but instead leaned in closer, her attire contrasting sharply with the ancient Greek decor of the room. Her garments resembled a blend of Cretan Minoan and local Greek women's fashion, with a slender waist cinched by a metallic belt, cascading into a beautifully layered conical skirt. Yet, to suit the times, her upper half bore a flowing, spacious chiton, with slender ties replacing the ancient pins, and the fabric transformed from sheepskin to soft cotton. As a member of the Greek pantheon that had evolved since the Cretan era, Athena bore no psychological barriers regarding her exposed bosom. She embraced it as a weapon, believing her beauty worthy of admiration and pride. Indeed, Solomon nearly hid behind the sofa. Although Athena was a virgin goddess, she did not shy away from male admiration. In fact, she preferred the reverence of heroes over mere affection, nurturing young champions and earning the title of Mother of Heroes. Despite the Supreme Mage's formidable prowess, iron and blood were more befitting of heroes. However, the Ancient One had meticulously orchestrated Solomon's educational path, leaving no room for Athena's interference. Otherwise, it would be an encroachment. Perhaps there was an opportunity for her to teach Solomon the art of wielding spear and shield? Surely, the Supreme Mage would not object to that notion. Athena's thoughts raced. Her sole desire was to forge a connection with Solomon, although she sensed the essence of the dark dimension within him. The absence of the expected crystallization indicated that he had indeed withstood its trials. How could such a person not become a hero? Had Solomon been privy to Athena's musings, he might have chuckled, for he had no intention of becoming a hero. He merely aimed to fulfill his own obligations. The adage, "With great power comes great responsibility," was nothing but nonsense to him. Rather, it was, "With great power comes great privilege." He would protect those he wished to safeguard, motivated by the power and favor bestowed upon him by the Supreme Mage. Confucius had long stated that one should not meddle in affairs beyond their position, and Solomon intended to adhere to this wisdom, focusing solely on the enigmatic occurrences of the arcane world, remaining uninvolved in the trivialities of mundane governance. Anyone who had beheld the magnificent starry sky could never lower themselves to petty squabbles. Camartage's elevated self-perception was not born of unfounded arrogance. Athena appeared to have an epiphany, her demeanor brightening as she rose and departed the living room, leaving Solomon panting within. Shortly thereafter, she returned, bearing a round object cloaked in sheepskin. "This is my shield, Aegis," she proclaimed, extending her delicate arm to present the object before Solomon. "Surely, you have heard the tales of this shield." As Athena dramatically unveiled the sheepskin covering, Solomon instinctively closed his eyes. The legend of this shield was too iconic. Anyone acquainted with Greek mythology knew that the center of Athena's shield bore the head of Medusa, capable of petrifying anyone who beheld it, even the fabled Kraken. "Fear not, for you are not mortal. As long as you do not wish for Medusa's head to take effect, no one shall be turned to stone," Athena reassured him. Upon hearing her voice, Solomon cautiously reopened his eyes to scrutinize the shield. It was crafted from bronze, glimmering with hints of gold, its circular surface marked with 4 diamond-shaped emblems. At its center lay a sculpted visage of a woman with serpents for hair, her expression one of anguish, yet her eyes remained closed. This shield was far more than a mere defensive tool. It served as both shield and armor. "This is also my token of affection for you, Solomon," Athena said with a smile. The poor boy's face flushed crimson. This was Athena's solution to satisfy her peculiar inclination. As long as Solomon wielded her shield in battle, everyone would recognize his connection to her. Should Solomon achieve heroic feats, the sight of foes petrified by the shield would naturally evoke thoughts of Athena. Such an arrangement fell well within the Supreme Mage's approval, for both Mordo and Caecilius within Camartage had significant character flaws, and while the next Supreme Mage had already been chosen, they were yet to mature. Thus, the Supreme Mage hoped for Solomon's continued growth and strength. This encounter proved immensely beneficial for Solomon. 2 powerful magical artifacts would significantly enhance his capabilities, ensuring his self-preservation even as a novice mage. However, as a condition, he would be required to visit Athena's abode frequently, at least once a month, for she had taken note of his performance. To become a hero, one must remain indifferent to beauty. Athena intended to train Solomon diligently in this regard while imparting knowledge of the arts, for she perceived Camartage's asceticism as lacking in artistic refinement. This was an unavoidable circumstance, Solomon mused, though the enormity of it was truly overwhelming. Chapter 21. Solomon's arduous learning life. The supreme sorcerer felt a profound sense of helplessness regarding Solomon's lackluster performance. When faced with Athena's request, the venerable master could only reluctantly acquiesce. He believed that young people should seize their youth to learn as much as possible, and as long as Solomon kept up with his magical studies, that sufficed. The Ancient One had to admit that within the Camartage headquarters nestled in the Himalayas, few possessed a refined taste for the arts. At least in comparison to Athena, others seemed woefully inadequate, even the venerable master who had lived for over a millennium. Apart from the accumulated artifacts from around the world, there was scarcely anything that reflected the profound historical and cultural essence of Kamatash. Even though the bowl from which Solomon dined was a Tang Dynasty teacup, it could not alter the fact that Kamatash's aesthetic sensibilities were exceedingly lacking. The emphasis in Kamatash lay in asceticism, with garments fashioned from simple dark linen and cotton. Even the meals served in the cafeteria consisted solely of plain vegetables. Did the venerable master truly remain oblivious to why so many flocked to the Hong Kong temple at mealtime? Moreover, Athena's gifts were indeed heartfelt. Either the Pegasus or the Aegis could serve Solomon for a lifetime. The fact that these treasures were bestowed upon him indicated Athena's genuine concern for Solomon, which provided the Ancient One with some reassurance. At least she need not worry about Athena leading Solomon astray. However, Solomon had little interest in learning to wield the shield and spear in combat. To him, the primary function of the Aegis was to defend against attacks that the Seraphim shield and the Ragador ring could not withstand. He did not require the shield to be thrown like Captain America, for with the modifications made by the venerable master, the Ragador ring had become a spell that balanced offense and defense, making the use of an additional shield redundant. Furthermore, Solomon harbored significant concerns regarding the safety of Pegasus. Should he be required to mount the creature, he would undoubtedly be prepared with a feather fall spell to avert any unforeseen accidents. Athena's beauty was undeniable, yet it posed a challenge for Solomon. This was not due to any particular feelings he harbored for Athena, but rather because these ancient Greek goddesses seemed to disregard the notion of privacy, blurring the lines between genders. Due to his own physical development, Solomon often found himself resorting to the mechanized mind spell to focus during lessons. Each month, he would carve out time to travel to Mount Athena in New York to study sculpture and art appreciation, perform magic tricks for the children in Athena's orphanage, and engage in mundane subjects such as mathematics, biology, chemistry, and physics, all essential for secular students. The venerable master was quite pleased that Solomon found a teacher to instruct him in the sciences. In addition to the small language studies, alchemy, and potion-making assigned by the supreme sorcerer, Solomon rose early each morning to practice self-defense and the seemingly endless white magic from the Book of Vishanti. He felt busier than he ever had during his own preparations for college entrance examinations. He believed he might possess a greater breadth of knowledge than seventh-year students preparing for NWTS at Hogwarts, should such a place exist. Under the immense weight of his studies, had it not been for his ability to employ the scholar's touch spell to read an entire book in an instant, he would have scarcely found time to eat. Solomon had begun to understand the arduous nature of the education endured by great sorcerers during their apprenticeships. Occasionally, when he gazed upon the 3 rings adorning his right hand, he found it hard to believe. Logically, the Vishanti would not easily forgive a spellcaster who siphoned magical energy. Yet the trinity of Vishanti seemed to have spared him. Solomon could only speculate that this leniency was due to the liberation of his sacred mark, which bore some inexplicable connection to the tree of life he had glimpsed in his dreams, a mystery he must unravel on his own. To this end, he delved into the modern Golden Dawn's research on the tree of life in the library, seeking some foundational knowledge, which only served to increase his burdens. Were it not for his youth, he would be greatly concerned about his receding hairline. Fortunately, the venerable master recognized the necessity of balancing work and rest, granting Solomon a day off each week. On such days, not only did he avoid confronting the dark dimension, but he also refrained from the practical applications of alchemy and potion-making. He could simply lie in bed and sleep undisturbed. Solomon's diligence did not go unnoticed by others within Kamatash. Thus, when he presented his crafted dimensional bag, no one found it peculiar. Although the magic was somewhat unconventional, it was not dark magic. Rather, it was simply a form of magic that did not enhance combat abilities. To retrieve items, one merely needed to don the suspended ring and conjure a portal. The supreme sorcerer was immensely satisfied with Solomon's accomplishments, not solely because he had embroidered intricate patterns upon the leather satchel, but because Solomon had not fixated on destructive or self-defensive magics. Instead, he exhibited a genuine interest in the entirety of magic, rather than merely in combat applications. This represented 2 distinct attitudes. For the sorcerers of Kamatash, spells that could not be utilized in battle were deemed unnecessary to study, with 1 or 2 sufficing. Solomon, however, embraced all forms of magic, good or bad, useful or not, provided they piqued his curiosity. Such divergent approaches to learning magic naturally yielded different outcomes. In Solomon's view, a sorcerer should be a versatile character capable of addressing any scenario, always prepared with an appropriate spell. Rather than merely serving as a battlefield artillery piece, that was the realm of warlocks and telekinetics, not sorcerers. If one sought a place on the battlefield, modern technology could suffice. Why then pursue the study of magic? The winter of 2007 passed for Solomon amidst his arduous studies until the time arrived for the spring festival. This day held no special significance for those outside the Celestial Empire, and the Kamar-Taj headquarters would not partake in celebrations. Nevertheless, the Venerable Master would grant a holiday to the Hong Kong Temple, allowing everyone to observe the festival. Consequently, Solomon was afforded an additional day off that Saturday. Young Master Wang specifically came to visit him, expressing a desire to take him on an excursion to Chinatown in New York. In a hushed tone, Wang confided to Solomon, "Studying magic incessantly is not ideal. You are still quite young, and the tasks assigned by the Venerable Master are rather demanding. You should engage more with the mundane world." "I am not disparaging the Venerable Master. I merely wish for you not to become a bookworm." After completing a task in Salem, young Master Wang successfully signed a contract with the Vishanti, and he now carried himself with newfound confidence, silencing any naysayers who previously doubted his capabilities as a sorcerer. Following the signing of the contract, his magical prowess had skyrocketed, and he had ascended to the rank of a junior steward within the Hong Kong Temple. One of his key motivations for visiting Solomon was to showcase just how formidable he had become. Solomon grinned as he tossed a satchel to Wang, a gift he had prepared for his companion. Previously, he had crafted several dimensional bags. Aside from those for the Venerable Master, Mordo, and himself, he had given away the remainder. This one was specifically for young Master Wang, as his role as Solomon's adventure partner warranted such a present. Young Master Wang was thoroughly pleased with the gift, as his living expenses had become more manageable, allowing him to purchase some snacks to store within the bag, which would enable him to access food at any moment. "Let us go," Solomon declared, "for I eagerly await the chance to savor some Sichuan cuisine." Chapter 22. Components of the sorcerer's retreat. Solomon's period of study was significantly more prolonged than that of his fellow sorcerers. Not merely due to his status as a disciple of the supreme sorcerer, but rather because of his age. Kamar-Taj would never permit a minor to hold a position within the temple. Regardless of Solomon's formidable magical prowess, he was still perceived as someone in need of education. Consequently, he harbored no ambition for rapid advancement, instead adhering diligently to the curriculum established by the supreme sorcerer and Athena on a daily basis. This foundational knowledge would prove invaluable to Solomon in the future. Had he, like Strange, relied on translation software to peruse the deciphered tomes of magic, he would find himself utterly helpless when confronted with arcane texts in desolate, networkless ruins. A mastery of language does not equate to the ability to decode the secret messages concealed within symbols or texts, such as magical runes. These codes do not belong to the lexicon of written language, and the reading of magical tomes necessitates a process of decryption, as do the sorcerer's spellbooks and scrolls, where transcription carries its own risks of failure. Thus, the elders placed great emphasis on Solomon's linguistic education, and to ensure he gained insight into contemporary society, for it was believed that Solomon understood magic but not science. The Ancient One arranged for him to be enrolled in a school under the auspices of the London Sanctum, where he would eventually partake in examinations upon reaching the appropriate age. By the age of 7, he had already sat for the Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2 assessments, and with these SATs results, he would seamlessly transition into the required entrance examinations at 13. Although he had never attended school, the London Sanctum resolved this issue with financial means. This was a novel approach for Kamar-Taj, as typically, children of appropriate age practiced martial arts and attended mundane schools. For instance, Alice Gulliver, the daughter of Guardian Wu Guiwei of the Hong Kong Sanctum, merely came to Kamar-Taj's headquarters to learn self-defense. No minor had ever devoted themselves to the study of magic as wholly as Solomon, while he seemed unfazed by this lifestyle, which bordered on isolation, finding joy in it instead. The Ancient One harbored concerns that such detachment from the mundane world might cultivate a reclusive disposition in Solomon. At times, the elder even questioned whether he had inadvertently passed on his own overly subdued temperament to Solomon. This could not be allowed, for such a demeanor would fail to intimidate the other dimensional beings that sought to invade Earth. The joys of a reclusive existence are beyond the imagination of others. Salomon delighted in changing the posters in his room every 3 months. Thanks to his linguistic abilities, he could swiftly access new shows without the need for translation. Others struggled to comprehend Salomon's happiness. So long as he had internet access and sustenance, he could remain comfortably ensconced indoors, venturing out only when necessary. Save for his occasional trips to Athena Mountain. This month, his virtual companion was a girl named Hero. Adorned with a wolf's tail and ears, an irrefutable choice from the recent January 2008 anime lineup. To outsiders, this lifestyle appeared exceedingly peculiar. Countless times, the young sorcerer attempted to coax Salomon from his room for a stroll through the streets, only to be met with refusal. The incessant rain of London proved discomforting, and should he desire fish and chips or a visit to the British Museum, he would venture forth on his own. As for New York, it was best to avoid showing his face there, given the unpredictable emergence of a green giant wreaking havoc. However, he frequented Hong Kong, becoming a regular at the street food stalls outside the sanctum, and had mastered conversational Cantonese to engage with the vendors. As for entertainment, what could possibly rival the enchantment of magic? My dear friend, is there anything in this world more fascinating than the most wondrous of arts? The only source of discomfort for Salomon lay in the necessity of occasionally confronting the dark dimensions. At my age, I had already met my wife, Audria. Caecilius was exceedingly kind to Salomon. Though he often trained rigorously in self-defense, he displayed endless patience when guiding Salomon. He urged Salomon to venture outside more often, rather than immersing himself solely in tomes, reminding him that Camartage's responsibilities were not yet so burdensome as to require his contributions. He suggested that Salomon should meet some girls at school, warning that remaining at Camartage would render him akin to a weary elder. If my child were still alive, he would likely be of Salomon's age, and perhaps I would take the risk of allowing him to sample the taste of beer. In any case, seclusion was not beneficial. If Salomon wished to engage in physical activity, he should seek Caecilius. It was said that Caecilius was introduced by Baron Mordo, for Camartage's mission has always been to extend a helping hand to those in need, provided they possessed magical potential. Apart from those personally recruited by the elders, such as Salomon and Strange, nearly all sorcerers entered through similar paths. The original Camartage was established by the Ancient One through such means. The elders' philosophy resembled a retreat from worldly concerns, for only those who had nearly lost everything were drawn to Camartage's protective mission for Earth, free from the temptations of material wealth and honor, wholly committed to the responsibility of battling other dimensional threats. Therefore, Camartage emphasized asceticism, aiming to soothe the tormented souls of its practitioners. While such ideals are not without merit, the Ancient One's selection criteria have endured for over a millennium, standing the test of time. Yet, there remain many apprentices akin to Caecilius, as not all individuals are inclined to immerse themselves in the world of magic like Salomon. Some are attracted by Camartage's principles, such as Mordo, who willingly became a sorcerer in resistance to other dimensional entities, holding the Ancient One in profound reverence for his centuries-long dedication to this cause. Additionally, there are those from sorceress lineages, descendants of the initial disciples who trained at Camartage, such as Wang and Wu Guiwei. This group constitutes an essential part of Camartage. They have spent their lives under its tutelage, with several of their ancestors having approached the esteemed rank of Supreme Sorcerer, only to be outlasted by the elders. Nevertheless, they remain significant supporters of the Ancient One. Conversely, those who transition from the mundane world often lack purity of purpose. They harbor regrets from their former lives. Caecilius, for instance, seeks to reunite with his wife. Others may pursue magic merely as a means to an end, with some having entered the mundane realm to attain power or engage in nefarious deeds, enjoying luxuries beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Though the elders do not harbor prejudice against material enjoyment, the Ancient One has been known to cleanse those who misuse magic with ruthless efficiency. In modern times, however, such actions have become less frequent. For the reason is simple. With the advancement of the age, the volume of information individuals consume daily far surpasses that of the past. Should the expectation be for sorcerers to remain entirely devoid of distractions, Camartage might find itself devoid of practitioners altogether. The adage water that is too clear has no fish is well understood by the esteemed ones. Thus, the Venerable Master has relaxed the criteria for selecting new members of the Camartage. The purpose of Camartage is significant, and as long as one does not wield magic for malevolent purposes and embraces the duty of safeguarding the earth, Any approach is acceptable. The only belief that the Ancient One cannot tolerate is the worship of Dormammu. It now appears that Solomon's soul may be excessively tranquil. Consequently, the Ancient One intends for Solomon to undertake certain tasks. Chapter 23. The Vampire of Port Collins. Solomon possesses some peculiar, yet largely inconsequential magic. A fact well known among those in Camartage. Apprentices residing in the Himalayan headquarters occasionally witness Solomon seated upon an invisible floating object, a bedsheet in hand. As tempestuous winds whip past him, during these moments, he would wave the sheet, propelled forward by the gales, until he inevitably collided with a wall. Often, they would also glimpse Baron Modu trailing behind him, each time appearing exasperated, yet despite his frantic attempts to catch Solomon, who sailed through Camartage like a leaf on the wind, he never succeeded. Modu harbored a degree of discontent regarding Solomon's focus on these trivial magics. In his view, Solomon ought to seize his youth to learn potent spells that would serve him well in the battles of the outer dimensions. However, when Modu voiced his concerns to the Supreme Sorcerer, the Elder merely replied that it was Solomon's own choice, and Camartage would not interfere with one's magical pursuits. If Solomon chose to study magic for its amusement, the Elder would not intervene. The belief that magic incapable of combat is inferior is prevalent in Camartage, and Modu is no exception. Thus, he constantly seeks to correct Solomon's misguided notions, attempting to steer him towards becoming a competent sorcerer. Yet, whenever Modu approached, Solomon would deftly retreat into the mirror dimension, eluding capture. Solomon felt a twinge of impatience with Modu's inexplicable insistence. To him, it was not magic that was lacking, but rather the lack of capable sorcerers. Any seemingly inconsequential spell could yield profound results. Even during his training in Camartage, he could hold his own against numerous lesser apprentices using his mastery of the Torrel crystal wall and Vishanti spells. Of course, were he to face Caecilius or Modu, they would not grant him the luxury of time to recite incantations. I did not wish for you to venture out so soon, Solomon. The Elder poured a generous spoonful of honey into Solomon's tea. Solomon had never been fond of the Ancient One's taste. Every sweet delicacy she consumed was overwhelmingly saccharine. Be it orange soda or tea, a spoonful of honey was always necessary. Nevertheless, he obediently drank the overly sweetened tea, maintaining his faade of a dutiful child before the Elder. I do not want to travel either, Solomon muttered, pouting. Isn't it splendid to stay in Camartage? There's even the internet. The Ancient One appeared oblivious to Solomon's protests, pouring herself a cup of tea. I have a task for you, one that you must undertake alone. Wong has become a steward of the Hong Kong sanctuary. He lacks the time and is not suited to know of this matter. I need you to seek out a book. The clues leading to it span back 200 years. What book? Solomon inquired, curiosity piqued. He presumed it to be an exceptionally significant grimoire. It is a perilous tome, the Elder replied. This will be a lengthy endeavor. I do not expect you to find it immediately. The last lead I uncovered dates back 237 years, when a witch transformed a human into a vampire. The magic that creates vampires is derived from the Darkhold, and the Book of Vishanti serves as its perfect counter, containing corresponding counter spells for each incantation in the former. The Elder took a sip of her sweet tea and continued, Your destination is Port Collins, Maine. Do not worry. I shall arrange for your absence with Athena. Coughing and sputtering, Solomon extricated himself from the clutches of dense branches, tumbling out of the underbrush, leaves and dirt clinging to him. Once he surveyed the area and confirmed he was alone, he sighed in relief, employing a minor trick to rid himself of the debris. His portal had not opened precisely. He could hardly be blamed, for he had relied solely on a map and Camartage's planetary defense system to pinpoint his location, inadvertently landing in the thicket. Prior to his arrival in Port Collins, Solomon had researched local legends, adhering to the principle imparted by the sorcerers of his memories that one must always be well prepared when confronting adversaries. According to lore, over 2 centuries ago, the head of the esteemed Collins family, a fishing magnate named Barnabas Collins, was a vampire who was subsequently imprisoned in a coffin by enraged local residents. This tale echoed the fervor surrounding the witch trials and the Salem witch hunt, actions perpetrated by zealous Puritans, subjects of mockery among outsiders even today. Yet, based on the Elder's clues, it was evident that a vampire had indeed existed in Port Collins, leading Solomon to surmise that Barnabas Collins was likely that very vampire. However, Solomon felt a measure of disbelief. A vampire, regardless of its weakness, was not something an ordinary person could easily subdue. Yet the mention of the witch heightened his vigilance. His goal was to locate her, for if she could curse a human into vampirism, she must have had exposure to the Darkhold or knowledge pertaining to it. Salomon had also heard that the Collins estate had suffered a fire in 1972, and the current Collingwood Manor was a reconstruction, arousing his suspicions. Thus, rather than recklessly investigating Collingwood Manor, he opted to first visit the local library for further information. In 1972, Port Collins witnessed numerous significant events, including the discovery of 11 workers' corpses in the woods beside Route 9, which stirred considerable controversy and was extensively reported by local media. Amidst the old newspapers, Salomon unearthed articles detailing the incident, which described how the workers' throats had been savagely bitten, leading police to suspect a deranged killer. Additionally, a black coffin had been unearthed at the construction site along Route 9. Upon viewing the gruesome images in the newspapers, Salomon felt his heart quicken, shadows accumulating in the corners of the library. As he continued to peruse the old papers, he stumbled upon another article. That same year, an explosion had occurred at the Collins family's canning factory. The paper then recounted, with a mocking tone, the tumultuous relationship between Angelique, the matriarch of another fishing dynasty, Angel Bay, and the Collins family, alongside the mysterious disappearance of Angelique Butchett following the fire at Collingwood Manor. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became, prompting him to delve into even earlier newspapers. Salomon dedicated considerable time and effort, utilizing charms to enchant mortals, to sift through the dusty archives of the library, ultimately discovering a portrait of the Butchett family. Yet, no male members of the family had left behind an image. The identity of Angelique Butchett's father remained a topic of debate among locals. Despite the differing hair colors, Salomon immediately recognized that Angelique Butchett bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. This was the witch. Where could she be now? Chapter 24. The witch's arrival. Salomon departed from the library and hailed a taxi to Angel Bay, situated on the outskirts of town. As he entered the vehicle, he concocted an elaborate story to engage the driver in conversation. His aversion to social interaction did not preclude him from spinning a web of deceit when necessary. According to the taxi driver, a local of this unremarkable town, it lacked any significant mineral resources and offered little beyond fishing as a livelihood. The public high school's academic performance was dismal, and the youth found themselves compelled to seek opportunities in the bustling cities. In essence, this town was but a microcosm of countless ordinary agricultural and fishing communities scattered across America. Nonetheless, Salomon adeptly steered the conversation, coaxing the driver into revealing further insights, notably regarding the Collins family. This piqued the interest of the driver, a mixed-race man with dark skin who had lived in the town his entire life. He recounted how the mistress of Angel Port, before her mysterious disappearance, was a woman of captivating charm, a kind and beautiful soul he had glimpsed in his youth, Angelique Bouchard. With his distinctive accent, he elaborated animatedly, gesturing with one arm, his enthusiasm palpable even as he gripped the steering wheel. "Hey, brother, I tell you. I saw her as a child. Damn, I've never seen a woman so beautiful. To this day, she haunts my dreams. Don't let my wife hear that." "Are you doubting me? Just wait until you see her. You won't question it anymore. I can't forget how she looked in that red dress. I assure you, you wouldn't find such a beauty in any big city, not even in New York or Los Angeles. No woman could compare to her. Have you heard where Angelique Bouchard went missing?" Salomon feigned nonchalance. Surely, taxpayers like her would prompt the police to search diligently? "I don't know." The driver shrugged. "They say the Bouchard family just appeared here out of nowhere and then vanished just as suddenly. Makes sense, doesn't it?" "Indeed, it does," Salomon mused, his gaze drifting out the window. As the vehicle slowly approached Angel Port, the area had deteriorated since Angelique Bouchard's disappearance, increasingly overshadowed by the Collins family's encroachment. Fishermen refused to sell their catches to Angel Port. The once thriving canning factory lay in ruins, and the harbor was littered with decaying fishing boats and nets. Only the famished seagulls still visited, perched on rotting pilings extending into the sea, hoping to scavenge a few putrid fish. Salomon sensed a sinister web, spun from black threads emanating from the Collins family, ensnaring the entire town like a fine net used for catching sardines, sweeping up anything that couldn't slip through its mesh. Police, media, and more. Had it not been for the myriad of clues he unearthed in the library's archives, no one would suspect that the Collins family, seemingly the town's benefactor, harbored such profound darkness. Since 1972, the town had witnessed a string of murders, yet police investigations and media reports consistently fell short, hastily concluding cases. Initially, there was some interest in discussing the gruesome fates of the victims, but as time passed, apathy enveloped the town, and no one cared about those with crushed throats. There, the driver awaited him, Collins Manor. Salomon, seated in the front passenger seat, spoke first, his expression steely, as if steeling himself for what lay ahead. He intended to extract information about the witch from Barnabas Collins, and if necessary, eliminate this vampire. They are cursed, perhaps due to the considerable fare Salomon had offered. The driver seemed hesitant about taking him to that ominous place. Despite the Collins family's role in sustaining many in the town, they were not well liked. "It's fine," Salomon murmured. "I seek them for the curse." "Willie, stop drinking," Caroline Stoddard shouted from the top of the grand staircase in the living room. Even in daylight, the heavy black velvet curtains remained drawn, allowing only a few beams of light to filter through, while the rest of the room languished in shadow. Caroline, a woman of alluring curves, had not succumbed to the ravages of time. In her middle age, her figure remained captivating. Her outburst stemmed from her brother, David Collins, who had just dropped food onto the carpet. As Caroline's voice echoed, David, with his unruly black curls, shivered, the tendrils of hair on his forehead quivering. "Calm down," Caroline, a silver-haired woman seated on the sofa, interjected after moving a game piece. Though aged, her mind and movements retained their sharpness. "Don't stress David too much. And consider Willie's age. Be understanding of his slow movements. You still refuse to let me transform you into a vampire. I think you've experienced the consequences of aging." Elizabeth, across from her, sat a pallid man. His short black hair styled in a manner reminiscent of an 18th century English gentleman, adorned in a coat embellished with an array of colorful gems. He wore a lavish lace cravat around his neck. After a moment's contemplation, he moved a piece on the board. "We have rebuilt the Collins family. Look around the room. After that fire, all these exquisite sculptures and artifacts are your doing, including this." He gestured to the crystal chandelier overhead. "I hope you can witness the Collins family rise to glory once more. Aging is the joy of life, something you cannot fathom. I am weary. Let Caroline and David handle the remaining affairs." Age had not dulled Elizabeth's elegance as she declared, "Barnabas, it is your turn." Willie, where are you?" Caroline raised her voice, noticing Willie's absence. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and the hall door swung open. Willie, bald and breathless, rushed in. "Master Huff, relax. Take it easy." Barnabas, with his sharp-nailed hand, picked up a glass and approached Willie, offering it to him. "Drink, Willie, and tell me what has happened." "Someone has come." Willie gulped down the sparkling wine in one go. "Ugh, is it the police? Or the press?" Barnabas turned away from Willie, focusing on Elizabeth. "I assure you, I have handled everything. No, it's neither the police nor the press." Willie's eyes widened, fear etched upon his face. "He looks like a wizard." Chapter 25. The vampire who believes in God. Willie's words instilled a profound sense of dread in the Collins family. No one doubted the veracity of Willie's claims. He had devoted his life to serving the Collins family. Despite his baldness, alcoholism, and disheveled appearance, he remained a loyal servant. The Collins family had encountered magic before. Barnabas Collins had been transformed into a vampire due to a witch's curse, and that very witch had caused significant troubles for the family in the past. Barnabas leaned on his cane, topped with a brass handle, his 10 fingers, adorned with sharp nails, fidgeting restlessly. "Very well, Willie," Barnabas said. "Why don't we invite that wizard in? Perhaps he is merely passing by. I believe he might be amiable enough, after all. A mere iron door cannot deter a wizard." "Certainly, Master Barnabas," Willie replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he trembled while stepping out of the hall. It was important to clarify that his trembling was not out of fear, but rather a consequence of his drinking habits. Willie harbored no fondness for those who wielded magic. The last witch to cause an uproar at their home had led to the destruction of Collinwood Manor. Yet, under the support of Barnabas and Mistress Elizabeth, Collinwood Manor now stood in a much better state than before, at least equipped with central air conditioning. "Come here, children," Barnabas beckoned as he patted the sofa beside him. "We may have an ancient guest arriving. We must not allow others to perceive the Collins family as lacking in decorum." Under Barnabas's insistence, Caroline Stoddard and David Collins reluctantly seated themselves on the sofa, awaiting their guest. However, when Willie ushered the visitor into the room, A collective sigh of relief escaped the Collins family. Solomon remained unperturbed by the presence of the short-haired man before him. The moment he stepped into Collinwood Manor, he sensed an anomaly. The once lush shrubs had withered, at least half of them dead, their branches twisted and overrun with thorns. Perhaps this merely indicated that the gardener was a drunkard, but Solomon observed a far greater number of mice in the garden than in other places. Based on his investigations, the Collins family was dwindling in numbers, and the food discarded daily could hardly sustain such a multitude of rodents. The phenomena, he noted, were often indicative of a vampire's lair. Thus, Solomon was increasingly convinced that Barnabas Collins resided within the manor. The vampire cast a sidelong glance at Solomon. Now he understood that this oddly dressed little wizard was not merely a lost child, but had a purpose. Solomon's words drew the attention of the other members of the Collins family, as Caroline Stoddard, who had been languidly seated on the sofa, suddenly leaned forward, emitting a low, guttural sound. Elizabeth pressed a hand on Caroline's shoulder and inquired, "Who?" "You are seeking the assistance of the Collins family," Barnabas approached, pushing Willie aside to peer into Solomon's eyes. Suddenly, his voice softened immensely. "Pray tell, who sent you to Collinwood Manor?" "Of course, it was I who came," Solomon replied with a smile. "Your magic holds no power over me, but if it were not for your spell, I would not have been able to ascertain your identity." "Mr. Barnabas Collins." The vampire recoiled in shock, wide-eyed, as he pointed his cane at Solomon. You are indeed a wizard? How old are you?" "To be precise, I am a practitioner of the arcane arts," Solomon stated, "and I am soon to turn 13. Cough. Please take me seriously. I represent the Master of Earth, and the Order of Wizards seeks to question you." Solomon snapped his fingers, and the emblem of Kamar Taj materialized before him, a testament to his identity. Upon hearing Solomon's age, Barnabas immediately relaxed, nodding in agreement to cooperate fully, though he remained utterly oblivious to the nature of the Order of Wizards. However, it struck him as improbable that a mere 13-year-old apprentice would be dispatched to vanquish a vampire. At such an age, could he even read all the letters? The first question, Solomon directed his gaze towards those seated on the sofa. "Where is Angelique Bouchard?" "I must inquire, what is your relation to her?" Barnabas asked, perplexed. "It is of no consequence, merely that she possesses something she ought not to," Solomon replied. "For instance, she cursed you to become a vampire. Such profound magic can only stem from a perilous grimoire. The Order of Wizards suspects she has come into contact with that tome, or rather, the knowledge derived from it." "Did she not sell her soul to Satan?" Barnabas exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Acquiring knowledge from that book equates to selling one's soul to a dreadful entity. "Though not to Satan, but to another," Solomon stated as he settled onto the sofa, facing Barnabas, while Caroline glared at him with ill intent. Yet Solomon chose to disregard her, focusing intently on Barnabas until the vampire took a seat across from him. "Who?" the vampire inquired, one hand gesticulating an M shape. "Is that not the mark of Satan? Now, please tell me, where is Angelique Bouchard? My magic can completely counter her dark sorcery. She shall not stand a chance against me." "Are you implying that you could transform me back into a human?" Barnabas Collins leaned forward abruptly. "You assert that you can counter her magic, which means you can lift my curse." "Indeed, but this ties in with my second question." "Thank God." Barnabas, clearly impatient to hear more, exclaimed, "Thank God. I shall finally be free from the need to drink blood." Yet the vampire, who now found himself in an alarming predicament, audibly thanked God and even knelt in prayer. Was there something amiss with him? How had this vampire not turned to ash yet? Chapter 26. The Tale of the Witch Mr. Barnabas. "Lord Jesus, please enlighten my heart in prayer. Touch me with your hand, and grant me strength and courage in all matters. Mr. Barnabas, you are the wellspring of my salvation. Filled with joy and hope, even as I walk through darkness, your light forever shines." Solomon exhaled deeply. He had resigned himself to the notion that this vampire might be somewhat unhinged, if local legends and his investigations were to be believed. This vampire had been entombed for 200 years, and a slight derangement was only to be expected. He glanced at the Collins family seated on the opposing sofa, who showed no reaction to the vampire's behavior. Rather, they served Solomon cookies, and even the wild-spirited Caroline appeared at ease, idly fiddling with her nails. Only David Collins attempted to dissuade Barnabas, but he, too, was drawn into the prayer. "Young Master David," the vampire said, "I have sold my soul to the devil. Now only prayer can elevate me to heaven." "Does he often do this?" Solomon declined the dessert offered by the Collins family, gesturing towards his head as he inquired. Often, whenever Victoria is absent, he does this. The silver-haired Elizabeth was unperturbed by Solomon's refusal of food. She gravely informed him, "Before your arrival, many have visited our home, claiming to assist us in lifting the curse. It was only after our ancestor manifested before us that we understood the curse was indeed real. The black magic within that book can only be unraveled by the Book of Vistani." Solomon shook his head. "But, Mrs. Elizabeth, my aim is to locate that book, or rather, the papers or tomes that contain that knowledge. That is my purpose. I can assist you." Barnabas sprang up from the ground, enveloped in a chill, and sat beside Solomon with astonishing swiftness. "Angelique's collections have become relics preserved in a museum, but this is Collinsport, established by the Collins family. I can help you obtain those items, but—" "Relics?" Solomon inquired. "This brings me to my first question. Where is Angelique Bouchard?" "She is dead," Barnabas pouted. His eyes cast downward, hands resting on his cane, fingers fidgeting restlessly. "She died here, beneath her own curse." Noticing Solomon's bewilderment, Barnabas began recounting his past. "This is my fault," the vampire declared. The tale begins in 1750. At that time, Joshua Collins and Naomi Collins, accompanied by their youngest son, Barnabas Collins, he pointed to himself, journeyed from England to America in pursuit of a better life. They established a fishing empire in a small town along the coast of Maine, naming it Collinsport. The Collins estate was also built during that time. Barnabas gestured around. Though not in its current form, it was later renovated. I believe you are aware of this. The original Collins estate took 15 years to complete, and 20 years later, I had grown up. Barnabas Collins was wealthy and powerful, yet he remained a notorious libertine until one fateful day when he committed a grievous error. Rising to his feet, the vampire raised a hand as if to strike something. "I fell in love with a beauty named Josette Dupraise," Barnabas lamented, "but I shattered Angelique Bouchard's heart, for I could not marry her." To this day, Barnabas remembers that overcast day, the biting wind sweeping in from the sea. It was on that day that Angelique compelled Josette to leap from the cliff, crashing onto the rocky shore below. Barnabas, heartbroken, followed suit. "But she cursed me, condemning me to a fate more horrific than death," the vampire exclaimed, pacing the room with fervor, the sound of his shoes echoing against the marble floor. "Until the cold sea awakened me, when I regained consciousness on the rocks, I found Josette lying beside me, her body already cold. My fingers had turned sharp, and blood flowed from my eyes, as if the devil himself had descended upon earth. I beheld the witch atop the hill, cursing me loudly. I was consumed by an unquenchable thirst, unable to satiate this desire with any amount of water, forever barred from the sunlight. Angelique cursed me to become a vampire, ensuring my torment would know no end. Only Elizabeth believed in my identity at that time, not merely because my portrait hangs in the parlor." The vampire pointed to the wall, where his likeness hung, a rare artifact that survived the fire, until one day, a governess named Victoria Winters came to Collins' estate. "But your exact words were, 'That was the most fertile backside you had ever seen,'" Caroline offered, leaving no dignity for her ancestor. However, Barnabas paid her no heed. "But that witch, Angelique Bouchard, became aware of my awakening." The vampire's agitation resurfaced. "Her Angel's Bay monopolized most of the fisheries in Collinsport, leaving the Collins family in dire straits. She spread her hatred towards the Collins lineage, wishing to see our blood flow in the streets. This I could not abide. After I awakened, she sought to replicate what she had done to Josette upon Victoria, that wicked woman. In summary, when she attempted to use her former tactics to incite the townsfolk and police to apprehend me, we clashed. Her skin shattered like glass, and Collinwood Manor was engulfed in flames, consuming the Collins family's most significant asset. She is dead, Solomon stated, and yet you stand here. Indeed, she extracted her heart. A heart resembling pink glass, marred with cracks, Barnabas uttered darkly. I witnessed her heart shatter into fragments, rendering her as motionless as a puppet. What a fascinating tale, Mr. Barnabas, Solomon remarked, subtly heightening his vigilance as he retrieved several printed sheets from his waist pouch. He smiled at the vampire. Now, could you recount which murders you have committed? Chapter 27. All villains do not misunderstand. Solomon is no eager champion of justice. The deceased have already departed, and delayed justice is of no worth. He merely seeks to uncover certain information he requires. It is important to note that while vampires are classified as the undead, they still possess the capability of reproduction, capable of siring offspring in a manner akin to humans, or by the act of the embrace, which transforms humans into new vampires. This initial embrace is a blood covenant, an unbreakable magical contract that flows through the veins of vampires, passed down through generations. Barnabas Collins holds a particularly unique identity. He is a vampire transformed directly by the magic within the dark grimoire. Perhaps he himself is unaware of the lofty stature he possesses. Many years ago, the so-called pureblood and mixed-blood vampires residing in Detroit would bow in his presence. The esteemed one recounted to Salomon how he regarded those vampires who summoned the so-called blood god as nothing but a jest. However, Salomon can no longer encounter those vampires, as they were all eradicated by a figure known as the Blade Warrior. Presently, Barnabas is still quite youthful for a vampire and has yet to amass significant power. Otherwise, Salomon would not dare to approach him so recklessly. Salomon merely wishes to ascertain whether Barnabas has proliferated like a rat, as this knowledge would reveal how many vampires inhabit this small town. I admit, the events at the construction site on Highway 9 occurred when I had just been unearthed. I was exceedingly parched, Barnabas remarked, his tone heavily tinged with a Southern English accent as he pinched a printed sheet of paper and held it aloft. He scrutinized it closely before continuing. Oh, and this, a group of hippies whose blood has become utterly vile due to their consumption of that dreadful drug. Is that all? Salomon maintained a smile, catching a glimpse of the Collins family, who were growing increasingly impatient. Caroline's demeanor darkened once more, and David quietly receded, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Yet, Salomon appeared oblivious to any disquiet, stating, I wish to confirm one thing, Mr. Barnabas. Have you transformed any humans? You mean the embrace? Only one. The vampire shook his head vigorously. Excuse me, sir? I neglected to ask your name. Damonet. Very well, Mr. Damonet. The vampire clasped his hands over his heart. I once contemplated transforming Elizabeth into a vampire, but she rejected the idea. Liz enjoys the process of aging. As for Victoria, she did not escape the clutches of Angelique. After Angelique caused her demise, I transformed her, thus preserving her life. Should this be deemed a sin, I am willing to bear the burden. Then there are two vampires now. Salomon rose, pushing the remaining printed sheets towards Barnabas. Are these remaining offenses committed by your wife, Victoria? Are there other vampires in the vicinity? Salomon paced the living room, slowly distancing himself from the Collins family. Please, Mr. Barnabas, consider carefully whether you have transformed another human. The bite marks on those corpses cannot be fabricated. By your account, I do not believe that which would transform another vampire. She is already sufficiently devoted. The vampire walked about the living room with his head bowed, his cane tapping rhythmically against the marble floor as Barnabas mumbled to himself. Yet, he remained certain that he had only transformed Victoria. In truth, the Collins family had investigated those cases with the police on more than one occasion, but ultimately found nothing. In order to conceal the traces of the Collins family, Barnabas had to use his ability to manipulate minds to halt further police inquiries. Nevertheless, the Collins family did uncover a slight lead regarding another vampire. No, I am certain. Barnabas eventually came to a halt, as Elizabeth continued to gesture toward him. After a glance, he swallowed his intended words, saying instead, however, I can assist you in re-evaluating this matter. Excellent, Salomon nodded. Please prepare what I require. I shall return tomorrow to collect it. After Salomon was led away by Willie from the hall, Elizabeth rose with David's assistance. You cannot truly believe that wizard, can you? He claims to represent some mage reclusive order. I fear he may bring others with him. Of course not, my dear Liz. The vampire blinked, recalling that even though Barnabas had been entombed in his coffin during his youth, he had retained a certain naive romanticism upon his recent resurrection. However, as the former patriarch of a prominent family, he would not easily trust the propositions of a stranger. Moreover, regardless of his willingness, the negative energy residing within him would inevitably lead his thoughts toward darkness and malevolence, which is the very reason why black magic leads to corruption. He continued, now that Victoria and I enjoy eternal youth, why would I wish to become human? The only regret lies in my inability to indulge in human delicacies. And the other vampire? Elizabeth furrowed her brow. This could jeopardize the Collins family's secrecy. Do not fret, Liz. I am beginning to piece things together, Barnabas replied. Do you recall Julia Hoffman? Suddenly, a circular arc of sparks ignited within the hall of Collingwood Manor, startling the awaiting Collins family. Poor Willie remained at the manor's entrance, anxiously waiting for Salomon's arrival, yet Salomon had already stepped through the portal into the hall. My dear Mr. Damonet, Barnabas approached, curiously peering behind Salomon, but saw nothing beyond the orange sparks. He reluctantly returned his gaze to Salomon. I regret not having hosted you properly yesterday, but I have prepared everything you requested. Elizabeth's eyes flickered. Although Barnabas had previously demonstrated some magic to her, aside from the bewitching spell, the rest could only be deemed trivial tricks. However, Salomon's act of opening a portal in the hall compelled her to reassess her view of him. The true master of the Collins family had adeptly altered his demeanor, immediately changing the plans she and Barnabas had concocted the previous day. Elizabeth silently cursed the witch for causing trouble for the Collins family, even in death. Yet now, she believed Salomon likely possessed some undisclosed magic. Barnabas's spells had evidently lost their efficacy, and the greatest leverage to eliminate Salomon had vanished. Of course, she did not believe firearms would prove effective against a wizard. She had previously used a shotgun against Angelique Bouchard with little success. She even surmised that Salomon's action was intended to enhance his intimidating presence. He likely was not deceived by the previous day's spectacle. The implication of employing such magic was clear. I know where you are, and I can arrive at any moment. You cannot escape. In reality, Salomon had no intention of aiding Barnabas in lifting the curse. Such an endeavor lay beyond his capabilities, and he had not studied the means of breaking a vampire's curse as described in the Book of Visander. Even if such magic existed, its effect would surely be limited to the annihilation of vampires. Furthermore, vampire dust is an exceedingly rare magical component. If feasible, he would not mind augmenting his dimensional pouch with such a collection, as the spines and fingers of vampires also made for excellent materials. Faced with an original vampire who had yet to fully master his powers, Salomon felt confident that even if he could not triumph, he could still escape. Had Salomon remained the same reclusive individual he once was, he would never have entertained such thoughts. However, as previously mentioned, he may have been influenced by the memories of those necromancers and dark sorcerers, for in mastering a fragment of the stigmata, he also gleaned insights from the minds of several mages. Thus, it is conceivable that Salomon has succumbed to a certain madness. Yet, no one seems to perceive it. Not even the supreme mage. After all, who among ordinary folk would find any intrigue in the terrifying realm of the dark dimension? My deepest gratitude, Mr. Barnabas. Salomon did not extend his hand to the vampire, but instead performed a gesture befitting a mage. Chapter 28. Junk food is the conspiracy of hell. Certain beings, such as dragons, exert a profound influence on their environment simply by remaining in a fixed location. Although vampires lack such formidable power, the negative energy that drives their actions can still alter their surroundings. As Salomon followed Barnabas up the manor's staircase, he felt a chilling aura emanating from the steps, enveloping him, a living being. The temperature here inexplicably dropped by 2 to 3 degrees, while not as exaggerated as stepping into a tomb. Any spellcaster encountering such negative energy would instinctively recognize the presence of dark magical creatures. My apologies, the vampire remarked, though I am the mistress of this house. I am unable to rise and welcome you. I am still quite young and require ample sleep. I understand, Salomon nodded, though he secretly heightened his vigilance, wary of potential ambushes lurking in shadowy corners. He would not allow the vampire's exhibited emotions to lower his guard. While tragic love stories could be captivating, to him they amounted merely to idle conversation. The notion of empathizing with a vampire had never crossed his mind. His esteemed mentor had consistently instilled in him the doctrine of humanism. Extraterrestrials and interdimensional beings held no right to exist on Earth, and vampires, as creatures of dark magic, were no exception. Salomon would shed a few feigned tears for them only after utilizing them as spellcasting materials, but he would never extend sympathy while they still drew breath. Had it not been for his desire to validate certain necromantic practices in this realm, he would have already imprisoned Barnabas in a mirrored dimension and cast him into the scorching sun. Such a vampire, who refrained from wielding his own power and approached the level of a true progenitor, was of alarming value. The town possesses little history, the vampire continued. Those artifacts merely reside in museums alongside dilapidated fishing boats and nets. We cannot possibly place the belongings of the indigenous peoples in a museum. Now, those items have fulfilled their purpose. Mr. Barnabas, Salomon inquired, have you not sought to study those artifacts? I have never met my parents. My mother passed away shortly after my birth, Salomon replied. I am sorry to hear that, the vampire said, turning at a corner and offering a slight bow of apology. It is of little consequence, Mr. Barnabas. I was adopted by the esteemed mage upon my birth, living as a disciple of the master in Camartage. It is my honor to learn from the most powerful sorcerer on earth, a dream many aspire to. However, I feel the master's expectations of me are rather high. I do not believe I am capable of slaying beings that have crossed over from lower dimensions to earth. Lower dimensions? Barnabas inquired, curiosity piqued. What does that imply? At that moment, Barnabas perceived that the young sorcerer had become rather formidable. While the Collins family could erase the existence of a solitary witch or wizard, the challenge arose if such an individual were backed by a vast organization. Moreover, Salomon's mention of the master as the world's most powerful sorcerer prompted Barnabas to tread carefully. The vampire yearned to swiftly conclude the transfer of those books and send Salomon on his way, for even if he could eliminate Salomon, it would be of no consequence. Salomon's presence indicated that the Collins family had attracted attention. Elizabeth's plans would be rendered futile. Yet, Barnabas sought to ascertain one more detail. What was the organization Salomon belonged to, and what were their views on vampires? If they could not tolerate vampires, could they truly transform them back into humans? Barnabas did not wish for his relationship with Victoria to implicate the Collins family, which he regarded as the true wealth. This conviction remained etched in his mind and guided his actions. Otherwise, he would not have offered the family's treasures to revitalize it. The spells in that book, the Book of Vishanti, possess corresponding counterspells, but I must first understand what the curse entails. Salomon provided as his only answer, though Barnabas found it unsatisfactory. Thus, the two engaged in a battle of wits as they made their way to Barnabas's library, the highest point of Collins Manor, featuring windows on both sides. The glass panes had been deliberately replaced with frosted glass, obscuring the interior from outside view. The heavy black curtains had been drawn perpetually, lending an air of excess. At a brown wooden table near the window, a collection of thick tomes and fragmented scrolls lay scattered, each covered in a thick layer of dust, and some even bore strands of cobwebs drifting in a breeze from an unknown source. The items appeared as though they had been salvaged from a forsaken room. The vampire could only shrug in resignation, acknowledging his powerlessness. After all, these items are mere nonsense to ordinary individuals, he remarked. What the police evidence room could not accommodate has been placed in the museum. It is remarkable that these items have not succumbed to moths, Mr. Damonet. I believe you cannot expect the local small museum to uphold impeccable preservation standards. Indeed, Salomon nodded. I shall commence my evaluation to determine which items are of value to me. However, the task of identification proved arduous. Salomon did not believe that a witch with extensive knowledge of the dark grimoire would perish so easily. He suspected that the female figure, Angel, had merely acquired a curse that enabled the transformation of humans into vampires and black magic for prolonged life, while she likely had never encountered the knowledge contained within the dark grimoire. Thus, Salomon pored over the tomes, aware that the crucial knowledge might only be contained within a few pages of these weighty volumes. Barnabas, standing nearby, hesitated before finally speaking up. This. He pointed to an emblem inscribed with gold dust within the pages. Is this not the mark of Mephisto? Salomon glanced over. It was a golden, capital M, and upon seeing it, he was reminded of fried chicken and fries. No, he scoffed. I believe that is merely a fast food logo, albeit a hellish variant. This could indeed be considered an unexpected discovery. It seemed prudent to investigate who the true mastermind behind McDonald's was. Salomon mused to himself. Chapter 29. The unbeliever. The process of flipping through the tomes was laborious, and Salomon found himself stifling sneezes from the fine dust that was raised. Covering his mouth and nose, he conjured a gust of wind to disperse the accumulated particles. It was not without reason that ordinary individuals regarded these books as mere nonsensical ramblings. Indeed, a significant portion of their content consisted of ornate, yet vacuous phrases and various hearsay tales, with the genuine discourse on esotericism likely confined to a mere few pages. The oldest of these volumes could at best be traced back to the medieval era in Europe, a time when charlatans masquerading as sorcerers and alchemists thrived, peddling an array of useless elixirs. Most of these manuscripts were authored by such quacks. Thus, Salomon could only endure his frustration, striving to extract the knowledge he sought from these magical tomes. At the very least, he needed to ascertain that the incantations derived from the Book of Dark Secrets lay hidden within these texts before he could confirm that the Collins family did not possess any clandestine spells. This endeavor would demand a considerable investment of his time, but it was only upon its completion that he could proceed to the next phase of his undertaking. During his search, Barnabas briefly departed, only to return bearing an enormous platter laden with cups of red tea, neatly arranged sandwiches, and several waffles accompanied by jam, which he placed upon Salomon's desk. When Salomon regarded him with a quizzical expression, the quiet vampire blinked and remarked, "I detected an English accent in your speech, so I presumed you might indulge in the afternoon tea ritual. However, since Willie is unable to attend, I have brought it for you. Fear not. There are no silver utensils." Noticing Salomon's reluctance to partake in the food, Barnabas bore no ill will. Instead, he seated himself beside Salomon, occasionally engaging him in conversation, subtly probing for information regarding Camathike. Salomon did not conceal everything. He elaborated on the Supreme Mage's status in the cosmos and the formidable prowess of the Esteemed One. After all, he harbored no trust in vampires and doubted whether they would easily take him at his word. The title of Supreme Mage still held considerable weight in such discussions. However, Barnabas's subsequent inquiry caught Salomon off guard. "Does God truly exist, Mr. Damonet? Are vampires barred from heaven?" To which Salomon pondered, "Magic exists, vampires exist. Why then should God not exist?" He turned to Barnabas, who now widened his eyes, awaiting Salomon's response. His earnestness palpable. The existence of God holds immense significance within Christianity. Although the Supreme Mage has kept the forces of heaven at bay, the Esteemed One has not explicitly forbidden humanity from believing in God. Perhaps the Esteemed One intended for Christianity and the worship of Odin to engage in mutual annihilation. Yet the outcome has resulted in a singular dominance. As for the question of ascendance to heaven, Salomon turned his chair, the screeching of the floor echoing in the silence. "Is ascending to heaven necessarily a good thing?" he inquired. "What does that mean?" Barnabas elongated his tone in confusion, pinching his left thumb and index finger together as if grasping Salomon's words. "Shouldn't virtuous souls ascend to heaven upon their demise? Are you a disciple of the devil?" The vampire tilted his head, questioning, "Do not sorcerers typically sell their souls to the devil?" "No, I am an unbeliever," Salomon replied with a disdainful smile. "In my view, God indeed exists, yet is unworthy of devotion. If my actions align with that doctrine, it is merely coincidental. It is not due to my adherence to the doctrine. Conversely, if I act in defiance of it, it does not warrant punishment, for I do not subscribe to that belief. What we require is not a deity, but humanity itself. Mr. Barnabas, your family's current achievements are not reliant on divine intervention, but rather on your own efforts." This notion stemmed from Salomon's understanding acquired in his previous life, amalgamated with the teachings of the Supreme Mage. Though this perspective may seem naive, Salomon was unequivocally a humanist. His assertions left Barnabas astounded, his mouth agape. Those with faith often look down upon the unbelievers, a sentiment prevalent in every realm. In their eyes, they perceive themselves as far superior to the faithless. Even in destitution, they might spit upon the affluent unbeliever, for they consider themselves noble, possessing faith. Among the faithful, heretics are deemed far more contemptible than pagans, and even more unforgivable than heretics are the unbelievers. In their view, those devoid of faith are boundless, irredeemable, and tragically pitiable, while faith may not provide sustenance. A lack of faith disqualifies one from even basic needs. Should an unbeliever attain comfort, even prosperity, it is presumed they must have committed some heinous act inciting divine wrath. Do not dismiss this perspective as absurd, for it is all too common. Theists elevate themselves to great heights, as if standing alongside their deity atop an exalted perch. However, if the desire to stand high were innocuous, it would not provoke strife. Alas, they relish in their elevated position, directing scorn towards others as if they were extensions of divine will, their actions mere manifestations of God's intentions. Should the unbelievers unite, these believers would justify waging war upon them, believing themselves righteous and the unbelievers mere savages in need of enlightenment, a notion they attribute to divine decree. They refuse to acknowledge the efforts of the unbelievers, deeming them devoid of faith. Theists remain blind to reality, no matter how commendable the accomplishments of others. They insist that unbelievers merely conceal their shortcomings. Regardless of their own moral degradation, they elevate themselves alongside their deity, for their faith renders them noble, casting them as shepherds of the Lord, entitled and obligated to guide the straying lambs. As for the double standards that distort truth, they hardly warrant elaboration. Such behavior is merely customary. Solomon's first memory was steeped in extreme anti-theistic sentiments. Perhaps influenced by this, he held atheism in higher regard. In his eyes, humanity's current achievements bear no trace of divine involvement. Should humanity grovel in supplication, the deity would simply feel justified in ruling over them. Without the Ancient One, contemporary humanity would scarcely fare better than lambs. Such beliefs align with the Supreme Mage's desires, creating an unbeliever, the finest weapon against the dimensional horrors. Barnabas, evidently taken aback by Solomon's vehement stance, raised a finger and managed a strained smile. I believe Victoria should be awakening now. Chapter 30. The hunt begins. Theism has long wielded considerable influence in the Western world. Although, with the advancement of technology, the Roman Church can no longer excommunicate kings or meddle in their marriages, as was the case with Henry VIII, or organize crusades against heretics. And the Puritans in England can no longer arbitrarily instigate witch hunts. Religion continues to permeate every facet of secular life. Particularly in the United States, the foremost technological powerhouse, religion exerts an immensely powerful influence. For instance, witnesses are required to place their hands on the Bible while taking an oath. Otherwise, their testimony lacks legal validity. Presidential candidates must receive blessings and prayers from clergy, and upon election, they must also place their hands on the Bible to officially assume office, with the president appointing a chaplain for the White House. In the military, a chaplain is also mandatory, as soldiers may be reluctant to engage in battle without prayers. Even renowned universities house divinity schools, whose admissions standards rival those of certain scientific institutions. As previously mentioned, theists proclaim themselves to be shepherds of God. Americans consider themselves warriors of the divine, asserting that their wars are righteous endeavors aimed at liberating the ignorant and saving humanity, believing they are favored by God and thus the most virtuous, with others expected to learn from them. Whether the rationale for these wars is the pursuit of oil or some other motive ultimately depends on how politicians deceive the masses. At present, at least half of Americans believe that religion should influence science and politics, which is one reason why theistic nations frequently exhibit anti-intellectual behavior. Solomon, for his part, mused that it would not be surprising if one day these Saxon barbarians injected disinfectants into their own bodies. When the living embodiment of Athena appeared before him, Solomon did not offer his faith. His disbelief in the Vishanti made it implausible for him to believe in God. He regarded God as potentially akin to Odin. While the Vishanti existed as magical entities within the multiverse, their power disparity being evident. Not to mention the true deities of the cosmos, the Eternal One being the greatest ally of Kamartaj. Even towards the Eternal One, Solomon expressed only respect. His conclusion was that, in the absence of divine bestowal of magic, religion holds no utility for humanity's advancement. Nevertheless, Solomon refrained from interference. The Western society had already eroded the scientific spirit of the Renaissance, yet the world remained tumultuous, with successive alien invasions revealing to Earth's inhabitants that they were not alone in the universe. To survive in this cosmos, humanity must advance technology, and religion would naturally be rendered obsolete, allowing Solomon to witness the decline of theology without lifting a finger. When Solomon conveyed his conclusions to the supreme sorcerer, she was quite pleased with his insights and rewarded him with a bottle of soda. In her view, Solomon's birth had been shrouded in suspicion from the outset. That stigmata could very well be of heavenly origin, thus endowing him with magical talents beyond ordinary reach. As the supreme sorcerer who had brought Solomon into Kamartaj, she certainly did not wish for her disciple to become a lackey of interdimensional beings. Only a non-believing saint could safeguard the earth until the next supreme sorcerer emerged. Currently, Solomon, poring over materials in the upper floor of the Corwin Manor, had developed a sense of disdain for Barnabas. Having become a vampire, he should abandon any illusions of ascending to heaven. Did he truly find joy in becoming a supplicant? Judging by the standards of Judaism, Anglicanism, Orthodoxy, or Catholicism, it is likely that only a minuscule fraction of modern society would meet the criteria for entry into heaven. If one doubts this, a glance at their browser history would reveal the sins they have committed. At his feet lay a multitude of heavy tomes and yellowed scrolls, all of which he had deemed unnecessary. Although a few contained minor spells, they were vastly inferior to the dark magic he sought from the Book of Dark Gods, posing negligible harm. Following their last conversation, Barnabas had ceased to present himself before Solomon, as a man devoid of faith genuinely instilled fear in him. In his eyes, A lack of belief equated to a lack of moral boundaries. The vampire could not ascertain whether Solomon would honor his promises or, conversely, eliminate him and Victoria. Even God could not guarantee Solomon's fidelity to his word. He sensed a grave trouble looming over the Corwin family in the eyes of vampires. Solomon was far more detestable than sunlight, silver, and garlic combined. Unbeknownst to him, as he stretched languidly, Solomon could hear the crisp sound of his spine cracking. Drawing aside the curtains, he beheld the deep crimson sunset merging with gray clouds, casting the distant sea in a seductive shade of deep pink. Had it not been for the discomfort in his neck, he might not have noticed the passage of time. His efforts bore visible results. As several books remained on the table, though filled with what now appeared to be absurdities, Solomon had nonetheless unearthed the content he sought. He did not read through the lengthy incantation in its entirety, but grasped its potential dangers. Now, he needed to investigate its origins. For the Supreme Sorcerer's command was to locate the Book of Dark Gods, not merely to submit one or two spells. This tome, penned in Latin, was an alchemical work, which was unsurprising, as the transformation of humans into vampires constitutes a metamorphosis of a life nature, thus categorized within alchemical literature. The author even incorporated elements translated into Latin, seemingly adopting typical Arabic grammatical structures and expressions, attempting to lend authenticity to his work. The rationale behind this lies in the historical exchange between Christian and Arab civilizations, which facilitated the dissemination of alchemy to Europe. This context need not be elaborated further. In summary, according to later historical scholarship, the author behind Geber was likely Paul of Taranto, a Franciscan friar and educator. As Paul had authored a nearly contemporaneous alchemical text that bore striking similarities in style and content to Geber's work. That original text now resides in the library of Camartage, which Solomon had previously perused. Having determined his forthcoming course of action, Solomon stowed the book into his dimensional bag. He had other matters to attend to. Barnabas's conjecture had indeed been correct. Solomon would not abide by the agreement, for this small town harbored creatures of dark magic as well. This night, Solomon would join the hunt. Chapter 31. The grindstone Solomon moved silently, the semicircular, orange-red spark in his hand casting a faint glow in the dim corridor of the Colin Manor. After a while, his pupils dilated slightly, allowing more reflected glimmers to enter his eyes, enabling him to discern the black curtains that swayed like living shadows in the windless hallway. The last vestiges of twilight vanished as darkness swiftly enveloped the entire estate, a chilling aura of negative energy permeating every corner. Only the 3 gemstone rings on Solomon's fingers continued to shimmer luminously under the sparks, their faint hues occasionally slicing through the corridor. I have allowed them to take a stroll, including Victoria. Ever since she became a vampire, she has taken pleasure in wandering beneath the starlit sky, having bid a final farewell to her beloved sunlight and woodlands. Suddenly, Barnabas emerged from the shadows behind Solomon, still clad in his 18th century attire. Leaning on his cane, his posture remained impeccably straight, the white lace cravat meticulously arranged. Do you truly intend to honor your promise and transform us back into humans, Mr. Daminit? Indeed. Specifically magic designed to counter vampires. And I never promised to turn you into a human. Solomon slowly turned to face the vampire, maintaining the spell in his hand. My exact words were, "This pertains to my second question. Thus I have not breached my vow. Mr. Barnabas, your tale, while poignant, holds no significance. I merely seek that book. As for the third vampire in the town, he is also my quarry. So, you have intended to kill me from the very beginning." Barnabas elongated his words. My story matters not, am I correct? Yes, Solomon readily admitted. You may not yet comprehend your uniqueness, Mr. Barnabas. You became a vampire through the curse of that book's magic, not through procreation or the embrace of another. Your power knows virtually no bounds. The last person transformed by that magic is a distant memory, a being utterly indestructible. Vampires, akin to cancer, can proliferate from a single existence. Mr. Barnabas, your age is still too tender for a vampire. You have yet to accumulate significant strength and have not yet attained that dreadful immortality. With that said, do you think I would spare you? Of course, these are merely grandiloquent words. In truth, the powder of vampire annihilation is also a precious material. My existence is original sin. Barnabas incessantly tapped his cane against the ground, producing a dull thud. Though Solomon could not discern his expression, he felt the bitterness and agitation within him. My existence is original sin, and I have burdened Victoria with this guilt. We have been forsaken by God. Ever since the sovereign expelled all deities and demons from the earth, humanity has been abandoned, and the progression of civilization has occurred without the involvement of gods or devils. Salomon stepped forward, lightly tapping his heel against the ground, intricate magical structures flickering momentarily on his boots. The young mage approached, finally halting at a suitable distance. Do not entertain thoughts of ascending to heaven, nor of descending to hell for atonement. Your soul has already been claimed by that terrifying existence. If I were to kill you, your soul would belong to the god of dark magic, just as Angelica Butchitz does. Zysorn, the name the supreme mage could utter. Yet Salomon could not. He had not attained the sovereign's level of power, and merely mentioning the name could attract unwanted attention. Although Zysorn could not influence the earth due to the presence of the supreme mage, Salomon certainly wished to avoid being listed among the god of dark magic's targets. Even Victoria? Barnabas inquired. No, Salomon replied. If what you say is true, she was transformed after death, though she cannot ascend to heaven. As long as she has not harmed anyone, she will not descend to hell. Her soul will simply return to death, a realm of eternal silence. The vampire fell silent for a long time, a breeze of unknown origin gently tugging at his garments, seemingly urging Barnabas to reach a decision swiftly. Salomon quietly awaited Barnabas's resolution, yet regardless of the outcome, he was determined to engage in combat with the vampire before him. When I was your age, I had just arrived in the new world. I knew nothing then, but my father often told me, family is wealth. This phrase has guided my philosophy of life. For it is through the efforts of family members that the Collins family has established itself in both Europe and the New World, evolving into a prestigious lineage. In England, the Collins family still holds titles, and in the New England region of Maine, they possess nearly a monopoly over the fishing resources along the northeast coast. As Barnabas spoke, he spread his arms wide, as if embracing all the achievements of the Collins family. He looked at Salomon with a serious demeanor, saying, "We do this for the family. Regardless of the outcome, I need you to promise me that the Collins family must not be implicated. In the name of the source of white magic, Lord Vissant." "I swear," Salomon nodded. "Excellent. I finally see where your faith lies." Barnabas nodded, satisfied. "However, I have one more question. You could easily find me during the day. Why choose this moment to come? Could it be that you—" The young mage's expression stiffened. He had never fought nor attempted to harm any sentient being. He acknowledged that Barnabas's tale had affected him. After all, who could resist the charm of a couple reunited after 2 centuries? Who could fail to wish for Romeo and Juliet to find their happy ending? Who could not yearn to witness the world brimming with beauty and sincere emotion? Who would not envy passionate kisses and the encounter of vibrant roses? Alas, they were merely vampires. From the perspective of the Kamataji, such beings were destined for extermination. As long as Salomon remained within Kamataji for a single day, drawing power from Vissant, he would inevitably confront such matters. Even if he spared Barnabas this time, he would encounter similar situations again. Salomon had received the finest magical education in the world, even in the universe, and this had become an inescapable responsibility. What Salomon was utterly unwilling to admit was that he wished to grant Barnabas some advantage. He did not dare acknowledge that he harbored a flicker of hope for his own failure and retreat. Although those memories continuously influenced his character, hardening his heart, the time he had spent mastering a portion of the holy marks was still too brief, and the softness ingrained in him from his previous life was difficult to alter in an instant. Perhaps the supreme mage sensed this, prompting Salomon to undertake this task. A vampire as young as Barnabas could surely be slain by any senior steward of a temple with utmost effort, without the need for the temple's guardians to intervene. Yet Salomon's seemingly apathetic demeanor was far too languid. He must bear something, as the sovereign had told Modu. What Salomon was to shoulder was merely the lightest burden from a pain that did not belong to him. This was one of the prices he had to pay for his strength. Barnabas, this vampire, was merely the grindstone prepared for Salomon by the supreme mage. "This does not concern you, Barnabas." Salomon's voice was as cold and hard as his expression, as yet another semicircular magical array unfolded in his hand. The mage's face shifting between light and shadow amidst the flickering sparks. Regardless of Barnabas's thoughts, Salomon would choose to proceed in such a manner, relinquishing a slight advantage merely to articulate the profound hypocrisy of his guilt, akin to the white gloves donned before a duel. "Let us conclude this swiftly. I no longer wish to wait," he stated. Chapter 32. The first battle with a vampire, regardless of the prowess a vampire may possess in the arcane arts. When confronted by an adversary, their instinct often leads them to unleash their extraordinary speed and strength to overwhelm their opponent. Barnabas was no exception. He vanished instantaneously into the shadows, a chilling wind swirling around him as he lunged towards Solomon. A dull thud resonated through the air, reminiscent of molten metal sizzling upon contact with cold water. The vampire's razor-sharp claws clashed against the shield conjured by the arcane master, erupting into a shower of orange-red sparks before Solomon's chest. The brief illumination revealed the vampire's pallid visage, but before Solomon could fully comprehend the situation, another strike from the vampire's claws met the shield, igniting yet another burst of sparks that forced Solomon to stagger backward. Regaining his footing, Solomon retracted his right leg and steadied himself. He swiftly lifted the ring of Lagador above his head, and once again, sparks flew from the shield as if a colossal battering ram had struck it, causing the wooden floor beneath him to creak ominously. The floor suddenly fractured, revealing jagged edges, and Solomon's legs sank into the void. In a moment of instinctive reflex, he rolled forward to evade the descending claws. Though he could not ascertain Barnabas's every movement in the darkness, his extensive training equipped him to anticipate the vampire's relentless onslaught. Despite Barnabas's elevated rank, he lacked formal training, making his attack patterns predictably discernible. Heightening his vigilance, Solomon discreetly reached into his pocket, retrieving a small handful of dried carrots, which he hastily chewed and swallowed. This was a lapse in judgment, but it had now been rectified. The darkness before him transformed from an obstacle into a conduit. No longer did he navigate blindly, relying solely on instinct. The spell of dark vision granted him clarity in the absence of light, enabling him to perceive everything within a 20-meter radius. The choice of this spell over a more expansive incantation, such as Burning Hands, was deliberate. Barnabas's speed rendered him capable of evading such a spell, and Solomon possessed but a single opportunity to utter the incantation. Should he attempt to cast another spell, it was likely the vampire's claws would have already severed his throat. Moreover, given Solomon's relatively low mage level, the repertoire of spells at his disposal was limited, even if he were to unleash a positive energy spell from Veshin. The success of such an attack hinged on its ability to connect with the vampire, which he lacked confidence in achieving. Just moments after casting his spell, Solomon heard the hurried flapping of wings and the rapid patter of tiny feet echoing through the corridor, indicating the approach of a multitude of creatures. He pivoted once more, this time only halfway, using his elbow to deflect an arm that emerged from the shadows. He stepped forward, positioning himself behind Barnabas's right foot, grasping the elbow of the outstretched arm with his left hand, while his right aimed a thrust towards the vampire's eyes. The technique, known as the pointer strike, was a tactic Solomon had learned while observing the apprentices at Comitij training sessions. In his self-defense lessons, he had encountered various martial arts, absorbing a wealth of combat experience. However, he lacked the vampire's immortality, making close-quarters combat the optimal choice in this precarious environment where ambush was a constant threat. The clash of life and death was not mere training. Solomon held nothing back as he executed the pointer strike with remarkable speed. Yet, his opponent was no ordinary human but a vampire of extraordinary swiftness, who easily evaded the strike, the attack merely grazing past his ear. In retaliation, the vampire lunged for Solomon's hand, but Solomon's right hand clenched into a fist, the semicircular ring of Lagador glowing vividly, thwarting the vampire's sharp fangs. Releasing his left hand, Solomon advanced half a step with his left leg, maneuvering his body to evade Barnabas's sweeping claws. He then delivered a powerful slap to the vampire's face with his right hand. Barnabas was sent flying, crashing into the corridor's glass window. Before the vampire could escape through the shattered glass, Solomon found himself enveloped in a silvery mist, vanishing from his original position only to reappear directly above the vampire's trajectory. Standing upon a magically conjured disc, the arcane master struck downward with the ring of Lagador. Bang! Solomon slammed the vampire forcefully to the ground, the dark wooden floor reverberating with a tremendous sound as it caved in, sending a shower of wood splinters into the air. The second ring of spellcasting, known as the Misty Step, was executed flawlessly. Thud, 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 thud. Accompanying the cacophony was the spray of blood and the shattering of teeth. Breathing heavily, Solomon retreated half a step, gasping for air as if he were a drowning man gasping for breath. His chest heaved rapidly, hands stained with blood hanging limply at his sides. Even the 3 rings of vession adorning his fingers now bore the evidence of his recent struggle. Now, he felt the ache in his arms. The series of actions from the moment he turned to lure the enemy had been executed in a single breath. Even during Comitige's self-defense lessons, he had never engaged in such an intense melee. Following this, he unleashed nearly 50 punches at a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, lactic acid coursing through every muscle in his arms. In truth, he need not have exerted himself so. He could have wielded the shield he had acquired from Athena at will. Yet, he yearned to test the limits of his own capabilities. Having arrived at a conclusion, he realized that by applying his utmost effort, he could indeed contend with a young primordial vampire. After taking a few moments to catch his breath, he raised his arms with great effort, hands forming into palms that slowly blossomed open like flowers. The wooden floor beneath him cracked, echoing the sound of shattering glass as it reverberated beneath Barnabas. Solomon was not a supreme mage, while the revered could unveil the mirrored dimension in an instant. He required incantations and gestures, meaning he had to subdue the vampire before confining Barnabas within. As the cracks in the mirror widened, the unconscious vampire gradually sank into the depths. However, before Solomon could fully encase the vampire within the mirrored dimension, the fluttering of wings and the hurried footsteps echoed once more. Upon looking up, Solomon was met with the sight of a horde of rats and bats surging down the corridor from the opposite end. The repugnant creatures flooding the passageway like a tidal wave, cascading toward his feet. Reluctantly, Solomon was compelled to abandon his current endeavor and take a few steps back. A thin flame erupted from his palms, incinerating the rats and bats before him into charred remains. The flames ignited the curtains surrounding him, casting light that banished the encroaching shadows. Yet, these creatures did not assault him. They flowed past him like a stream, leaving Solomon untouched as he stood isolated like an island amidst the chaos. Once the last of the small creatures vanished beyond the corridor's end, Solomon turned to find Barnabas had disappeared, replaced by a woman clad in a vintage light blue gown. The whalebone petticoat lent her skirt an expansive appearance, adorned with intricate lace. Illuminated by the flames that danced throughout the corridor, Solomon beheld her visage, and behind her floated a spectral figure, identical to her in appearance. Chapter 33. The Second Battle with the Vampire, Seeking Investment. Solomon scrutinized the woman standing before him. With his keen eyesight, he discerned the slight redness in her eye sockets, the densely veined eyelids of a deep, inky black, reminiscent of congealed blood. Her palms, crossed over her abdomen, bore sharp black nails, and even the flickering orange flames could not alter her pallid complexion. Her cheeks were starkly juxtaposed against her vividly crimson lips. The ghost hovering behind her not only mirrored her visage, but also donned an identical attire. Even without prior acquaintance, Solomon could surmise her identity. Many tales recounted by Barnabas had mentioned her. This woman was Victoria, slain by Angelica, and subsequently transformed into a vampire by Barnabas, while the specter undoubtedly represented Josette. Despite their demise, the 2 women retained their appearances, and it was no surprise that Barnabas had not forgotten Josette throughout the span of 2 centuries. Victoria regarded Solomon with a chilling gaze, filled with an overwhelming hatred and fury, the wrath directed toward her murderer, the suppressed loathing for the living, and an insatiable thirst for warm blood were all projected onto Solomon. It would take but 4 seconds to drain his lifeblood. Had Solomon not been a mystic, such a stare would have instilled fear within him. No ordinary soul could remain unperturbed in the presence of a being capable of effortlessly shattering human bones, especially one that drank blood. Victoria's hatred was not unfounded. Witnessing Solomon deliver blow after blow to Barnabas's face shattered her heart, a sentiment echoed by Josette beside her. Thus, she resolved to employ the ability she had discovered to whisk Barnabas away and confront Solomon alone. She sought vengeance, and so did Josette. Angelica Bouchard, the one who cursed Barnabas into vampirism, lay dead. Now, this youth before her must also perish. No one could survive after harming the Collins family. Flames crept up the velvet curtains, scorching the wooden ceiling, filling the corridor with the acrid scent of charred protein and the rich aroma emitted from smoldering teak. Yet, Victoria exhibited no signs of panic. She had no desire for conversation, but instead crouched to retrieve the cane left behind by Barnabas. Firmly grasping the tip, she wielded the brass head as if it were a short staff, angling it toward the ground. Although she remained silent, Salomon initiated dialogue. As he spoke, his hands remained in motion. He produced a small piece of tanned leather and a vial containing silver powder, casting targeted defensive spells upon himself. The mage armor would provide a layer of protection even amid his muscle fatigue, while the protection against good and evil was specifically to counter the possession by spirits and fear magic. Thus far, all of Salomon's spells were highly specialized. Coupled with the blessing of the stigmata, should he manage to strike the vampire and the ghost, he could inflict sufficient harm upon them. The magic entwined around his fists was derived from Vishandi, a potent force against all spirits, akin to poison and strong acid. However, Victoria showed no inclination for dialogue. Suddenly, she lunged at Salomon, her long skirt, supported by whalebone petticoats, failing to hinder her speed, with the ghost swiftly following suit, claws bared as they lunged at the mystic. The vampire and ghost moved with astonishing rapidity. Had Salomon not gained mastery over a portion of the stigmata, he would have been unable to perceive their actions, particularly the flickering apparition. This was a characteristic of ghosts, enabling them to traverse freely between the ethereal and the corporeal realms. Any inexperienced individual could fall prey to a ghost's ambush. Salomon deftly evaded the seemingly innocuous caress of the specter, only to be met with Victoria's cane strike. He extended a hand, swiftly approaching the brass staff's tip as it collided with the protective sigil he had conjured, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. Another powerful blow followed, yet it still failed to breach the shield safeguarding Salomon. Unyielding, Victoria raised her staff, attempting to strike downward with all her might. Salomon stepped forward with his left leg, narrowly dodging Josette's claw strike. Crossing his wrist before him, he blocked Victoria's arm, then flipped his left hand, using his thumb to stabilize her icy wrist. He advanced with his right foot, bending his knee into a bow shape, and with a swift motion, his elbow propelled upward, crashing into the vampire's chest. Boom! The creaking footsteps were instantly overshadowed by the explosive sound. Victoria, akin to a cannonball, collided with the wall at the corridor's end. Beyond 3 rooms, at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, she shattered the wooden wall, crashing into the room within. And Salomon could even hear the sound of her toppling furniture. The 8 extremities fist, an elbow strike to the heart. This technique not only allowed Salomon to block the forceful cane but also propelled Victoria away, preventing her fangs from reaching him. While her brass staff vanished into the darkness of the room, Salomon was unconcerned about Victoria's immediate return. Even a vampire must abide by the laws of human anatomy. Injuries to her spine or ribs would render her temporarily incapacitated. Suddenly, a ghastly visage loomed before Salomon, featuring skin tenuously clinging to decaying flesh, crooked, fallen teeth, and maggots writhing beneath its surface. Half-rotten eyeballs bulged from their sockets, seeping yellow pus, while sparse dark hair failed to conceal the damaged scalp and the blackened brain beneath. A worm cheerfully emerged from the brain, raising its head to greet Salomon. Yet a surge of force from deep within quelled his fear. Salomon clenched his left fist, the orange circular rings unfurling, pivoting his body to the left, and he struck the ghost's face with the ring of Lagadal. Before he could distance himself from the specter, the frantic scurrying of rodents and the rapid flapping of bats' wings echoed from the other end of the corridor. He stood firm, reciting an incantation, as a gust of wind surged toward the corridor's far end, obstructing the rodents and bats, toppling them to the ground. Amid their squeaks, Salomon leapt backward, crashing into the shattered mirror-like space behind him. Josette followed suit, and the fractured mirror vanished from the corridor. The flames intensified, licking the dry ceiling, and the burning wooden beams collapsed, scattering a shower of embers. Thick smoke seeped through every crevice, escaping through the gaps in the windows, carrying flickers of light into the dark sky. In the garden of Collins Manor, a circle of sparks erupted, coalescing into a ring as Salomon emerged from within. He had left Josette in the mirrored dimension, intending to deal with the ghost last. Now, his sole focus was to locate Barnabas and eliminate him. For this vampire was his primary target. Tonight, the hunt would continue. Chapter 34 here. I shall provide a brief elucidation. Salomon's combat style is exceedingly orthodox. The perception of low-level D&D wizards as glamorous is somewhat misleading. They possess but a scant repertoire of spells, and, when the time comes, must wield staffs and crossbows in melee combat. Even if an attack spell were to hit, its damage pales in comparison to that of a bow or staff. And the wizard must also endure incoming attacks, as even creatures of the same level can easily overpower a spellcaster. Due to the enhancement of agility and strength from the stigmata, my reference for combat style is that of the monk and the warlock, specifically the spells of the Vistani and the celestial domain. It is indeed a grim reality. The struggle arises from the adherence to conventionality. The vampire possesses an agility score of 18, making it imprudent for the protagonist to expend a potentially ineffective spell for an attack. Instead, it would be more beneficial to bolster oneself. Dark vision allows one to perceive the surroundings clearly, making its utilization imperative. The spells for stealthy movement and pursuit may be optional, yet I have employed them to prevent being knocked back too far. Mage armor increases the base AC to 13, adjusted by agility, thus offering some defense against physical attacks, bludgeoning. Protection from good and evil aids in combating undead creatures, averting possession by malevolent spirits, and fear. Almost all spells are specifically targeted. Even if a character with a strength of 19, like Karsus, were to encounter a vampire at low levels, the combat would unfold similarly. This remains true even during the era of Netherreal, where spell slot limitations were not an issue. The notion of a mage wielding power so effortlessly as to toy with foes is legendary, not the reality of the present. It is prudent for low-level mages to conserve their spell slots and employ their magic judiciously. One should not be deceived by the portrayal of blade-wielding warriors effortlessly dispatching vampires, as the magical aspect is often overlooked, reducing encounters to mere trifles. Furthermore, regarding the uniqueness of Barnabas, I have established that he was transformed into a vampire due to the curse of the Dark Codex. Such a vampire exists solely within the confines of Marvel. This particular vampire, having lost the will to live, bestowed his power upon Dracula, ultimately perishing under the sun. Dracula, being undead, is impervious even to death, thus underscoring Barnabas's elevated status. However, he remains a mere 200 years old, still quite youthful. I meticulously adhere to the rules and must roll the dice. Hence, there is no need for contention. I have significantly augmented the protagonist's abilities. Had I portrayed him as a typical wizard, he would have met his demise by now. Moreover, do not envision wizards as mere automatons, cold and unfeeling, consumed solely by arcane pursuits. How would this allow Elminster to thrive when he engages in such intricate social dynamics? One should not assume that a wizard's actions are perpetually calculated. Consider the leader of the Shadarkai, Manson, who has conjured over 80 of his own kind. Wizards are not mere artillery, they are masters of control. Artillery is the domain of sorcerers and psionicists. The true strength of a wizard lies in their capacity to deploy the appropriate spell at the opportune moment, rather than competing over the magnitude of fireballs. Please refrain from defining wizards through the lens of secondary interpretations from other works. They are simply a profession in their own right. Chapter 35. Family is the true wealth, seeking investment. In the depths of the night, the towering mansion's upper level ignited with flames, sparks drifting into the night sky with the evening breeze. Salomon stood amidst the stone-paved garden, gazing upward at the burning estate. Behind him loomed a thicket of dark shrubs with grotesquely contorted branches, shrouded in a darkness so profound that even the flames could not illuminate it. The negative energy sustaining the activities of Barnabas and Victoria had long begun to corrode the land within the estate, causing the temperature at Collins Manor to be slightly cooler than elsewhere. The living who lingered here would gradually succumb to this insidious energy, aging and falling ill. Although Willie was already a notorious drunkard, this chill only exacerbated his tolerance for alcohol. Salomon observed the inebriated Willie burst through the grand entrance, anxiously rushing out of the hall. Upon discovering the fire, the old servant had alerted the authorities, and Salomon distinctly heard his conversation with the firefighters. However, he did not emerge from the shadows to intervene. Instead, he remained hidden, fixated on the upper levels of the mansion, awaiting the appearance of the vampire. Such commotion could not escape the notice of many, despite Collins Manor being surrounded by private lands. The rapidly spreading flames and the crimson glow illuminating the sky drew the attention of numerous townsfolk. It was not long before a car hurriedly entered the garden, and the living members of the Collins family leaped from the vehicle, their faces etched with urgency as they sought Willie for answers. In truth, Elizabeth had sensed something amiss the moment Victoria had transformed into a bat and darted towards the mansion, her worst fears materializing. The intoxicated Willie could barely articulate his thoughts. No matter how Carolyn banged on his head or how Elizabeth inquired, He could only mumble that he had heard some noises while in a daze. And before he could investigate, smoke had begun to seep through the corridor. By the time he emerged to assess the situation, the fire had already taken hold. It was that sorcerer. Carolyn seethed, her throat emitting a low growl as she inhaled deeply, trying to discern something. Years ago, when Angelica had come to them, Elizabeth had contemplated whether the Collins family might one day face such a predicament. Thus, she had made all reasonable preparations. Elizabeth handed a key to David, who stood nearby, instructing, "Child, follow Willie to the armory and retrieve some firearms." Meanwhile, her jaw elongated, her teeth sharpened, her once graceful nose twisted into an unsightly form, and her voice deepened to a husky growl, laced with a threatening undertone. The living members of the Collins family were not taken aback by Carolyn's transformation. Rather, they accepted it as the norm. Carolyn was a werewolf, a curse bestowed upon her by Angelica Bouchard as a means to continue her vendetta against Barnabas, not only to undermine the Collins family in business, but also to taint their bloodline. Consequently, Angelica had commanded a werewolf to bite Carolyn during her childhood. This secret remained concealed until 31 years ago when Angelica and Barnabas clashed in a fierce battle at Collins Manor. "The sorcerer must still be inside," Carolyn declared. "Now, let us go in and slay him." Once David had retrieved the firearms, Elizabeth did not recklessly charge into the villa to confront the sorcerer who might still be lurking there. "With the weapons, at the very least, we can provide some assistance. Trust in Barnabas and Victoria, they are not easily dealt with. We must ensure that the sorcerer knows that the Collins family is not to be trifled with." A swarm of bats shattered the mansion's upper windows, shards of glass cascading onto the stone floor as Elizabeth and Carolyn looked up. They witnessed the bats swirling near the burning roof before suddenly swooping towards a shadowy corner of the garden. "He is there," Carolyn shouted, dashing towards that direction. "You must learn to fight," Elizabeth instructed David as she loaded her weapon. "I have grown old, and you are the last of the Collins family's normal lineage. Carolyn is a werewolf, and that is why she has never married. The family needs you to carry on. Be brave, David. Regardless of whether we survive this day, you must fight. Remember, David, remember that family is the true wealth." Salomon clenched his fist, employing the ring of Lagdur to ward off the approaching swarm of bats, his arm feeling the impact akin to crashing waves. Calmly, he extended his fingers, and ethereal blades sliced through the air, cleaving several bats in twain. Yet, this did not deter the remaining bats. As they lunged from the night sky once more, he spread his palm wide, a deafening thunderclap resonating, audible even to Elizabeth and David 30 meters away. Lightning erupted around him, striking every bat, their charred remains plummeting from the sky, reeking of scorched fur and anguished cries. In the next moment, his shield erupted in a shower of sparks as a multitude of small steel pellets collided with the ring of Lagdur, sending Salomon sprawling onto the grass. Before he could retreat behind his shield again, another gunshot rang out, several pellets piercing his calf. Agonizing pain clouded Salomon's mind, rendering him incapable of maintaining his spell, and the ring of Lagdur flickered before extinguishing. He felt as though his leg was aflame, blood gushing from the torn flesh. Yet, this agony paled in comparison to the torment he had endured when donning the ring. Taking a deep breath, he strove to steady his emotions. Rolling over and rising unsteadily from the blood-soaked grass, his body coated in debris. A soft white light enveloped his hand as he pressed it against his calf. Invoking a healing spell, Elizabeth brandished her shotgun, pulling the trigger and marching towards Salomon, aiming the barrel at the kneeling figure on the grass. Victoria materialized behind Elizabeth, emerging from a swarm of bats, her gaze filled with malice as she hissed, "You are doomed. No one can save you." Chapter 36. Dilemma, Seeking Investment. In the dim glow of white light, Salomon's wound gradually healed. Positive energy has a remarkable effect on external injuries. Within moments, the bleeding ceased, and fresh flesh began to grow, forming new muscle and skin. "I fear I can no longer honor our agreement, Mr. Barnabas," Salomon stated, disregarding Elizabeth's gun and Victoria's threats. He remained in a kneeling position, speaking to himself, "Unless they are allowed to leave now, I can guarantee their safety. Are you not coming out, Mr. Vampire?" His trump card had been well concealed until now, giving him confidence to threaten the vampire. It was a decisive move, but its extensive collateral damage made him reluctant to involve the living members of the Collins family, who were merely trying to protect their own. Salomon fully understood their perspective. Had he been in their situation, he might have acted even more ruthlessly. Elizabeth's restraint in merely aiming a gun at him, rather than immediately pulling the trigger, was commendable. Previously, Elizabeth's successful hit was due to a surprise attack. Now that she was in plain sight, Salomon was confident that even without defensive spells, he would not be struck again. Be silent. Victoria seethed at Salomon's threat. You have injured him severely. Bang. Elizabeth fired her weapon, but it merely kicked up a cloud of dirt and grass. Salomon had already vanished. Where is he? Caroline shouted, while Victoria and Elizabeth anxiously scanned their surroundings. David held his handgun aloft, pointing it toward the shadowy thicket, an unsettling feeling creeping over him as he sensed something lurking there. He was grateful he had sent Willie away to meet the fire brigade at the gate. A drunken old man was ill-suited for such perilous circumstances. After a tense silence, just when they believed Salomon had departed, a ring of orange-red sparks suddenly erupted from the gray cobblestone path behind them, and Salomon emerged from that circle. Perhaps those with a sensitive intuition could perceive the truth more accurately. David's instinct had not failed him. Salomon had indeed been in that thicket, where he had opened a portal to retrieve something now held in his grasp. It was a copper shield gleaming with a hint of gold, its surface subtly patterned like snake scales. Each side of the shield bore a diamond shape, while the center displayed the head of a woman in agony, from which snake hair extended outward. Without hesitation, Elizabeth fired again, but the rapidly dispersing metallic projectiles were effortlessly deflected by the shield. The deformed bullets sparked as they ricocheted off, leaving no dent in the copper surface. She fired once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Even the kinetic energy from the shotgun did not cause Salomon to budge. This was the Aegis, the shield of Zeus, also known as the shield of the ram, the shield of Medusa. Regardless of its many names and the legends surrounding it, its greatest power lay in the fact that the visage of Medusa, once severed by Perseus and enshrined by Athena, possessed an overwhelming might that petrified anyone who beheld it. Salomon snapped his fingers, and 4 bright white orbs of light circled the shield as he bowed his head, silently reciting the incantation taught to him by Athena. Unbeknownst to him, the tortured visage of Medusa suddenly opened her previously closed eyes, which seemed alive, darting about. With a few faint clangs of metal, her snake hair broke free from the shield's confines, thrashing wildly and spewing venom. He heard screams erupt, names being called, Victoria yelling for Barnabas, Elizabeth for Caroline, and Caroline for David, voices intertwining in a cacophony. But soon, the cries ceased. Salomon remained unmoved, head bowed, until he finally lowered the shield. 4 exquisitely crafted statues stood in the night, their faces expressing vivid terror and disbelief. Victoria lunged towards Salomon, but Elizabeth shielded her daughter Caroline, who in turn pushed David aside, seeking to distance him from the scene. Yet, no matter their actions, the sight of Medusa's head on the shield would irrevocably turn them to stone, including their clothing and weapons, all within the petrifying radius. This was an almost irreversible process. Unlike simple petrification, even dispelling magic would prove futile unless wielded by a supreme mage or Athena herself. Absent such intervention, they would remain forever as statues. It was more akin to a curse than mere petrification. When Salomon retrieved the shield, he hesitated for a moment, contemplating that the Collins family had committed no wrongdoing. They were merely acting to protect their own. Was this truly the right course of action? Ultimately, he steeled himself, raising the shield before the Collins family, for they now stood in the way of his objective. It is difficult to assert that Salomon's thoughts were untouched by the memories of the stigmata. As he absorbed these memories, cold ideas incessantly influenced and transformed him, compelling him to make certain decisions that dragged him from the sanctuary of safety to the bloody battlefield. For instance, now, when confronted by the other members of the Collins family attacking him, he abandoned the notion of sparing them. As long as they obstructed his path to his goal, he would adopt a hostile stance. In the past, the elder had warned him that choosing this path entailed a price. At that moment, he believed those costs could be mitigated with magical materials. But he now understood that the price was not material. Just like the ancient sorcerer who saved the maiden with his life, true sacrifices often demanded more. So, what would be the price I pay? Salomon pondered. Is it my conscience? Or my empathy? As he sought to rationalize his actions, he found his explanations woefully inadequate. After all, his deeds could be framed in certain contexts as a wizard battling an evil vampire. Indeed, Barnabas had killed innocents in pursuit of blood, while the Collins family had aided him in his villainy. Yet, he could not genuinely believe that the vampire deserved punishment. This was merely his stance as a member of Camathai, while the other Collins family members were blameless. Take David, for instance. He was still just a shy young man. This was a quintessential moral dilemma. Previously, Salomon could stand on dry land, smartphone in hand, offering judgment. Yet when faced with such a situation, he realized it was perhaps the most arduous task in existence, for every choice he made felt wrong. To eradicate the vampire necessitated harming the Collins family, while abandoning the vampire's extermination contradicted his principles. However, having made a decision, there was no room for regret. Now, he yearned to hear the elder's perspective on this matter. A 1,000-year-old supreme mage had undoubtedly encountered similar situations more than once and would surely provide a perfect answer, capable of alleviating his doubts. This is your doing. A cold voice resounded beside Salomon. Are they dead? Salomon swiftly cast aside his chaotic thoughts, turning toward the source of the voice. Yes, he nodded expressionlessly, acknowledging his actions. Why? The vampire, who had always strived to maintain his composure, could no longer contain his rage. Barnabas's face had only partially recovered. His cheek remained a grotesque mass, marred by cold, charred flesh, remnants of the grievous wounds inflicted by Solomon's positively charged fists, which had nearly incinerated his eyeballs. Prior to this, Barnabas had been on the brink of unconsciousness. It was only after his eyes had fully regenerated and he heard Victoria's cries that he managed to escape from the house, which had yet to be engulfed by the flames, and emerged here. When the firefighters followed Old Willie into the estate, all that remained was the burning villa, with nothing else in sight. Chapter 37. The necessary sacrifice. In the training square of the Camartage headquarters, 5 lifelike statues stood. Yet the apprentice sorcerers engaged in their protective arts did not express surprise at their presence, oblivious to who had placed them there. They merely noted that the statues' expressions were unsettlingly vivid, almost as if they were made of flesh and blood, provoking a sense of unease. Mudo's countenance revealed no trace of joy. He was acutely aware of the trials his junior faced, and he recognized that Salomon had already made his corresponding decision, the consequences of which lay starkly before him. This troubled him, even leading to some resentment towards the arrangements of the supreme sorcerer. After all, his junior was an unequivocal recluse, seldom having ventured beyond Camartage, and he feared that Salomon was being thrust into such grave matters far too soon, given his tender age. Meanwhile, Salomon, who had transported the statues to Camartage, now sat before the supreme sorcerer, reviving his spirit after sipping tea from the elder's table. He recounted his journey and the moral dilemmas he had encountered, fervently wishing for sage counsel. You live in the serene environment of Camartage, naturally untouched by such choices. Yet, upon stepping beyond these walls, a myriad of issues will arise, and what you faced before was merely one among them, the elder remarked, gesturing towards the training grounds. I am quite pleased with your decision, child. I sense your confusion, so allow me to share an experience from my past that may illuminate your path. Dormammu's gaze upon Earth is not a recent phenomenon. He has desired to engulf our world in the dark dimension since before humanity's ascent, thwarted only by the first supreme sorcerer, Agamotto. Subsequently, I too became the supreme sorcerer, undertaking the same vigilance. In ages past, the followers of Dormammu were countless. There existed a small village where nearly all inhabitants worshipped him with fervent yet misguided devotion. They remained unaware that they were venerating an evil deity. Yet their lives flourished. They prospered in livestock and bountiful harvests, and hunger had become a relic of the past. Before long, they hosted grand feasts, inviting merchants and neighbors from surrounding villages, while the planetary defense system had only just begun to take shape. They effortlessly summoned Dormammu through the magic he bestowed, a fact I detected through the defense system. As Dormammu neared successful summoning, I intervened. The supreme sorcerer paused, turning to Salomon. What do you think I did? Salomon shook his head. If he were in such a situation, he truly would not know how to respond. The villagers who worship Dormammu bore guilt, even if they were unaware of the nature of their devotion. But what of the other villagers and passing merchants? The answer was simple. Just as Dormammu was about to manifest, I summoned burning meteors that rained down, extinguishing the lives of all present. This included not only the followers of Dormammu, but also the nearby villagers and merchants. Do you understand my reasoning? Salomon again shook his head, uncertain, because I could not discern who among them were Dormammu's followers and who were not. Dormammu's arrival was imminent. If I waited to identify each innocent soul, Earth would have already succumbed to the darkness. The simplest, swiftest, and most effective solution was to eliminate everyone present, thereby interrupting the summoning ritual. Just as in your current predicament, you must eradicate the vampire, yet innocent lives are at stake. If you are resolute in your course of action, it will inevitably harm those innocent souls. The elder's tone turned grave, but you have no choice, Salomon. No one can guarantee that those two vampires 1T later regard humanity as sustenance. It would be profoundly irresponsible to place the safety of others in the hands of their conscience. We aim to protect humanity as a whole, not isolated individuals. You are surely aware of the implications of allowing another Dracula to exist on Earth. It would spell disaster for mankind. In the grand scale of human safety, some lives may need to be sacrificed. This principle is well understood by every sorcerer in Camartage. Although it may seem cold and merciless, it is nonetheless the correct choice. The planetary defense system is already operational, enabling Camartage to monitor magical fluctuations worldwide, allowing us to intervene before the summoning of Dormammu's followers or other malevolent entities begins to escalate. Yet, even so, we must frequently confront such dilemmas. Salomon bowed his head, contemplating the Supreme Sorcerer's words. From the perspectives of the Supreme Sorcerer, Camartage, and the overarching duty of protecting all humanity, this method is indeed justifiable. Should such terrifying entities be summoned, many more lives would be lost. Seeing Salomon deep in thought, the Supreme Sorcerer felt a sense of satisfaction. Many within Camartage blindly revered her decisions, yet she hoped the sorcerers would cultivate their own thoughts. She earnestly wished for Salomon to grasp the noble intent behind her actions. The actions of Camartage do not signify a disregard for life. Whenever possible, we strive to save those we can. Otherwise, we risk becoming mere utilitarians, valuing lives solely by numbers, which is unacceptable. We recognize that the value of life is immeasurable, yet for the sake of many, we must sometimes obliterate the few. Cherish the compassion and kindness you possess. They are precious. Preserve them, for only then can you make decisions without disregarding the value of life. Only then can you wield this power responsibly, when necessary, including your own. I apologize, Salomon. This burden is not yours to bear, but mine, the Supreme Sorcerer murmured, pained, closing her eyes momentarily before reopening them, resolutely devoid of hesitation. Chapter 38. Concluding matters. The Ancient One is the sovereign of the Middle Realm, the ruler of Midgard, and the monarch of Earth. This title, earned through a fierce struggle with magic, is recognized by the majority of the universe. Thus, the Ancient One cherishes humanity as a loving guardian would for their subjects, treating every life with utmost care. The Ancient One imparts this same expectation to Salomon, to love humanity, to scrutinize the necessity of each sacrifice, and to eliminate any senseless waste of life. In the Ancient One's eyes, the Collins family constitutes an acceptable sacrifice. Although harboring a vampire is not punishable by death, opposing the secret mage intent on eradicating vampires is indeed a transgression. This is the law established by the Supreme Mage as a king for this world. Even though ordinary people remain unaware of the existence of Camartage, they are nonetheless bound to adhere to its laws. As for the anguish of decision-making behind this choice, the Ancient One believes it to be a burden she must bear, a responsibility that future Salomon will also inherit. Salomon quickly acquiesced to this reasoning, especially when the Collins family attacked him in a bid to protect their kin. Though he hesitated momentarily, he ultimately resolved to draw forth the aegis. He was not a man driven by overwhelming sympathy. Rather, he possessed a measure of empathy. Otherwise, his previous life of tranquility would have made it exceedingly difficult for him to harden his heart to take a life. Yet he proceeded with his decision, leaving no room for regret. Nevertheless, he still had some concluding tasks to address. After all, both vampires and werewolves can propagate through ordinary humans, akin to cancer cells hidden within human society. These creatures lurking in the shadows have long been targets for elimination by Camartage. Clearing Collins Town is thus a task entrusted to the Supreme Mage. The Ancient One believes that the pursuit of the Dark Grimoire need not be so urgent, considering the tome Salomon discovered was penned by a medieval Italian alchemist. Even if Salomon were to arrive there, the Dark Grimoire might very well have been relocated. Should the Dark Grimoire be read at this moment, it would undoubtedly cause great upheaval, a disturbance that Camartage's planetary defense system could not overlook. The Ancient One harbors no concerns about what dangers Collins Town might pose to Salomon. Hence, she encourages him to visit the town, to clear his mind. while simultaneously hunting down some werewolves and vampires as practical training. However, the Collins family did not furnish Salomon with information regarding other vampires in the town, compelling him to begin his search anew. This, however, granted him time to hone his magical skills, for one cannot achieve progress merely through combat on the training grounds. Now, each night, Camarta's headquarters boasts a bounty of fresh seafood. While the Ancient One turns a blind eye to the fact that the headquarters only serves plain cabbage, a practice initiated by past apprentices that, over centuries, has inexplicably morphed into tradition, the Ancient One remains ambivalent about whether this is good or bad, choosing instead to let it be. In addition to delivering seafood to Camartage, Salomon also sends some to his Wing Chun dojo and to Athena. He performed admirably. After hearing Salomon's explanation for his previous absence, Athena's residual discontent evaporated. In her view, a young hero should emerge, slaying a monster or two, thus paving the way for the bards to sing of grand achievements in the future. As for the ordinary members of the Collins family, Athena held little regard. What mattered to her was that Salomon had utilized the aegis she bestowed upon him, a fact that filled her with satisfaction. What does this signify? It indicates that Salomon is indeed a hero molded by Athena. If Salomon were to appear before the masses riding the winged horse Pegasus, her delight would be even greater. Satisfied with her peculiarities, Athena prepared a delectable Atlantic salmon for Salomon. This fatty fish, once deboned and seasoned, could be pan-fried, and Salomon often indulged in several pieces until he felt overly full. In truth, the affairs of Collins Town are not particularly complex, yet they are exceedingly time-consuming. The third vampire in the town is, in fact, Julia Hoffman, the family doctor of the Collins family, who has been missing since 31 years prior, as recorded in local police files. What complicates matters further are the werewolves. Although the powers of both werewolves and vampires are linked to the Dark Grimoire, the initial transformation of vampires is far more troublesome than the werewolves' method of augmenting their ranks. A mere bite suffices. The curse of lycanthropy contained in their saliva enters the human body. As long as they can refrain from consuming one more person in their unending frenzy, their numbers will swell. Salomon remains oblivious to the origins of these werewolves, nor does he comprehend their precise numbers. These werewolves maintain normal identities within Collins Town. Unlike vampires, they do not fear sunlight, allowing them to operate freely within the town. After the death of Angelica Butchett, these werewolves dispersed throughout the town, causing Salomon to spend considerable time searching. Employing vast quantities of honey and lotus oil ointment to cast the second-tier spell Disguise Recognition to identify those werewolves masquerading in human form. "Hey, brother. The person you had me follow died just a few days later," the driver remarked, counting his money. "What exactly are you up to?" "Due to my intelligence, I enrolled directly in S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy." Salomon feigned a sigh. "I can't play games, can't read comics, and can't even use my phone freely. Such a life is unbearably difficult, which is why I applied for this mission. Remember, you have never seen me and must not mention me to anyone. And what about the dash cam? Why doesn't this rickety car have one?" Understood, I get it." The driver signaled an okay gesture. "Now, please fetch me a bottle of cola. Make sure it's cold, and no Pepsi." Chapter 39. A conclusion. The nearest vending machine was still over 200 meters away. Situated in a remote and dilapidated residential area predominantly inhabited by fishermen, Salomon's target resided here. It was still daylight, and the streets of the neighborhood were lined with sparse trees, only a few patches of yellow-green grass, clearly neglected by the residents. Moreover, tire rims, empty beer cans, and ramshackle trailers were strewn between each house, with weeds growing as high as the axles of vehicles. Upon disembarking, Salomon even stepped on a rusted bolt, submerged in the overgrown grass, waiting to corrode in this desolate landscape. As the gentle spring breeze wafted through, a rusted swing in the chaotic yard swayed slightly, emitting a faint creaking sound, releasing specks of reddish dust. Salomon noticed the lack of people, which satisfied him greatly. After spotting his target emerge from the house, he dismissed the driver, wishing to ensure that the ensuing confrontation would remain unseen. After the Collins family vanished from the small town, the British Collins family swiftly took over the local fishing industry, as if they had been preparing for it all along. Following Barnabas's petrification, the local police finally came to their senses and began investigating the backlog of murder cases. Perhaps due to the overwhelming number of cases, any overt investigation might lead the populace to perceive it as negligence. Thus, The local police refrained from cordoning off the streets or summoning suspects, opting instead to subtly diminish the impact of these cases through private inquiry. However, Salomon's actions in hunting vampires and werewolves did attract some attention, prompting him to enlist the help of a local taxi driver to navigate the streets discreetly. He kicked the bolt aside and nonchalantly followed the werewolf ahead. This werewolf was a typical fisherman, with graying hair, dark skin, and clad in a wrinkled dark plaid shirt, his attire as crumpled as his face. Wood habitually leaned against the wall while walking. Even as he descended the stairs from his home, he did so sideways, perhaps due to his profession. Salomon's unfamiliar visage piqued his interest as he was about to leave the neighborhood. Not to mention, Salomon's garb was not that of an ordinary man. Any observant individual could discern the expensive silver chains he wore, adorned with sacred cloth. Upon realizing he was noticed, Salomon abandoned his pursuit and approached confidently. However, before he could speak, the werewolf addressed him first. He squinted, his eyes reddened from years of exposure to the sea breeze, surveying the young mage. His voice emerging from lungs tainted by smoke and tar. "What does a young master like you seek here? There's nothing of interest. This is no place for you." "I wish to speak with you," Salomon replied, gesturing toward a secluded corner. "Follow me." Without waiting for a response, he strode ahead. The werewolf glanced around, hesitated, and then followed suit. Salomon's vintage attire reminded him of a wizard from a fairy tale, and upon Angel's disappearance, he ceased contact with his former companions. Otherwise, he would have realized the dwindling number of werewolves in town. "Make it quick, kid," he said, growing impatient as they reached the back of a house. "I have work to do. I don't have time for games." "You cannot leave, Mr. Wood," Salomon stated, ensuring no one was around. "I cannot allow any werewolf to walk away alive. A mere bite, tainted with filthy saliva, would bury the curse of beastly affliction beneath the skin of an ordinary person. With the next full moon, a new werewolf would emerge, perpetuating the cycle." This was intolerable. "You're a wizard? Damn, I knew it. Wizards are all freaks," he retorted angrily. "Listen, I haven't been in touch with other werewolves for ages, okay? I didn't choose to work for Angel. What could I do? I was born a werewolf. My father was one too. My grandfather. If I don't work for her, I'll die? And Angel has been missing for 31 years. I finally broke free. Now, I'm just an ordinary fisherman. I go out to sea to catch fish and support my family, saving money for my children's education. I've done nothing." "I'm sorry, Mr. Wood," Salomon replied, his expression impassive. "Regardless of your grievances, the existence of werewolves in this world is original sin. I cannot assure you that you will not bite someone, nor can I guarantee that your children will not transform." The werewolf grew frantic, raising his hands. Hey, listen. I've never bitten anyone, I swear. My kids aren't werewolves, I promise. I'd sell my soul to the devil before I let my children become werewolves." Having experienced the terror of working under Angelica, Wood understood the witch's formidable power and cruelty, which even instilled fear in werewolves. According to their ancestors, Angelica had lived for 200 years, maintaining her youth and strength throughout. Wood perceived that this wizard before him was similar, seemingly young but harboring many years. "I will verify this myself," Salomon said, unmoved by the werewolf's pleas. "But you must die here. I am not a wild mage like Angelica. I hail from Camartage, and your existence violates the laws of the supreme sorcerers. FCK. I've done nothing." He cursed as he stealthily edged closer to Salomon. Magic required incantation. The quickest way to thwart a wizard was to approach them rapidly and interrupt their spell casting. This was a method devised by his forebears in their rebellion against Angel. And although he had not had the chance to betray her before disappearing, now was the moment to employ this tactic. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as the werewolf's head was forcefully slammed into the grass, then bounced back and struck down again, creating a shallow pit in the ground. The sudden blow left him dizzy, nearly unconscious, and he had no time to transform before being felled. Salomon's ferocious technique had induced a concussion. Wood saw the world around him sway and blur, his ears ringing, and despite his efforts to breathe, he could barely lift his arms. "I shall bear all sins," Salomon declared, stepping forward to place his foot upon the werewolf's neck, pinning his chin to prevent him from lifting his head to bite at his ankle. The mage leaned down, pressing his palm against the werewolf's temple, saying, "Farewell, Mr. Wood." "Farewell, Mr. Wood," he repeated. Then, with his other hand, he struck the hilt of his dagger forcefully, the gleaming blade plunging into the werewolf's temple. This was the weakest werewolf he had ever hunted. Salomon pulled the tab on a can and clinked it with the driver. Cheers. This is exhilarating. The driver gulped down half the beer and asked Salomon where he planned to go next. Anywhere. The task is complete. Salomon exhaled, leaning back in his seat, eyes closed. Just now, he had not merely slain a werewolf. The offspring of werewolves could not possibly be mere mortals. Chapter 40. The deceptive tongue of man. The respite activities arranged for Salomon by the esteemed elder were, in essence, a means of fortifying his psychological resilience. However, both Baron Modu and Casilios expressed their discontent, as they felt that Salomon was far too young for such burdens. A child of his tender years should not be stained with blood. I had previously stated that each individual's starting point is unique, and he is destined not to languish in a mundane existence. Modu and Casilios exchanged silent glances. The task of vanquishing vampires and werewolves should have fallen to them or to the stewards of the New York Temple. Yet these responsibilities had been thrust upon Salomon by the Supreme Mage. Relax, the elder discerned their unspoken thoughts. Do not presume that Salomon's performance in the protection class reflects his true capabilities. He is merely yielding to you. If he were to unleash the sacred mark and engage in hand-to-hand combat, you would stand no chance against him. Elder, what exactly is the sacred mark? Casilios pondered for a moment before posing the question. I believe the sacred mark on Salomon is entirely distinct from the conventional understanding of such a phenomenon, especially considering the extraordinary circumstances surrounding his birth. I suspect. You are not mistaken, Casilios, the elder affirmed. That is precisely why I was present there. We must not allow any external dimensional forces to interfere with Earth. But will Salomon betray humanity? Modu inquired with furrowed brows. The figure from the Bible did the same. I am quite concerned. No, he will not, the Supreme Mage reassured him. Salomon is unequivocally human, albeit somewhat extraordinary. It is significant that he is an unbeliever. And I am thoroughly satisfied with his conviction, a belief that is lacking in most individuals. They tend to regard powerful entities as deities, mistakenly believing that venerating these external beings will grant them salvation. This foolish notion continues to be widely accepted today, even among you, Modu and Casilios. Even after realizing that God is merely an external dimensional being and ceasing to worship him, faith has carved a void within your hearts that yearns to be filled. A desire that only intensifies. There has never been a universal deity. If there were, it would surely be a lie. The elder's tone grew increasingly stern as she continued. Moreover, our relationship with the Vishandi is merely transactional. They are our overlords, and even they are not worthy of reverence. The driver took Salomon for a spin around the streets, his radio blaring as he clutched a beer, steering with a lopsided grip. After a while, he turned to Salomon, who was gazing out the window, and asked, Brother, are you leaving? Yes, I am departing, Salomon replied, appearing quite at ease, as he had accomplished all that was needed in Collintown. The werewolves that could be found had already been eradicated, albeit with considerable collateral damage. No, the weather in London suits me better. It is languid and gentle. Though it rains often, that is not too great a concern. Salomon unbuckled his seatbelt and stretched. Just drive me ahead. Keep it a secret, brother. Salomon stuffed several bills into the driver's breast pocket. You've had too much to drink. Pull over. Wait. The driver continued waving his hands even after stopping. Salomon watched curiously as the driver tore a piece of paper from a drawer and hastily rummaged through his phone, scribbling notes. After a moment, he handed over a small note with a name and phone number. I know someone in London. They say this person is quite formidable. You can contact him for your next assignment. Salomon gazed at the name on the note, his mouth agape in surprise. Recently, Collintown had been plagued by frequent fires, with most corpses set ablaze by Salomon himself. Only a scant few were tracked to wild werewolves, whose remains he discarded at sea. Salomon's hunting activities had left the local police in disarray, especially considering the backlog of unsolved cases over the years, now compounded by the recent spate of families being slaughtered, leaving no survivors. The media continued to amplify the incompetence of the local police, creating a tense atmosphere in the small town. Yet, ultimately, the residents' lives remained largely unaffected, merely providing fodder for conversation over tea, for this was America, where one could be shot just walking down the street. The only one privy to the truth was the driver. For some individuals, alcohol often inspired a proclivity for boasting. The more they drank, the grander their tales became. Now news of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents having visited the town was known not only to most of the older men in Collintown, but even to a bedridden 90-year-old fisherman. After all, a man who braves the seas cannot forego his drink, and even in a wheelchair, he must have a sip. In the taverns, everyone could vividly describe the appearance of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, as if they had witnessed them firsthand. There was a middle-aged white man with a high receding hairline, clad in a suit, sporting a kind smile. Another was a completely bald man with a patch over one eye, dressed in leather. Some even claimed that the deceased were, in fact, killed by foreign spies. And with a few more glasses of whiskey, the perpetrators would evolve into extraterrestrials. Exaggeration was the order of the day, with the quality of stories varying wildly with the price of the drinks. Of course, this demographic of middle-aged men also constituted a significant portion of the local police force. This left the Collintown police both perplexed and outraged, prompting them to issue a letter of protest against S.H.I.E.L.D. for its unlawful actions. The methods employed in these murders bore striking similarities, suggesting a single perpetrator. In truth, these serial killings should have been reported to the FBI, yet the Collintown police had refrained from notifying the federal authorities or S.H.I.E.L.D. For over 31 years, murders had occurred annually in the town, yet not a single case had been solved. For this reason, the police resolved to suppress all cases, should the media uncover the history of such incidents. The waste of taxpayer money could not be tolerated, jeopardizing the mayor's electoral prospects and the funding of their police department. Deceit from above and below is a universal practice, one that any politician can master. No one desired their town to be inundated with FBI agents, small-time reporters, fraudulent mediums, and half-hearted television crews. Maine has long harbored its share of misfortunes, and Collintown was hardly noteworthy amidst such turmoil. Yet, the protests from the Collintown police proved futile for S.H.I.E.L.D. answers not to the federal government, but to the World Security Council. Upon receiving the police's letter, S.H.I.E.L.D. was left bewildered. Their lack of dispatched agents to Collintown indicated that someone had assumed a false identity. Consequently, an agent, freshly returned from a mission, was dispatched to Collintown to investigate the matter. Yes, I saw him. Dressed in a suit, with a high hairline, the kind-hearted gentleman. An elderly man, sporting sunglasses and a head full of white hair, shouted while leaning on a cane. Old man, you were standing. Huh. Chapter 41. The left eye and the right eye. Agent Coulson swiftly traced the origin of the rumor to a dark-skinned taxi driver. Initially, the driver resisted the investigation, yet he soon stammered out a confession. Based on his description of Salomon, Coulson quickly connected the dots to the large melted pit on the highway of Salem, coupled with the frequent fires in Collintown. Indeed, the criminal organization that collects the mutants had resumed its activities, and the mutant they dispatched was none other than the boy with high-temperature abilities from Salem. All clues now pointed to Salomon Damonette. Regrettably, Agent Coulson did not remain in Collintown for long. He had to report the matter to his superiors as other, more pressing issues had arisen. More importantly, the renowned capitalist Tony Stark had gone missing. In comparison to the organization trafficking mutant youths, the capitalist held greater significance for the U.S. government, compelling S.H.I.E.L.D. to focus its attention on Tony Stark. Meanwhile, Salomon, who had narrowly missed an encounter with Agent Coulson, was currently ensconced in a room at the headquarters of Kamar Taj, engrossed in a video game. He planned to rest for a few days before embarking on a relentless journey to Europe to continue the search for the Book of Darkness. The Ancient One had mentioned that she had an acquaintance in Europe who could be of assistance. Currently, this acquaintance was tasked with some operations against extra-dimensional beings in Europe. But most within Kamar Taj remained unaware of this individual, as the Ancient One had deliberately erased their movements from the planetary defense system. The reason for such secrecy lay in the unique nature of this individual, a quintessential demon sorcerer endowed with the power to command demons, specializing in the hunting of angels to feed said demons. Should some obstinate sorcerers of Kamar Taj discover this, they would likely call for the individual's demise. However, in the Ancient One's perspective, both angels and demons are merely extra-dimensional entities. Regardless of who perishes among them, Kamar Taj stands to gain. But are angels not the messengers of God? Does heaven still desire to intervene on earth? Salomon began to question his own origins, for according to the Ancient One, the anomalies present at his birth were strikingly similar to those surrounding the arrival of the sun. Could his presence here be an act of heaven? In response to Solomon's inquiries, the Ancient One patiently elucidated. Angels are not merely messengers of God, Solomon. They are beings of positive energy dimensions, not exclusive emissaries of any deity. Upon their birth, they seek to serve powerful existences within the realm of positive energy, referred to as gods, including God himself. The angels described in the Bible are simply positive energy beings serving God. However, I have an agreement with heaven. As long as I exist, heaven cannot intervene on earth. Those angels invading our realm serve another deity. The reason angels belonging to God do not invade earth, while those of this other deity do, is quite simple. This deity has fallen into a deep slumber, and no entity exists to represent them in a contract with me. This slumbering god is known as Jubilius, a name that cannot be articulated by human tongues. It came into being after the death of a deity named Asir, the god of chaos, who fragmented at the dawn of humanity. After its demise, a portion of its essence ascended to the realm of positive energy, becoming Jubilius and many angels. Another portion fell into the abyss, transforming into a demon lord and spawning numerous demons. You see, the Eternal One would never consent to such a state. As for why they invade Earth rather than directly assault the abyss for power, it is because the two most significant fragments of Asir's power have descended to the human realm. According to the Ancient One, those possessing the left eye are referred to as shadow witches, while those with the right eye are known as luminous sages. Before the Ancient One's emergence, these two factions called themselves the observers of history, maintaining a delicate balance while observing the world. However, this equilibrium shattered 500 years ago, as the left-eyed faction allied with demons to hunt angels, while the right-eyed faction conspired with angels to hunt demons, perpetually waging war against one another. Their final confrontation was exceedingly brutal, lasting nearly a century, culminating in the disappearance of the left-eyed witch. Even so, upon her return after 5 centuries, she remained resolutely committed to her mission, just as the sage did. Even if the angels or demons that crossed into Earth were not spawned by Asir, they remained within the scope of their hunt, a reason for the Ancient One's tolerance. As described by the Ancient One, the organization serving the deity Jubilius on Earth is known as the Ragna cult, headquartered in a city called Vigrid on the European border. The city is governed by a group named Azrael, with its president, Bedel, wielding the power of the right eye as a luminous sage. The Ancient One merely needs to maintain the balance between the two factions, preventing the slumbering Jubilius from awakening, the demon lord from being summoned to Earth, or the god of chaos Asir from returning to life. As long as the witch and the sage continue their eternal struggle, they will aid Kamartaj in eradicating the demons and angels that infiltrate Earth. Retaining their presence significantly alleviates Kamartaj's workload. However, the power of the luminous sage has been growing increasingly formidable. To restore balance, the Ancient One has deliberately supported the left-eyed witch, providing her with information on angelic activities. Yet what if the situation spirals out of control? Solomon curiously inquired. The Ancient One gestured toward the eye of Agamada resting upon the table. If one attempt fails, another shall follow. Success is inevitable. As for the origins of the god of chaos Asir, neither the Ancient One nor the Ancient One possesses answers. The texts from ancient times are vague, and the Ragna cult's writings are even less trustworthy, filled with irrational adulations and praises. Solomon's self-doubt was anticipated by the Ancient One. You are human, genuinely human. The Ancient One stated with unwavering conviction. No matter your origins, this remains true. As for the stigmata, I suspect it is the legendary book containing 500 profound pieces of knowledge from heaven and earth, the Book of Angels Rachel, from which your studies of another magical system likely derive. The Ancient One was not referring to the translated version of the Book of Enoch found in the Kamartaj library, but rather the complete original of the magical text, the Book of Angels Rachel. The Kabbalistic tree of life that Solomon dreamt of during his coma is likely a fragment of the Book of Angels Rachel. Yet the specific secrets require Solomon to explore on his own. After a few days of rest, Solomon would set forth once more, journeying to Europe in search of the witch Bayonetta. Chapter 42. The Gates of Hell Bar, Seeking Investment. After spending nearly a week tirelessly completing the soon-to-be-released Assassin's Creed, Solomon set forth once again. However, he first needed to pay a visit to a certain entity, or rather, a being that was not entirely human, in hopes of locating the witch, Bayonetta. To do so, Solomon had to don the insignia of Kamartaj, lest he be perceived as an unwelcome guest. I have adhered to the Supreme Mage's rules. The burly black man behind the bar, without raising his gaze, wiped a glass, though his displeasure was evident on his face. His bald head was adorned with intricate black tattoos, giving him a more intimidating appearance. He set down the glass and remarked, "I have not summoned demons or angels. In fact, I have vanquished a few. Is that not sufficient? Wait, is that a child?" This was indeed the gates of Hellbar, with the owner being the imposing black man behind the counter. Superficially, he appeared merely intimidating, but in truth, he was once an angel, now fallen to become a denizen of the lower planes. Solomon was not surprised when the Supreme Mage mentioned this, as it was not uncommon for beings of the higher planes to descend to the lower realms. Typically, a fallen angel would transform into a demon. Yet the Esteemed One referred to this fallen angel as Rodden, a male. This revelation astonished Solomon, for angels with a defined gender were often high-ranking, and he could recall only one fallen high-ranking angel, the daughter of destruction, Zariel. Although he was unaware of what hell resembled in this world, he assumed that a high-ranking angel's fall would result in a formidable demon. However, he miscalculated. This fallen angel had not become a devil, but rather a demon. Rodden was an exceptional craftsman, but due to his inability to find refuge in either the upper or lower planes, he resided among humans. Upon agreeing to abide by the rules set forth by the Esteemed One and refraining from participating in earthly affairs, he was permitted to dwell on Earth. Now, this fallen angel served as the equipment supplier for Camartage, crafting numerous essential items, including the boots of Feudo that Solomon wore. Hellbars typically manifested in slums, providing a modest business of selling drinks and food. Following the lead provided by the Supreme Mage, Solomon successfully located this establishment. Upon entering, perhaps due to the magical energy he emanated triggering the bar's discernment mechanism, the ambience transformed from an unremarkable rundown bar into a realm adorned with dark purple wallpaper, causing the patrons previously indulging in food and drink to vanish. Unwittingly, Solomon had stepped into the half-plane of this fallen angel. "What brings you here?" "We do not serve minors," Rodden inquired, feigning seriousness as he extinguished the ember of his cigar and placed a warm glass of milk before Solomon. "I assume you can still reach the bar. Speak, why has the Supreme Mage summoned me?" "The Esteemed One does not seek you. Rather, I have a matter to attend to." Solomon perched himself on a bar stool, his feet dangling uncomfortably. He took a sip of the warm milk. "It is sweet." After finishing the milk, he burped. "The Esteemed One instructed me to seek something and mentioned that someone here could assist me." "Seeking something? You are in need of information," Rodden stated, pouring another glass of warm milk while returning to the task of cleaning the glass. "Enzo, someone is looking for you." "Huh." A plump figure clad in a light trench coat, black wide-brimmed hat, and sunglasses emerged from behind the sofa. "Looking for me? Extinguish your cigarette. We have a minor present," Rodden replied without glancing up. This spellcaster from Camartage was in pursuit of something. Who knew why the Supreme Mage would send a child on such a mission? "But the person I seek is Bayonetta," Solomon declared, declining the glass of warm milk, unable to consume it any longer. Rodden abruptly raised his head, scrutinizing Solomon with newfound clarity. When his gaze fell upon Solomon's hands, realization dawned upon him. "It is you. You know me?" "But this is our first meeting," Solomon responded, puzzled. "Anyone associated with magic throughout the world remembers the circumstances of your birth, child. You are far more renowned than you realize." Rodden poured himself a glass of cold cola. "That beam of light from heaven is visible to all but the blind." "Then, you were adopted by the Supreme Mage. This is common knowledge in magical circles." "What is your name?" "Solomon." "Not surprisingly, seeing your holy mark confirms your name." Rodden nodded, perhaps due to Solomon's youth. His tone was unusually gentle. "However, I believe now is not the time for you to launch an offensive against heaven to reclaim your mother's soul. Bayonetta cannot aid you in entering heaven. You must rely on yourself." "I have never met my mother," Solomon replied expressionlessly. "But if given the chance, I would certainly do so, just not now. I am not foolish enough for that yet. I seek Bayonetta for another matter." "What matter?" Enzo leaned in, having extinguished his cigar. "When it comes to finding things, Bayonetta pales in comparison to my skills. She is merely a fighter." Solomon cast a glance at Enzo and then at Rodden, hesitating to disclose the details regarding the dark grimoire. Yet, he reasoned that such matters should not be secrets for an immortal being and proceeded to share the information he had gathered. This included the alchemical tome authored by the Italian Franciscan friar and teacher, Paul of Taranto. He needed to ascertain where Paul had composed that book. Only by knowing where Paul had ventured throughout his life could he trace the origins of Paul's knowledge regarding the Dark Grimoire. The Supreme Mage has tasked you with seeking that book, Rodden remarked. It has been missing for ages. I doubt Enzo can locate it. Are you certain this is your assignment? Perhaps the Esteemed One simply did not want me cooped up in a room, fearing I might suffocate from boredom. Hence sending me out for a stroll, Solomon mused. Of course, it is also possible the Esteemed One wishes for me to gain experience, though I feel it may be a touch premature. Indeed, Rodden nodded. Your experience is still lacking. For instance, you have revealed information here that Enzo is unaware of, thus granting him a free piece of knowledge. Do not underestimate me. I possess information that even you are unaware of. Enzo protested, shaking his fist in discontent. Though he dared not express his anger towards Rodden, merely gesturing in protest. Turning his attention, he shifted his demeanor. I believe we can discuss this business elsewhere. The fare here is rather unpalatable. You may visit my home. My 2 children, Ed and Edna, will be thrilled to see you. My wife prepares a delightful meal, far superior to Rodden's cooking. Suddenly, the bar door swung open with a loud bang, and a tall, graceful figure appeared at the entrance. Long, slender legs, enveloped in form-fitting black fabric, stepped inside, the sound of high heels echoing on the bar floor. Oh dear, we have a little guest today, the woman purred, her voice dripping with seduction. Rodden, when did your bar start serving minors? Selling drinks to minors is illegal, you know. Bayonetta, he is looking for you. Rodden interjected at the opportune moment. Boya, are you searching for me? Chapter 43. Bayonetta Salomon was on the verge of fainting, truly. The exhilaration brought on by this woman was overwhelming. He suspected that his ability to become a sorcerer was a mere consequence of having remained a virgin until the age of 30 in his previous life. Fortunately, his regular training with Athena allowed him to maintain a semblance of clarity when confronted by those strikingly beautiful light-hued eyes. Yes, I have sought you out. He managed to lean back, nervously retrieving a letter from his satchel. This is a missive from the Supreme Mage addressed to you. I have come to seek your assistance in locating a grimoire. The Esteemed One has indicated that you could be of help. What do you mean? Salomon asked, perplexed. At that moment, Rodan stepped in to elucidate, explaining that Bayonetta had awakened from her coffin at the bottom of the lake 20 years prior, retaining only the knowledge of her identity as a witch while having no recollection of her past. Her instinctual hunting of angels to feed demons was purely a matter of survival. If anyone possessed insights into Bayonetta's history, it would be Kamatage, a mage order that had stood for millennia and surely held records regarding the witch. This is a fair exchange, Bayonetta proclaimed, standing before Salomon. Moreover, Italy is not far from Vigrid, a place teeming with winged fiends, and someone as diminutive as you certainly requires the protection of an elder sister. Bayonetta leaned in closer, inhaling deeply through her pert nose. Salomon instinctively took a step back until his back met the bar counter. Her gaze sharpened, and as one hand moved to her back, a faint aroma of rosemary wafted through the air. You wouldn't tea. No fighting is permitted here, Bayonetta. Rodan interjected calmly, though his tone was firm enough to deter her from any aggressive intent. The bar owner kindly clarified Salomon's identity, including the extraordinary circumstances surrounding his birth, which caused Bayonetta's demeanor to shift once more. Oh, she squinted, scrutinizing Salomon, including the stigmata upon his hands. At first, I thought a high-ranking angel had descended, and I was tempted to dash off to New York. Is it possible that the sun intends to rebel against the heavens? The Esteemed One has stated that I am human, and thus I shall remain human forever, Salomon replied, regaining his composure. As for the intentions of the higher realms, they concern me not. Our goals align, Bayonetta. No extra-dimensional beings may tread upon the earth. However, the planetary defense system has recently detected an influx of such entities, which is why the Esteemed One has requested I assist you with some manageable tasks. It seems you can still fight? Bayonetta's tone prompted Salomon to straighten his posture indignantly. Do not underestimate me, witch. I have undergone training. Very well, let us depart at once. Bayonetta nodded, seizing Salomon's hand and leading him outside. But I have yet to dine. We shall eat at Enzo's, she responded. Slow down, slow down, slow down. This is too fast. Salomon protested incessantly. He found himself perched on the back of Bayonetta's motorcycle, the rapid speed forcing him to cling tightly to her slender waist. Yet, his pleas for moderation did not slow her pace. Rather, she accelerated further. Thus, Bayonetta took Salomon on a swift ride, her motorcycle zipping through the air as if imbued with the agility of a spider. Now, as they raced past the rocky cliffs of a gorge, Salomon felt his legs weaken, nearly unable to stand upon arrival. "Oh dear, is this all you can manage, Boya?" Bayonetta smirked, mocking him. "Humph." Salomon grunted in irritation. "Just give me a moment to acclimate. Kamatage did not offer such exhilarating activities. I assure you, next time." "Well then, Boya, can you still move?" Bayonetta's tone took on a playful lilt, causing Salomon's face to flush. "Of course I can," he retorted stubbornly. "Just allow me a few steps." "All right. Come and witness how your elder sister slays monsters," Bayonetta declared as intricate purple sigils materialized before her. She stepped into them and vanished from sight. Taking a deep breath, Salomon donned his enchanted ring and recited a recently learned incantation, conjuring a portal before him. However, the scene within mirrored his current location, yet he stepped through nonetheless. This realm was known as the Infernal Plane, or so Bayonetta referred to it. As a witch, she could traverse this dimension freely. It served as a thin membrane between the material plane and the outer realms. When extra-dimensional entities invaded Earth, they first manifested here before passing through the Infernal Plane to reach the material world. The two planes were mutually exclusive. In this realm, one could only perceive the transparent shadows of humanity from the material plane, unable to interact with them. Conversely, inanimate objects could influence one another, meaning that structures within this realm resembled those of the material plane. Destruction wrought upon the infernal plane would likewise affect the material world. Salomon speculated that this might be a unique dimension, as it did not align with the knowledge he had acquired in dimensional studies. Upon entering, a golden spear sliced through the air towards him. The sorcerer calmly sidestepped the attack. Before him stood a creature with a completely white body and a bird-like head, adorned with a red mask embellished with golden trim. This was an angel, or more precisely, an angelic servant of Jubilius. Without the halo above its head and the pure white wings behind it, one might not recognize this being as an angel. Besides its avian head, the creature also possessed talon-like limbs, firmly grasping the golden spear. With no time to utter a spell, Salomon swung a fist, the ring of Lagdorder crashing against the angel's mask, causing it to stagger back. Stepping forward, he pressed his right leg against the golden spear, delivering a powerful kick with his left leg that sent the angel, known as Affinity, reeling backward, the spear clattering to the ground. Salomon bent down to retrieve the weapon. It was not overly heavy, resembling a crossbow, with an X-shaped blade affixed behind the spearhead, accompanied by several varying lengths of metallic barbs. Though its design was far from exceptional, it remained serviceable. The unarmed angel could not withstand Salomon's assault for long. After he effortlessly pierced Affinity's avian head with the spear's tip, the angel disintegrated into golden motes of light. Turning, Salomon noticed more angels besieging Bayonetta, yet her lithe figure deftly evaded their strikes while she dispatched several uniquely shaped angels. "Ah, it seems the angel attacking me is a cowardly sort," Salomon mused, dissatisfied as he flung the spear away. Trained by Athena, he possessed a decent proficiency in this skill, and the spear, charged with tremendous momentum, accurately impaled an angel with a marble visage and diminutive golden wings, pinning it to the ground. "Boya, come assist your elder sister," Bayonetta called, seemingly unfazed as she dispatched her foes. Salomon grunted, feeling the sting of her teasing. Nevertheless, this presented a rare opportunity he could not let slip by. It was time to test his dark magic. Chapter 44, Journey to Florence, Seeking Investment. Bayonetta's movements were remarkably agile. The sharp blades often grazed past her without inflicting the slightest wound. With each evaded attack, her speed only intensified. Armed with a pistol in each hand and foot, she could fire at a velocity so swift that even Salomon could barely discern her actions. The thunderous gunfire would erupt just once, yet it could strike multiple foes simultaneously. With a teammate ahead capable of holding the enemies at bay, Salomon felt a newfound joy in being a mage. As he pointed toward an enemy while reciting an incantation, a deceptively simple spell was cast. The Know Thy Enemy spell served as an excellent means to probe the defenses of unfamiliar foes, granting Salomon a fleeting insight into their vulnerabilities. Without this knowledge, he would be unable to effectively wield his magic against the heavenly beings. Soon, an ethereal bell materialized above one of the angelic figures, its mournful toll resonating with a negative energy that pressed forth like sound waves. As the angel released a note, the resultant positive energy collided with the negativity, mutually annihilating each other, leaving only a lingering energy wave. However, a subsequent fireball struck the angel squarely in the face. charring its facial armor. Salamon's attack drew the attention of the angels. Though they could not reach Bayonetta, Salamon appeared vulnerable enough to warrant their focus, a strategic diversion. Indeed. Yet, before they could advance, a repugnant green energy burst forth from the arcane mage's hands toward a bird-like angel wielding a golden spear. The once agile angel, now slowed, became an easy target for Bayonetta, who swiftly elevated her long leg, her high heel pressing against its head. A flurry of bullets erupted from the angel's skull. "Thank you, Boya," she winked at Salamon, sensing the weakened state of the angel whose skin and armor had grown brittle under the effects of his spell. Salamon had unleashed a pathogen ray to test the angel's resistance to toxic effects, for even the Know Thy Enemy spell could not provide a comprehensive understanding of their abilities. Through the combined effects of the death knell, fire arrow, and pathogen ray, he began to ascertain their weaknesses. Salamon's figure shimmered in the dim light. A specter amidst the haze. A beam of positive energy shot past him like a cannonball, yet he remained undeterred in his casting. A massive hand, conjured from the earth, extended beside Bayonetta, rising to her height. Before she could react, it grasped one of the angels tightly, black cracks spiderwebbing across its form as blood oozed forth, transforming into golden motes that ascended into the ether. "Oh dear," Bayonetta casually pressed her pistol against the angel's head, firing several rounds before the earthen hand seized another angel. Now, the witch was certain that this was indeed Salamon's magic, which had greatly aided her by extracting the angels from her blind spots for attack. As the angels gradually encircled Bayonetta, even those holding horns hovered above her. Salamon swiftly deconstructed the Maximilian Earth grasp and altered his spell. "Come to my side, Bayonetta." No sooner had he spoken than she appeared beside him. Suddenly, a thick, sticky web descended from the heavens, ensnaring all the angels within, binding them firmly to the ground. Now was the time to unleash targeted spells. The arcane mage tore open a scroll, summoning a fireball slightly shorter than himself, which rolled towards the angels in a straight line. The flammable web ignited, flames rapidly spreading across its surface, subjecting all the angels to searing heat. Under Salamon's control, the fireball circled back, crushing every angel in its path. "Little one, your performance was quite spectacular," Bayonetta remarked, narrowing one eye as she picked off the remaining struggling angels. "Yet, this was merely a minor skirmish. I am here to retrieve something, Bayonetta, not to engage in conflict." However, now that the angels had descended to earth, it was also Karmatish's responsibility to eliminate them. Salamon sighed in resignation. The power of necromancy could only be sustained by his own vitality, and he had yet to earn the right to draw energy from the dark dimension. It was prudent to minimize the use of necromantic spells to avoid sacrificing his life force and hindering his growth. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Bayonetta's gaze, he observed as the angels transformed into golden motes, vanishing in the flames. Once more, she summoned her motorcycle. "Hurry aboard, Boya," she said playfully. "Or do you wish for me to carry you?" "I wouldn't mind at all." Salamon clicked his tongue, obediently taking his place on the rear seat. He had no desire to be embraced by her during this surge of hormones. Any physiological reaction would be exceedingly embarrassing, especially in her presence. "Hold on tight. Or are you feeling shy?" Bayonetta teased again. "Be quiet, witch," Salamon retorted, his face flushed, yet he dutifully wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Drive. If you say another word, I swear I'll be furious." The battle unfolded near a castle named Fincilia Tower, located in the southern region of Fiesole. On the outskirts of Florence, near the southern slopes of the Cesare Mountains, where it was said that Da Vinci once conducted flight experiments. To the south lay a road that, if traveled westward, would lead them to Florence. However, due to the late hour, Salamon's destination, the Church of Santa Croce, not far from Leonardo da Vinci's residence, had already closed its doors. Thus, Bayonetta drove westward, intending to spend the night at a resort called Country Puppets. Nearby, there was a restaurant named Ristorante Il Salviatino, reputed for its exquisite Italian cuisine, which she was eager to sample. Salamon stood at the door of their room, exclaiming, "I understand your reasoning. I, too, wish to savor that Italian fare." His tone rose, growing increasingly serious. "But why did you only book one room, Bayonetta? Do you not have any sense of propriety?" "It's for safety, Boya," Bayonetta replied, hands on her hips, her flawless figure attracting many glances. She pulled a lollipop from her cleavage and popped it into her mouth, prompting Salamon to hear the sound of someone collapsing nearby. The angels could appear suddenly, you know. I'll set up a magical alarm. Angels can launch night attacks. I'll set up a magical alarm. Just like men, they can show up unexpectedly. Please, open the door, or I'll have to dispel my magic. This outfit is made of magical energy. Do you want everyone to see me? Get in, get in. We'll buy clothes later. Chapter 45. The destination of Soul. Salomon made reservations for a table and a taxi through room service, even bringing a stunning outfit for Bayonetta while she was bathing. The dress was a pure white evening gown, exquisitely tailored, with the specific size gleaned from Bayonetta herself. Fortunately, the ample budget provided by the Supreme Mage seemed prescient, as it had been increased in anticipation of the current circumstances. Additionally, Salomon possessed an extra bank card discreetly slipped to him by the esteemed figure, filled with funds so substantial he had no inclination to count them. Salomon felt somewhat superfluous in making restaurant reservations, as Bayonetta appeared to flourish without the need for sustenance. Indeed, she had been submerged at the lake's bottom for 5 centuries. And were it not for her immense magical power sustaining her life, she would have perished long ago. The mystic mage harbored doubts about whether Bayonetta's stomach could still function properly, pondering if the food she consumed merely transited through a portal into a lower dimension. Several hours had passed since their meal at Enzo's home, and the exertion of battle had left Salomon ravenous, eager to sample the local culinary delights. The witch's preparations took an hour, yet the mystic mage exhibited no impatience, having anticipated such delays from the numerous online complaints he had encountered. Bayonetta seemed to relish the attention, and when she emerged from her room, everything was ready. She was thoroughly pleased with Salomon's arrangements, particularly the design of the dress, which she scrutinized meticulously before finally donning it at Salomon's insistence. This woman does not even wear clothes after her bath. The little one has learned to care for others. Her voice trailed off melodically as she led Salomon out of the hotel to the patiently awaiting taxi. Come, a culinary adventure awaits us. Italian cuisine often features seafood as a primary ingredient, and seafood pasta is a must-try dish. For those averse to noodles, there is the option of seafood risotto. Following the appetizers, the waiter presented a square, deep dish brimming with oysters, squid, shrimp, and mushrooms, accompanied by 2 slices of toasted bread. Olive oil, black olives, and tomatoes adorned nearly every dish, with cold cuts featuring Italian specialty salami and cured ham, complemented by various wines befitting the meals. While no one here would concern themselves with the inappropriateness of underage drinking, Salomon declined Bayonetta's offer of wine, opting instead for a glass of iced cola. For the main course, he chose a T-bone steak, a generously thick cut cooked to a perfect medium rare, bold yet refined. These steaks were measured by the kilogram, but for Salomon and Bayonetta, they were inconsequential. Italians place great emphasis on dinner, and by evening, this restaurant swelled with patrons. Yet, to provide a sense of intimacy, the establishment refrained from bright lighting, instead placing a single lamp on each table, leaving the surrounding area cloaked in darkness, allowing diners to discern only the face of the person opposite them. Thus, Bayonetta's beauty went largely unnoticed, affording her and Salomon an opportunity to converse more freely, as some topics were easier to broach at the dining table. Boya, when do you plan to tell me what I ought to know? Bayonetta inquired, delicately using a small silver spoon to savor her dessert, a crispy cream cake. Despite consuming so much, Salomon observed no signs of her being full. She appeared ready to indulge further. Do not emulate your teacher by keeping this matter from me. At such a young age, one should not lie. Fear not. If you wish, I shall recount the tale to you, replied the mystic mage, ordering another cola. Alcohol is detrimental to brain development. As a mage, he must safeguard his intellect. After all, the search for the dark grimoire requires an extensive duration, and I am in no rush. Have you truly forgotten your past? Do you recall nothing at all? Not even a fragment? Salomon raised his gaze, questioning her. I only remember I am a witch, Bayonetta replied, and that hunting angels and summoning demons feels instinctual, as though I were born with those powers. Salomon consumed the final morsel of his steak, wiping his mouth before divulging everything he had learned to Bayonetta. To maintain secrecy, he employed a subtle enchantment, allowing his voice to resonate directly in her ear while others could only see his lips moving without hearing his words. Indeed, the right eye, which is the power to summon angels, resides in Vigrid, where a multitude of angels roam for reasons unknown. Yet, no one comprehends what the luminary sage seeks in Vigrid. On the surface, its technological advancement appears remarkable, yet it possesses no particular distinction. My knowledge of specific intelligence is limited, as I am not a professional information broker, Salomon continued. However, the current number of angels has exceeded reasonable limits, prompting the esteemed figure to enlist my assistance in hunting them. It seems I am merely a tool in the esteemed figure's hands, Bayonetta chuckled. I, a weak woman pursued by angels. The angels you have slain would weep at that statement, Bayonetta. Salomon rolled his eyes, thinking anyone who believed a witch's words must be a fool. Perhaps only after Salomon unlocked the holy mark could he hope to rival Bayonetta's power, but he would never match her speed. He had witnessed Bayonetta pull triggers in rapid succession. Should he confront such an adversary unprepared, death would be his only fate. Moreover, the esteemed figure has dispatched me, and while I may not be of significant aid, it signifies that Comitage stands behind you. Oh, Boya, you truly are a mischievous child, Bayonetta remarked, tilting her body and crossing her long legs. Perhaps it would be best if the older sister perished alongside the angels, would it not? Her words ripped away the fa-ade of warmth, yet none at the table seemed to mind. Bayonetta, you must understand. The esteemed figure has established rules. Neither upper nor lower dimensional beings may set foot on Earth. Humanity does not require such entities. At present, only witches and sages possess the power to summon these beings on a grand scale. The powers of the left eye and right eye pose more detriment than benefit to Earth. Salomon sighed, continuing. Furthermore, do you believe summoning demons comes without cost? Your soul has likely already found its destination. I suspect it belongs to the portion of the chaotic god Asher that fell into the abyss, which birthed the demon lord. It is highly probable that your clan of witches can summon demons only by forging a pact with that demon lord. But everything demands a price. When you die, it will be your soul dragged into the abyss. Oh dear, how frightening, Bayonetta said, crossing her arms. Is there no way out, little one? Chapter 46. Conversations and Preliminary Collaborations, Seeking Investment. I am not well versed in the history of your witch clan. Salomon gently shook his head. Yet contracts are not solely established through paper and signatures. They may also be forged through poetry, dance, sacrifices, and various rituals that seemingly bear no relation to the binding of pacts with demons. I lack knowledge of the covenant methods employed by the witch clan, thus I cannot hastily draw conclusions. However, after the establishment of the contract, your body must have undergone certain transformations. The most apparent change is your shadow. It no longer belongs to you but to the demon, resembling a butterfly. The witch leaned closer to Salomon, remarking, Boya, you are quite the hard-hearted fellow. Being so serious at such a young age is unwise, especially since the burden of guarding the world has yet to fall upon you. I, on the other hand, have hunted angels to protect humanity. Those beings are far from benevolent. Can't you devise a plan? Then you must strive to survive a little longer, Bayonetta, the sorcerer replied. As long as you do not perish on the battlefield, your formidable magical prowess will sustain you for many years. I believe even time will not dare to tarnish your beauty, dear lady. You shall remain exquisite even when humanity ventures into outer space. You certainly have a sweet tongue. Little one, Bayonetta was unconcerned about the fate of her soul. That was not her current preoccupation. At present, she yearned to unravel the mysteries surrounding her. She also held onto the lipstick inscribed with arcane symbols, an item that had accompanied her into the coffin. She remained uncertain of its purpose, yet instinctively felt it was significant and kept it close. Nevertheless, she had established a goal, Viglet. In legend, the witch clan corresponds with the sage clan. If Salomon spoke true, then the sage possessing the right I must know something. However, she was entirely ignorant of the Azaval group, which governed Viglet, nor of its president, Bedell, who had never graced the pages of any newspaper or video. Thus, she required an ally, someone to assist her in investigating Viglet. Before her stood a saint, and a rebellious one at that. How intriguing and fortuitous. Upon noticing the stigmata on Salomon's hand, Bayonetta had anticipated his potential, for he was destined to perform miracles upon the earth. With one hand resting on the table and the other cradling her chin, she spoke with a melodic tone. Big Sister is more than willing to assist you in reaching heaven. Will you not lend a hand to Big Sister? In the future tense, Bayonetta. The present simple does not suit me. I have no desire to be associated with heaven at this moment. That is a matter for another time, Salomon replied, shaking his head. Moreover, a contract cannot be breached without understanding its terms. Not even the Lord of Hell can violate a pact. As for demons, I would prefer to deal with devils. Who knows if demons possess the rationality to honor contracts? A delicate hand with sharp crimson nails emerged from the shadows. Its hue a faint blue, unmistakably unhuman. It slammed down upon the table, causing the silver cutlery to dance in the candlelight. Salomon nearly leapt from his chair as the otherworldly hand vanished into the darkness. The sound of the impact resonated in the hushed ambience filled with whispers and dim candlelight. Salomon glanced around, lowering his voice to inquire of Bayunida, "Was that you?" "No," Bayunida replied with a smile. "You've certainly provoked the wrong demon, Boya. Not all demons are chaotic madmen. At least, the demon lord with whom I am contracted does not appreciate such remarks." Salomon cleared his throat softly. "It seems I cannot speak ill of demons in your presence. However, I believe the lady would not mind if you spoke ill of devils, especially if you were to commend her beauty in passing." Bayunida winked. "What troubles Big Sister is something else. Do you not wish to hear it?" "Of course not," Salomon replied. "It is merely about your origins, is it not? I surmise you intend to seek answers in Viglet. But my current abilities are insufficient to wander amidst throngs of superior angels. I require training. My magic is not instinctual, Bayunida. I must construct intricate spells to wield it." "What a pity," the witch murmured, seemingly unfazed by Salomon's refusal. "But have you considered why the supreme sorcerer would send you to accompany me? I doubt I can assist you in locating a book lost to time. It boils down to practical experience and exploration. While the dark grimoire is indeed significant, I have ample time to seek it. I believe it's somewhat excessive to thrust me into a throng of winged beings. Even if I were to escape, I would surely be gravely injured. Surely, the novice village should be filled with errands, yes? I excel at finding lost cats and dogs. Do not expect me to unleash all the stigmata. My mind may well be fried before I can slay my foes. You are not a helpless child in need of milk. It is quite ludicrous for one capable of slaying angels to claim weakness." Suddenly, the witch shifted the conversation to an unrelated topic, saying, "It is said that the supreme sorcerer can glimpse the future. One might say that. Yet I am unable to divulge further details." Salomon pushed the dessert, freshly served by the waiter, towards Bayunida. The array of confections was diverse, and he was keen to sample them all. After all, magical energy is akin to vitality, and the primary means of acquiring vitality is through sustenance. He had already expended the energy equivalent to several necromantic spells. To promote his growth, Salomon opted to indulge in more, a decision not born of gluttony. May I thus conclude that everything occurring on Earth is within the foresight of the Supreme Sorcerer? That is a reasonable interpretation. So, the Supreme Sorcerer has foreseen our conversation. It still directed you to find me. This implies that the Supreme Sorcerer endorses our collaboration? Agreed? Bayunida extended a hand. Of course, I shall not thrust you directly into the midst of a multitude of angels. Rather, I will allow you to collect some items while I engage in battle. You assist me, I assist you. A mutual benefit, or perhaps more. Ah. Salomon gazed into Bayunida's pale eyes, exhaling a resigned sigh, agreed. He grasped her hand. The next morning, he would be teleported directly to the hotel where Bayunida resided, for he dared not linger here any longer. It was an uncontrollable physiological reaction. Although it was not his intention, Salomon felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 47. Secrets of the Santa Croce Church. The Santa Croce Church commenced its design and construction in 1294, reaching a preliminary completion in 1443, with the final construction concluded only in 1863. This magnificent edifice, embodying the Tuscan Gothic style, has long stood as Florence's most significant Franciscan church, housing the memorials and tombs of illustrious figures such as Dante, Michelangelo, Galileo, Machiavelli, and Rossini. As dawn broke, Beatrice rode her motorcycle to bring Salomon to this hallowed place, where a handful of visitors had already gathered at the fountain square in front of the church. To the left of the main entrance stood a statue of Dante, his brow furrowed and eyes sunken, seemingly displeased by the disturbances to his tranquility caused by the wayward tourists. Suddenly, the tolling of bells from the right side of the church echoed profoundly, prompting the waiting visitors to gaze upwards in curiosity. The admission fee was €8, which included a finely crafted booklet that Salomon procured from a fellow visitor. Although the church's facade remained closed, Salomon, employing his magical prowess, deftly unlocked the grand door and stealthily slipped inside while no one was watching. Beatrice and Salomon traversed the Gothic portico adorned with white marble and the heavy oak doors, neglecting to lift their gaze to admire the exquisite reliefs above the entrance or the Star of David crowning it, deeming such an appreciation a frivolous expenditure of time. Upon entering the chapel, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the interior. Yet, the church, devoid of opulence and simplicity in its structure, embodied the austere ethos of the Franciscan order, lacking extravagant embellishments. The only truly vibrant stained glass, dating back to the late 14th century, failed to captivate Beatrice, who glanced around disinterestedly. "Little one, how do you intend to persuade the custodian here to allow you access to those documents, or will you resort to clandestine browsing? But I suspect time is not on your side," she remarked. However, Salomon and Beatrice were not there for a leisurely visit. They made their way toward the restricted monastery. Upon encountering the first monk, Salomon employed a charm spell, instantly forging a bond of camaraderie with the friar. Their conversation soon turned to the Renaissance frescoes, and the monk, disregarding the regulations of the monastery, guided them stealthily past other monks to a small library within the cloister. This library housed an abundance of manuscripts from various Renaissance artists, and he believed that viewing these precious documents would greatly enrich his dear friend, specifically in the realm of artistic cultivation. "Do you see?" Salomon spread his arms wide. "What a congenial fellow. I dare say even the devil in hell would be moved by his sincerity. So, Beatrice, why must you render him unconscious? Let us hope he does not awaken with too severe a headache." The sorcerer grasped the legs of the thoroughly unconscious monk, dragging him behind a bookshelf, hoping he would not perceive it as an act of demonic temptation. "Oh well, never mind. I actually quite like him. From whence do you acquire such artistic refinement?" The witch observed Salomon bustling about, searching through the shelves. "I should think that your studies in magic would consume most of your time. Where did you learn such things?" Among the manuscripts housed in the Santa Croce Church were not only notes from various Renaissance artists, but also alchemical studies sanctioned by the church. The Franciscan order had long been at the forefront of alchemy, with Friar Roger Bacon being a notable figure. Invited by Pope Clement IV, he authored 3 influential works on alchemy, positing that the enhancement of knowledge through the study of language, mathematics, natural philosophy, and alchemy would strengthen Christian nations. Bacon asserted that human alchemy should not be inferior to nature but rather surpass it. If conducted correctly, all laboratory products could indeed outshine their natural counterparts. This philosophy has endured, laying the groundwork for modern chemistry. The church even housed manuscripts from spiritual Franciscans, which surprised Salomon. These spiritual clerics, fervently engrossed in apocalyptic revelations and prophecies, believed in the imminent arrival of the Antichrist, prompting the church to arrest them, including Jean de Roquetaillade. Imprisoned in 1344, he spent the remainder of his life in captivity, yet many, including high-ranking clergy, visited him. During his imprisonment, Roquetaillade authored many works, including the Book of Light, where he introduced the concept of mass balance, asserting that the weight of the reaction's products must precisely equal that of the initial materials. Salomon speculated that the Franciscans had not wholly abandoned spiritualist ideologies, believing that the church required knowledge to counter the Antichrist's threats. Hence the presence of such manuscripts in the library. "Good heavens!" Salomon exclaimed as he perused the manuscripts. "What is it, little one?" The witch, bored and reclining with her long legs perched on the table, inquired, but Salomon remained utterly absorbed, captivated by the manuscript before him. The aged parchment bore a hand-drawn emblem, a circular design resembling a shield, adorned with an eagle spreading its wings. Salomon glanced back at the manuscript's owner. Leonardo da Vinci. Chapter 48. The Brotherhood of the Holy Shield and Alchemy. "What is this?" Bayonetta inquired, pointing at the emblem. "The Brotherhood of the Holy Shield," Salomon replied, taking a deep breath. He was aware that this world contained many peculiarities, yet he was astonished to discover that the Brotherhood truly existed. This organization originated over 2 millennia ago, during the alien invasion of Earth, when the architect Imhotep bravely led an army to eliminate the extraterrestrial beings, earning the title of the first of the Holy Shield. Kamartaj, established by the Ancient One, was the second home of the supreme sorcerer, and the history of this organization predates even Kamartaj. Numerous renowned historical figures were members of this brotherhood, including Newton, Da Vinci, Galileo Galilei, Tesla, Zhang Heng, and even Howard Stark. The secrets behind the vast collection of alchemical texts possessed by the Franciscans were now unveiled. The famous alchemist Abu Musa Jabir ibn Hayyan was indeed a member of the Brotherhood of the Holy Shield, and Latin alchemy was profoundly influenced by Middle Eastern alchemy. Paulus' manuscript must be preserved here. Furthermore, if Da Vinci's manuscripts are indeed present, it would not be surprising to find those of Abu Musa Jabir ibn Hayyan as well. Moreover, the concerns of the Franciscan friar Roger Bacon regarding the Antichrist may not have been unfounded. These apprehensions likely stemmed from documents belonging to the Brotherhood of the Holy Shield. The Gospels contain numerous passages detailing Jesus prophesying the impending Great Tribulation and persecution, declaring that after these events, he would return as the exalted Son of Man. What exactly is the Antichrist? What calamities are approaching? The arrival of the Son? Solomon glanced at the stigmata on his hands. Feeling a sense of dread, he could not fully comprehend. His mind was brimming with questions, and he believed the elder must possess some knowledge, yet whatever it was, he needed to be prepared. "Hey, brothers," Solomon called out, leaning in, "could you assist me in moving a few boxes? There are quite a few documents here, and I cannot manage alone. Oh, and please bring some chloroform. Our dear friar may awaken soon. Are we resorting to robbery now?" Bayonetta observed with interest as the apprentices from Camartage moved in and out of the portal. They were exceedingly grateful for Solomon's clandestine aid in improving their rations, and thus, they were more than willing to lend a hand. It could be considered theft at most, and besides, there were no cameras here. Solomon gently patted the witch's arm, assuring her, "Relax, I believe the items I need are within." "Good afternoon, Brother Mordo," he said. "I am 5 hours ahead of you here, just in time for lunch." "What are you doing?" Mordo exclaimed, his eyes widening as he glanced at Bayonetta standing beside Solomon. "Where did you find these things? What did the elder send you for? Who is she?" Impatiently, Bayonetta adjusted her glasses with her gun, the sound of her high heels echoing on the floor. Solomon quickly waved his hand, causing the remaining manuscripts in the library to levitate and follow him into the portal. Even with the apprentice's assistance, it took at least 20 minutes to transport everything. "Brother Mordo," Solomon called to the other side of the portal, "I am quite busy here. Remember, ensure everything is moved to my room." "Well done, brother," Solomon praised as he patted the robust arm of the last apprentice to enter the portal. "I'll treat you all to lobster tonight." Thanks to the magic, the library of the Holy Cross Church was swiftly emptied. Before Solomon and Bayonetta lay only barren shelves, and the Franciscan friar still sprawled on the floor. Oh, and a towel soaked in chloroform, the origin of which was unknown. Poor friar, he would likely remain unconscious for quite some time. "All done." The witch's tone rose slightly. "All done," Solomon affirmed, "and now I need to peruse these books thoroughly." "Then let us depart," Bayonetta suggested, "for there are many angels awaiting our hunt." This would keep her occupied for a while, but thankfully there were plenty of angels. Bang! Bayonetta casually fired a shot at her feet, the bullet piercing the head of the angel she had pinned beneath her high heel. Bright red blood splattered forth, and with it, the body swiftly transformed into golden specks. Ascending into the air, she turned to see Solomon shatter an angel against his knee, golden light emanating from the sacred shroud upon him, making him appear as pure as a divine being. After concluding a battle that was not overly arduous, Bayonetta proposed a suggestion to Solomon, one that could significantly enhance his combat prowess, a fighting style exquisitely suited to him. In legend, King Solomon could summon 72 pillars of demons as allies, she remarked. "Forming a pact with the demon Lord Baal would be your ultimate combat method. Just like me, binding demons with magical power to constrain their actions. I can do it, and so can you. Unleash your formidable magic. Do not worry. You will have ample resources." Bayonetta's method of binding demons involved her hair, which served as a reservoir of magical power, enabling her to do so due to the witch lineage's characteristic of restraining demons. Solomon possessed a similar magical trait. The elder had once mentioned that the stigmata on his hands was a form of idle magic, imbued with powers akin to King Solomon's. However, Solomon harbored reservations about summoning demons. He preferred to trust in his own magic. Yet, when facing those angels, he often found himself outnumbered, and Bayonetta could not always assist. "I believe the supreme sorcerer must have witnessed this scene," the witch remarked, pouting. "And your Camartage is so rigid in its ways. Dear one, why not give it a try? I cannot forge a pact with demons, Bayonetta. My soul belongs solely to myself." Solomon resolutely affirmed that he would never summon demons through a pact, as that would result in his soul belonging to the demon lord, much like Bayonetta. With Solomon's history as a cautionary tale, he had no intention of falling into the same trap. However, there must be alternative methods to summon demons. "I will explore that route, but I will need your assistance." "No problem, Boya," Bayonetta winked, her satisfaction evident. Chapter 49. The Demon Summoning Experiment in the Universe of Torrel. There exist numerous methods for summoning demons, not limited merely to forging contracts with demon lords. although the latter approach is exceedingly convenient. The fate that befalls those who enter into such pacts is often grim. Consequently, Solomon opted to employ ritualistic magic for the summoning of demons. And due to the constraints of the sacrificial offerings, the power of the demons that could be summoned was rather limited. This was indeed Solomon's intention. This summoning was merely an experiment, a means to ascertain whether his own magical prowess possessed the capacity to bind demons. Even though the esteemed one had proclaimed that he wielded the power of King Solomon, magic cannot rely solely on conjecture. Meticulous experimentation is indispensable. Furthermore, this time, Bayonetta was by his side, ready to regain control should the summoned demon become unruly. Blood holds profound significance in mysticism. Most religions affirm that remnants of the soul linger within it. The sacrificial offering for summoning demons is the blood of humanoid creatures that have been slain within a 24-hour time frame. For only in this manner can the fragments of the soul contained in the blood attract demons. The selection of the sacrificial offering was not particularly arduous. He spent a week enjoying an enchanting trip filled with the essence of Italy and Florence, during which he discovered several creatures residing in the sewers. Indeed, they were werewolves. Though few in number, they sufficed as offerings. Solomon chose the night of the full moon to conduct the ritual atop the Caesarea mountain. This location was sufficiently elevated and tranquil. Historically, Caesarea mountain had served as a quarry, and even now, few resided there. From the summit, one could gaze upon the illuminated city of Florence, a mere 20-minute drive away. Here, the red rooftops and the time-worn yellowed walls of Florence remained vividly visible. As the luminous moonlight bathed the mountaintop, Solomon used a dagger to sever the throat of a werewolf, bound tightly by iron chains, rendering it immobile. Its elongated snout ensnared by a web of chains. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly curse Solomon as a Venetian, a matter of traditional disdain among Florentines. These werewolves were a bounty from Solomon's travels, and the magical energy he and Bayonetta exuded was akin to a sumptuous feast for these creatures, thereby justifying the acquisition of these sacrificial offerings that had come to him of their own accord. To ensure they lacked the strength to struggle during the ritual, Solomon provided them with a few exhilarating free-fall experiences from great heights, sans safety ropes. As for the ensuing detritus, Solomon paid it no heed. He trusted that the demons he summoned would be indifferent to it as well. The blood flowed along the magical circle he had inscribed upon the ground with acacia oil, filling not only the hexagram he had drawn, but also completing the incantations inscribed within the circle. These were directive terms, specifying which tier of demon from what plane he sought to summon, as Solomon was unfamiliar with the lower planes of this world. The abyssal tier he indicated was suggested by Bayonetta. Once the blood brimmed within the magical circle, Solomon cast aside the lifeless werewolf. He had also inscribed 2 additional magical circles beside the summoning array, representing the magic of the Visandi lineage. Should the summoned demon prove unruly, he could employ these supplementary spells to bind and attack it. He rolled his sleeves up to his elbows and glanced at the intrigued witch beside him. "I shall commence now, Bayonetta," Solomon declared. "I can hardly contain my anticipation, Boya," the witch replied, urging him to proceed without delay. "Spurcum sanguinum off. Offer the tainted blood." Solomon extended his hands toward the magical circle, the stigmata upon his fingers emitting a faint glow. "Anima lactabaris, you shall suck the soul." The sorcerer recited the incantation with utmost caution, and in response, the mixture of acacia oil and blood ignited within the magical circle. The air around him grew increasingly humid, and he could discern the acrid scent of smoke and sulfur, mingling with the briny, damp atmosphere. Bayonetta, now somewhat serious, gripped her weapon, prepared to strike at the summoned demon. A burst of flames erupted skyward, and a spider, towering a full human height, materialized within the magical circle. Its exoskeleton was encrusted with scarlet embers, and as it rubbed its forelegs together, sparks of sulfur danced into the air. This spider remained still within the circle. It was no formidable demon, merely a beast from the abyss with little intellect. Solomon anticipated the weakness of the summoned demon, as this was merely a second-tier summoning spell. However, the fact that only such a diminutive demon emerged from the blood of werewolves left him somewhat disheartened. As expected, Solomon noted, observing Bayonetta's renewed relaxation. He raised an eyebrow. "Yet it is too feeble. I suspect its compliance is more a result of my magic than my power." No sooner had Solomon spoken than the magical circle erupted in flames once more, and another abyssal spider emerged, displacing the first. "Ah," 2. Tolerable, he mused. Then yet another spider appeared, and the circle grew crowded. 3 spiders? Is someone conducting a thorough cleaning in the abyss? Bang. 4. Do you require housekeeping services? Clap. 5. You're all piled atop one another. Bayonetta, I need you to inquire with Lady Butterfly if she is partaking in home maintenance. Are these her spiders? This is a demon summoning ritual, not a refuse disposal service. No more. Squeak. 6. Are you all family? Suddenly, a colossal scythe erupted from the magical circle, piercing through the 7 stacked spiders from top to bottom. A creature adorned with metallic horns, radiating a blue metallic sheen, stepped triumphantly upon the corpses of the spiders, standing at the pinnacle of the magical array. Well then, it appears we have found our housekeeping personnel. It seems this is the entity we intended to summon. And those spiders were merely its handiwork. I suspect its mood may not be particularly pleasant, considering it is on duty, Solomon remarked, throwing up his hands. What kind of demon is this? Hideous, Bayonetta replied nonchalantly, a common demon. The demon scanned its surroundings before lunging at Solomon with great ferocity. However, 2 whips of sparks materialized, ensnaring its arms and firmly anchoring it within the magical circle. Well, now I must test whether my magic truly holds sway, Solomon declared, extending his hands toward the magical array, releasing his magical energy. The burning acacia oil gradually extinguished, replaced by a luminescent golden energy filling the circle. 3 brilliant, copper-like shackles appeared on the hideous demon's wrists and neck, forcefully fastening themselves despite the demon's struggles. The sorcerer relaxed completely, withdrawing the 2 additional magical circles. The hideous demon remained compliant within the summoning array. The shackles were manifestations of Solomon's magic, not actual restraints, yet they sufficed to command the demon. Suddenly, the golden energy vanished from the array, supplanted by a deep crimson force. A hand, sharp-clawed and crimson, emerged from the circle. Oh, FCK, do modern demons now expect to cover their travel expenses? Chapter 50. Legal consultation services despite the summoning circle being infused with a distinct type of magical energy. The nameless demon had already extended its palm, yet Solomon remained utterly unperturbed. Although this demon had paid for its own summoning power, the incantation inscribed by Solomon was merely a second-tier summoning spell, incapable of allowing even the mightiest of demons to emerge through such a narrow aperture into the primary material plane. The grotesque demon could barely manage to manifest through the summoning circle. Any demon of greater strength would find such constriction intolerable. Unless, of course, the demon in question were named Mario, hailing from the abyss known as Nintendo. Solomon disregarded the trembling, hideous demon, whose claw was pushed aside, and instead extended his right hand adorned with 3 rings. As he spoke, the sapphire, orange topaz, and pink diamond illuminated in succession. In the name of the great Vishanti, I command you to depart from this realm, he proclaimed, as the overwhelming magical energies surged into the summoning circle, swiftly displacing the crimson aura. This method of utilizing magic was learned from the guardian of the British Museum. Rather than channeling through his own body, Solomon summoned the boundless might of the Vishanti directly. Although it was a rather crude technique, it proved exceptionally effective in the current predicament. As the power of the Vishanti began to saturate the summoning circle, the grotesque demon writhed in agony, its exterior charred. The crimson palm waved frantically, signaling its lack of resistance. Solomon momentarily hesitated in his magical exertion, glancing at Bayonetta, who nodded in agreement, permitting him to pause his endeavor to seize control of the magic circle. Nevertheless, Bayonetta maintained her gun, aimed at the demon's hand. Then, the crimson palm gestured a thumbs up. From its grasp, a yellowed parchment scroll materialized, its ends embellished with metallic rods. The hand grasped one side, unfurling the scroll and using magic to present it before Solomon. Is this the contract? Solomon inquired, extending his hand to halt the scroll's approach with a mage's hand. He retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket to scrutinize the parchment closely. The aged parchment showed signs of wear, with frayed edges, and while Solomon could decipher the writing, the length of the contract necessitated a meticulous line-by-line examination. He needed to ensure the document was devoid of any superfluous ink blots, ornamental flourishes, ambiguous punctuation, typographical errors, annotations, or overlapping sheets. Solomon meticulously scanned the parchment inch by inch with his magnifying glass, finding no trace of deceit. This contract was, in essence, strikingly straightforward. Solomon also beckoned the vigilant Bayonetta to join him in reviewing the contract, for her expertise in the Enoch language far surpassed his own. The primary concern of the mage was the potential for misinterpretation. However, upon thorough review, the contract proved exceedingly precise, leaving even a lawyer unable to identify any ambiguous terms. Solomon dedicated nearly an hour to scrutinizing the contract, yet the Crimson Hand displayed no signs of impatience, remaining poised while casting animal shadows in the moonlight. Only when Solomon glanced its way did it raise a thumb, perhaps overly confident in the impending agreement or utterly indifferent. "This scarcely resembles a devil's contract," Solomon remarked. "Its utter lack of deception makes me rather uneasy." "This is a demon's contract, Boya," Bayonetta replied, her brow furrowed. "You are connecting with the abyss, not hell. Only devils are inclined to manipulate contracts." "That only heightens my concern," Solomon stated, casting a wary glance at the self-amusing hand, which was attempting to shape its shadow into a rabbit. "Compared to devils, I harbor greater apprehension regarding demons. Not every demon is inclined to honor a contract. Some are far more cunning than their devilish counterparts. For instance, the Lord of the Triple Kingdom, Graziti, a notorious demon lord, is quite willing to adhere to contracts. Yet he too may engage in subterfuge. Engaging in transactions with entities from the lower planes necessitates utmost caution. The moment one believes their intellect surpasses that of the demons, they find themselves ensnared in a trap." Moreover, Solomon pointed at the contract, whispering to Bayonetta, "This document lacks a designated space for a signature." "Indeed. This is a pre-signed contract," she affirmed. The document delineated the true names of 72 demons available for summoning, with the signatory named Solomon, while the other party was identified by an uncountable array of names. Each of these names was a true name, though human throats could not articulate them. Solomon endeavored to commit a few to memory. "This is not my contract, Belial," Solomon exclaimed, stepping back from Bayonetta and shouting at the Crimson Palm. "I will not surrender my soul to you. I am not Solomon." The hand opened, revealing a line of text that appeared as if ignited from the parchment. "We maintain our position and reserve the right to pursue legal recourse." "I do not acknowledge that, Belial. I have not even touched the contract." Solomon pondered curiously. Isn't Belial a fallen angel, one of the 7 lords of hell? Why has he ventured into the abyss? Is the entity seeking a contract not Belial? The hand visibly displayed frustration, followed by another line of text. "This is a fair exchange, a reaffirmation of the contract. Unless the contract is modified, I shall not sign." The mage retreated yet again. "Never," he declared. "I believe summoning a demon with a willing sacrifice constitutes a fair exchange." The hand's owner appeared to contemplate for a moment, then snapped its fingers, causing several lines of text on the contract to ignite and vanish, including the clause pertaining to soul forfeiture. Solomon stepped forward once more, scrutinizing the document closely, and performed a slight sleight of hand, conjuring a quill to add conditions to the contract. For instance, he inscribed that any additional clauses must receive the consent of the signatory, and that the signatory must be of sound mind. Should consent to modifications arise from magic, drugs, psychic influence, coercion, or similar circumstances, the contract would be rendered void. Furthermore, Solomon remained prudent, incorporating certain terms that were legally ambiguous. For example, the term etc. was deliberately vague, indicating an incomplete enumeration. However, the hand's owner discerned this ruse. Pointing sharply at the term with its claw, Solomon merely shrugged, offering no further explanation. After all, he could not ascertain whether the demon would abide by the contract. It was wise to maintain some level of caution. Although the reasons behind Belial's insistence on a contract with him remained unclear, Solomon found he could still summon demons without one, albeit with a slightly more complicated process. Thus, whatever Belial sought from him would necessitate a contract, placing Solomon in a position of strength. However, Bayonetta remained oblivious to the unfolding events, her understanding of the lower planes limited solely to the realm of the Butterfly Lady. The knowledge of the witch clan had long since faded from her memory. "Now, can you summon a demon?" the witch inquired. "I am uncertain," the mage replied, "but I believe that entity can." Amidst the rising tendrils of smoke in the center of the magical circle lay a ring, surrounded by grayish-white ashes. Solomon suddenly felt an inkling. This might also be part of the Supreme Mage's design. Chapter 51. The Disgraced Individuals of the Lower Realms. This is a lawsuit that could endure until the very annihilation of the universe. Solomon, the Supreme Mage. wore a relaxed expression as he set several empty glass soda bottles beside him. This was a playful diversion between the Ancient One and Solomon, wherein Solomon would conceal his snacks through arcane methods, and the Ancient One would endeavor to unravel the mystery. However, thus far, Solomon had never achieved victory. The Ancient One remarked, "Did Belial not merely reaffirm the contract?" "Indeed," Solomon replied, "but I did not affix my signature to the contract. The essence of the soul remains immutable. Your current name is but a fade in Belial's eyes, and he will naturally not allow you to sign again." The Supreme Mage then reached into a portal to extract 2 bottles of soda, rapping his knuckles on the table to signal Solomon to chill them. As Belial delightedly toyed with the soul of King Solomon, one fateful day, that very soul vanished. This was a grave matter. The Demon King initially suspected divine intervention, yet he was utterly incapable of breaching the gates of heaven. Even should he wrest the title of Satan from Mephisto, he would still be thwarted. And then, you appeared. Therefore, does Belial believe I am King Solomon? Solomon cast a spell to cool the soda. What of this ring? This ring is, of course, the emblem of King Solomon's command over the 72 demon pillars, the Supreme Mage elucidated. Belial insists upon his ownership of your soul. He desires to extend the contract and reclaim your essence once more. Your little tricks upon the contract are of no consequence. Belial's cunning exceeds your imagination. As I have previously stated, the nature of the soul is unchanging. He remains convinced that your soul, upon your death, rightfully belongs to him. But I am not King Solomon. Solomon exclaimed, "I do not believe my soul to be that of King Solomon's." "Perhaps," the Ancient One replied knowingly. "But Belial does not share your view. All I wish to ascertain is whether that contract binds me." The young mage spread his hands. "I do not wish for my soul to fall into the clutches of a demon due to a contract I never signed. Is this what one would call dead inheritance? All I possess is but a stigmata. There is indeed a certain binding force, Solomon, for your power aligns with that of King Solomon. Although this is merely due to the stigmata, in a sense, you and King Solomon are one and the same," the Ancient One stated. "At the very least, you must possess the strength to resist Belial. Moreover, it is quite possible that there are others besides Belial." "What do you mean?" Solomon asked, perplexed. "Is there more than one signatory to the contract?" "The day you summoned the demon was the night of the full moon," the Ancient One replied. "The moon may also signify Lilith. Who can say for certain?" Solomon sighed deeply. "Master, please tell me, how much debt do I owe?" "I have no intention of repaying any debt to demons, but I at least wish to know who my creditor is." "On the day of your birth, a rebellion erupted in the abyss," the Supreme Mage stated with a solemn demeanor. "Though those demon lords did not issue any commands, the insurrection spread nearly throughout the entirety of the abyss. You may gauge the implications for yourself." "Master, is it too late for me to flee? Am I to be pursued by some demonic court?" "If those demons possess the intellect to establish a court," the Ancient One mused. "What do you think?" He pushed a soda toward Solomon. "This is a good thing. The average person lacks the capacity to stir such trouble." "Very well." Solomon sighed as he slipped the ring onto his left pinky. If given a choice, he would certainly have preferred to avoid this great inconvenience. "I suppose I am destined to confront demons. Perhaps more than just a confrontation will be required." The Ancient One cast a satisfied glance at the ring. "It appears quite nice. However, the magic required to summon a demon must be paid by you. Do not fret. Once you have resolved this matter, we may visit Dormammu. I am confident he will be eager to see you." Bayonetta observed Solomon, who sat on a park bench, exhaling deeply. "Is your task complete?" "Well, it is somewhat complete. Allow me a moment of peace. I have consumed too much soda." Solomon raised his left hand to show the ring on his pinky. "I still wish to reserve my ring finger for a wedding ring." "Wait, what is this attire?" Bayonetta asked. "Have I left for just a day or two? And you have already allied with angels?" Bayonetta was clad in a fitted white mermaid dress, her beautiful long hair and exquisite face framed by a white headscarf. And even her butterfly-shaped glasses had transformed into a simple round frame. Were it not for the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth and her unmistakable voice, Solomon might have struggled to recognize the witch before him. Sister Bayonetta seemed to harbor a mischievous intent, saying, "This is a common hunting tactic, Boya. Though it is usually ineffective, this time it should work splendidly. The Ragna cultists have taken their own lives, and those angels will undoubtedly come to collect their souls. Look at me. The benevolent big sister is hosting a funeral for those fools." It was now deep into the night, and Bayonetta and Solomon found themselves within the Ragna Cathedral in Naples. As the day of the creator Jubilius, revered by the Ragna cultists, approached, many from across the globe were conducting resurrection rituals, while some fanatics took their own lives in praise of the divine arrival. The church held the bodies of those who had succumbed. Enzo had taken on the responsibility of conducting the funerals for the Ragna cultists, and this task naturally required Bayonetta's assistance, the witch intended to lure out some more formidable angels. For the scattered weaker ones would not suffice to counterbalance the magic she would expend to summon demons. Boya, do not compete with me for prey this time. Garmora is absolutely famished. The witch winked, striding confidently toward the church. Solomon sighed once more, rising from the stone bench. He dusted off his red holy shroud, feeling somewhat dejected as he followed her. According to the Ancient One, from this day forth, the surveillance of the witch clan would fall to him. And as for why this responsibility was not entrusted to another, it had already been explained and would not be reiterated. Indeed, this prayer is steeped in religious significance. Only those who have forsaken all can find themselves unable to depart after embracing faith. Solomon nodded, realizing that the architect of these prayers must be quite the charlatan. The doctrines of the Ragna cult were akin to a pyramid scheme. Before Solomon, Bayonetta bowed her head in recitation. As for when the angels would descend, that remained a matter of fortune. However, Bayonetta firmly believed that those angels would not forsake the souls of the Ragna cultists. If the angels did not appear, then she would take her wrath out on Enzo. It seemed they had much waiting ahead of them. Hey, brother, Solomon tapped a stranger's shoulder beside him. This is not a time for photos. Please return tomorrow. Chapter 52. The intruder before them stood a man with cascading curls, his complexion pale, deep-set eyes, and a pronounced nose. His long hair was tied back, leaving only the curls framing his face. In his hands, he clutched an expensive camera, furrowing his brow in intense concentration as he incessantly pressed the shutter. Although Naples was near the sea, the temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night, perhaps explaining why this man wore a somewhat heavy deep blue wool coat, complemented by a red and blue plaid scarf around his neck. The sound of Salomon's voice startled him, nearly causing him to leap from his position, yet the hand of the sorcerer resting firmly on his shoulder kept him grounded. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, turning to see Salomon, who was slightly shorter than he. Instantly, the tension that had marred his face dissipated. "Cough, cough," he whispered to the sorcerer. "This place is perilous. I believe it would be wise for you to leave, for events may soon unfold that defy ordinary comprehension. Are you from the choir? Or perhaps a bishop's child? Do I resemble a damned devotee of any deity?" Salomon replied, glancing down at his own attire, a black sorcerer's robe paired with a deep red coat, decidedly unpriestly in appearance. "Perhaps," Salomon responded, lifting his gaze. "For your safety, I urge you to depart swiftly. You possess no means to resist those creatures." Suddenly, the man felt a surge of strength in the hand upon his shoulder, an irresistible force pulling him backward until he lost his balance and fell to the ground. "Leave? No. I have finally tracked her down," he managed to whisper, though his voice rose involuntarily. "But you, what do you know?" "I know what I ought to know," Salomon replied, his expression impassive as he released the man's shoulder, now gripping the nape of his neck and dragging him backward, disregarding his struggles. "You know everything," the man realized, sensing his own strength inadequate against Salomon's. "Are you in cahoots with her?" "I do not know who you are referring to, but if you mean the nun inside, I am indeed acquainted with her, though my knowledge of her is rather recent." Salomon turned, effortlessly pressing down on the man's knee, seizing the camera from his grasp. "Clearly, you are pursuing knowledge that ordinary folk should not possess. Return it." The sorcerer awkwardly pressed the buttons on the camera, accessing the photo album. "Oh, I did not expect you to be a stalker, sir." After glancing at the album, he raised the camera before the man. "Florence, you managed to track her there? Promise me. Keep your voice down. There are matters at hand." Salomon insisted. "I wish to know your origin," though the man agreed to lower his voice. He could not help but speak faster. "I have been following her for ages. 20 years ago, she murdered my father before my very eyes. You may have only known her recently, but you are unaware of her true nature. She was just as she is now 20 years ago. Tell me what you know. I want the world to recognize her for what she truly is." In Florence, I uncovered several missing persons cases, and Bayonetta was present there. It must be her. The man's expression contorted as realization dawned. "I remember now. You were there too." "Indeed, sir," Salomon admitted, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. "Those individuals did not merely go missing, they died. I was the one who killed them." You You appear to be. The man stammered, eyes wide as he scrutinized Salomon, astonished. You actually. Allow me to explain, sir, Salomon said, exasperated. Those individuals were werewolves. Werewolves? You expect me to believe your absurd tale? Very well, I shall entertain this notion for the moment. He gasped for breath. But you look scarcely 13 or 14. Who taught you to kill? It seems you have been pursuing Bayonetta for quite some time. Should you not be accustomed to such supernatural occurrences? Magic exists, and therefore. So do werewolves. Humanity is not as solitary as it believes. The sorcerer sighed. As for killing, someone must bear the burdens of knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary people. I am one such individual. The man's expression was one Salomon recognized well. It mirrored that of individuals recounting their first encounters with magic, a disbelief born from shattered perceptions. Those who trained in Camartage nearly all experienced such a moment of cognitive dissonance. Enough. I lack the time to reconstruct your worldview, sir. The sorcerer grew impatient, pulling the man to his feet. We must leave. Those creatures will show no mercy. What creatures? What are you speaking of? Things you ought not to know, sir. There are some truths that remain better hidden from the ordinary populace. Suddenly, the candles on the altar extinguished, and bright moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a delicate glow upon the white marble floor. Salomon's eyes widened. The abrupt darkness was disconcerting, but soon he adapted, using the silvery moonlight to discern the scene within the church. At that moment, the grand organ overhead erupted into a performance of Mendelssohn's First Organ Sonata, Symphony No. 65, played at a lively tempo. Salomon looked up towards the organ, where only those endowed with magical vision could see a robust black man seated, his face obscured, yet the unmistakable orange coat he wore for eons identified him as Rodin. Salomon had never anticipated Rodin would possess such remarkable organ-playing skills, although he was uncertain of Rodin's arrival or purpose. Those details paled in significance to his immediate concern, ensuring the man beside him exited the church. Ordinary people should never be entangled in such matters. Both Salomon and the man were blinded by a sudden blaze of light. Despite their tear ducts striving to compensate, their thin eyelids could not shield them from its intensity, forcing them to lower their heads and shield their eyes with their hands. What just transpired? Why did the organ sound? Then, she easily snapped her arm, as if wringing out a towel under the force of gravity. The angel's blood poured forth like a torrential downpour, transforming into golden specks before it even touched the ground, illuminating the church's vaulted ceiling with a cascade of golden light and white feathers, as if a massacre was not unfolding but rather a sacred mass. Where has she gone? The man exclaimed, leaning over the railing to peer below. Has she fled again? That murderer? No, the scent of rosemary lingers. She is still here. Has she concealed herself once more? Salomon tugged at the man's scarf, pulling him behind himself, just as the angel's golden spear threatened to pierce his skull. Stay here, Salomon commanded, releasing him to extend his hands, summoning 2 orange rings that materialized in his palms. In silence. Chapter 53. Beloved angel, are you a sorcerer? Exclaimed the man behind Salomon once more. I said, be quiet. Although the realms of the inferno and the mortal world do not permit interaction between their life forms, inanimate objects can still exert influence upon one another. No one could ascertain whether those angels might hurl something to claim this man's life. Thus, despite his annoyance with the incessantly noisy individual, Salomon shielded him behind his back. It was his duty to ensure that ordinary people remained uninvolved in matters beyond their comprehension, a principle upheld by the Kamatagi. The battle did not require excessive concern from Salomon. The fitted white nun's attire did not hinder Bayonetta's actions. She executed a Texas slam, sending the affinity angel wielding a long spear crashing onto the altar. However, the affinity angels, floating in the air and brandishing horns, presented a challenge for the witch. She was forced to evade the energy attacks emanating from the horns, unable to retaliate, primarily because she had deliberately disarmed her handguns for this ambush. The ordinary onlookers, unable to perceive the infernal realm, only witnessed the marble floor of the church erupting inexplicably, oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Bayonetta leveraged the weight-bearing column of the church, extending her long legs for a powerful leap towards the still hovering affinity angels. Though she narrowly dodged the spear's attack, the sharp weapon tore through her white nun's attire, exposing her fair skin beneath. This woman wore nothing beneath her nun's garb. The mage could only shield his eyes slightly. It was not his fault for witnessing what should remain unseen. You are truly impatient to ruin such fine attire. Despite brushing perilously close to danger, the witch remained composed. Her black hair began to unfurl, flowing against her body and transforming into a form-fitting black leather suit. Bayonetta's outfit was not fashioned from hair. Rather, the hair symbolized her magical prowess, through which she wove this ensemble, including the clock adorning her chest, a manifestation of her power. A crisp sound echoed as the witch landed atop the organ's brass pipes. At that moment, Solomon realized Rodden's true intent. He had come to deliver Bayonetta her knight. Before Rodden appeared a dark purple magic circle, from which four magenta handguns unfolded. Elfin Knight, Rodden proclaimed with pride, presenting his masterpiece, a weapon worthy of a knight. As the four guns soared toward Bayonetta, she reached out and caught two, while simultaneously lifting her leg, allowing the other two to affix themselves to the heels of her high-heeled shoes. Bayonetta kissed the barrels, celebrating the birth of her new companions, winking at the angels. The interesting part was just beginning. Bayonetta leapt into the air, inverted, firing multiple rounds. Deep purple magic surged forth in place of gunfire from the barrels. Each bullet bore her essence, akin to poison to beings such as angels. A single bullet striking a vital point would cause the lower-tier affinity angels to shatter into golden motes, reverting to their primal positive energy. The power of her new weapons far exceeded that of the ordinary firearms she had previously wielded. Rodden's exquisite craftsmanship enabled these handguns to not only accommodate Bayonetta's magic, but also to convert her power into physical bullets. As long as her magic remained ample, she could fire continuously without concern for ammunition. The barrage created by the alternating gunfire from her hands and feet was beyond the angel's capability to evade. The witch adeptly navigated the church walls, avoiding the angel's ranged assaults. With a sudden leap, she delivered a kick to the angel's crimson mask, which shattered upon impact. The handgun at Bayonetta's heel discharged with a resounding noise, the muzzle making contact with the angel at point-blank range, unleashing a torrential downpour of crimson rain. Solomon grew weary of observing. If Bayonetta were to be injured by these lesser angels, she could no longer claim the title of witch. In Solomon's view, her current endeavor was less a hunt and more a display of skill, as if she sought to demonstrate to the angels that employing such feeble beings against her was utterly insufficient. "I must send you away now," Solomon declared, dissipating the energy in his hands. "What is your name?" "Luca," the man inquired. "What are those things?" "It seems you lack an understanding of surrender," Solomon replied, pushing Luca toward the staircase. Pursuing these hazardous entities could cost him his life. "My father has already paid that price," Luca protested, unable to withstand Solomon's force, staggering forward. "So have I, even if danger lies ahead, even if it costs me my life. And I did not ascend from here." Solomon was at a loss for words. An old adage states, "A good word cannot persuade a doomed soul." Faced with such a person, he felt utterly powerless. With a sigh, he tightened his grip on Luca's arm, exerting more strength to drag the reckless man toward the church's entrance. "We labored diligently to distance ordinary people from this world, while you wish to plunge headlong into it. Those unseen entities could end your life at any moment," Solomon warned. "I will save you this once, Luca. Listen well, there will be no second chance. Next time, even if you perish before me, I shall not intervene. For this will be of your own making. I must know." "Enough. I understand your thoughts." The mage impatiently pried Luca's fingers from the stair railing, forcefully dragging him downward. "Do not compel me to erase your memories." "Erase memories? Physically? I may not gauge the force correctly, resulting in a concussion." Before Solomon could escort Luca outside the church, a massive golden axe, imbued with tremendous power, cleaved through the stained glass window of the second floor. The golden blade, accompanied by swirling dust, embedded itself deeply into the stone corridor, the crisp, dense sound of shattering glass and collision momentarily drowning out the witch's gunfire. As scattered shards of colored glass rained down like a tempest. Though the entity remained unseen, Luca could still sense the church as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to stagger once more, nearly losing his footing on the stairs. Without waiting for Luca to regain his balance, Solomon seized him and dashed outside, ignoring Luca's cries of inquiry regarding the nature of the threat. Upon emerging from the church, they encountered a colossal figure standing beside it. This being was entirely white, adorned with a glowing emblem atop its head. Its face bore a countenance carved from marble, beneath which lay a hollow resembling a mouth. And adorning its neck was a golden circlet from which several rays of sunlight like golden spikes radiated. Its stout limbs displayed golden claws, with rings and green stripes encircling them. This entity towered even above the church's second floor. Upon its descent, a heavy bell tolled from an unknown source, and white feathers cascaded from the heavens alongside golden light. This was the beloved angel. Yet, this angel never brought tidings of joy, but rather of slaughter. It withdrew the massive axe from within the church, raised it high, and swung down with tremendous force. The church seemed to erupt in a violent explosion, the entire structure quaking, while dust billowed from the cobblestone square. When Salomon caught sight of it, he hastily urged Luca to flee, for remaining in that place was tantamount to courting death. Even the once boastful Luca, without needing further encouragement from Salomon, disregarded the pain of being pulled along and turned to run alongside him. They made their escape. Chapter 54. Gamara Salomon initially believed that Bayonetta's target would be an angel resembling a centaur, such as the Accolade Angel, or perhaps a lesser archangel of the enrapture type to feed the demons. However, he was unprepared for the arrival of a colossal entity. The heavenly hierarchy categorizes angels into 3 tiers: lower, middle, and upper. The most common affinity angels encountered by Bayonetta and Salomon belong to the lower tier. Each tier comprises various types of angels, including the peculiar cluster angels known as deer and decorations. The lower tier angels ascend to the archangels and power angels in the higher tiers. The enormous beloved angel is not to be confused with the lower tier affinity angels. Rather, it is a first-tier energy angel of the middle tier, an undeniable force of violence, marked by the halo above its head. The golden giant axe it wielded was 3 men high at its broadest point, cleaving the stone-paved corridor into shards beneath its might. Suddenly, a figure shattered the church's front stained glass, landing gracefully on the stone floor, followed by a surge of deep purple magical energy radiating from the beloved angel's form. Naturally, Bayonetta would not foolishly remain inside the church to confront such a foe. She had encountered similar opponents before. With her wealth of experience, she shattered the glass and leaped into the square, seeking an opportunity to strike at the beloved angel's vulnerabilities. Although she doubted the efficacy of the elf knights, their frequent assaults could still divert the attention of the beloved angel. "Then come and retrieve it yourself, little pup," she thought, as Bayonetta dashed forward. The beloved angel wasted no time in exchanging words, simply swinging its axe with precision toward her head. With a powerful thrust of her thigh, she narrowly evaded the attack. Time seemed to freeze as the witch leaped toward the angel's right flank, firing several rounds. It was only then that the beloved angel seemed to awaken, raising its axe and turning to strike at the airborne Bayonetta. With no surface to stand upon, she could not alter her flight path. Yet she elegantly positioned herself to confront the rapidly approaching axe. At the last moment, she sprang onto the axe's blade, executing an astonishing leap and flipping midair, facing downward toward the beloved angel. The entire sequence appeared effortless, while Salomon, watching from the sidelines, felt his heart race. The thrill was palpable. If Bayonetta lost her footing, she would be crushed by the axe. The creator's reappearance was imminent. A mechanical voice echoed once more. "Apologies." Even amidst the perilous assault, Bayonetta maintained her composure, declaring, "We simply do not see eye to eye." The beloved angel, exerting its full strength, swung the axe from the ground, yet Bayonetta gracefully evaded once again. "What is happening?" Luca murmured to himself, overwhelmed by the spectacle. The stone-paved square seemed to tremble as if struck by an unseen hammer of immense size, causing vibrations beneath his feet. "Either I am losing my mind, or this world has gone mad." "This world has long since gone mad, Mr. Luca. Should you wish to confront it after witnessing this, I shall not hinder you," Salomon remarked, deflecting a flying shard of stone. "Regardless, you shall soon meet your demise, and I shall not need to cleanse your memories. Do you truly believe I will die? Do you think you can survive this?" Each time the beloved angel attacked, Bayonetta nimbly dodged, seizing the opportunity to fire at what could possibly be considered the angel's face. The angel's attacks grew more frantic and accelerated, but Bayonetta continued to use the axe as leverage to close the distance and strike back fiercely. By the time the beloved angel realized the shift, Bayonetta had already positioned herself on its back. Below her was a massive pink orb, half embedded within the angel's body, significantly more vulnerable than its heavy exterior. With a forceful stomp of her high heel, Bayonetta shattered the orb, blood gushing forth like a fountain, as the angel's white exterior crumbled, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Akin to the shattered marble floor, all attacks ceased, the giant axe clattering to the ground, and the intense pain compelled the beloved angel to straighten its form. emitting a sound of anguish barely perceptible to the human ear. The witch dashed along its spine and head, landing atop the axe's handle. "My companion in hell informs me that he is too hungry to wait," she said. "Apologies, I meant the abyss. It is a term I have only recently learned." "Thank you, Boya." As she gazed at the anguished angel, she mused, "A quarry such as you should satiate him for a time." Avavago, increased the thunders. The witch exuded a remarkable magical aura, raising her hands above her head. The black leather attire woven from magic disintegrated, revealing her alluring form. Her long, dark hair rose like tendrils, extending infinitely to form a thick strand that plunged into the ground, creating a deep purple and black magical circle. On the broken ground behind the beloved angel appeared a matching magical circle, from which Bayonetta's hair ascended. A creature resembling a dragon emerged from her hair, its eye sockets housing 4 crimson dots that glimmered with ferocity. Its massive, horned head bore 2 backward-facing barbs, and its elongated jaws were adorned with twisted horns. Atop its head rested half of a blue human visage, devoid of hair, surrounded by a crown of jagged teeth. Yet, before the demon could unleash a roar, Bayonetta's black hair tightly ensnared it, leaving only its horns, eyes, and toothy maw visible. This demon was named Gomorrah, named after a city steeped in sin. As chronicled in the book of Genesis, which recounts the destruction of the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. In that account, the Lord rained down sulfur and fire from the heavens upon Sodom and Gomorrah, obliterating the cities, the plains, and all inhabitants, including the very earth itself. Solomon regarded the demon, knowing he too could summon such a creature, typically dwelling in the demon-infested John Forest. Yet, he was reluctant to invoke such beings unless absolutely necessary, not only due to his aversion to allowing overly powerful extra-dimensional entities to enter Earth, but also because he could not fathom the magical cost of summoning such a demon, a cost that the Vishandi would never cover. "What are you saying?" Luca inquired of Solomon, utterly perplexed. "The demon, the invisible force you cannot perceive." Solomon gestured forward. "It's time for dinner, sweetheart," the witch softly declared. With that, Gomorrah opened its massive maw and bit down upon the upper half of the angel. I forgot to mention, I have another reason for hunting you." The voice of Bayonetta resounded once more, yet only Solomon could perceive it. "I gazed upon your expression, tinged with anguish, and wondered how one could derive pleasure from such torment. This woman seems to have some issues." Chapter 55. The stalker Egomora opened its maw and sank its teeth into the beloved angel, as if the angel were a succulent fruit encased in a thick shell. The white exterior was pierced by sharp fangs, and threads of crimson blood seeped from the demon's mouth. The world shall transform into what it is destined to be. Even while trapped in the demon's jaws, the beloved angel continued to scream incessantly. "I am referring to the very visage you possess at this moment," said Bayonetta. "Let me hear your wails of despair." At that moment, the full moon loomed close to the earth, its silvery light lazily spilling over the shattered stone plaza. With extraordinary vision, Solomon could even discern the craters upon the moon's surface. A fierce wind swept across the sky, stirring the delicate clouds that hurried past the moon, as if wishing to veil its eager descent to the mortal realm. Beneath the moonlight, Bayonetta languidly stretched, reveling in the sensation of the lunar glow upon her skin. The night of the full moon marked the witch's most potent day, prompting her decision to embark on a hunt. Having fulfilled her contractual obligations, she knew that further tasks awaited her, necessitating a moment of relaxation beforehand. As for her traveling companion, who else could it be? Leaning against a broken lamppost, Bayonetta extracted a small candy shaped like a rose and popped it into her mouth, a reward for her labors. "You certainly engaged in quite the endeavor," remarked Rodan, who had appeared seemingly from nowhere. He approached the witch. "That knight might still be of assistance, I presume?" Bayonetta glanced at the magenta handgun in her hand. "Not bad. I suppose I'll look after this child for the time being." "It is time to open for business," Rodan stated, as a purple magic circle materialized beneath his feet. "I await your patronage." She closed her eyes once more, savoring the sweetness. "I shall prepare the mysterious fate in olive oil." With that, Rodan was enveloped in a swirl of purple flames, vanishing from sight. "Do stop following me, Luca," Solomon said with an air of resignation. Ever since witnessing the aftermath of that supernatural battle, the journalist named Luca had doggedly pursued him, regardless of where he sought to go. "I must uncover the truth," he insisted. "It is my professional code. Well, more so for personal reasons. If you refrain from mentioning the earlier matter." I could share some insights that might hasten your demise at the hands of the inhuman. Salomon pushed past the reporter blocking his path. I believe you may not grasp my intent. These matters are beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. What do you think would transpire if humanity were to discover that gods and demons truly exist? I do not know. Lucas shrugged. What would happen? I do not know, but I can speculate. Salomon brushed dust off his clothing. Tithes, witch hunts, honor killings, the reinstatement of the Inquisition. Anything is conceivable, or perhaps not. However, given the ignorance of ordinary people, it would hardly be surprising if anything were to occur. Certainly, some might think, since we shall descend into hell anyway, why not indulge a bit more? My neighbor is wealthier than I. He must be a follower of the demon. I shall kill him to prove my faith to God. In such times, human malice would find an outlet, and they would proclaim, I do this for God, or this is the command of the demon. Luca, are you prepared to bear the weight of so many lives? Salomon's predictions held a chilling possibility, yet the exaggeration was unlikely, at least for now. In this age of enlightenment, even if humanity could capture an angel, they would merely seek to dissect this enigmatic creature. Salomon was merely attempting to frighten the Navi journalist. Yet it was evident that Luca was unsettled. The events of the supernatural attack had left his mind reeling, and before him stood an expert, a figure of authority that bore a semblance of credibility. Very well. I assure you, I shall not disclose this. But I must know. Luca gestured emphatically before Salomon. I must know why my father perished. Do you consider the lives of ordinary people to be worthless in your eyes? Luca, heed my words. The Supreme Mage established the protectors of humanity, the Karmatagi. My mentor, a Celt, has safeguarded humanity for over a millennium, banishing all extra-mundane entities, be they angels, demons, or even more fearsome beings. Under the protection of the Supreme Mage, none may brazenly tread upon this earth. Presently, angels and demons must smuggle themselves into the world, ever at risk of being discovered and slain by the Holy Sanctum. Is Bayonetta one of your kind? No. Salomon replied, she merely hunts angels. Hunts angels? Those unseen entities? Luca exclaimed, so she is indeed a witch. Indeed, Salomon affirmed. Summoning demons and hunting angels, neither are benevolent. As for me, I am merely here to supervise her, to prevent her from summoning overly powerful demons into the material plane. And the demon? Because there are too many angels currently, sir. These angels do not belong to God. Their master has not forged a pact with my mentor. Hence Bayonetta is tasked with hunting down these trespassers. However, the issue you must confront is not this. What? Your act of surreptitious filming has come to light. As far as I am aware, no girl would willingly allow herself to be filmed without consent. While Bayonetta requires no retouching, she would certainly not be pleased. Oh dear, a little wildcat. Unbeknownst to him, Bayonetta had stepped into the material realm. Boya, I am familiar with this fellow. We have crossed paths numerous times. Upon hearing Bayonetta's voice, rage surged within Luca. However, recalling Salomon's words regarding Bayonetta's current endeavors, he stifled the fury that threatened to ignite within him. Indeed, ever since you took my father's life 20 years ago, I have been tracking you, fleur de soleil, the inescapable scent of rosemary. Even when I lose your trail, I can find you by this fragrance. Spying and filming. Such a naughty child, Bayonetta remarked, seemingly unperturbed by Luca's accusations. With a flick of her wrist, Luca's camera was engulfed in purple magical flames, causing him to instinctively release it. Well, that hardly qualifies as anger. Rosemary is not the scent of Bayonetta's perfume, Salomon interjected, that belongs to the angels. Moreover, to be frank, your behavior is rather peculiar. I would advise you to report this to the authorities, Bayonetta. Luca lifted his gaze, his eyes widening. What did you say? Chapter 56. Do you desire another ring on your finger? I remarked, your behavior is rather peculiar, Mr. Luca. I even suspect you might have a penchant for pilfering women's undergarments. Therefore, I advise Miss Bevanita to report you to the authorities. Salomon interjected. The police will undoubtedly issue you a restraining order. No need for thanks. It is merely my duty. You are slandering me. I have no need for such actions. I am quite popular with women. Luca exclaimed. Moreover, I inquired about your previous statement. I require you to reiterate it. Rosemary? Salomon replied, that is the scent of angels. So, on the day my father was murdered, there were angels present? Was it that imperceptible entity? Luca questioned, redirecting his gaze toward Bevanita after receiving his answer. Indeed. Little wildcat, Bevanita remarked, her satisfaction evident as she regarded Luca. I have grown weary of your fancies. It is time for you to confront the truth. So, every entity I encountered was an angel, not a witch. Luca, momentarily stunned by this revelation, struggled to recalibrate his thoughts, yet it did not imply he was foolish. He pondered that if Solomon spoke truthfully, then every pursuit he had undertaken was indeed in search of angels. As for Bevanita, hunting angels was her vocation. My father dedicated his life to unraveling the enigma of witches and sages, and he was torn apart before my very eyes. I must comprehend what transpired that day, Luca asserted. Furthermore, was it that unseen monster or you, Bevanita, who ended my father's life? Ahem, Mr. Luca, Solomon interjected, compelled to speak. I contend that your father's pursuit of the secrets of sages and witches was a misstep of the mage monastery. Otherwise, he would have had no access to such matters. Yet, those who chase mysteries often meet their demise at the hands of the very enigmas they seek. I believe your father should have been mentally prepared for such an outcome. You. Luca's face flushed crimson, as if his rage were on the verge of erupting. However, Solomon swiftly interrupted Luca's impending outburst, employing magic to constrict the journalist's throat, rendering him breathless. I advise you to allow me to finish. Though my subsequent words may seem harsh, you must hear them. The mage monastery insists that you refrain from using the phrase journalists must pursue the truth to placate me. The truth must be tailored to its audience. Otherwise, why not report on the nefarious deeds of the CIA to the populace? Ordinary individuals must never submit to interdimensional beings. Once they become aware of the existence of angels and demons, the calamities I previously mentioned will ensue, rendering my teacher's centuries of effort utterly futile. Currently, human technology cannot rival these interdimensional entities. The esteemed have labored to elevate humanity, not to witness it kneel once more. Should you destroy those achievements, I shall bring ruin upon you. Your father, as an ordinary man, recklessly pursued dangers he could not contend with, and inevitably, he would meet his demise in this endeavor. No one is tasked with safeguarding your father's life while he explores perilous matters. That is simply untenable. Who your father perished at the hands of is of no concern to me. However, had your father fortuitously escaped and indeed discovered something that caught the attention of the ordinary world, the mage monastery would have confronted him. At that juncture, your father may not die, yet he could very well become a fool. The same could apply to you. It is possible that I, too, would be standing before you then. Mr. Luca, the mage monastery is resolutely committed to safeguarding the lives of ordinary people. We are prepared to sacrifice much, including the lives of innocents, even our own lives. My teacher has instilled this principle in me. Though I am still young and may fall short, it remains crucial to reflect upon the lives resting in my hands. The blood upon my hands is not solely that of dark magical beings, but also angels, and even ordinary individuals. Thus, discard your naive notions. I do not possess Bevanita's patience. Reality is not a heartwarming family film akin to Bambi, The Lion King, or Saw 7. It is far more frigid and sanguinary. Solomon spoke truthfully, albeit he somewhat exaggerated certain consequences. He is adept at instilling fear. The mage monastery would neither render individuals foolish nor eliminate the knowledgeable among ordinary people. That would be excessively dramatic. They are not some super-secretive organization clad in black suits, donning sunglasses, speaking with impassive faces, or concealing firearms within their garments. With a strictly hierarchical structure and classified information rigorously managed. Indeed, I refer to you, God. Hydra. However, there is some truth in Salomon's words. The Kamatage may only cause those in the know to perceive their experiences as mere dreams, a specialty of Horgo's magic, as documented in the Book of Vishanti. Even if the future Thor were to descend upon Earth, while known to the masses, he would not be an interdimensional being. To Earthlings, Asgard is merely an alien realm. Aside from Kamatage, no entity can authenticate the existence of God. Thus, the existence of angels and demons must be concealed. And the reason? The box office success of The Passion of the Christ in Christian nations speaks volumes. Luca inhaled deeply several times, regaining his composure, staring incredulously at Solomon. He could scarcely fathom that a boy of 13 or 14 bore such profound awareness. You are truly a madman. Humanity is not solitary in this world. Until humanity can stand atop the cosmos and engage interdimensionally as equals, the mission of the mage monastery shall not conclude, Solomon proclaimed. Is there any individual with such awareness who is not deemed insane? Of course, that is my assertion, yet I shall endeavor to spare the lives of innocents. The sensation is far from pleasant. I am acutely aware that we tread upon a precarious line, and a moment's misstep could plunge us into the abyss. Nevertheless, the Mage Monastery has safeguarded Earth thus far. So, cease your pursuit of that which you ought not to know, Mr. Luca. Should you persist, no one shall shield you. Who would have thought you to be such a hard-hearted little fellow? Bevanita remarked with a flippant tone, It truly saddens me, dear elder sister. Were it not for the immense psychological strain, do you think my teacher would have become this way? Salomon spread his arms, stating, The greatest joy for the esteemed now lies in competing with me for snacks. I wish to bring her some happiness and relaxation. Thus, I shall endeavor to alleviate her burdens. Though I cannot do much, I can still contribute within my capabilities. Including you, Bevanita. You are well aware that you are under surveillance, and I am the executor. And how long do you intend to monitor me, Boya? Bevanita inquired, gazing at Salomon. How long will this mission last? Salomon turned over his left hand, glancing at the ring on his little finger. I do not know, perhaps for a lifetime. Do not worry, I can live quite long. Ah, so dear sister shall be unable to rid herself of you for a lifetime, correct? The witch's left eye fluttered. Do you desire yet another ring? Very well, you are indeed courageous. The anticipation of death can be quite torturous, Mr. Luca, Salomon said. So, do you know how to use a gun? A gun? Luca sniffled, perplexed. Well, I do not expect you to wield cold weapons either. The mage snapped his fingers. You must protect yourself, and I am unaware of which angel took your father's life. Seek vengeance on your own. Chapter 57. Temperance. Thus far, Salomon remains a member of the lawful alignment, adhering not to the laws of ordinary folk, but to the regulations established by the Supreme Mage. Camartage is not a clandestine special force, incapable of effortlessly apprehending those who seek the arcane to erase their memories. Unless one intends to unveil the mysteries, Camartage will not hinder an individual's pursuit of magic. Several of Camartage's apprentices have committed themselves to the Supreme Mage in their quest for magical knowledge. However, Luca's situation differs. As a victim's relative, he naturally possesses the right to know. It is for this reason that Salomon reveals the truth to him, guiding him into the infernal realm and informing him of the risks he will face. Luca stands apart from the ordinary individuals who previously obstructed Salomon's endeavors against vampires or werewolves. He has not transgressed the rules set forth by the Supreme Mage. After promising not to disclose the arcane, his intent is merely to uncover the truth and seek vengeance. If Salomon were to erase his memory for this reason, it would be excessively tyrannical. The character shaped in his previous life makes it difficult for him to witness another's demise. Even a bewildered kitten wandering into the street elicits his compassion, let alone a human life. In Salomon's eyes, Luca is akin to a kitten straying onto a busy thoroughfare. And even if the kitten insists on moving forward, how could Salomon fail to elucidate the perils involved? Although those harrowing memories may gradually harden Salomon's heart, the span of mere years has not yet sufficed to alter his perspective. Informing Luca to carry a firearm represents his final act of mercy. This is not a matter of a strong man's mentality, but rather a question of one's conscience. Salomon has not yet fully transformed into a ruthless individual. Reality is not a mindless narrative where one possesses an aura of dominance that compels obedience. No one is born with a strongman mentality. Such a notion is implausible. If it were so, that person would merely be a madman, in need of immediate psychiatric intervention. Yet, it is undeniable that every individual harbors such dreams of breaking free from constraints and indulging their whims, much like how ordinary people fantasize about what they would do with immense wealth. Were it not for such aspirations, the phenomenon of so many spiritual capitalists would not exist. Euphemistically termed dreams, or more harshly, delusions. Even Salomon, who holds the lives of several in his hands, comprehends the weight of existence. If not compelled by necessity, he would not so easily take the life of an ordinary person. The Supreme Mage has prompted Salomon to reflect on the gravity of life for this very reason. He is acutely aware of every life he possesses, and such contemplation has drawn him back from the brink of madness. Should Salomon truly abandon those convictions and disregard the value of life, it would signify his leap from the red line marked by Camartage, heralding the time for the Supreme Mage to purge his ranks. Even now, if Luca were confronted by other mages from Camartage, their efforts would amount to mere counsel. Yet upon witnessing Luca's obstinate demeanor, Salomon realizes that persuasion is futile. Thus he refrains from excessively obstructing Luca's quest for vengeance. The realm where angels descend is known as the infernal realm, separated from the mundane world by a mere veil. Should your spirit lack fortitude, you will not perceive them. However, I can facilitate your entry. Salomon asserts, you will require a firearm. For Bayonetta, Salomon's actions incite discontent. To the witch, Luca is merely an ordinary man. Sending him to the infernal realm is tantamount to sentencing him to death. That angel has long since perished. Bayonetta states, upon emerging from the lake's depths, it was already dead. The Arcanist spreads her hands toward Luca. Now you lack even a target for revenge. Very well, let us formalize a contract. A contract? What sort of contract? Luca inquires, astonishment evident in his voice. A contract witnessed by the Wiscend Empire. Salomon produces a scroll of parchment, stating, in the realm of magic. Oaths are utterly inconsequential. You may assert that you will not disclose those matters, yet I cannot trust you, for you are a stranger to me. Thus, if you wish to avoid having your memory erased, it is advisable to sign the contract. What if I breach the contract? Luca hesitates, viewing anything imbued with magic as perilous. However, this time, Salomon's approach provokes the witch's opposition. She cannot contest it. As Salomon stands upon the ground of safeguarding the world's secrets, demanding Luca to sign a contract ensuring the confidentiality of the Arcane. A matter that leaves no room for Bayonetta's rebuttal. Salomon gazes intently into Luca's eyes, silent. Will I die? Very well, I will sign. Taking a deep breath, the reporter inscribes his name upon the freshly drafted parchment. You must inform me where my clues lie. Viglet. Salomon carefully stows the parchment, the ink requiring a moment to dry. He continues, there resides the final sage, the president of the Azael group. Bader is that sage. However, as I mentioned, carry a firearm. It is perilous there. Should you uncover anything, you may contact us. Here is my phone number. Do you also wish to ascertain what transpires there? Luca queries with surprise. Indeed, you are not the only one investigating. The Arcanist responds, recently the number of angels has surged, and we are unable to approach Bader, for he has yet to reveal himself. Very well, I shall investigate. Luca exhales, interrupting Salomon's subsequent words, there will be no assistance, and I will not expose our connection. I fully comprehend. Excellent. Salomon nods, retrieving a small statue from his pocket and placing it upon the ground. In an instant, a winged white steed with golden reins materializes. The Arcanist mounts it, advising, I strongly recommend you depart from this location. The sound of police sirens draws near. Police sirens? From where? FCK. I must leave now. Luca swiftly turns and dashes toward his dark green vehicle parked near the church, vanishing from Salomon's sight. Salomon gestures for Bayonetta to mount the steed as well. Pegasus flaps its wings and ascends skyward, carrying them through a violet magical array, completely vanishing from the air before the police arrive. Boya, why did you allow him to investigate Viglet? Is Enzo's intelligence fee excessively high? Bayonetta, seated behind Salomon, poses the question as they make their way to Rodden's Hell Bar. During the journey, the witch cannot suppress her curiosity. Bayonetta, Lucas seeks the truth, thus, I shall provide him the truth. What he is to face is his own affair. I have already counseled him, but he would not heed. However, as long as he refrains from revealing those matters to ordinary people, he remains harmless. Salomon asserts, there will be no memory erasure, nor any abyssal abyss. We are not murderous fiends. Then I was not mistaken about you, the soft-hearted little one. The witch inquires, and what lies ahead? You are mistaken. Salomon replies, next we must seek out Enzo at the Hellgate Bar. The intelligence he provided this time is gravely flawed. Chapter 58. Urgently summon the Supreme Mage. I swear, it is certainly not the corpses of the Ragna cultists that attracted that formidable being. Enzo was immediately apprised of the situation following the destruction of the church, including the arrival of the beloved angel. It has been mentioned before that Bayonetta often lured angels by conducting funerals for ordinary individuals, thus fulfilling her role in nourishing demons. Consequently, she possesses numerous white, form-fitting nun's garments. Occasionally, even Enzo struggles to find clients seeking funerals, which leads Rodden to occasionally assume the role of the deceased. However, due to his unique identity, only the dim-witted lower-tier angels would dare to approach him. Mid-tier and higher-tier angels would avoid this fellow. Thus, Enzo deduced that the appearance of the third-tier angel was, in fact, related to Bayonetta. Moreover, Bayonetta had made quite a mess of the church, nearly costing Enzo his fee. This miserly individual even contemplated shirking Bayonetta's wages. Yet, confronted with the witch's new weaponry, this rotund informant had no choice but to pay up. As fate would have it, While riding upon the back of Pegasus en route to the bar, Bayonetta had already elucidated to Salomon the intentions revealed by the angel, namely, the left eye and the resurrection of the Creator. For countless years, the angels serving Jubilius had been in pursuit of the left eye to revive Jubilius, while Bayonetta, burdened with the left eye, had been sealed within a coffin for 5 centuries, only to re-emerge 2 decades prior. The actions of Christian zealots have been far more extravagant than this. At least the Ragna cultists did not harm others, while the Puritans have a dark history of witch hunts. What preparations? Bayonetta inquired. The Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone. Perhaps only the 5 supreme deities are immune to the control of the Time Stone, though this is uncertain. Any organic or inorganic entity, or any other bizarre phenomenon, would be subject to the manipulation of time by the Eye of Agamotto, even Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. At times, Salomon even speculates whether the Vishani might also be influenced by the Time Stone's flow of time, and whether Agamotto's relinquishment of this artifact is a sign of the Eternal One's will. Although free from the constraints of the magic web, he could specialize in all forms of spells, even acquiring those exclusive to certain schools of specialization, yet this would demand an immense investment of his time. Consequently, Salomon must exercise extreme caution in his selection of spells, focusing primarily on protective incantations, thereby temporarily neglecting other forms of magic. A sudden ringing interrupted his thoughts. Salomon's mobile phone, a rather ordinary keypad model mandated by the Supreme Mage, began to ring. While magic could facilitate remote communication, it paled in comparison to the convenience of a mobile phone, which would also conserve magical energy. Salomon glanced at the device, noting an unfamiliar number appearing on the screen. Yet the adept mage surmised who was calling. He looked at Rodden, who gestured in a manner that suggested he was free to proceed. Not only Salomon, but also Bayonetta discerned the identity of the caller on the other end, her curiosity piqued by the prospect of new information. "Get to the point, Luca," Salomon urged. However, it seemed his voice failed to penetrate the cacophony on Luca's end. Fortunately, Luca, being a former journalist, swiftly relayed the news Salomon yearned to hear. "It is said that the president of the Azal group will also be in attendance. This is unprecedented. Hurry, turn on the television. This fellow looks like I cannot quite put it into words. He appears to be connected to all manner of chaotic entities, looking even more like a sorcerer than you." Chapter 59. The sage and the portly man. Salomon could not have anticipated that just a few hours later, Luca would call. However, he harbored no suspicions regarding the clues provided by the journalist, for this man was resolute in his quest for the truth. After hanging up, he glanced up at Rodden. Luca's voice was so loud that even Rodden, stationed behind the bar, could hear it. The bespectacled bar owner, after serving Salomon a chocolate sundae, reached for the remote control. The area behind the bar was Rodden's domain, and patrons were not permitted to reach for it, a rule of the Hell's Gate Tavern. "Fake news," Salomon scoffed. "Faith is akin to poison." This was his conviction, and thus he would offer no faith to anything, as he could not endure the sensation of having his mind controlled. On the other hand, there were continuous reports of individuals committing suicide to extol the arrival of the deity. Just yesterday, the high priest of the Ragnar cult and over 20 followers had collectively taken their own lives, and the church that housed their bodies was vandalized by unknown assailants. Nations deemed this incident abnormal and urged the Ragnar adherents to remain calm. The screen displayed the church that Beatrice and Salomon had visited the previous night. However, perhaps due to the church's current dire state, the television broadcast showed images of the church in its pristine condition. "This is not my concern. It was that big fellow's doing," Beatrice said, resting her chin on her hands. "Did that little wildcat summon us to watch television for this?" Salomon shook his head. "Perhaps it hasn't aired yet. One must remember that even live broadcasts have delays. It could be due to the poor signal in this semi-dimensional realm." "Mr. Rodden, I am certainly not speaking ill of you. Kindly do not take away my ice cream." The president of the Azrael group, who effectively governed this religious city, made his first public appearance. Rodden timely pushed a glass of apple martini towards Beatrice, remarking on the considerable turmoil in the human world. You are the one who gets paid to arrange funerals? You are hardly a virtuous individual." Rodden expressed his disdain for Enzo. Yet, Enzo remained unfazed by Rodden's sentiments. Salomon, however, was quite pleased with Enzo. Despite his corpulence, greed, and penchant for ostentation, his spirit remained unshackled by religion. Thus, he was moved to order another sundae. Charging it to Enzo's tab, Rodden welcomed this behavior, for Enzo was perpetually fond of accumulating debt for drinks. This Sunday could be considered interest. After all, Enzo scarcely remembered how much he owed Rodden. A little extra wouldn't matter. I have always been a good citizen, as long as there is money to be made. The information broker turned to say, the large ruby ring on his pinky glinting in the dim light. Only a person devoid of conscience would wish to engage with these deluded cultists. Tell me, is what I do not charity? Ha ha. Then you ought to donate to the church, Beatrice replied, holding her glass. Rodden's drinks were always to her liking. Pay me promptly, Enzo. Though Enzo wished to protest, even attempting to deflect with the notion that Beatrice engaged in the sport of hunting angels, he had never succeeded in that endeavor. This time was no different. Had you not made such a mess of the cathedral, my remuneration would be much higher. Have a thought for me, Beatrice. The usual clamor of the Hell's Gate Tavern was abruptly interrupted once more by sounds emanating from the television. Even at a low volume, the raucous cheers captured the attention of all present. It's him. The president of the Azrael Group, Badir, has finally made an appearance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the immense wealth brought by the Azrael Group has supported the economic development of its benefactor, Viglet. Surrounded by the cultists, Badir might hold the key to resolving these suicide incidents. The camera shifted to an unknown skyscraper. Based on the decorative style in the frames, the golden rays mimicking sunlight, anyone could discern it as a structure belonging to the Ragnar cult. The scene then transitioned to a white podium, resembling a dismantled recliner, its surface adorned with numerous golden lines. At the apex stood two golden rings in a semicircular ring, nested from smallest to largest. Numerous golden spears extended from the center, the longest aligned with the X and Y axes, and shorter spears radiated at 45-degree angles, alongside varying lengths of golden spikes. A man clad in a splendid white robe stood upon the podium. Salomon squinted. Badir had undoubtedly been alive for 500 years, as he was the luminary sage, endowed with angelic powers that made living for half a millennium a triviality. The figure on television, with slicked-back white hair and a golden mask adorning the left side of his face, was indeed Badir, as mentioned by the Supreme Mage. The Azrael Group possessed the most advanced technology unseen in this ancient religious city. The cultists regarded these as miracles. Enzo's commentary continued. But the information he relayed was already known to Beatrice, such as the fact that Badir was the last of the sage lineage. Repetitive information holds little value. This led to another failure in Enzo's plan to collect payment. Was Beatrice's remuneration truly his responsibility? If that were the case, yesterday's church incident was likely a trap, and that angelic being might have been dispatched by him. Salomon inquired, but Beatrice remained unscathed. If he aimed to capture Beatrice, shouldn't he have sent someone more formidable? We know not what Badir contemplates, Rodden replied. For now, we can only respond as circumstances unfold. The witch appeared to momentarily lose her focus, and then, with acute hearing, Salomon even detected a soft pop as she retrieved a brass-packaged lipstick from the deep crevice of her bosom. Beatrice twisted open the lipstick, and a chill wafted forth. Is this the item you brought upon awakening? Rodden inquired. Yes, indeed. I have been waiting for you, dear daughter. The witch seemed to confront a formidable adversary. Yet, everything appeared normal. It seemed that the man named Badir had not turned to utter that phrase. It was all merely a figment of Beatrice's imagination. The others, also watching the television, failed to notice anything amiss. Daughter? Why would Badir address her in such a manner? Salomon had previously noted that only one of each, the sage and the witch, remained, but due to scarce documentation, nobody knew if there was a connection between Badir and Beatrice. Are you not planning to pay today? Consider it a birthday gift from me. Thank you, Rodden. Enzo strode out confidently. Should there be any job requests, I will reach out to you. Accursed glutton. Ciao. Chapter 60. The little girl in the early morning, Viglet, facing Naples across the sea, was shrouded in a thin mist, with only the towering spire piercing through the fog. The spire radiated a dazzling white light under the clear sky. It was the headquarters of the Azal Group and also served as Viglet's lighthouse, continuously illuminating the world akin to the doctrines of the Ragnar Church. This luminous entity, contrary to the common belief of being an ordinary giant bulb, was a glowing white sphere connected to the spire's apex by golden metallic strands, flanked by two floating rings, one large and one small. This was magic, not technology. Within the vast chamber at the top of the spire, circular seating surrounded the space. If filled with people, no matter where one sat, all eyes would converge upon the same focal point. Adjacent to these seats hung red banners from the columns, cascading to the ground, inscribed with densely packed golden scriptures. Absent of electric lights, the room overflowed with a warm glow, enhanced by the faint radiance emanating from several enormous rings behind the grand crimson desk. These glowing rings nested within one another, the outermost ring dark, etched with radiant runes, while the rings closer to the center glowed ever brighter, culminating in a massive golden disk devoid of any patterns. Each passing second, the rings rotated silently, devoid of frictional sound. Yet, this soft glow was insufficient to illuminate the office completely. After a lengthy wait of 5 centuries, the moment was finally approaching. A hoarse yet calm voice resonated from behind the desk. The voice belonged to Bader, the president of Azal, who had recently appeared on television, his attire unchanged, and his face still showed signs of age. He continued to stroke the living white peacock perched on his shoulder, adorned with a half-golden mask. He mused, "That child will eventually arrive here, won't she? Will we repeat the mistakes of 5 centuries ago, or—" A woman, clad in a tight red leather suit and sporting short white hair, stood before the desk, towering in stature. Her red suit was accented with a black fluffy collar and a golden clock on her bow tie. Her high heels, reminiscent of bayonettas, were thick-soled, with a black pistol holstered at the back. However, her legwear was much more relaxed, akin to a cheapao, revealing her fair skin and elongated legs. As the right eye, "You have forsaken order in favor of chaos," the red-clad woman remarked, her tone light and dismissive, as if all of this were inconsequential to her. "You are mistaken. Chaos is only just beginning," Bader replied. "My daughter must join me as the eye of the world. Without the union of the 3 realms, true order and genuine salvation cannot be attained. Such is the logic of madness," the woman retorted disdainfully. "You need not comprehend this, and you cannot leave me." "What a pity," Bader declared. "Even angels must serve me. Jean, you too." Upon hearing this name, the red-clad woman turned, her triangular golden metal earrings swaying gently. Jean took a breath, scoffing lightly, revealing little more emotion towards Bader's words. "I have waited 5 centuries. You anticipate reuniting with that child, do you not?" Bader inquired. "But do not forget, all we do is in preparation for the arrival of the Creator, Jubilius, whose time to forge a new world is drawing near." He gazed upward, where the true source of light resided, a swirling mass of golden red energy, situated within a peculiar space, with heavy clouds of orange and deep red slowly moving in the background. Through this light, one could discern a blurred, enormous humanoid figure enveloped in energy, surrounded by countless white feathers gently descending. Yet the witch merely agreed perfunctorily, appearing utterly indifferent. Which concerned Solomon. When he relayed the entire matter to the supreme mage, the elder exhibited no surprise. Solomon could not dismiss the possibility that the elder had become desensitized to such occurrences, for within this universe, threats capable of annihilating the earth were ever present. The awakening of a deity was hardly extraordinary. "I have seen it, through the eye of Agamotto," the elder stated, "including the mistletoe within your dimensional bag." "Well," Solomon conceded, "perhaps I was overthinking. But, mistletoe? That's merely lipstick. Mistletoe is but a metaphor. In Norse mythology, it was mistletoe that killed Bader, weak and inconspicuous." The elder replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "And that lipstick will serve as the mistletoe that brings about the demise of the luminary sage, Bader. Perhaps due to their shared name, fate has intertwined their destinies. That lipstick was entrusted to Bayonetta by Bader's beloved, Rosa, and serves as the key to saving the sage." "Rosa?" Solomon inquired. "Indeed, Bayonetta is the daughter of Bader and Rosa. Rosa was the previous left eye holder, while Bader held the right eye. Their forbidden union birthed Bayonetta, igniting the war between the witch clan and the sage clan." The elder retrieved a book and placed it before Solomon, chronicling how the sage clan instigated the witch hunts in Christianity starting in 1480. At that time, the witch clan had already triumphed in battle. Seizing the opportunity while the witches were weakened, the sage clan incited public fear against them, resulting in a significant decline in the witch population. This blind witch hunt ravaged Europe for over 3 centuries, extending even to the Salem witch trials. "So Bayonetta is a Nephilim?" Solomon's curiosity was piqued. "I heard Enoch was taken to heaven for a tour. Teacher, when you made your covenant in heaven, did you encounter Enoch?" The supreme mage responded. "The being I made my covenant with was not God, but Metatron, or perhaps Metratone. That might have been the prophet Enoch, yet no one can be certain. For I have never entered heaven nor seen God." The circumstances in heaven were highly unusual, had it not been for heaven's refusal to entertain earthly matters. I would not have found it so easy to establish a covenant. Unusual? I suspect. God is no longer in heaven. Just as Solomon was about to pursue this line of questioning, the elder interrupted him. These are not matters for you to dwell on. Such inquiries are best left for your own exploration in the future. For now, you should focus on the issues at hand, rather than heavenly concerns. I am not so impulsive, Solomon retorted, sticking out his tongue yet obediently redirecting his focus to the luminary sage, Bader, and the impending revival of the creator, Jubilius. What if that deity truly awakens? However, we cannot perpetually rely on the time stone to reset things. He questioned, Teacher, you have warned me about the dangers of manipulating the flow of time. If we meddle with that being's temporal stream, I fear the price you may have to pay could be immense, especially concerning Dormammu. Then you must prevent this from occurring. The elder was pleased that Solomon could think of her, and so she retrieved a bottle of soda from Solomon's refrigerator as a reward. Your objective is to have Bayonetta use this lipstick to eliminate Bader. Your task is to assist her in evading the traps set by the luminary sage, ensuring she does not perish along the way. As long as she can reach the final battle, she will be able to vanquish Bader. At that moment, the history of the witch and the sage clan will be utterly obliterated, and humanity shall no longer witness the emergence of beings capable of summoning extra-dimensional entities on a grand scale. Teacher, do you mean to say Bayonetta will perish? Solomon inquired cautiously. Despite her penchant for teasing him and relishing in his flustered demeanor, he harbored a genuine fondness for the witch. But there will still be angels on earth. Teacher, don't you think? Everything hinges on you, Solomon, the elder replied. The fate of Bayonetta and Bader rests solely in your hands, not mine. Only your choices can sway their lives and deaths. Once a decision is made, you must bear the consequences. Consequences. Solomon's gaze involuntarily shifted aside. It was all too awkward. His inner thoughts had been laid bare. You might as well answer the call. The call. As anticipated, Solomon's phone began to ring. Glancing at the screen, he saw that the contact was none other than Bayonetta. With a sense of discomfort, he answered, but before he could utter a word, a youthful voice emerged from the other end. Mommy. Chapter 61. Similar women for the past 2 decades. Enzo has compensated Bayonetta with gemstones rather than currency. Only recently did she comprehend that her instinctive collection of these jewels stemmed entirely from the allure of the left eye towards the right eye. Now, as she pursues the truth of her lineage, how could the witch possibly withstand the insatiable thirst for revelation? Despite Solomon's numerous admonitions, the witch regarded them as nothing more than his overly gentle prattling. While Bayonetta relished the sensation of being cared for, she harbored her own thoughts. Had Solomon not mentioned the Supreme Mage, she might have resolved this matter on her own. After all, it pertained to her memories, and Bayonetta deemed it a personal affair. Yet now, an increasing number of hypotheses pointed towards the resurrection of the creator, Jubilius. Even with her formidable power, she could not confront such an entity alone. Nevertheless, the witch resolved to clandestinely investigate Viglid, striving to avoid attracting attention, hoping to uncover any clues related to her origins. To reach Viglid, one must first embark on a train. This train, a special service to Viglid, is a rapid transit developed by the Azal Group. To board this train, one must possess a Viglid pass. Naturally, Bayonetta lacked such a document. However, she managed to board by entering the Inferno, effectively evading the fare. The train traversed the snow-capped peaks of the Alps, its passengers primarily Ragnar followers on a pilgrimage to Viglid. The carriage was adorned with opulence. A light green woolen carpet covered the floor. Intricately patterned with dark green and white wool, the seats were wooden armchairs, upholstered with thick blue cushions embroidered with a golden sun emblem. Even the luggage racks were crafted from brass. Bayonetta occupied a window seat, watching as the orange-red twilight painted the black rocks, the white peaks reflecting brilliant light, while shadows below gradually ascended, devouring the last remnants of daylight. Though the carriage appeared empty, this was merely due to the witch existing within the Inferno. Ordinary people in this realm were but illusory projections. She intended to travel from the Inferno to Viglid, confident that as long as she did not encounter Baldur, bearer of the right eye, her presence would remain undetected. Perhaps commoners might sense something passing by, but it was of little consequence. The lengthy journey lulled Bayonetta into slumber, and she dreamt. In her dream, a hoarse male voice beckoned her, saying, "Awaken, my daughter." Bayonetta found herself in a vast, empty room, facing a massive golden ring. rippling with golden waves, as a dark figure emerged within it. "Father?" she involuntarily uttered. "Yes, come closer." The figure extended a hand, its attire oddly familiar. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle engine interrupted her reverie, growing louder as it approached. Through the glass window, the sound reached the witch's ears, redirecting her attention outside. She beheld a motorcycle defying gravity as it ascended the steep black cliff, flanked by a bright purple sigil. The slick snow between the crevices seemed ineffectual against the motorcycle, which sped smoothly, maintaining a relative stillness against the train's motion. The rider was a woman with short white hair clad in a red leather bodysuit, a figure Bayonetta recognized from Baldur's office. As Bayonetta gazed outside, the woman glanced back into the carriage. Intrigued, Bayonetta noted the woman's sigil mirrored her own, affirming her decision to journey to Viglet. With a twist of the throttle, the rider accelerated, leaping off the cliff, performing flips in midair before landing atop the train. Instead of braking, she surged towards Bayonetta's carriage, drawing two black pistols adorned with white peacock feathers, unleashing a barrage of fire upon her target. Purple magic enveloped the bullets, pouring into the carriage like a torrential downpour. The rider, indifferent to the cries of the Ragnar devotees, had but one target, Bayonetta. The witch's reflexes were swift. As she dodged a bullet whizzing past, the surroundings slowed to a crawl. This was witch time, a unique magic of the witch clan that heightened the senses of the recipient, allowing for super-speed movements. Typically, this magic remained constant, automatically activating when evading attacks. However, under certain circumstances, it could be triggered consciously, depending on the caster's intent. Propelling herself from her seat, Bayonetta fired her pistol, shattering the glass. She leaped from the window, executing flips in the air before landing firmly atop the train, standing opposite the rider. Forgoing small talk, she extended her hands behind her, raising her magenta pistol at the unfamiliar adversary. "Pardon me, but who might you be?" "Ah." The purple sigil beneath the motorcycle ignited once more, and the engine roared to life. Bayonetta fired, but both bullets were deftly avoided by the rider. The woman accelerated towards her, slamming on the brakes, causing the rear of the bike to swing sideways, which Bayonetta narrowly evaded. The rider then swung the motorcycle around, attempting to strike the witch again, but Bayonetta skillfully sidestepped. The witch suddenly leaped towards the cliff, her wide sleeves resembling wings unfurling in the wind. A purple sigil illuminated beneath her feet, allowing her to remain suspended against the vertical rock face, her hair and garments seemingly defying gravity, showing no signs of falling. "It appears you possess magic akin to mine," Bayonetta remarked. "I shall inquire once more. Who are you?" The rider also brought her motorcycle to a halt against the cliff. With a light laugh, she replied, "It seems prolonged slumber has dulled your mind. Do I know you?" "You appear to know me." Bayonetta kept her gun trained on the rider, the full moon casting a silvery glow upon her black leather attire. "I might understand you better than you know. You have piqued my interest," the rider teased. "Should you defeat me, perhaps I shall reveal my identity." Her tone mirrored Bayonetta's, playfully lifting at the end of her sentences, as if attempting to ensnare the other's heart. The rider surged up the mountainside, with Bayonetta in hot pursuit. As the witch leaped, her black sleeves billowed like wings, propelling her forward. The rider abandoned her motorcycle, leaping to confront Bayonetta. Their combat styles mirrored one another, bullets colliding and sparking in the air. Regardless of the technique employed, their movements were nearly identical, each evading the other's shots with uncanny precision. They bounded higher, racing towards the mountain's peak. The rider, leading the charge, abruptly turned, executing a high kick towards Bayonetta, the handgun on her heel firing simultaneously. Yet, such an attack was well within Bayonetta's expectations. After several equally matched encounters, the two finally parted ways. Despite Bayonetta's loss of memory, her instinct for combat remained intact, allowing her to counter each of Jean's assaults. This sensation was a long-forgotten one. Jean aimed her gun sideways and inquired, "So, have you recalled anything?" To which Bayonetta replied, adjusting her glasses with her firearm, "I possess a feeling. One that suggests I have triumphed over you before. Is this truly the extent of your prowess?" Jean's tone was flippant as she and Bayonetta stood beside a massive stone pillar, yet she refrained from launching another attack. "I will, for I sense that you have yet to fully engage." Suddenly, Bayonetta leaped towards Jean, firing once more. However, the circular green and pink gems embedded in the ethereal night shattered abruptly, and her magenta handgun emitted plumes of smoke and sparks. "What folly!" Jean exclaimed, leaping aside and tumbling down the stone column. You are not yet prepared. With a scoff, Bayonetta watched as Jean vanished from her sight, her magenta, ethereal night utterly destroyed. In this ancient ruin, adorned with colossal stone pillars, only the white snow and moonlight remained. Chapter 62. Teresa. The appearance of Joan of Arc instilled profound confusion within Bayonetta. According to Solomon's account, both the witch and the sage clan had been reduced to but a single surviving member, perpetuating a conflict that spanned centuries. Yet, Joan fought her in an eerily similar manner, leading the witch to question the accuracy of Solomon's claims. Presently, she needed to seek out Rodden for repairs. Nestled amidst the mountains, approximately 105 kilometers from Vigrad, lay a chasm with steep, nearly vertical rock formations on either side. As though cleaved apart by a massive hammer and subsequently sculpted by the relentless passage of time. This desolate valley was perpetually shrouded in thick mist, devoid of any vegetation. Not even the common moss or patches of bamboo. Perhaps due to the extreme altitude, the leaden clouds loomed ominously close, swirling and crackling with electricity, often unleashing bolts of lightning into the exposed gorge below. At the nearest mountain peaks flanking the chasm stood two colossal statues, facing away from each other. These stone figures bore similar likenesses, draped in voluminous robes with hoods, each wielding a long sword, their wings unfurled to form a platform behind them. The statue on the left was of a lighter hue, akin to white marble, adorned at the neck with a sun emblem. It gazed upward to the left, its eyes forlorn, the countenance reflecting deep sorrow. Conversely, the right statue was slightly darker, marked with a crescent moon at its neck. It bowed its head to the right, expressionless, yet its cheeks bore rust-colored stains, and a massive spiraled spear pierced its chest, protruding from its back, the rusty marks resembling tears. One need not approach these monumental statues to sense the anguish they encapsulated. Even from a distance, their silent suffering was palpable. In the dead of night, the left statue's wings illuminated with a golden glow, revealing a circular portal overhead. A small girl with black hair, clad in a pink nightgown, stumbled out from this portal. Clutching a doll and wearing round spectacles, her demeanor timid. Behind her loomed a figure in a white robe, adorned with several peacock feathers. Anyone familiar with the news could instantly recognize his identity. "Daddy, is Mommy here?" the girl inquired, looking up at the figure. "Teresa is a good girl," she chirped, hugging her doll joyfully. "Can you wait here for Mommy by yourself?" asked Balder. "Of course." The girl nodded vigorously. With a smile, Balder closed the portal, the golden disc contracting until it vanished, leaving Teresa standing alone on the not overly spacious platform. As the warm golden light faded, a distant rumble of thunder startled the little girl, and a chill gust swept up from the barren chasm, stirring the mist in a tumultuous dance. In an instant, Teresa's fragile confidence shattered, and she clutched her patched doll tightly. Rodden's makeshift establishment was nestled within an abandoned longhouse in the countryside. Whenever someone was in need, Rodden could promptly set up his bar at the nearest stronghold, awaiting customers. However, given the considerable distance to where Bayonetta was, her arrival coincided with dawn. In response to Bayonetta's request, Rodden willingly agreed to repair the knight, assuring her of a sturdy job and even granting her access to his arsenal for weapon selection. After resolving the armament issue, the witch, having procured a motorcycle from an unknown source, did not insert a key but instead unleashed her magic with a mere flick of her finger to force the engine into life. The essence of her power bore a resemblance to Solomon's, both possessing a degree of control. Yet Solomon had yet to achieve the feat of coercively commanding a vehicle as Bayonetta had. In fact, his only means of transport were portals for long journeys and a humble bicycle for snack runs. With dawn barely breaking, the thin mist still enveloped the quaint rural town. Bayonetta twisted the throttle, the engine roaring to life, heedless of the residents' slumber, as she sped down the town road, heading towards the distant verdant mountains. Not long after departing the town, a sobbing echoed in her ears, a little girl's voice calling for her mother, and Balder's masked visage flickered in her mind once more. This occurrence was not unprecedented. Previously, aboard a train to Vigrad, she had glimpsed peculiarities in a daze. Before Bayonetta could fully contemplate the implications of these visions, a golden portal unexpectedly manifested in her path, leaving her no time to alter her course before crashing through it. Without waiting to discern the situation on the other side, she leaped from the motorcycle, bracing for potential attacks. Yet, there were no sudden assaults, no adversaries. It appeared that she was alone in this strange place. "It seems I am not just being led astray by Rodden," Bayonetta mused, surveying the scene before her. The landscape revealed a narrow stone platform with uneven railings on either side. The sky overhead cloaked in thick clouds, the air laden with moisture and a chill. What is this place? She pondered. It certainly does not resemble a party venue. With keen interest, she inspected her surroundings, sensing that someone had orchestrated her arrival here with intent, heightening her anticipation for the forthcoming spectacle, a prime opportunity to test her new weaponry. Mommy, Mommy, the little girl's voice rang out once more. Yet this time, it was not a figment of Bayonetta's imagination, but a genuine sound emanating from nearby. Following the voice, she ascended a slope to a more expansive platform. There, she found a small girl kneeling on the ground, tightly clutching a Cheshire cat doll, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. Upon hearing the click of high heels against the stone, the girl looked up in confusion, her vision blurred with tears, and beheld a dark figure approaching. Mommy, the girl sobbed, scrambling to her feet, clutching her doll, her short legs nearly frozen as she stumbled towards Bayonetta. The term struck Bayonetta profoundly, especially as it emerged from the lips of such an adorable child. Even encountering an angelic being would not evoke such a reaction within her. In her astonishment, the witch halted in her tracks. Perhaps this is a case of mistaken identity, she first thought, quickly followed by a troubling question. Who abandoned this child here? However, before the girl could reach Bayonetta, a warm golden light enveloped them, accompanied by gently falling white feathers. The child gazed upward in wonder. A monster? Can you see angels? Bayonetta queried, bewildered. She was not in the realm of the infernal, like the little girl. She existed in the realm of reality, yet this child could perceive the infernal realm and even the angels descending from above. The adversaries this time were of a lesser tier than the previous celestial beings, comprising only a few common affinity angels and a single third-tier power angel of the Ardent rank. The Ardent angel is adorned in resplendent crimson armor, intricately embellished with golden patterns. Its visage mirrors that of the benevolent angel, complete with a beak-like feature, while its back showcases 3 magnificent golden feathers. In its right hand, it wields a colossal sword fashioned from numerous golden wing fragments, and in its left, a retractable metallic shield, edged with sharp gold. At first glance, this angel exudes an aura of majesty and intimidation. Yet, it is enough to send a little girl scurrying to the floor in terror, her panicked cries eliciting a frown from Bayonetta. Despite her penchant for tormenting foes and summoning various instruments of torture and demons, she embodies a nurturing spirit, always prepared with band-aids for domestic needs. As several reckless benevolent angels charged forth, Bayonetta extracted her new weapon from her hair, a katana shimmering with purple magical energy. In a manner reminiscent of classic Japanese samurai films, the duel unfolded in an instant. Both combatants brushed past each other, standing back to back, each brandishing their weapon, awaiting the moment when the slender blade would pierce flesh. Soon, one would feel the sting of injury, glancing down in astonishment to find themselves grievously wounded and on the brink of death. In a heartbeat, Bayonetta accelerated to an imperceptible speed, darting through the violet magic circle as if the crescendo of a cinematic score heralded the clash. In an instant, she appeared behind the benevolent angel. Upon halting, the air resonated with the sharp sound of slicing wind. Naturally, the witch's combat style did not afford her adversaries the luxury of realizing their wounds. The benevolent angel's head promptly fell, exploding into a burst of golden light that vanished into thin air. This blade, known as the Shura or the Rike, is a treasured possession of Rodan. True to Rodan's expectations, the weapon performed admirably, as Bayonetta effortlessly severed the head of the benevolent angel as if slicing through cake. The subsequent benevolent angels did not survive long under the witch's blade. Yet the deep red ardent angel merely stood protectively in front of the little girl while Bayonetta dispatched the others. Hearing the child's startled exclamation, the witch suddenly noticed a benevolent angel grasping the girl's collar and lifting her into the sky. Bayonetta leapt over the obstruction of the ardent angel, soaring into the air to sever the benevolent angel's arm and catch the falling child in her embrace. Mommy, the little girl exclaimed joyfully, her tears ceasing upon Bayonetta's embrace, as if the preceding moments of distress had never existed. Do not cry any longer, understand? The witch replied, somewhat impatiently. I despise 2 things above all, whiny children and cockroaches, and I am not your mommy. All right, mommy. Upon hearing this, the little girl's tears flowed once more. Yet she stifled her sobs with determination. You should hide, little one. Bayonetta nodded with satisfaction. She leaped aside, cradling the girl, and then produced a mobile phone from seemingly nowhere, dialing a number. There are still angels here who wish to confront me. I will find someone to look after you. Okay, mommy. Wait. Before Solomon could react, Bayonetta declared, locate my current position. I know you can find me. Hurry here. The Supreme Mage extended his hand, and a portal materialized within the meditation chamber. Remember to bring snacks, he added with a hint of amusement. You will find them useful. Chapter 63. Taking care of the child. Greetings, little one. Upon crossing through the portal with snacks in hand, Solomon beheld a young girl clad in a pink nightgown, her hair fashioned into 2 braids, peering curiously into the portal. Her previously trembling little legs now stood remarkably steady. Clearly, she was well acquainted with this phenomenon, displaying little astonishment. In her small mind, this glowing, circular object from which people emerged bore a striking resemblance to the one that brought her here, albeit less luminous. She perceived them as akin. However, when Solomon emerged from the portal, the little one visibly drooped, for the figure before her was not the one she had eagerly anticipated. With her head downcast, she glumly tapped the ground with the rounded tip of her shoe, oblivious to Solomon's greeting. I was summoned by that woman. Solomon gestured towards Bayonetta, who was locked in confrontation with an angel. Mama, the girl exclaimed, raising her gaze. Big brother, are you here to take care of me because of Mama? Mama? When did Bayonetta have a child? Judging by the girl's appearance, she must have been born within these past few years. Solomon felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, not solely due to being captivated by Bayonetta's formidable prowess, but also because he had never cared for a child before. He had never encountered anyone so diminutive. The children from the mage family's training at Camartage were at least of his height. Clutching a heap of snacks, the sorcerer attempted to articulate something with his free hand. Is Mama going to leave me again? The girl looked at Bayonetta, her large eyes brimming with tears, then turned to Solomon. She lifted her head, tears cascading down her cherubic cheeks. Please, big brother, don't let Mama leave me. It's not like that, little one. Solomon's heart softened. Who could remain indifferent in the face of such a child? He crouched down to her level and reassured her, once your mother finishes dealing with that foe, she will come and be with you. I am here to ensure your safety. Having discerned the angel's rank, Solomon realized this adversary posed no threat to Bayonetta. Thus, he felt inclined to relay this fact to the girl in a light-hearted manner. That creature is no match for your mother. So, we'll be all right. Won't we? The girl inquired timidly. Of course, absolutely. Solomon nodded vigorously. But the Cheshire Cat? Following the direction of the girl's finger, Solomon's gaze fell upon a tattered doll lying nearby. That rag? Is it yours? Yes. Cheshire is my friend. The girl responded. But they want to hurt Cheshire. You don't seem intent on harming the little girl, do you? What purpose do you have in summoning me here? Bayonetta questioned the angel. At that moment, Solomon noticed another portal not far behind him. He promptly deduced it was a trap, specifically devised for Bayonetta. But what could a little girl do? A hostage, perhaps? Regardless, Solomon heightened his vigilance, both towards this place and the child, ensuring he never turned his back on her again. He also perked up his ears, ready to discern any information the angel might divulge. I must become the cornerstone of the resurrected supreme deity. The angel's tone remained eerily calm, as if it could only utter such meaningless words. Come, let us dance, Bayonetta declared, her long blade igniting with purple magical flames as she lunged towards the angel, initiating an assault. The witch's initial strikes were parried by the ardent angel, the clash of swords resonating with a sharp sound. Yet, Bayonetta, with remarkable speed and power, exploited the angel's openings, landing her blade upon the golden-red armor. However, the weapon left no mark, each of her strikes merely sending forth showers of sparks. Rather than feeling disheartened, Bayonetta's spirits lifted. The previous foes had been too feeble to pique her interest, yet this seraph, though of a lower tier than the celestial angels, proved more formidable than she anticipated. The witch licked her lips, exclaiming, It seems I shall enjoy myself thoroughly. The resounding clashes of blades filled the chasm, reverberating through the air, while the nearby thunder grew more frequent. After several exchanges, a cloud of dust erupted on the battlefield, obscuring the observer's view. Even Solomon, who had unwavering faith in Bayonetta, felt a twinge of anxiety, let alone the little girl beside him. Mama, the girl cried out in worry, clutching her doll tighter as she discarded her snacks upon the ground. Tears streamed down her cheeks anew, far more than when she first encountered Solomon. Step back a little. Little one. Solomon cast aside the burdens and positioned himself slightly in front of the girl, 2 orange rings glowing in his hands. If luck is not on our side, you must flee. As the dust settled, onlookers could clearly see Bayonetta had successfully parried the ardent angel's golden blade with her long knife, the ground beneath her feet cracking from the immense force. Solomon breathed a sigh of relief. He did not wish for the witch to falter in such a place. The girl ceased her tears, fixated on Bayonetta, fearful of her being harmed again. Is this how you wish to oppose me? Bayonetta's voice seemed to emerge through clenched teeth. Trying to seize my power, are we? The ground beneath her fractured further under the weight of her pressure. Such a naughty child. It seems you require a stern punishment. Good children should never listen. Solomon hastily pointed towards Bayonetta, aware these were not commendable words. The girl gazed at the sorcerer, perplexed. Bayonetta suddenly leapt, using her long knife as a pivot to evade the angel's massive blade. She then delivered a powerful kick to the angel's beak, forcing the ardent angel to stagger back, the earth beneath it crumbling to dust. The witch concealed her long knife within her black leather attire, reaching behind her to draw forth a colossal black-red chainsaw, its handle resembling that of a gigantic piranha, emanating her magical energy. This chainsaw was also one of Rodden's creations. Forged from materials of the hellish dragon Salamandra, its hardened scales fashioned into serrated teeth, the heart serving as the engine, endowing this weapon with unparalleled might. Quick, come here. Watch as I bring you unfathomable delight. Bayonetta beckoned. Let us dance, darling. Solomon had already covered the little girl's ears. Glory to Jubilius. The ardent angel shouted defiantly, charging at the witch in response to her provocation. However, its strike was evaded as Bayonetta leapt, bringing the chainsaw down upon the angel's head. Golden, fine teeth whirled rapidly, spitting forth brilliant sparks. Mama! Mama! Upon witnessing the combat's conclusion, the girl incessantly called out. Phew! Bayonetta covered her face, slowly approaching Solomon and the little girl. As the witch drew nearer, the girl's expression transformed from tears to a beaming smile, prompting Solomon to reflect on how swiftly a child's emotions could shift. I believe I've performed quite admirably. The sorceress spread her hands and declared that she had not harmed her. Moreover, when did you acquire a daughter? This child is not mine. Yet I harbor a certain interest in forming a family. After the enchantress winked at Solomon, she turned her gaze towards the little girl. What is your name, dear one? Teresa. The little girl responded. Have you forgotten, Mommy? Perhaps you will not remember later on? Bayonetta waved her hand dismissively. What are you doing in such a repugnant place? This location is so uninviting that even a pumpkin carriage wouldn't dare approach. Did he abandon you here? Bayonetta asked, astonished. Alone? Could this child be a trap set by Bader? If so, whose child was she? Who was the father she mentioned? Solomon unknowingly took a significant step closer to the truth, yet he refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting Teresa to divulge more hidden details. I am not alone. The Cheshire is with me, Teresa retorted. You were clearly frightened to the point of tears, just like a little baby. As long as I am with Mommy, everything is fine. Teresa clutched her doll, pressing it against Bayonetta's leg, seemingly unwilling to let go anytime soon. I find this rather difficult, but I possess magic to resolve the issue. Solomon inquired, what seems to be the problem? The sorceress rolled her eyes and replied, hurry and open the portal. To where? Solomon refrained from asking the foolish question of why not use the golden portal. After all, no one would trust an enemy's magic. My home. You should come too. I need to clean up this little one first, and you will be in charge of preparing the meal. The sorceress donned her floating ring, ready to cast a spell. All right, tell me the address. I think this resembles a family quite well. Ahem. Solomon coughed loudly, and the spark that had appeared out of nowhere vanished in an instant. The enchantress was greatly amused by Solomon's reaction. Hurry up, Bayonetta urged. I am already hungry. Remember to fry some salmon. Chapter 64, Dinner and Doubt After Washing. Cherry tomatoes were halved and placed into a white porcelain bowl, along with finely chopped red peppers and red onions. Next, Italian salami was sliced into strips and added, followed by chickpeas and strips of aged Edam cheese, topped off with a sprinkle of chicory for a hint of bitterness. Oh, and also some chopped romaine lettuce. For the dressing, garlic was minced and mixed with a dash of Spanish sherry vinegar, spicy soy sauce, granulated sugar, and olive oil. Then stirred together before being poured over the salad, creating a delightful appetizer. Meanwhile, fresh salmon was being prepared by an invisible servant who scaled the fish, removed the backbone, and pulled out the bones. The luscious salmon was lightly seasoned with salt and black pepper before being placed skin-side down in a pan with a small amount of sizzling melted butter, accompanied by unpeeled garlic and sprigs of rosemary. The moment the fish hit the pan, the aroma of its flesh filled the entire kitchen. An exceedingly simple dish perfect for dinner. Salomon sliced 2 wedges of lemon and placed them on a plate, along with the perfectly cooked salmon. Of course, alongside the salmon came the exquisite lobster. Salomon selected a smaller, yet tender, cooked lobster. He chopped chili peppers, mixed them with a pinch of salt, minced garlic, and a handful of chopped parsley, then combined these ingredients with softened butter, spreading the mixture over the halved lobster and pressing it firmly. Following this, he employed a freezing spell to harden the butter before placing the lobster, cut side down, into the sizzling frying pan. These delectable dishes promised to elevate the evening's meal. This was Salomon's first time cooking, a rather enchanting experience. Although he had memorized the steps after reviewing the recipe, he found himself somewhat flustered when it came time to execute. Thankfully, the invisible servants were at his command, capable of accomplishing tasks, including cooking. For the sorcerer, preparing a meal was akin to conducting a magical experiment. He merely needed to control the variables and adjust parameters, such as the placement of seasonings, the arrangement of plates, and the quality of ingredients, to achieve a perfect dinner. Bea and Teresa had spent quite a while in the bathroom, allowing Salomon ample time to prepare the meal. The sorcerer never anticipated that, despite the witch's frequent hunts for angels, her most common residence would be in New York. This, however, enabled Salomon to gather the ingredients for tonight's dinner. As he busied himself in the kitchen, he listened to the laughter and playfulness emanating from the bathroom. Without even realizing he wore a smile while cooking, this sensation was heartwarming, evoking a feeling akin to home. In the dining hall of Camartage, silence reigned during meals, a rule established by some ancient figure, whereas, in Athena's abode, everything resembled dishes from a 5-star restaurant. Exquisite, delicious, yet foreign. Camartage was home to many, but this place felt like his own. Whether it was the arrangement of dishes or the seating, everything felt remarkably familiar. He could comfortably sit in the plush chair, turn on the lamp, and read an unfamiliar book, as though he had done so many times before. This long-abandoned house began to radiate warmth with the return of its occupants. Once Salomon had arranged dinner on the table, he called toward the bathroom, "Dinner is ready." Shortly after, 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged wrapped in towels, leaving a trail of droplets on the wooden floor as they made their way to the dining room. "Delicious, Boya. I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills. I thought we would only have pasta tonight," Bea remarked, while Teresa, clutching her leg, tilted her head back to sniff the enticing aroma in the air. Salomon donned an enchanted ring and uttered an incantation, enveloping Bea and Teresa in a warm breeze that dried their damp hair within moments. "Hurry and eat. Don't catch a cold. I don't have many potions to brew right now." Teresa sat between Bea and Salomon, both assisting her with salad and dissecting the lobster and fish. Plus, of course, the indispensable ice cream. The dinner was immensely enjoyable. Once Teresa had filled her belly, she began yawning, prompting Bea to take her to bed. However, before the witch departed, she gestured for Salomon to stay, indicating she had something to discuss. "What is this? A brass pocket watch?" Salomon regarded the object in the witch's hand with suspicion, recognizing its familiarity. "Did you take your watch apart? I cannot repair such things. This watch is identical to mine. Yet it is not mine. It belongs to that little one," Bea explained, sitting beside Salomon, naturally extending her long legs and resting her feet on his lap. "Though I am reluctant to suspect that child, she could indeed be a trap set against me. I am curious as well. But I am confident that child has not lied," the witch responded, playfully tugging at the silver chain on Salomon's clothing, her tone laced with boredom. "She must have me beside her to sleep. Honestly, I am not her mother. Please check her for any hidden objects. I am not adept at this." Familiar with the witch's subtext, Salomon understood her implication. She wished for no harmful items to be concealed on the child. "Though I am not her mother, I cannot bear to see a child in peril." In response to Salomon's doubts, Bea merely huffed, offering no further explanation. The sorcerer's examination confirmed Ba's intuition. The little one, peacefully snoring in bed, bore no traces of magical residue. Salomon's arcane sight revealed that Teresa, now donned in fresh pajamas, was devoid of any flickering magical auras. However, her ability to perceive the infernal realm and see angels indicated she was no ordinary child. These mysteries would have to wait to be unraveled. Now I need not worry about her suddenly exploding, Solomon whispered to Bee, standing nearby. But I have another question. What purpose does your pocket watch serve? At this moment, Solomon had formulated a hypothesis, but he refrained from voicing it, continuing to inquire, is Teresa's watch identical to yours? Why would you think so? Bee replied, Boya, it is a woman's intuition. Very well, let us hypothesize based on your intuition, Solomon conceded, nodding reluctantly. He glanced at Teresa, his premonition intensifying. Bee continued, I suspect Teresa was sent by the luminary sage Bader. The father she mentions is likely Bader. Why do you appear so astonished? The witch queried. This is merely one possibility, is it not? Solomon, feeling exasperated, led Bee into the living room. After several moments of contemplation, he took a deep breath and elucidated the connection between Bader and her. Bea's reaction was less dramatic than Solomon had anticipated. She sat on the couch, pondering for a long while before asking, Did the Supreme Sorcerer inform you of this? Yes, Solomon affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement. Though the esteemed one acted in a rather unscrupulous manner, Solomon could comprehend the reasoning behind such actions, and thus he was prepared to accept the witch's reproach with equanimity. However, Bayunita merely cast a disdainful glance at him, saying, Boya, do not become as cold-hearted as your mentor. The elder sister is but a fragile woman, unable to resist. It is indeed challenging, Bayunita, but I shall endeavor to do my best, Solomon sighed. For now, let us focus on Teresa. Later, Kamatai Ji will provide you with recompense, and I too shall ensure your satisfaction. Are you truly so concerned for the elder sister? The witch smiled, acquiescing to the mage's proposal, yet she seized the moment to jest at Solomon's expense. Have you recalled something? He inquired. No. It remains as it ever was, the great fire, the tower, the angels, and the floating figure of Bottle. Yet that fellow, covered in feathers, appears akin to those monsters. Even if Teresa were indeed sent by Bottle, it would not confirm that she is his progeny. What purpose would it serve for him to send his daughter to you? Has he lost his wits, believing that dispatching a young girl would pacify his foes? Even the tragedies of ancient Greece could not rival such absurdity. The mage could not help but interject. So, it seems that Teresa may now be your sister. What do you intend to do? Regardless of Bottle's intentions. My destination remains Vigrid, the witch languidly reclined on the couch. As for that little one, your culinary skills are commendable, so I leave her in your care. Remember to take her shopping for clothes tomorrow. I must continue my exploration of Vigrid. The implications of those two stone sculptures from today were too overt to ignore. I shall not let this opportunity slip by. Are you not concerned that this might be yet another trap set by Bottle? Solomon voiced his apprehension. What if your journey to Vigrid is part of his scheme? Regardless, assistance shall be at hand, will it not? The witch winked at Solomon. I entrust everything to you. Chapter 65. Summoning of the magical familiar, however. She could not ascertain whether the images that appeared in her mind were remnants of reality or mere illusions conjured by Bader's magic, much like the vision she had experienced of Teresa. Thus, the sorceress chose not to divulge those matters to Solomon. Nonetheless, she did share with Solomon her encounter with the white-haired woman clad in red. The crux of the matter was that this woman possessed abilities identical to her own and mirrored her combat style perfectly. This led Bayonetta to harbor doubts regarding the veracity of some of the information Solomon provided. As for the so-called left eye, Solomon shook the pocket watch in his hand, which belonged to Teresa, remarking that it bore little relation to his own timepiece. His curiosity compelled him to scrutinize Teresa's watch. Yet it did not possess the power of the left eye as the sorceress had claimed. It was merely an ordinary watch, albeit with some unusual inscriptions and a ruby set at its center. At best, it served as a protective charm against damage and a source of magical energy for its function, nothing particularly extraordinary. Solomon spent the night on Bayonetta's sofa, while she had to tend to the little one. After Teresa turned over in her sleep and awoke, she became a weeping child upon realizing Bayonetta was not by her side. Had it not been for the sorceress reclaiming her into her embrace, Teresa might have cried the entire day. Faced with Teresa's childish antics, Solomon could only muster all his energy to console her, clinging tightly to her hand to prevent her from running off in search of Bayonetta. In essence, Solomon was experiencing a fatherly role he had never known. The magic in his hands no longer wielding the dread of necromancy or the destructive force of elemental manipulation, but rather the whimsical nature of illusions. He even acquiesced to Teresa's request, using his magic to transform the sofa into a rabbit hole, perhaps sensing the trouble this little one could bring. The sorceress easily entrusted Teresa to Solomon's care. Though Teresa was undeniably charming, Solomon had no desire to look after a child. He had his own magic to study and could not watch over the little girl at all times. Soon after, he devised a clever plan to summon a magical familiar. Familiars are the cherished companions of spellcasters, true lifelong allies. Even marriage could lead to divorce, but a familiar would remain steadfast, devoted to its master until the end of their days, provided one did not summon familiars from lower planes, as their malevolent nature could lead them to harbor schemes capable of killing their masters, sometimes succeeding, sometimes failing. If he were alone, it might be acceptable, but he could not risk having such a creature near Teresa. With curious eyes, Teresa watched as Solomon placed a brass basin on the living room floor, gathering oak branches, fine charcoal, and an array of spices to place within. He lit the fire, and the basin began to emit thick smoke, causing Teresa to cough. Yet she clutched her stuffed toy close to her chest. "My dear, I think you should step back a bit," Solomon suggested, carrying Teresa out of the living room. "Do you prefer kittens, or mice, or perhaps frogs?" "Cheshire," she exclaimed. "Very well, then it shall be a kitten." However, he doubted he would find a Cheshire cat with a mischievous grin. The summoning ritual occupied Solomon for an entire hour, as he recited incantations to locate the familiar he sought. He even worried whether this world might lack fey plains. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, a hazy green orb materialized before him, gradually taking shape as Solomon continued his incantations. Finally, the green light dissipated, revealing a plump tabby cat before both Solomon and the sneaky Teresa. "Meow, Cheshire," Teresa shouted in delight. The chubby feline, adorned with gray short fur and blue-green glowing stripes, bore a striking resemblance to the Cheshire cat from the tales, a hallmark of fey creatures. Apart from its initial yowl upon appearing, it remained silent, gazing up at Solomon with its round, expressive eyes. Aware through the magical contract that Solomon was its master. "Your first command," Solomon stated, "shall be your name, Cheshire." "Meow," before Solomon could finish. The rotund cat sauntered over and nuzzled Teresa's little leg, prompting an excited squeal from the girl. Solomon hoped this chaotic familiar would follow his commands faithfully. The sorcerer observed as Teresa dashed after the magical creature, slipping out of the living room. He donned the suspended ring on his left hand, invoking the spell inscribed upon it. He intended to pay a visit to Viglid to ensure that the sorceress would not fall into Bader's trap, for the power involved in this matter was beyond Solomon's current capabilities. Yet, his ultimate goal remained the elimination of Bader. Currently, the only one capable of defeating Bader was the sorceress, and the most effective means to do so involved utilizing the lipstick of Bayonetta's mother, Rosa. Thus, Solomon needed to ensure that Bayonetta faced no hindrance on her path of patricide. Even with the Eye of Agamotto, it would merely be a repetition of events. To unravel a secret from 5 centuries ago, one must venture into a building that has withstood the test of time for at least 500 years. The good news was that Viglid boasted some exceedingly ancient structures, alongside a few modern edifices. However, the clues Bayonetta sought would not reside within those technologically advanced buildings. The bad news was that such structures were plentiful. When Bayonetta arrived in Viglid from the Valley of the Rising Sun, the sky had darkened considerably. In this ancient town, she once again encountered Jean, the white-haired woman in red. Jean arrived on a motorcycle, surrounded by a throng of friendly angels, descending from the heavens and landing before Bayonetta. Despite their shared allegiance and the angels having brought her here, Jean displayed no mercy towards her celestial companions, using her wheels as weapons to crush them beneath her, leaving a trail of carnage in her wake as she revved the throttle. Bayonetta momentarily retracted her attacking stance. The figure before her was undoubtedly another sorceress. Yet Solomon had failed to uncover her origins, and the enigma surrounding this woman far exceeded Bayonetta's own uncertainties. Indeed, as Jean sped past, she callously crushed every angel in her path. Her motorcycle collided with the walls, and only when no living being remained aside from Bayonetta did she come to a stop. Perched upon the wall. "You've indeed come here," Jean remarked. "You seek the secrets of the past, do you not?" With a smirk, she perched her long legs atop the motorcycle's front. "The same abilities? Do not jest. You've soaked in that lake for far too long. You must be rusting. I haven't touched water in 20 years. Bayonetta took a few steps closer, hands resting on her hips. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of this woman incited a sense of irritation. With a tone laced with disdain, Bayonetta retorted, The only thing rusting about me is my lack of a true challenge. Perhaps you are that very challenge? You truly disappoint me. Jean produced a brass pocket watch from her garments, at which point Bayonetta realized that the watch ornament she had worn was now absent. It was snatched in the fleeting moment when Jean brushed past her, employing the common sorceress technique known as witch time. Though it was evident that Bayonetta's speed did not match Jean's TSK, Bayonetta leapt into the air, reaching for the pocket watch held by Joan of Arc. However, Joan tossed the timepiece upwards, gazing at the ascending Bayonetta, and remarked, "It's not that simple, my dear." Chapter 66. Dear friend Bayonetta leaped upward, narrowly evading the rear wheel raised by Joan, who twisted the throttle and rode alongside the ancient brick wall. The witch mounted her motorcycle, aiming her newly repaired pistol at Joan, yet each shot was deftly dodged. Suddenly, she sprang backward, reaching for the fallen pocket watch. Ignoring gravity, Joan stood upright on her bike, perfectly parallel to the ground. With one foot on the throttle, she launched herself, seizing the pocket watch just ahead of Bayonetta, then gracefully descended to sit on the motorcycle that had just landed. Every movement was executed with effortless grace, as if she had meticulously calculated all the variables in this combat, including the landing point of the motorcycle. At that moment, Bayonetta was just touching down. Joan turned her bike around, halting opposite Bayonetta, the pocket watch in hand, displaying it to her. "I have long awaited this moment," Joan declared. "Yet you have forgotten your destiny, squandering these 20 years. She tossed the pocket watch to Bayonetta, who caught the pilfered treasure. Examining it, Bayonetta remarked, "Indeed, I scarcely recall anything about a lake. Could you elucidate?" Joan opened her silver pocket watch, revealing a small mirror. She reapplied her lipstick, two observers. The eye of the world, wielding the power to shape reality. "Joan, as the heir of the tribe, it is time for you to prove whether you are worthy of the title witch." Before the woman cloaked in black stood a girl clad in red, who spoke in an ancient voice. "You may choose your opponent, anyone will do." Suddenly, a throwing knife embedded itself into the wall beside Bayonetta, causing the girl in red to turn. With her white hair and firearms adorning her feet, her vibrant crimson attire and gold-embroidered cloak starkly contrasted the surrounding gloom. She fashioned her long hair into two tight buns by her ears, encircled by a delicate golden chain adorned with a fleur-de-lis. A chain crossing her forehead with three lily ornaments at its center, resembling a diadem. Her neck was swathed in a form-fitting black fabric, accentuating the three lily-shaped pendants that hung beside her buns. "Then let me battle that which is taboo," she proclaimed. Bayonetta felt an unsettling familiarity with this girl. She seemed entirely unfazed by the objections of the authority, dismissing notions of impure lineage and the sacrilege of challenging her. This was not their first encounter. Ignoring the astonished gaze of the overseer, she issued a challenge. "How about we duel in this sacred place? Isn't this what you have always longed for?" She could only recall one name, Joan. That must be her name. In this small town, there existed not only angels, but also crows. The ancient streets and buildings were nearly deserted, allowing the birds to rest boldly upon the roads without fear of intrusion. A desolate aura permeated the area. Yet no weeds grew. The cobblestone paths, though uneven, remained remarkably clean, as if tended to regularly. A man clad in the robes of the Ragnarok cult, donning a white hood, sprinted breathlessly along the stone-paved street, colliding with numerous pedestrians. His frantic pace was due to a robust law enforcement officer of Vigrid pursuing him with a baton. "Do you believe in fate?" He stepped forward, extending a hand toward the young woman, then recoiled, tripping the approaching officer. "Fate binds us together. None can sever our connection." As he spoke, he stumbled back, toppling a long table behind a flower shop, crashing to the ground. Shortly thereafter, he vanished, leaving the young Ragnarok acolyte astonished. She, along with the officer who had risen, rushed over but found no trace behind the table. He seemed to have disappeared into thin air. "I believe," said Salomon. "I believe," Luca replied. "Now it's your turn to speak." S-H-I-T. That was my golden opportunity. Luca furiously slammed his fist into the ground. They remained concealed behind the long table, yet the two figures in front seemed oblivious to their presence. Unable to even touch them, Luca's actions went unnoticed. Quickly regaining his composure, Luca stood, brushing off the dust. "Is this the so-called purgatory dimension?" "No, this is the mirror dimension," Salomon explained. "It is an additional dimension, distinct from purgatory, with different properties. Here, one cannot interfere with the outside world. However, The mirror dimension shares a similarity with purgatory. Those who linger here cannot leave without employing specific magic. You should be grateful I rescued you. What brings you here? Luca inquired. I just directed a child to a new toy, diverting her attention. Then I came here, Salomon replied, an expression of boredom evident on his face. Finding you was remarkably easy. I doubt anyone in Vigrid can stir trouble quite like you. Chapter 67. The conspiracy of the Isabel mansion. The reason for Luca's pursuit was rather straightforward. Not long ago, he had disguised himself as a follower of Ragnar in an attempt to infiltrate the headquarters of the Ragnar cult, the Isabel mansion. Unsurprisingly, this plan met with failure, not solely due to his conspicuous scarf, but primarily because he could hardly contain his excitement upon entering the mansion, taking photographs indiscriminately, even including a shot of the guard at the entrance. It should be noted that the photograph of the guard was a reshoot, which ultimately became a pivotal reason for his discovery. Perhaps the Ragnar followers never anticipated an intrusion at the Isabel mansion, as those who ventured into Vigrid either possessed a pass or were members of Ragnar. Eventually, after a considerable period, Luca was indeed spotted by the guards. However, by that time, he had filled an entire memory card with photographs. Fortunately, even as he slipped towards the exit, the guards mistook him for someone who had just arrived. Indeed, Luca had purchased a new camera, yet again financed through a loan. Now, he not only had to repay his car loan, but also the debt for the camera and lens. Are you French? I can hardly detect your accent, but your demeanor and the way you wear a tie with a scarf make me question your nationality. Do the French have such a penchant for Louis XIV that they would suffocate themselves with a tie? Salomon remarked, incredulous that one would seek romance with a young lady while fleeing for their life, likening Luca's folly to that of Voltaire's Pangloss. Such an accusation felt excessively harsh. While I have read Candide, it does not imply that I subscribe to Leibniz's optimistic philosophy. Moreover, wearing a tie is a reflection of one's lifestyle, an adult's privilege. Clearly, you have yet to reach that age, Luca retorted. Furthermore, to encounter a young and beautiful lady in such a tense and exhilarating environment, to seek joy amidst this cruel world filled with chaos and monsters, doesn't that strike you as romantic? And your nationality? British. Huh. I have no intention of engaging in metaphysical debates with you, a slave to consumerism. You can toil away repaying your loans. I, on the other hand, see no need for employment, even now that I am of age. Salomon scoffed. Currently, I cannot reach Bayunida, but I know she is here. I came to find her. Quickly, let me see the intelligence you have gathered, those items that satiate your sordid voyeuristic desires. Why are you so harsh with me, Salomon? Are all wizards like this? I suspect you are still attending Hogwarts, with Severus Snape as your headmaster. Damn those purebloods, damn those capitalists. By the way, I favor Gryffindor. Luca mumbled as he placed the camera before the mage. Remember your promise. Be silent. I did not inquire about your preferences, you foolish lion. I shall certainly uphold my promise, provided you do the same. Under Luca's guidance, Salomon examined the photographs on the memory card. Before long, he stumbled upon something exceedingly disturbing. He pointed at the image and addressed Luca. I never imagined you would delve into such depths. It appears I have not mistaken you for the right person. Of course, I am a journalist, Luca declared, suddenly puffing up with pride. Feel free to shower me with more compliments. Yet Salomon ignored him, continuing to scrutinize the images. The disturbing sight appeared rather mundane at first. A coffin, vividly crimson, perched atop a colossal pillar, exuding a metallic sheen. A metal spike protruded from the chest of this humanoid coffin, with a pipe connected that delivered a deep crimson liquid. There were many such items. Yet Luca lacked the opportunity to investigate further. He had not realized the significance of what he was capturing, but Salomon, with his extraordinary vision, discerned several tiny runes and immediately recognized its nature. Despite being enveloped in a semblance of technology, the core operational principle was magic. That deep crimson liquid was nothing other than blood. This must be the remains of those deceased witches, he concluded. After their demise, their immense magical power remained trapped within their souls. The purpose of these coffins was to imprison those souls and extract their magical essence, supplying either the operation of the Isabel mansion or some other purpose. This mechanism could have been functioning for centuries, and whatever required such a vast quantity of magic was certainly not trivial. Salomon furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. What precisely was Bader nurturing? How did he intend to achieve his objectives with Therese? Was it some sort of suggestive magic? Yet that little fellow could barely grip a knife. How could he possibly inflict harm? The mysteries surrounding the Isabel mansion filled Salomon with unease, prompting him to meticulously inquire about the location of each photograph Luca had taken. These images adeptly indicated to Salomon what he might encounter upon entering the mansion and the potential sequence of events. Although Salomon was not fond of Luca's carefree demeanor, there was no denying the young man's talent for journalism, which alleviated some of the troubles in Salomon's plans. However, he needed to locate Bayonetta first, to provide her with a clear route. In the highest chamber of the Isabel mansion, the Balda room, a peculiar space emanating warm light from the ceiling, an angel, once towering, appeared diminutive, akin to an ant flapping its wings. The indistinct figure shrouded in energy gradually materialized. A colossal, metallic-faced female visage became discernible, complete with a towering golden coiffure adorned with chilling white human face embellishments. The two eyes governing the world were on the verge of converging. The resurrection of Jubilius was imminent, and the angels, as usual, were lost in their fantasies. You are the sacrifices for the resurrection of the left eye. Our desires align. Everything is for the fulfillment of our long-held wishes. Indeed, light, darkness, humanity, everything is dedicated to the creation of a new world. Luminary Sage Bader stood beneath the warm glow, his voice growing ever more fervent as countless angels soared from that extraordinary space into the realm of reality. The light surrounding Bader shifted from a warm orange to a blinding white, intensifying as they approached. Ha! Bader raised his hands high and proclaimed, "Go forth, angels. Sacrifice yourselves to become the foundation for awakening the left eye. The glory of Jubilius shall forever accompany you. Go forth, and let my beloved daughter recognize her strength. Let my sweetheart understand the mission she bears. Spare no effort, and do not fear her failure. Only through this trial will my daughter comprehend her true power and the significance of her existence. I love you dearly, my daughter." Unlike his previous grandiloquent declarations, Bader's final words were but a whisper, audible only to himself, as he lowered his gaze. Half of his golden mask obscuring his expression. Join me in becoming the gods of the new world. Therese. Chapter 68. Fortitude. At this moment, Salomon was still uncertain where to seek out Bayonetta, yet he had devised a method. The witch had undoubtedly come to Vigrid not to coexist peacefully with the luminary sage. Balder. This place, being the heartland of the Ragna cult, was teeming with beings from higher planes, and the witch was likely entrenched in the infernal realm, perhaps engaged in a mission to hunt angels. Nevertheless, the infernal realm could interact with the lifeless objects of the real world, and Salomon had never encountered an ordinary person who did not flee upon witnessing something amiss. It was instinctual for living beings to seek safety. Thus, he needed only to observe where the greatest commotion arose, where pedestrians fled in panic, to ascertain Bayonetta's whereabouts. The lipstick remained tucked in his dimensional bag, and he had to deliver it to the witch. Only then could he fulfill the future envisioned by the esteemed one. Upon departing the mirrored dimension with Luca, he entrusted him with a task. Should any abnormality arise, he was to contact Salomon at once. The old district of Vigrid was replete with ancient architecture, sprawling in expanse, necessitating that he and Luca split up to expedite the search for the witch. At the very least, they needed to uncover traces of her destruction. Luca excelled in such endeavors. Aside from tracking Bayonetta, he worked primarily as a freelance journalist, a paparazzo whose principal income stemmed from selling celebrity secrets to tabloids. Without honing such skills, he would not have been able to keep pace with the witch. With a slight roll of his eyes at Luca, Salomon ventured forth alone. He was acutely aware that his attire stood out starkly among the Ragna cultists in Vigrid. Thus the mage refrained from openly traversing the streets. To remain reachable for Luca's call, he could not retreat into the infernal realm or mirrored dimension to evade attention. Instead, he leapt across the rooftops of the ancient stone edifices, scaling the rough walls. Admittedly, one could argue that Salomon was indulging in a bout of youthful bravado, especially now that he had donned the hood of his robe. Rodden should be adept at crafting sleeve swords, he mused. The minimal height variance among the buildings posed little challenge to Salomon's ascent. He circled the structures surrounding the central fountain, scrutinizing the seldom trodden alleys and eavesdropping on the conversations of the Ragna cultists, hoping to glean any peculiar discussions. Yet, he discovered no trace of the witch, nor received a call from Luca. With his keen eyesight, he spotted a colossal entity with two heads, ascending into the clouds, still bearing a relatively intact chapel. Bayonetta was indeed there. No one else could incite such chaos alongside an angel. Hastening towards that direction, Salomon found himself amidst streets teeming with frantic Ragna cultists. Upon arrival, he witnessed massive stones shattering the once exquisite fountain, with debris of various sizes cascading from above. The mage invoked a spell to enter the infernal realm, where he beheld flames erupting anew in the distant sky. The previously intact chapel suddenly fractured, enveloped in a cloud of dust, as shattered stones were propelled in another direction by a formidable force. The once insignificant fragments rapidly approached, magnifying until they crashed violently to the ground. Accompanied by a shadowy figure, the two-headed monstrosity flapped its wings, plunging through the dust from above. It was Bayonetta. Salomon sprinted towards her, but before he could advance far, the dual-headed angel vanished, and the entire Vigrid quaked violently. Bayonetta's location erupted in a plume of smoke and orange flames, ascending skyward. Salomon quickened his pace, arriving to find debris scattered across a small plaza, where the cobblestone surface intermittently spewed forth scalding orange magma. The magma splashed and cooled, leaving behind red-black scars upon the once aesthetically pleasing structures. Here, benches, flower pots, and all flammable items ignited, flames climbing with the residents' discarded garments and furnishings. While black smoke billowed forth, toxic fumes mingling with the acrid scent of burning materials, permeating the plaza and expanding with the heated air. He covered his mouth and nose, weaving through the inferno in search of his quarry. Yet, the tremors of Vigrid grew ever more frequent, and the magma surged tumultuously. Salomon felt the ground beneath him shudder. Suddenly, the cobblestone surface collapsed, and the distant bell tower was engulfed in a geyser of magma, alongside various forms of transport. The magma flowed like a torrential river through the streets, with the houses serving as its banks. This was not a city of angels, but a hell's cape, with even Salomon atop the rooftops feeling the oppressive heat of the air. As he traversed the chaos, he discovered signs of battle, following the traces until he beheld a vast pit of magma before him. This chasm bore evidence of human construction. The bridge spanning the lava lake could not have formed naturally, hinting at astonishing secrets and igniting the curiosity of an explorer. Fortunately, the efforts of the builders had not been in vain, for an explorer was indeed present. Taking a deep breath of relatively clean air, Salomon pinpointed his landing and leapt into the abyss. As he descended, using Featherfall, he noticed the stone bridge had shattered into 3 segments, and a dark figure had just entered the cavern across the lava lake. The mage swiftly cast a spell, opening a portal to the cave, where the air was considerably cleaner and a refreshing breeze wafted from the depths. He could finally breathe freely. The light and heat from the lava lake had nearly blinded him, and upon arrival, he was drenched in sweat, the clammy sensation causing discomfort. As he navigated the lengthy cave, dodging small falling rocks, he eventually caught sight of sunlight, a vertical shaft where clear rays cast his shadow, and the azure sky remained untainted by the turmoil below, as if the world outside was untouched by strife. Suppressing his nausea, he grasped a bit of pitch in his palm and swallowed the spider confined within the small glass vial. After reciting the incantation, the pitch vanished, and Salomon stuck out his tongue, feeling the spider's restless movements in his stomach, prompting him to spit out several times in an attempt to expel the unsettling sensation. He arrived at a steep cliff where he could gaze down upon the old district of Vigrid, now engulfed in flames, with magma cascading like a waterfall from the valley below, accumulating in a tumultuous heap. Damn, Salomon cursed, realizing he was ill-equipped to manage such a disaster. He spat in frustration and continued upwards along a dilapidated staircase, crushed by pillars. The area was overgrown with weeds until he reached a crumbling circular arena. There, the enormous 2-headed angel hovered above, while Bayonetta stood within the arena, and upon closer inspection, Salomon discerned the identity of the angel. This angel possesses 2 immense dragon heads, one red and one blue, adorned with gemstones and armor. Its body takes the form of a colossal inverted marble visage, crowned with a golden laurel upon its forehead, and a sun emblem gleaming at its brow. The angel's massive claws mirror those of a dragon, embellished with golden ornaments at the knees and talons. Its lengthy tail bears numerous thorny penances that are tightly affixed to its form, culminating in an open golden wing decoration that supports its lofty perch in the sky. This is the Angel of Fortitude, a manifestation of divine will within the realm of the 4 virtues, embodying courage and resilience, while representing the element of fire. possessing the ability to summon magma from the depths below. It could be said that all the magma in the old district of Viglid was summoned forth by its command. I have heard whispers of a witch who has evaded the hunters and now resists our dominion. The great inverted visage of the angel parted its lips, its resounding voice echoing throughout the arena, revealing the taint of its soul connected to the lower realms. If you are this wretched soul, I would gladly liberate you from your torment. The witch, idly consuming confections, paid no heed to the angel's words. O child of wisdom, the angel of fortitude interjected, interrupting the conversation with the witch. I implore you to perform a miracle and rescue the unfortunate soul before you. Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot reverberated through the air, and a bullet ricocheted off the marble visage. The angel of fortitude halted, astonished, unable to fathom why one would willingly reject such a gift. The witch winked at Salomon and addressed the angel. Forgive my lapse in mentioning the reason for hunting your kind. You are simply too grotesque, and I cannot bear to see you suffer any longer. O child, the angel sought to continue, but was interrupted by Salomon's raised middle finger. Are you also defying the celestial realms? The angel inquired in disbelief. I have never yielded to the higher planes, let alone to you, a mere frolicking pup, Salomon retorted. It would be wise for beings of the upper realms to vacate the material plane. This is the territory of the supreme mage. Humanity stands no chance against us. Even with the aid of your witch, do not harbor illusions of overcoming us with dark powers. Witches never learn from history, the angel proclaimed. We shall forge a new world, and you shall be among us, attaining a status surpassing that of the sage's silence. Feathered face. Bayonetta snapped impatiently, firing several shots before drawing her long blade. Your foolishness is utterly unbearable. Chapter 69. Count Malphas. A small section of the arena's ground was thrust into the air by surging magma, belching forth black smoke. The witch deftly spun aside to evade the falling debris, her speed astonishing. In an instant, she seized Salomon and leaped onto the circular wall of the arena. The archmage understood that he could be of little assistance in this battle. The strength of the angel of fortitude was beyond his current capabilities, and he was acutely aware of his own burdensome presence. Nevertheless, Salomon managed to do what he could. He produced a lipstick and handed it to Bayonetta, simultaneously tearing open a scroll to cast its magic upon the witch. You are truly considerate, she remarked, feeling the magical aura enveloping her. With a playful kiss blown in Salomon's direction, she shoved him off the wall, sending him away from the chaos. The height was insufficient to harm him. Armed with a long knife, the witch gazed at the immense angel clinging to the stone wall like a hawk. Come on, feathered face. Suddenly, the sky above the arena was engulfed in orange flames, ignited as if hydrogen mixed with air had been set ablaze. The brilliant light flickered momentarily, and a violent explosion obliterated a portion of the ancient stone wall. The arena itself transformed into a colossal bucket filled with magma, the immense pressure forcing the vast stone floor skyward, while torrents of excess lava cascaded joyfully from the arena's exit like a rushing river. The spell Salomon had cast was designed to counter the scene before him, a protective incantation commonly employed against high temperatures, specifically to resist energy damage, fire. As a second-tier spell, it offered remarkable cost-effectiveness, allowing Bayonetta to disregard some of the harm posed by the splattering magma and flames. However, this magic was not invincible. Should the damage exceed its capacity, the protection would falter. Thus, Bayonetta had no choice but to engage swiftly. Battling amidst the lava was ill-advised. This was one of the most formidable battles Salomon had ever witnessed. He had barely taken a few steps back when he saw the witch leap onto a massive stone block propelled into the air. In the next instant, she was standing atop the stone wall, and with another blink, she had landed on the colossal form of the Angel of Fortitude. Then, with a fierce leap, she grasped the sharp chin of a dragon's head, executing a devastating throw that slammed the angel into the still molten magma. Salomon recognized Bayonetta's prowess, yet he was astonished by her ferocity. Only someone of such strength could vanquish Bader, and Salomon wished to prevent the supreme mage from intervening again. The cost would be far too great. When the angel soared once more, Salomon was shocked to discover that the red and blue dragon heads of the Angel of Fortitude, along with its elongated neck, had vanished. At the base of its enormous inverted human visage, only two gaping wounds continued to spout blood. The once serene face, akin to polished marble, was now suffused with rage, its mouth opening wide in a tremendous roar that sent tremors through the earth. The Angel of Fortitude was not merely shouting, it was chanting, exerting its abilities to the utmost. The tremors intensified, a deep rumble resonating from beneath the ground, rapidly approaching the surface, like the ominous drumbeat heralding the arrival of judgment. Then, with a pop reminiscent of a carbonated beverage being uncapped, a deluge of lava, accompanied by rocks, erupted under immense pressure, propelling the entire arena swiftly into the sky, scattering clouds that had materialized above. In that critical moment, Solomon dove into the mirror dimension. With growing proficiency in the arcane arts of the Vishandi, he activated the mirror dimension with increasing speed. Had he not, he would likely have perished beneath the first wave of molten rock and debris. With keen eyesight, he observed the Angel of Fortitude being flung backward, a colossal black raven materializing in the sky. As this demon was summoned, the heavens shimmered with a bloody glow, and simultaneously, the ring on Solomon's left hand began to radiate warmth, imparting knowledge of the demon's nature and the seal upon it. This demon was the 39th of the 72 pillars of the Inferno, known as Malphas, a count commanding 40 legions. It manifested as a raven but could also assume human form, its voice gravelly, capable of constructing houses and towers, and revealing to the summoner the desires, thoughts, and actions of their enemies. However, this demon could also be summoned by Bayonetta, as she had forged a pact with it, and the Angel of Fortitude had become the sacrifice offered to Malphas. The massive raven descended, its talons gripping the angel tightly, its razor-sharp beak mercilessly tearing at the Angel of Fortitude's vast form. A dark figure plummeted from the sky, its speed far surpassing that of the falling debris. Solomon observed Bayonetta's trajectory, heading towards the direction of the Dawn and Crescent Canyon. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He could not discern whether the witch's flight was mere coincidence or deliberate design, but evidence suggested that Bader was keen for Bayonetta to undertake this perilous endeavor. Yet, as events unfolded, Bader's schemes remained shrouded in mystery. Solomon doubted that Luca could uncover any truths. Ultimately, the luminary sage Bader would confront Bayonetta personally. For even though he was her father, he was also the priest of Jubilius and the possessor of the right eye. To resurrect Jubilius, both his and Bayonetta's powers were indispensable. Solomon's task was to ensure that Bader could meet Bayonetta face to face. Only then could the witch utilize that lipstick to strike him down. To secure this possibility, he had to guarantee that Bayonetta's minor adventure proceeded without error. While Bader plotted against Bayonetta, the Supreme Mage was undoubtedly scheming against Bader as well. Solomon needed no intricate plans. His role was simply to execute. However, after the witch plummeted into the canyon, Solomon lost track of her coordinates. He summoned Pegasus with a small statue, feeding the pure white steed an apple before mounting it with golden reins, swiftly exiting the mirror dimension through a portal and soaring towards the Dawn and Crescent Canyon, marked by its two colossal statues. Upon arriving at the Dawn and Crescent Canyon, Solomon encountered numerous enemies previously unseen. The sky was filled with a multitude of small angels, including a large group bearing cherubic visages, deer and decorations, and the formidable cachet Compassion, adorned with sharp metallic wings. Although these angels lacked individual strength, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. Should Solomon attempt to traverse them using his magic, he would exhaust his mental reserves. His farthest-reaching spell, the Mana Burst, could only target a single foe. These angels flew with incredible speed, and Solomon, needing at least 5 seconds to cast a spell, risked being surrounded and slain by their razor-sharp blades. Yet Athena had bestowed upon Solomon a shield, indeed, the Aegis. Seated atop Pegasus, he brandished the shield and soared above the canyon, witnessing many small angels transform into stone, plummeting like raindrops from the sky and creating craters amidst the ruins below. At this moment, nearly all the angels hovering above the canyon were captivated by Solomon's presence, flocking towards him, only to be transformed into stone upon gazing directly at Medusa's head. However, some of the larger angels were not petrified as swiftly, including the inspired angel from the elite third squad. This angel was entirely crimson, possessing an elongated form adorned with white ascetic bands that streaked across its body. Its tail was flattened and forked, resembling a serpent's tongue. The head of the inspired angel bore a striking similarity to that of a serpent, featuring two massive venomous fangs on the upper jaw, while the lower jaw was lined with numerous minute teeth capable of grinding bones. Its mouth a disturbing shade of deep purple. As customary, its head was encased in flesh-bound golden armor, with slender fin-like wings extending from either side. A golden ornament, reminiscent of serpents entwined during mating, trailed behind its head. Had it not been for Pegasus's disdain for Solomon's inadequate horsemanship, which led it to alter its flight path independently, Solomon would have long been consumed alongside Pegasus by the ravenous angel. Yet, the sheer number of angels present was overwhelming. After several perilous evasions, countless angels still crowded before Solomon. Without Pegasus's remarkable flying skills, it would have been impossible for Solomon to linger here for more than an hour. Fortunately, these angels seemed to have received a command, ceasing their pursuit once Solomon departed from a particular area, much to the relief of the sorcerer. At this juncture, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and shadows once again emerged from the unfathomable depths of the canyon, as if yearning for sunlight. Reaching out towards the remnants of warmth, the slender moon had already graced the sky above the sunset, its lower half tinted red by the lingering rays of the sun, while the upper half was a profound blue-violet, the junction of the two colors swirling together, and several stars, invisible during the day, began to twinkle into existence. Suddenly, many of the inspired angels, originally heading towards Solomon, turned abruptly and began to soar westward. Chapter 70 Unexpected Choices in the Depths of the Valley. Resounding noises reverberated intermittently. Apart from the cacophony caused by the petrified angels crashing to the ground, there were also the ominous sounds of ancient structures collapsing. It soon dawned upon him that time here had been artificially accelerated. The cycles of day and night were no longer governed by the natural order. With the arrival of nightfall, the dawn and the new moon gorge erupted into a tempest of thunder and lightning, accompanied by a drastic drop in temperature. Reluctantly, Solomon was compelled to lower the altitude of Pegasus's flight, lest he fall victim to a foolish demise by lightning strike. Such occurrences were hardly astonishing. In a world steeped in magic, anything was possible. What piqued Solomon's curiosity, however, was the source of this peculiar phenomenon. What entity or spell had orchestrated this bizarre state of affairs? The valley exuded an eerie aura, appearing as an isolated realm, where nature operated on its own whims, as if one could merely press a few buttons to toggle between day and night. The seemingly endless mist and the tumultuous thunderclouds appeared to be unnatural in origin. Naturally, Solomon could not leap to conclusions based solely on these observations, as he did not perceive having traversed any interstitial planes. Yet, the distant statues of the sage and the sorceress hinted at a connection to the magic of these two factions. The adept pondered that now was not the time for such musings. Should he wish to delve into this magic, he could return for exploration later. Presently, the serpentine-inspired angels were soaring towards a specific direction, while others, such as deer and decorations or cachet compassion, seemed to have lost interest in Solomon, as if they were preoccupied with more pressing tasks. This realization offered Solomon a small sigh of relief. With keen eyesight, perched upon Pegasus, Solomon observed enormous stones being lifted into the air, as if a furious wind encircled that area, the dark clouds racing across the sky. The boundless mist within the valley was whipped into a frenzy, crashing against the towering edifices like waves upon a shore. "Pegasus, my dear friend," Solomon remarked, "will you still tread upon the earth? We may soon find ourselves unable to fly. The winds here are too fierce, and I suspect you would prefer to avoid being struck by lightning." The majestic white steed galloped along the steep cliffs, unfurling its wings and occasionally flapping them to gain lift as they traversed the mountain gaps. Solomon felt no jarring turbulence, as the sensation was akin to soaring through the heavens without any distinction. He raised his gaze towards the colossal stone sculptures in the distance. A giant angel emerged, surrounded by howling winds, the clouds swirling like whirlpools upon the sea, hovering above the stones and mists. Yet, in no time, the angel vanished, and the storm abated. What does this signify? At the platform where the sage's statues had stood, a figure clad in a red leather coat occupied the opposite end, with the giant angel floating before her. The angel demanded, "This is the second time. Explain why you obstruct our path." The sorceress adjusted her glasses and replied with a hint of jest, "And who might you be? Pray, do not claim to be my long-lost sister." Her memories lingered on the moment when Jean brandished a sword towards her chest, alongside the formidable Fortitudo angel and the chaotic mob that stormed the gates like lunatics. Yet that angel was now deceased, slain by the sorceress's own hand. Although the specifics of that day eluded her, she felt a sense of joy upon vanquishing Fortitudo. Bullets whizzed dangerously close as the sorceress deftly evaded, raising her handgun to return fire. Their movements mirrored one another, but this time, the sorceress gained the upper hand. After a series of collisions, she lifted her leg and forcefully kicked Jean off the platform. The tempest roared throughout the gorge, the closer they approached the statues. The more ferocious the winds became. Had it not been for Pegasus, a mount of immense strength, Salomon might have been toppled by the gale, perhaps even swept into the sky. Nevertheless, the fierce winds still affected them, prompting Salomon and Pegasus to squint against the debris and dust that threatened to obscure their vision. Through the blurred sight, Salomon beheld the sage statue's head shatter, spiraling amidst the tempest. In a cruel twist of fate, it collided with the sorceress's statue's head. Two massive stones crashing together with a violent force, scattering fragments that whirled perilously, capable of reducing a person to mere pulp. Salomon did not catch sight of the sorceress. Instead, he witnessed a lithe black leopard springing forth from the ruins, leaping through the swirling winds and across the frigid night sky, illuminated by the full moon. An instinct stirred within him, revealing the extraordinary magic that marked the leopard's identity. Before Salomon could urge Pegasus to pursue, a shimmering portal crackling with sparks opened beside him. As he merged with the realm of reality, his phone began to ring. Yet, he paid it no heed, turning to face the portal instead. Salomon. Modu stands on the other side of the portal, calling for you. You have no time to squander. Salomon, taken aback, inquired, what transpired? The little girl? Teresa. The elder awaits you in the meditation chamber, Modu declared, hastily departing as if summoned to attend to urgent matters. Salomon surveyed the plaza. Where apprentices who should have been training had vanished, the library locked tight, and all the adept sorcerers seemingly disappeared overnight. With a sense of profound curiosity, he approached the Supreme Mage's meditation chamber. However, before he could push the door open, a burst of youthful laughter reached his ears. It was Teresa's voice, a sound so familiar that Salomon would never forget it. Upon hearing her cries, he often experienced an involuntary urge to tidy up and comfort the child. Upon entering, he found Teresa seated at a long table, cradling a plush toy and a plump gray short-haired cat, while the Supreme Mage was offering her sweets. Contrary to his expectations, Teresa's tears did not manifest. Evidently, she was enjoying her time with the elder mage. Big brother, Teresa exclaimed upon noticing Salomon's entrance. Are you here to take me to find mommy? Later, my dear Teresa. Salomon turned his attention to the Supreme Mage, who sighed. You were not nearly as delightful in your youth. You remained holed up in your room, silent and sullen, leading me to believe you were afflicted with autism. As an elder, I must find some joy in nurturing the young. Salomon settled beside Teresa, gently stroking her head before taking the listless, short-haired cat from her arms. Master, where is everyone? I saw Brother Modu rush off in haste. Is there some sort of crisis? Nothing too grave, the Supreme Mage replied with a calm demeanor. While you ensure that Bayonetta adheres to her designated path, Comathege must ensure that Jubilius's revival remains concealed from the public eye. You are aware of how advanced technology has become. If satellites were to focus on Vigrid, the secrets of the angels would be laid bare. Moreover, Vigrid, as a city of high technology, attracts countless prying eyes. Modu and the others were preparing to perform a joint spell, aiming to open the mirror dimension and envelop the entire Vigrid within it. You have forgotten about Teresa. The Supreme Mage stated, remember to take Teresa to Vigrid. What? That is a battlefield. Absolutely not. Salomon's eyes widened, as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable. His expression was rigid. This was the first time the esteemed one witnessed such an intense display of emotion from Salomon. He furrowed his brow and instinctively raised his voice. Teresa would not survive there for more than a few minutes. Moreover, there are so many angels. Take her there. The esteemed one's expression remained unchanged. This was a foregone conclusion. Salomon, I fear you have no choice. Chapter 71. The Phoenix and the Madman's Missile. The Ancient One is the true ruler of Earth. A title not acquired through sensational elections or hollow political promises, but through the mastery of magic and the construction of a throne from the remains of interdimensional beings, a throne that carries the unmistakable scent of blood, palpable to all. As the sovereign, the supreme sorcerer wields the authority over the lives of every individual on this planet, an undeniable power. Although the Ancient One refrains from interfering in the development of human civilization and does not impose a tyrannical rule upon Earth, there are moments when his decisions echo those of a king, impervious to challenge. In truth, The challenges posed by others hold no sway over the supreme sorcerer. Concepts such as democracy and human rights lose their significance before this throne of bones. For it embodies the harsh competition that exists within the cosmos, the very essence of human survival, the most fundamental right to exist. Solomon remains unaware of what possibilities the Ancient One perceived through the eye of Agamotto, nor of the plans laid for Teresa. Yet, he is determined to persuade his mentor to keep her away from danger. For Teresa is innocent. He may kill a werewolf pup without flinching. But the thought of casting a young human into an abyss terrifies him. Master, Solomon implores, I cannot discern what role Teresa plays in this plan. But it is far too perilous. She lacks the ability to protect herself, and a single misstep could lead to her demise. Only if Teresa reaches Vigrid can Bayonetta defeat Baldur. In the face of Salomon's concerns, the supreme sorcerer remains unmoved, assuring him that Teresa will be unharmed. Baldur will not lay a finger on her, nor will any angel. I believe that even if Teresa were Baldur's daughter, angels would not regard her with any higher esteem. We know well the disdain interdimensional beings hold for humanity. Salomon's urgency escalates, his words tumbling forth. To them, humans are akin to ants. Do you think they would spare her a thought in battle? Even a luminary sage is merely a human in their eyes. The supreme sorcerer glances at Teresa, who is whispering to a puppet, and exhales deeply. Teresa is the key that luminary sage Baldur requires to awaken Jubilius. Regardless, I shall ensure her safety. Furthermore, all angels will shield her, even at the cost of their own lives. Master, I cannot discern which of these are your designs and which are Baldur's, Solomon says. His brow furrowed. He looks at Teresa and then back at the supreme sorcerer. But can you guarantee that Teresa will emerge unscathed? I assure you, replies the supreme sorcerer. A mixture of joy and sorrow in her expression. She understands the depth of trust this young man has placed in her, and she will not allow that trust to be betrayed. Salomon's evident reverence for humanity and his disdain for interdimensional beings align perfectly with the teachings of Kamar-Taj. Yet, in certain respects, his heart is undeniably tender. Much like Odin's adoption of Loki, Solomon represents the supreme sorcerer's long-term strategy regarding the seventh throne. Should the Ancient One's plans come to fruition, Solomon would find himself bereft of all he cherishes. Nevertheless, the Ancient One knows that Solomon harbors no attachment to the position of supreme sorcerer. His laid-back disposition makes him more content to remain in his small chamber, studying magic, which alleviates some concern for the Ancient One. As the supreme sorcerer prepares to depart Earth in pursuit of the eternal, readying herself to materialize her soul, she also prepares to provide Solomon with compensation. In truth, her expectations of Solomon are intrinsically contradictory. On one hand, she wishes for him to value the survival of humanity, while on the other, she desires him to be decisive and willing to sacrifice a portion of existence. The inevitable clash of these opposing thoughts creates a struggle even for the supreme sorcerer to balance. Yet, she hopes Solomon will discover equilibrium for himself. For the truths one derives independently hold far greater significance than those imparted by others. Should he fail to find it, madness may ensue. To some, the supreme sorcerer's demeanor appears to reflect a lack of understanding of human hearts. Solomon perceives this, yet chooses not to voice it. He believes that the Ancient One's endurance under the immense pressure of maintaining human existence, without succumbing to madness, is remarkable, especially when such pressure has persisted for millennia. A slight deviation from the norm is thus understandable. Nevertheless, she imparts all the wisdom she can to Solomon, allowing him to choose whether to accept it. I understand. After a moment of contemplation, Solomon reaches a decision. Since the supreme sorcerer guarantees that Teresa will not be harmed, he believes her word to be true. There is no need for deception. Still, his worries for her safety persist, prompting him to devise a compromise. His familiar, a plump, gray short-haired cat, is of no use, merely a creature of cuteness. Instead, he resolves to summon a demon to protect Teresa. His prolonged contemplation has been to select a suitable demon for this task. The supreme sorcerer consents to his plan, and with her blessing, Solomon begins to inscribe the summoning circle within the sanctuary. This summoning circle differs from the one used for monster summoning. It allows the demon to remain in the material plane for an extended period, a spell from the calling subschool of the magical arts. The summoning circle is square, with each corner containing 2 concentric circles, inscribed with runes. Within the square, 3 additional concentric circles are drawn, the outermost of which bears 4 names: Ehi, Elian, Yelway, Iova, each corresponding to a direction and representing crown, beauty, foundation, and understanding. Furthermore, 4 pentagrams are inscribed, with Solomon standing at the center. Solomon mixes his blood into the ink, as his blood serves as the finest material for summoning the 72 pillars of Solomon. In addition to his blood, 4 censers containing frankincense and myrrh are placed at each corner. My lord, a great eagle opens its beak, its voice youthful and sweet, merging with melodious notes, rendering it sound like a beautiful poem. Have you welcomed a new cycle? My legions shall serve you, awaiting your return to the 7th throne. This is Phoenix, the 37th demon lord of the 72 pillars, a marquis commanding 20 legions, whose nature is gentle and kind, an ideal choice for caring for children. Only the chubby gray cat, Cheshire, feels threatened, its ears pinned back, hissing in protest. However, I did not summon you for that purpose. Solomon's expression is stern. Although he is uncertain why these demons perceive him as Solomon, it does not hinder his ability to command them. I require your protection for someone. At your service. Phoenix replies, gracefully flapping its wings and landing before Solomon, gently touching the ring on his left hand with its beak. I shall obey your every command, past, present, and future. Protect her. Solomon gestures to Teresa. She will soon find herself in peril, and I wish for her to remain unharmed. She is quite lovely and possesses great strength. Phoenix strides toward Teresa, bows slightly to the supreme sorcerer, then tilts its head, observing the little girl who gazes at it in wonder. My lord, I believe she may be far more powerful than you realize. But she is utterly helpless now, Solomon remarked, and she has taken to crying. Fear not, dear adults, for I hold a special fondness for children. Following Teresa's embrace, Phoenix emitted a contented hum, declaring, I shall dutifully execute your commands. Before Solomon could utter a word, Luca began to voice his grievances, recounting everything from the rivers of lava and tremors in the old district of Viglid to the tempestuous storms ravaging the entirety of Viglid, as well as the bizarre currents crashing relentlessly against it and the distant sky shattered like glass. He had never encountered such peculiarities in his life. The reality may have been even more dire than Luca described. The sky loomed in ominous shades of gray, heavy clouds nearly descending upon the rooftops, while lightning danced chaotically within the clouds, resembling distant headlights lost in fog. A suffocating deluge swept in from the sea, enveloping the city as leaden. Frigid waters formed swirling vortices that tightly encircled Viglid. Tornadoes lifted the ocean's waters into the clouds, only to later unleash their fury upon the city. Viglid, situated upon the ocean, had truly become an island besieged by relentless rain. In such treacherous weather, both vessels and aircraft were fortunate merely to avoid a crash, let alone take flight. Solomon stood upon the black rocks near Viglid, the waves crashing against them, occasionally splashing up to dampen his garments. Accompanying him were the mages of Kamatet, their hands aglow with arcane light. Here, they enacted the final barrier against Viglid, sealing this place away from the world entirely. Soon, Teresa would be delivered to Bayonetta, a fact Solomon would not contest. Where are you, Luca? And where is Bayonetta? Solomon inquired after Luca's ramblings had subsided, lifting his gaze to the slowly converging arch of the mirrored dimension above. You had best speak quickly. Soon, the satellite will be rendered useless, and no calls will be able to go through. What? Does any of this pertain to you? Luca shouted, exasperated. Forget it, I am on Sun Island. Hurry over, Solomon. Though I know the Ragna cultists are madmen, their madness exceeds my expectations. You would hardly believe what I have witnessed. I saw a row of missile launchers. Though I cannot ascertain the nature of their warheads, even a fool can discern that they intend to launch missiles. And the target? Solomon inquired, though he remained somewhat skeptical. For once the mirrored dimension sealed, no missile could escape Viglid. A missile detonating within the mirrored dimension posed no threat. Wait a moment. I am reviewing the data. Hold on. Luca exclaimed in haste. I am not rushing you. Solomon quietly yawned, feeling wearied by the day's events. I found it. Holy shit. They. Luca inhaled deeply. The targets of these missiles are themselves. Chapter 72. The best of friends. The Supreme Mage assured that the angels would not harm Teresa, nor would Bedell. However, missiles are indiscriminate, and explosions and shockwaves do not distinguish identities. At present, Teresa was accompanied by his magical familiar, a gray short-haired feline, and a demon, Phoenix. Yet despite this, Solomon remained unconvinced that Teresa could survive the onslaught of missiles. The destructive power of human-made weapons long surpassed that of many spells. If the number of missiles was as numerous as Luca had said, even if they were armed with conventional warheads, they would suffice to obliterate an entire city. "What are you planning to do, Salomon?" Luca shouted from the other end of the line. "You can't seriously be waiting for those missiles to launch." Salomon gazed at the waters near Viglad's Sun Island, where an unseen giant whale emerged from the ocean, gray water cascading down its invisible form. Although his view was obscured by the blinding curtain of rain, he sensed the whale thrashing in agony on the surface. Even the secret mages stationed far away on the rocks could hear the anguished cries that echoed from another realm. This whale likely caused the chaotic waves and fierce currents surrounding Sun Island. It could very well be the Angel of Wisdom, Sapientia, from the Quaternary Order, and Beatrice might be battling it. Taking a deep breath, Salomon resolved to eliminate any threats to Teresa's life before she was delivered to Beatrice. "Wait," he said. "I will take care of this." "But I want to wait for you," Luca replied. "I'll inform you of the location. It's on the rooftop next to Isabel Tower." Sensing Salomon's emotions, Luca added, "Try to keep up. I need to disarm the missiles first." "Good luck." Salomon hung up the phone and turned to the Mage King beside him. "Take me there." "What? Are you insane?" As Salomon's former partner, the Mage King was still assigned to the same group. "Even if you're not on a mission, what if Moda goes wild? Do you think you can survive under a barrage of missiles?" After a moment of contemplation, the Mage King reluctantly nodded. "Just be careful. But know this, if Moda comes asking, I will definitely tell him where you went. Be cautious." "I will." Beneath the ominous clouds, sparks ignited as a circular portal opened amidst the roaring thunderstorm. The surrounding rain parted silently, and a figure clad in a crimson robe leapt through the portal, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. The portal opened high above Sun Island, a deliberate choice by Salomon to afford him a vantage point. The wind howled in his ears, and the rain pelted his skin, chilling his warmth and enthusiasm, the scent of rust-laden rain filling the air. Isabel Tower, the tallest and most distinctive structure on Sun Island, featured golden wings that glimmered under the bright xenon lights, still shining amidst the dreary rain-soaked night. Salomon adjusted his posture, murmuring incantations to manipulate the currents around him, a gentle thrust guiding him toward the tower. His saintly vision discerned the buildings of Sun Island, and he spotted a luminous circular shaft at the center of the top floor of one edifice, surrounded by the launch pads Luca had described, where rows of missiles were already stationed. Once more, he recited a spell and performed a slight trick, propelling himself toward the site. Perched atop a missile head like a crown of thorns stood a woman clad in red leather. Upon seeing Salomon, she too recognized him. With disdain, she raised her firearm and fired at the swiftly descending Salomon. Realizing the impending danger as she lifted her arm, he clenched a feather tightly between his teeth, overlapping his hands to conjure a massive shield forged from orange sparks that shielded him. Jean fired several more shots, but only the sparks that erupted upon impact with the shield attested to her aim. Faced with the rapidly approaching Salomon, she chuckled softly and leaped from the missile head, letting Salomon crash to the ground with the seraphim shield. The secret mage curled his body, the kinetic energy dissipated instantly by the shield, rolling on the ground before regaining his footing, drenched in rain. "I expected Beatrice to come," Jean scoffed. "I didn't anticipate it would be you. Does Carmity wish to thwart the revival of Jubilius? Isn't that clear?" Salomon spat out the feather from his mouth. Now was not the time for conserving magic. Upon seeing the woman before him, the manner in which she wielded for handguns heightened his alertness. Not only could she strike him from hundreds of meters away, but Beatrice had also mentioned a woman who employed identical techniques. He had to assume that she was as formidable as Beatrice, possessing which time to devise an appropriate strategy for confrontation. He glanced at the weapons poised around him. These creations of human ingenuity concealed their ferocious intent deep within before launch. They resembled tranquil maidens, but once airborne, they transformed into brutal beasts, leaving only shattered edifices and charred remnants in their wake. "Are you searching for this?" Jean shook the launcher in her hand, a conspicuously large red button glinting. She placed it on the railing, stating, "This is to ensure Beatrice fights me with all her might. I cannot allow you to take it. Speaking of which, you Carmity are indeed bothersome. Before the war of witches and sages began, you clamored for bloodshed. Were it not for the Supreme Mage, you would not have lasted this long. Or does your true aim lie in seizing our clan's treasure?" With the final sentence, Jean's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of fierce intensity. "Oh, you are as bothersome as flies," Jean remarked impatiently. But before she could finish, swirling glass daggers enveloped her, their sharp edges swiftly slicing toward her form. Even as Jean tilted her head to evade the dagger aimed at her eye, her calf and shoulder were grazed by the ubiquitous blades. The dagger cloud, a second-tier spell, could not be evaded through mere reflexes, even with the activation of which time. Jean leapt from the dagger-clad space at the first sign of injury, using her magic to staunch the bleeding. This spell inflicted little damage upon her, instead inciting her wrath. Salomon's intention was not to kill Jean. He lacked the certainty to do so, for the remote control abandoned by Jean was his true target. Yet that remote lay just behind Jean, and to seize it, he had to cross over this witch. "I truly loathe you all," Jean seethed, raising her handgun and firing several rounds at Salomon. "You are as repugnant as angels." Bullets whizzed past Salomon without inflicting harm, a result of both the first-tier spell mage armor and Salomon's reflexes, allowing him to evade Jean's gunfire. The secret mage dashed forward, his hands igniting with orange-red sparks as the ring of Lagdagor formed in his grasp. He then hurled the ring, intending to push Jean away from the remote control, for her bullets could not obstruct the trajectory of his spell. As Jean sidestepped the arcane spell, her speed suddenly surged. She leapt into the air, propelled by the ring of Lagdagor, her right leg cleaving downwards like a battle axe towards Salomon. She was determined to crush this insufferable foe before her. In an unexpected turn, Salomon moved, crossing his arms to block her fierce attack. This revelation astonished Jean. It was the first time she encountered someone who could match her speed, during which time Salomon had partially unbound his sacred marks, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Yet the essence of his soul would not permit him to sustain this for long. Instinctively, Jean fired the pistol concealed in her high heel, the gunfire erupting by Salomon's ear, illuminating half of his face and scorching his skin with searing heat. The deafening report left Salomon momentarily deafened, yet it did not hinder his subsequent actions. With a swift motion, he grasped Jean's ankle with his left hand while stepping forward, his right hand warding off her lateral kick aimed at him. The immense force caused him to topple sideways, crashing to the ground and pulling Jean down with him. With her hands planted on the ground, Jean exerted her core strength, lifting Salomon above her to face him directly. She bent her right leg and launched another brutal kick to his abdomen, the excruciating pain compelling Salomon to release his grip. The violent kick, combined with a barrage of bullets, sent Salomon hurtling into the air, freeing Jean from her confinement. As Salomon lingered in midair, Jean's two handguns discharged in rapid succession, a flurry of bullets striking him fiercely. However, as he landed on the ground unscathed, the deformed bullets fell harmlessly to the earth, clattering as they hit the ground. The protective magic of the sacred shroud absorbed the impact, leaving him with mere bruises, akin to having been struck a few times, with no other injuries to speak of. Salomon exhaled deeply, reciting another incantation as he slightly bent forward and charged at Jean. Suddenly, he halted, unleashing a whip-like bolt of lightning that ensnared Jean's arm. Immediately, Salomon stepped back, attempting to throw her to the ground. Yet, Jean's strength far surpassed that of Salomon, who had only partially released his sacred marks. With a mischievous instinct, she seized the lightning whip and flung Salomon backward. In that instant, Jean realized she had been deceived. The lightning chain vanished in an instant. She swiftly raised her pistol and fired at Salomon, still airborne. However, her bullets merely pierced a swirling silver mist, as Salomon had already positioned himself before the remote control, raising a protective shield. "This is mine now," he declared, straightening his posture and disregarding the fatigue from the sacred marks. He waved the remote in front of Jean, and electricity surged from his hand, short-circuiting the device and causing it to emit smoke. "I presume you won't be inviting me for afternoon tea or dessert, but I do have some questions for you." "What questions?" Upon witnessing Salomon's acquisition of the remote, Jean relaxed, lazily standing there, her exquisite figure revealed, her fierce demeanor dissipating. "What do you plan to do with Teresa? Why did Baedler allow Teresa to approach Bayonetta?" "Teresa!" Jean exclaimed. "How could I ever harm Teresa? She is my dearest friend." As for Bayonetta. Chapter 73. Sacrificial Explosion. Jean's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. Upon Salomon's repeated mention of Teresa and Bayonetta, her voice faltered momentarily. However, she swiftly regained her composure. "Do you truly believe that without the remote, I am incapable of launching missiles?" Jean disdainfully redirected her firearm towards the mystic. In the midst of her distraction, Salomon had already positioned himself on the railing, brandishing a piece of parchment. The magic of servitude possesses significant power. I am well aware of its capabilities. He waved the parchment before Jean. Thus, I have prepared this. A piece of paper? What use could it possibly serve? Jean had never encountered a scroll and was completely unaware of Salomon's intentions. The mystic, however, did not intend to elaborate further. He simply tore the scroll apart, invoking the magic inscribed within. Salomon had always adhered to the belief that there exists only the most appropriate magic, not the most powerful, and the spell contained within the scroll was undoubtedly well suited for the current situation. In the next moment, Salomon plunged from the railing, descending towards the ground. The Ring of Lagador had been modified by the Supreme Mage. Although it lacked formidable defensive capabilities, it remained exceedingly sharp against ordinary objects. Salomon's magic swirled atop the rooftop, creating deep gashes in each missile, igniting the solid fuel encased within the thermal insulation and metallic shell beneath high temperatures. Flames erupted from the breaches, rapidly spreading and engulfing all the missile launchers, akin to the fiery crown of thorns ascending towards the heavens, reminiscent of the Olympic torch, with the roaring flames illuminating half of Sun Island. Now, even if Jean attempted to tamper with the missiles, she could not prevent their launch. The fuel would be consumed before reaching the engines. Salomon's next endeavor was to find a means to land safely. The height of the building afforded him ample time to recite a spell. Though devoid of feathers, he possessed numerous methods for a safe descent, sufficient tricks to employ. Boya, why do you indulge in such perilous acts? Before Salomon could complete his incantation, he felt a pair of arms constricting around his waist, forcing all air from his lungs. The spell was interrupted as a lithe figure embraced him from behind. The 14-year-old Salomon once more experienced an overwhelming sense of pressure. I thought you were still fighting. Salomon exhaled in relief. The voice was all too familiar. Even as he tumbled downward, he relinquished the thought of continuing his spell. One cannot expect a soul that has remained steadfast for decades to maintain focus under such circumstances. Before Bayonetta could employ her witch's unique magic to manifest butterfly wings for deceleration, she and Salomon crashed into a vast expanse of shattered glass that materialized in midair, vanishing from sight. Baron Modu was known for his meticulous nature. He was one of the Supreme Mage's most trusted aides and a person Salomon least desired to encounter, especially his piercing gaze, as if challenging one to dispute. Do you think I would believe you? He executed the Supreme Mage's orders with near-rigid adherence and was the most loyal patron of the Kamataiji headquarters kitchen. Perhaps it was his complexion that rendered his eyes so striking. In reality, there was no severity in his gaze. Regardless of the truth behind this perception, no apprentice would be foolish enough to test it. Good evening, Brother Modu. Salomon greeted, and Bayonetta promptly set him down. Modu's dark visage concealed his emotions, yet it was evident that he was not in a jovial mood. Behind him was the phoenix summoned by Salomon, its wing outstretched, revealing short legs and a fluffy gray tail. The esteemed one has sent me to escort Teresa, Baron Modu stated flatly. Mommy. A little girl emerged from beneath the crimson wings, clutching a stuffed toy and a disinterested cat. Upon seeing Bayonetta, Teresa immediately rushed towards her, disregarding the witch's disdainful expression, and clung tightly to her leg. Though Bayonetta's expression was one of distaste, she permitted Teresa to draw near. In the midst of the battle with the angels, she had frequently heard Bader's voice, which suggested that to unravel the enigma, she must care for Teresa and lead her to the heart of Sun Island, the Isabel Tower, for she held the key to unlocking all mysteries. She had initially contacted Salomon to bring Teresa, and now, the actions of the Mystic Hermit Society aligned perfectly with her intentions. Baron Modu's dimensional mirror was timely, not only due to Salomon's risk of plummeting, but also because he had overestimated the safety of the missiles. Even from the mirrored dimension, they could observe the upper half of the building collapsing entirely under the force of the explosion, with burning missiles plummeting amidst it, igniting further explosions. The concrete edifice crumbled as if it were a can filled with firecrackers, incessant detonations obliterating the foundation. The towering structure resembled a fallen giant, crashing to the ground, with even the torrential rain failing to mitigate the rising dust. Nearby buildings affected by the explosion suffered varying degrees of damage, exposing their grotesque steel and concrete skeletons, including Isabel Tower. Further afield, the glass facades of other buildings shattered completely under the shockwave, unleashing a rain of broken glass upon Sun Island. Teresa clung even tighter to Bayonetta in fear. Yet for Salomon, He was largely indifferent to the fates of the Ragnarok cultists. After all, they were prepared to offer their souls as sacrifices. Even if this attempt were thwarted, another would surely follow. Kamataiji was no babysitter, capable of monitoring them at all times. Baron Modu offered no commentary on the impending loss of life among the Ragnarok cultists, nor did Bayonetta, for more pressing matters lay ahead. Thank you, Brother Modu, Solomon sighed, sensing the precarious future of his transmutation spells and the urgent need for advancement. Transmutation magic, being straightforward, represented the most intuitive combat power and would become one of the most crucial forms of magic for Solomon in confronting adversaries. The Esteemed One's orders henceforth, Baron Modus stated. The Esteemed One consents to your undertaking of the forthcoming task, provided you can preserve your life. I believe I can manage that. Solomon glanced at Teresa, who was tightly gripping Bayonetta's leg, along with the portly cat wedged in between, and remarked, "We must ensure the final task is accomplished, mustn't we?" "Though I am unaware of the nature of the task bestowed upon you," Modu observed, directing a sidelong glance at Bayonetta. "Allowing a witch to resolve such matters rather than deploying the entirety of Kamataiji. However, this is not a matter for you to intervene in. I hope you recognize your limits, for that which will not safeguard you. I am not so foolish. I certainly know when to flee." Solomon waved his hand. "Please take us to Isabel Tower. My magic is dwindling." The Supreme Mage anticipated this. "It will assist in restoring some of your vitality." After handing Solomon a vial of potion, Modu began to cast a spell, opening a portal. "Remember, preserve your life. I shall not forget." Solomon blinked. "You truly are suited for the role of a caretaker, Brother Modu." Having just departed from the mirrored dimension, the scent of rust-laden rain surged forth like an inundation, while shards of glass shimmered, reflecting the distant flames akin to orange-red embers strewn across a marble floor. As he stepped out, his phone chimed once more. "Did you see that explosion?" Luca's frantic voice crackled from the other end. "If I hadn't taken refuge in the Isabel Tower, I would have. It was my doing," Solomon confessed candidly. You actually, well, you handled it quite well. At least there were no casualties, aside from myself. I nearly met my end. Enough with the banter. The Archmage has indicated that a greater battle lies ahead. I advise you to flee post-haste. Soon no one will be able to attend to your plight. You remain ever so cold-blooded, Solomon, Luca scoffed. I've traced the matter to this point. How could I possibly abandon it? I am a man willing to sacrifice his life for the truth. Of course, dying in such an ambiguous explosion hardly counts. Then best of luck, Solomon retorted into the phone. If you manage to survive the impending conflict. What? Luca was taken aback, but Solomon offered no further explanation, instead disconnecting the call and stepping forward to shield Teresa behind him. Bayonetta halted in her tracks as a woman clad in a crimson leather jacket appeared before her, none other than Joan, who had narrowly escaped the rooftop explosion. Chapter 74. The final room. The appearance of Joan of Arc filled Solomon with trepidation. Strangely, her gaze was entirely fixed on Bayonetta, neglecting to acknowledge Solomon and Teresa behind her. Yet, the allies of one's enemy are equally foes, whether they be witches or sages. The luminary sage, an observer intended to balance the witch. An inviolable decree exists between us. The intertwining of light and darkness heralds calamity for the world. However, 5 centuries ago, the brazen birth of a child defied this decree, the child being you, Bayonetta. A peculiar brilliance flickered in Joan's gray eyes as she spoke, the ensuing disaster thrusting both factions into a chaotic maelstrom, the reverberations of which continue to be felt. You are the offspring of light and darkness, the true epicenter of chaos. Allowing you to persist poses an intolerable risk. When the eye of the world falls into our hands, the power of creation will awaken. Thus, the precious left eye of our kin must never fall into the hands of others. Both Solomon and Bayonetta comprehended Joan's words. The intent of Sage Bader was abundantly clear, to seize the left eye from Bayonetta to awaken the creator, Jubilius. Yet, Joan's demeanor towards Bayonetta was exceedingly peculiar. She seemed unwilling to let Bayonetta advance, fearing that the left eye of the witch clan might fall into Bader's grasp. Solomon listened intently to Joan while contemplating the Supreme Mage's motives. The appearance of a traitor within a team is understandable, but Bader could not possibly be oblivious to Joan's treatment of the angels. Yet, he allowed her actions to proceed, indicating that this luminary sage was confident that Bayonetta would ultimately surrender the left eye to him. The crux of this scheme lay with Teresa, who had only recently appeared by Bayonetta's side. Bayonetta, It is time to bring this to an end. Joan advanced over the shards of glass. The sound of her high heels crushing the fragments echoed, while outside the corridor, a fierce wind suddenly stirred. An angel, adorned with a quadrature halo, materialized beside the building. This angel possessed neither a neck nor feet, only a large, pure white face carved from marble at its chest. With two exceedingly robust arms that ended not in hands, but in 4 flexible tubes, glowing at the junction of its shoulders and body. Boya, Bayonetta cried, while Solomon remained unfazed by the looming behemoth. This was the Phoenix's spell-like ability. Under its influence, Solomon and Teresa entered a misty realm, where the sights of the outside world appeared distorted and muddled. The arcane mage gently lifted himself, and he and Teresa began to float. The little girl gazed in astonishment at her surroundings, clutching her doll and cat tightly, burying her face in Solomon's embrace. It was evident she wished to weep, but managed to restrain herself. The face of the temperance angel, embedded in its chest, emitted rays that followed the flight path of the phoenix, slicing through the sturdy ground and walls, carving a curved line across the building. He sprinted upward in the stairwell with Teresa in his arms, anticipating the phoenix's readiness. It was then that he encountered an unexpected figure. Luca. Solomon raised an eyebrow in surprise. I can't believe you survived. A large angel. Also, that giant bird is my summon, the immortal bird. Solomon did not halt his pace, and Luca swiftly followed. What will you do? Luca queried, keeping stride with Solomon as they ascended the narrow staircase. Though I haven't seen that creature. Your tone suggests you have a plan? With powerful wing beats, the phoenix propelled Solomon and Teresa alongside the building in a rapid descent, landing atop Isabel Tower, near a luminous white sphere that floated above the building's pinnacle. This sphere served as the core of Isabel Tower. The white luminescent band encircling Bader's chamber was indeed tangible, known as the Path of Spirit Energy, which culminated in a portal leading to the sphere. The phoenix set Solomon and Teresa down upon the Path of Spirit Energy, where they stood firmly. Perhaps due to the magic employed in constructing this pathway, the fierce winds above had no effect on the travelers, sparing Solomon and Teresa from being blown away. Daddy. Upon entering the room, Teresa called out to the man seated in a high-backed chair on the opposite side of the spherical chamber, extending her chubby hands while her doll and cat fell to the ground. The man wore a white robe adorned with gold trimmings, with a golden mask covering the left side of his face. Bader was Teresa's father, a revelation Solomon had anticipated, and he did not feign surprise. I did not expect the mage hermitage to arrive first, Bader remarked. However, none of those battles were prepared for you. Your presence here is quite understandable. Are you here to celebrate the awakening of the Creator? Bader, do you truly believe that Jubilius is permitted to revive on a planet controlled by the Supreme Mage? Solomon tightened his embrace around Teresa, striving to keep the struggling child away from the perilous figure. Even the Supreme Mage cannot contend with the Creator. Bader rose slowly from his chair, a colossal glowing rune disk revolving behind him, illuminating his surroundings. Yet his front remained shrouded in shadow. Those who dwell in the light are inescapably drawn to the void that emanates from the darkness. The closer they approach the brilliance, the more potent the shadows become. We shall forge a brand new world, filled with order. All chaos, all disorder shall be obliterated. Come forth, my daughter. You have cared for my daughter well. Bader scooped up Teresa, proclaiming, You see, the Supreme Mage has sent you here with Teresa, indicating his agreement with my actions. A perfect world is a universal aspiration, even for the Supreme Mage. Who knows? Solomon felt a surge of anxiety, not solely from the fear of Bader harming Teresa, but also from concern regarding whether the Supreme Mage's contingency plan would prove effective. Please be patient, my guest. A seat has long been prepared for you here. Witness as this world is reformed. I must also express my gratitude to the Mage Hermitage for concealing Sun Island, which has spared me considerable trouble. Bader lowered his head. Cradling Teresa, you will become an observer. Your identity is destined to make you a part of the new world. Be my guest. Solomon took a seat in the chamber, quietly withdrawing a piece of parchment from the scroll case. Chapter 75. Father and Father Solomon was not oblivious to the vast starry sky above Balda's chamber. He beheld the expansive space radiating with warmth, and the immense creature within, its visage adorned with a headdress reminiscent of ivory, as well as the seemingly infinite multitude of angels. Among these celestial beings were not a few of the formidable four-dimensional entities, yet they now appeared diminutive, akin to ants. Even under the influence of magic, Salomon felt an indescribable sense of oppression, a fear that is inescapable for humanity in the presence of such colossal beings. Even Phoenix, who stood by his side, was rendered rigid, the golden-red fur on its neck bristling, giving it a noticeably plumper appearance. The luminary sage followed Salomon's gaze to the extraordinary space above. "Ah, this is the most significant achievement of the Azal group," Sage Badal proclaimed with pride, extending a hand as if to showcase the artificially crafted divine realm connecting to the heavens, transforming the entire room into an otherworldly domain. "It is precisely for this reason that we can catch a glimpse of the Creator's true form. Indeed, it was an exceptional feat of magic." Salomon exhaled deeply, feeling the situation had grown more precarious. The blood-red coffins captured in the photographs taken by Luca were likely intended to power this vast space before him. Salomon found it perplexing why the Supreme Mage had tasked him with this mission. The current circumstances clearly indicated Sage Badal's thorough preparations. Shouldn't everyone from the Mage's retreat have rushed in to subdue the Sage in such a crisis? The Eye of Agamotto offered only this conclusion. The Supreme Mage must have perceived a potential failure on the part of the Luminary Sage, a possibility that necessitated Salomon's involvement. Otherwise, in the face of such dire circumstances, no one would allow a fledgling spellcaster to participate. Yet Salomon dared not relax. He took a swig of the potion sent by Baron Modu. Instantly, he felt a slight alleviation of his fatigue, though it was far from sufficient. "I am exceedingly weary." "Mr. Badal," Salomon said, "I beg your indulgence to rest for a moment, so that I may face the final outcome in the best possible condition." "Not at all," Badal replied, cradling Teresa in a high-backed chair. Whether it was confidence or pride, he seemed utterly indifferent to Salomon's actions, even permitting the gray short-haired cat to remain nestled in Teresa's arms. Salomon glanced at Phoenix, who inclined slightly, indicating its commitment to safeguarding Salomon's safety. The mystic mage cast another glance at the impassive Badal and the serene Teresa in his embrace. He then relaxed his body against the soft chair back, closed his eyes, and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. A brief respite was crucial for Salomon, a spellcaster who invoked magic through contracts with otherworldly entities. Only after recharging his spirit could he muster the necessary mental fortitude to wield his spells, with the potion provided by the Supreme Mage maximizing the effects of this short reprieve. Uncertain of how long had passed, the voice of Phoenix echoed once more in Salomon's mind, announcing the entrance of a figure through the portal of the spherical chamber. Bayonetta stepped through with a grave expression, and to Salomon's astonishment, Luca, whom he had thought had abandoned all hope in the face of danger, followed closely behind. As the Witch of Ambrala found herself in dire straits due to the witch hunt, it was Jean who had sealed Bayonetta away. The memory of Jean piercing her chest with a stiletto was the very scene of her entrapment. As a leader, Jean would never allow the treasures of the Witch clan to fall into other hands, especially not into those of the Sage clan, who sought to disrupt the balance. Jean employed the unique magic of the Witch clan, temporarily sealing Bayonetta within a ruby, now embedded in the pocket watch resting on Bayonetta's chest, a testament to their friendship. Subsequently, Jean burst through the encirclement with the ruby in hand, sealing Bayonetta in a coffin and submerging it in a lake to conceal her, until Luca's father shattered the seal 20 years ago, granting Bayonetta her freedom once more. To protect you, who lost your will to fight alongside your mother's demise. To safeguard the left eye, I had no other choice. Jean, having been defeated by Bayonetta, reflected wistfully. How naive I was back then. I remember, Bayonetta replied, long ago. You were unique to me. That tedious, doll-like woman was my friend. Jean chuckled lightly. 500 years ago, why did you choose me as your opponent? Bayonetta had countless questions to unravel, feeling herself to be universally loathed. To become the strongest witch, one must choose the strongest opponent, nothing more, Jean declared. Even as she lay on the ground, unwilling to voice her inner emotions, her character mirroring that of Bayonetta. Do not shy away from Sage Badal. Conclude the grievances of 5 centuries past. That is your destiny. Fight, then return victorious, forging a new path. Do not fear your fate. Hold your head high, Teresa. Stand tall and open your eyes. Behind every fact lies another truth. Jean's words left Bayonetta bewildered, even in her dazed state. It seemed improbable she would mistake her for Teresa. Bayonetta began to doubt Teresa's origins, initially believing her to be Sage Badal's child. This identity now bore a question mark. Behind every fact lies another truth. Why would Jean, once a companion, aid the sage? What exactly was Teresa's identity? A heavy fog settled upon Bayonetta's heart as she lifted her gaze to the pinnacle of the Isabel Tower. Perhaps, as Jean had said, all answers lay there. Afterward, she encountered Luca, who was desperately climbing the stairs. Regaining her composure, Bayonetta joined Luca in ascending to the topmost level of the Isabel Tower, traversing the path of ethereal light that led them to the spherical chamber. Mommy's here. Teresa, nestled in Bedel's arms, exclaimed as she turned her head, reaching out with chubby hands and calling out in her tender voice, "Mommy, you've finally come, my dear Teresa," Bedel said. "My dear, why do you wear such a sorrowful expression? In your childhood, your smile was warmer than the sun." The little girl looked at Bedel in confusion, but soon dismissed the thought, offering sweet smiles to everyone in the room. After a charming yawn, she gradually drifted into slumber. Bayonetta momentarily set aside her inquiries towards Salomon, unable to fathom the intentions of the mage's retreat, thus shifting her focus. Adjusting her glasses, she turned her gaze to Bedel, seated behind the table. "As far as I know, you are the last luminary sage, are you not?" "Indeed, I am Bedel," the sage affirmed, "but you may call me father. You have lost many memories. It has been 5 centuries since we last met. Had you not lost your memories, this reunion would have been far more exhilarating." "Where did that girl come from?" Bayonetta inquired. That is a long tale," Bedel replied, rising with Teresa in his arms. He slowly approached the astrolabe beside the table, continuing, "We luminary sages and you Ambrala witches are, I believe, all observers of history, each gazing upon the world through our own eyes. All this is for the universe, to uphold its existence. However, 5 centuries ago, you were cast out from this lineage, even as the left eye of the world's eye." Bader approached the decorative potted plant on the table, breaking a yet-to-bloom flower branch in his hands. Under the influence of magic, the buds slowly unfurled. He delicately inserted the slender branch into Teresa's thick hair. He proclaimed, "At this very moment, we are on the brink of resurrecting the Creator, Jubilius. There exists but one means to restore your memories and awaken your observer's eye. Your pure gaze must behold the unseen history, your battles, your struggles. All that you have experienced in Vigrid will serve as the catalyst for your recollection, all for the sake of the left eye. I have grown weary of your philosophical drivel." Bayonetta impatiently raised her pistol, aiming it at Bader. "I shall ask you one final time. Where did this girl come from? You are truly beyond salvation." Bayonetta's voice brimmed with fury, revealing the most intense emotion she had shown before others. "Indeed, Jubilius shall be resurrected, and we shall become the world's eye." Bader's tone rose in pitch, yet Teresa in his arms remained undisturbed. "A new world shall be born. I absolutely refuse to call the architect of this nightmare father." Bayonetta scoffed, once more veiling her emotions, resuming her typically frivolous demeanor. "Quite the speech, big guy," Luca remarked after witnessing the drama unfold. "Perhaps you've gone a tad overboard. Haven to you, is all as big boss? Redemption. Light. You've taken this corporate philosophy a bit too far, wouldn't you agree?" Salomon cast a sidelong glance at him. Indeed, he had not misjudged. This individual had a penchant for self-destruction. But if we're to be honest, these are mere words. Luca retorted. "History is replete with individuals like you who perpetrate genocide. Or rather, infamous butchers." Bader recognized Luca's identity. In truth, it was remarkably brave for an ordinary individual like Luca to reach this point. The phrase "like father, like son" held some merit, for Luca's father was indeed an employee of Bader. Although he disapproved of Bader's ideologies, Bader remained indifferent to the investigations conducted by Luca's father. But when unflattering rumors began to circulate, I had to intervene. The sage spoke nonchalantly, however, in gratitude for his locating the long-lost Teresa at the bottom of the lake. I fulfilled his final wish and accepted his permanent resignation. "You bastard!" Luca shouted as he charged forward. Yet, after only a few steps, invisible forces seized his limbs, reminiscent of what his father had endured 2 decades prior. "I no longer require your presence. However, as a mark of respect," Bader said, "I shall allow you to perish in the same manner as your father." Chapter 76. Interference with the past. "I can only express my regret," Bader said in a calm tone, leaving everyone uncertain as to what he truly lamented, whether it was the impending demise of Luca or the father he had lost 2 decades prior. Although the panicked Luca could not see what grasped his limbs, Beatrice and Solomon perceived it clearly, for cherubic angels, akin to scavenging fish. Beatrice fired 4 shots, each bullet slicing through the angels' skulls with remarkable precision. The reporter fell, yet Bader appeared deeply committed to his pledge, gesturing once more as a golden current ensnared Luca, threatening to hurl him out of the window. Solomon's reluctance to divert his attention from Bader stemmed not only from Teresa and his embrace, but also from the unsettling familiarity that Bader's earlier display invoked within him. There exist myriad methods to coax a bud into bloom, whether by channeling positive energy or harnessing elements of nature. As a wielder of angelic powers, Bader was naturally adept in the art of positive energy spells. However, Solomon felt not the warmth of positive energy emanating from that delicate bud, but rather the profound essence of temporal force. Solomon had often toyed with the eye of Agamotto. The power of the time stone was no stranger to him. In that moment, Bader astonishingly invoked the very force of time itself. This was exceedingly illogical. It was not that the power of time was exclusive to the time stone. Rather, the time stone merely influenced the temporal state of all entities, controlling the ebb and flow of entropy. If a sage endowed with angelic might could manipulate time, then the opposing witch clan should possess similar capabilities. Even when confined to the world eye, Beatrice had never exhibited control over time. The time manipulation commonly employed by witches merely heightened sensory perception, extending the subject's awareness of time. It hardly qualified as true control. Now, Solomon comprehended why the supreme mage treated Bader with such caution. A spellcaster capable of wielding time was not to be trifled with, and Solomon found himself bereft of nearly all spells that could interfere with time. Upon witnessing Phoenix follow suit and soar out, Beatrice felt a modicum of relief. With a serious expression, she turned to face her nominal father, standing upon the crimson-carpeted steps. "Teresa, your journey concludes here," Bader stated, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Should fate not be realized swiftly, this tragedy would perpetually repeat itself. "Speaking of tragedy, I presume you have encountered Joan? Though she sealed you away, distancing you from these troubles, she played a significant role once she fell into our hands. Initially defiant, she required a degree of mental reconditioning. Yet, as I anticipated, her tragic demise became the catalyst that led you to me." Bader seemingly aimed to provoke Beatrice, incessantly probing her wounds, unveiling the truth of Joan's enmity towards her. "The moment to awaken your left eye is nigh. Do not fear, my dear Teresa." "I do not understand," she replied. "Why summon my younger self here? Why create such a convoluted situation?" The mystic was unfazed by such inquiries. He pondered a more complex dilemma. Initially believing Teresa to be Beatrice's half-sister, the revelation of temporal power shrouded Teresa's identity in ambiguity. Yet, Bader had never concealed his appellation for Beatrice, whether addressing her as Teresa or Beatrice. He employed the same name. The words spoken by Joan and her reference to Beatrice prompted an early realization of the little girl's true identity. However, Solomon could not fathom Bader's intentions, for to interfere with the past could not alter the present. It merely extended into a parallel existence, affirming that time does not always progress linearly. Just as branches extend from a trunk, the variables arising from past interference resemble a fresh green bud on a branch. Only when this bud matures into a new branch will the altered variables exert influence, revealing that the same origin branches yield disparate blooms. Beatrice's emotions were ignited by the luminary sage Bader, her voice laced with profound anger. "You have not only plunged the world into chaos, but also murdered my mother. How dare you speak of love? I did not kill Rosa. It was the world's distortion that separated us. It was the angels, eager to resurrect the supreme deity, who took her life. I was powerless to intervene." At the mention of his wife, Bader placed a hand over his heart, gradually advancing towards Beatrice. "The angels fought you, driving you to desperation, all to serve as sacrifices for your empowerment, and Joan was merely the final touch, honing your power to its zenith. To achieve this, your memories must be awakened. She performed splendidly. Your presence here is proof of that. You are mad." Beatrice aimed her gun at Bader, showing no concern for the little girl in his arms, her past self. "I beg to differ," Bader replied in a voice rich with magnetism. "The madness lies not with me, but with this world. Can you truly pull the trigger? Do you intend to shoot your father?" "My dear daughter, Teresa." "Why not?" Beatrice narrowed her eyes, tilting her head slightly before mercilessly pulling the trigger. Simultaneously, the spell Solomon had prepared was unleashed. Tasha's cackling spell. Chapter 77. Devouring the spell of Tasha's hideous laughter originates from the renowned Witch of Perry Lane, a fervent enthusiast of heavy confinement. She is the creator of demonology and the lover of the abyssal Lord Graziti, the dual-plugged, six-fingered master of the triple realms, both friend and foe, and the mother of the demigod Ayas from the world of Greyhawk. Bader and Bayonetta are innate spellcasters, with the powers of angels and demons coursing through their veins. The stronger their affinity with this force, the greater the power they can wield. The attribute aligned with magical affinity is charisma, a quality evident in Bayonetta's unparalleled allure. While even with half his face obscured, Bader's voice remains captivating. Hence, Salomon targets the vulnerabilities of innate spellcasters by choosing this mind-afflicting spell. Bullets travel faster than incantations, and while Salomon is still reciting his spell, throwing pastries and waving feathers, Bayonetta's bullets are already speeding towards Bader's head. Immediately, an invisible force radiates outward from Bader, causing everything to come to a standstill. Within this realm, everyone but Bader remains frozen. He effortlessly lifts his hand, capturing the four suspended bullets and redirecting them. Bader's fingers glide gracefully through the air, restoring normalcy, with no one aware of the bizarre occurrence. Yet, thanks to her remarkable reflexes, Bayonetta sidesteps the bullets that were meant for Bader. However, this very action exposes her vulnerability, and the sage's free left hand reaches out, firmly grasping Bayonetta by the throat and lifting her up. Do not fear your fate, Teresa. Bader's fingers sink into Bayonetta's delicate neck like iron hooks, disregarding her cries. My child, seize your true potential. His laughter echoes with manic delight, his taut muscles forcing him to lean slightly forward. Even concealed by a golden mask, the madness in his expression is unmistakable. Suddenly, Salomon materializes between him and Bayonetta, accompanied by a thin veil of silver mist. The sorcerer wields a dagger in his right hand, slicing towards the sage's weakening left hand, compelling him to release Bayonetta. Simultaneously, Salomon extends his left hand towards the small girl cradled in Bader's embrace. The spell known as Misty Step proves exceedingly useful, functioning almost as an instantaneous teleportation with minimal preparation time, applicable in flight, pursuit, or even intervention in battle. However, due to pressing circumstances, Salomon cannot cast additional spells, let alone activate magical items. Without needing further prompts, the rotund gray short-haired cat extends its sharp claws, climbing up Bader's priestly robe with astonishing speed, as though its weight were non-existent. Salomon's familiar scratches Bader's neck, leaving 4 white marks. The invisible domain expands once again, and Bader coughs forcefully a few times before taking a deep breath, the negative effects of Tasha's hideous laughter dissipating. I must admit, I admire you, sorcerer. He releases his grip on Bayonetta, shoving Salomon away, then seizing the gray cat preparing to bite. He hurls it aside and swats away Salomon's hand reaching for the girl. Maintaining such power proves troublesome for Bader. Yet his excessive confidence allows him to indulge in idle chatter while holding the advantage, even knowing Salomon cannot hear. To deduce the weaknesses of the sage lineage in such a short time, truly commendable for a disciple of the supreme mage, the Holy Sun. But fortune may be your only ally. Bader suddenly unleashes a punch. Time resumes its normal flow, and Salomon feels as though he has been struck twice in an instant, once in the left hand, once in the chest. Before he can react, the immense force propels him backward, colliding with the soft, warm body behind him, sending both him and Bayonetta flying into the slowly rotating massive rune disc. Cough, cough, ugh. Such an assault nearly robs Salomon of breath, while Bayonetta remains in agony. As Salomon helps Bayonetta to her feet, he sees Bader lifting the young Bayonetta, the little girl floating, her entire being radiating blue magic. Teresa, we are one, my child. Bader gazes enamored at the child before him, who collides with his chest and vanishes. Then, a torrent of blue magic materializes, surging towards Bader like a tidal wave. This magic whips around the spherical room, generating a tempest that pushes tapestries and furniture outward, causing them to collide and shatter into pieces. The sage cries out in agony, yet there is an undercurrent of joy in his voice. Salomon and Bayonetta, however, have no leisure to comment on this grotesque scene. Huddling behind the seraphim shield that Salomon has erected, struggling against the overwhelming force. Yet, Salomon cannot sustain this for long. The shield strains against the magical storm. Dazzling sparks resembling paint splattered into a rushing current arc through the air. Fortunately, just as Salomon reaches his limit, the magical tempest abruptly ceases. But a more dire situation follows. The gathered magic condenses upon Bader, erupting with even greater force, shattering the seraphim shield into a shower of sparks. The tremendous impact shatters the floating spherical room into fragments, even affecting the spire of the Isabel Tower, as massive concrete blocks and steel rods plummet from the heavens. Bayonetta clutches Salomon tightly, using her own magic as a final barrier as they both descend. Bader hovers in the air, his peacock feathers suddenly unfurling like wings, identical to those Bayonetta beheld 5 centuries prior. He boasts 10 pairs of long and short feathers, each mirroring the other, symbolizing Bader's identity as the earthly emissary of Jubilius. However, unlike 5 centuries ago, the azure magic pulses across his exterior, and a small head comprised of blue energy protrudes from Bader's chest. This magical visage bears an uncanny resemblance to Teresa, even mirroring her glasses and the flower tucked behind her ear. Boya, as Bayonetta falls, she extends resplendent butterfly wings behind her, attempting to slow her descent while dodging falling debris. Yet, Salomon, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, fills her with immense concern. He waves his hand, coughing up blood. Bader's punch has injured his lung, and he feels a dull ache in his ribs. It matters not. He can harness the positive energy provided by Vissant to heal himself. You go, remember. The lipstick? Kill him. Chapter 78. Bridging 5 centuries, the injuries to Salomon's lungs caused him to cough incessantly, each word accompanied by the spattering of blood from his lungs. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for magic held the key to remedying his plight, even if he lacked the necessary components for spellcasting. The scrolls he had meticulously transcribed long ago could very well save his life. Bayonetta leaped with him onto a massive stone slab that was plummeting downwards. The enchantress's magic manifested in artificial gravity upon the slab, allowing both her and Salomon to stand firmly atop it. Throw me out, Salomon urged, as he uncorked a small vial of alcohol and swallowed its contents, fighting the urge to cough. The mixture of sticky, sanguine rust mingled in his throat, igniting a fiery sensation both there and in his stomach. Before the alcohol could cloud his mind, he recited an incantation, casting a spell upon himself. This was a testament to Salomon's studies in necromancy. The spell of life transmutation enabled him to staunch the bleeding with negative energy, facilitating subsequent healing. The magic would endure for an hour, granting him ample time to prepare for the necessary treatment. He expelled the last of the blood clots and addressed Bayonetta. Throw me out. The battle ahead is yours. As for Teresa, she can no longer interfere with you. Do as you wish. Observing Salomon's return to normalcy, Bayonetta's tone shifted back to her usual demeanor. Rest assured, Big Sister will handle everything. You have done enough. She cast a glance at the swiftly approaching figure below, grasped the collar of Salomon's sacred cloth, and planted a kiss upon his face. Salomon felt a sharp tug on his collar, the sound of flapping wings and cascading golden specks confirming his captor's identity. He exhaled in relief, discarding the feathers, remnants of Tasha's laughter spell, which could also serve as materials for a featherfall incantation, and relinquished the spell casting, allowing the phoenix to carry him away from the perilous realm of falling debris. He watched as Bayonetta's splendid black and purple butterfly wings unfurled, propelling her upwards with each leap onto the descending stones. Meanwhile, Badel, having acclimated to the newfound power, flapped his 6 pairs of wings and dove toward Bayonetta. As the collision loomed, Salomon urged the phoenix to accelerate slightly, seeking a safe haven nearby. Do not take me too far. I must ensure that our side emerges victorious, he instructed. My lord, the phoenix replied, its voice melodious and clear amidst the cacophony of explosions. As a marquis among the 72 pillars of demonkind, the phoenix was imbued with an extraordinary kindness, surpassing that of many humans. Or perhaps it was not a demon at all, merely one who had fallen into the abyss due to certain circumstances. The phoenix harbored great affection for Salomon, not only because it regarded him as Solomon, but also due to witnessing his gentle interactions with children. Spending time with an adorable child was far preferable to dwelling in the most chaotic corners of the universe. As it flew Salomon towards the rooftop of a nearby building, the phoenix inquired about Teresa's whereabouts. What of the child? I do not see her. She was consumed, Salomon replied. That child was the past Bayonetta. Badel absorbed her power. Now, Teresa is no more. The phoenix fell silent, the gravity of this revelation weighing heavily upon it. However, Salomon had neither the time nor the inclination to console it. Suddenly, A swirling array of sparks appeared before them as a portal opened, and the phoenix promptly propelled Salomon through it. They entered a mirror dimension where all buildings lay toppled, each structure folded to create a vast platform. Could it be Modu again? Salomon mused, recognizing the timely arrival. Yet, the figure awaiting them was not his brother Modu, but the supreme sorcerer. Salomon noted the illustrious artifact, the Eye of Agamotto, adorning the chest of the esteemed figure. Teacher, the phoenix announced as they descended before the supreme sorcerer. What brings you here? I have perceived the potential to utterly vanquish Jubilius. This place requires my presence, the supreme sorcerer stated, extending a finger to gently rotate above the Eye of Agamotto. The verdant glow of the time stone radiated forth, encircling the supreme sorcerer's wrists in 2 rings of emerald magic. To be precise, it is I who must catalyze Jubilius's demise. Have you also foreseen Teresa's absorption by Bedel? Salomon inquired. I presume you are aware of her origins. Salomon hesitated. Yet the supreme sorcerer discerned his thoughts. Do not rush, Salomon, the supreme sorcerer replied. The future harbors myriad possibilities. You have driven the outcome toward the most favorable one. You have shown Teresa ample care, and Bayonetta has fortified her spirit. My next task is to inscribe a eulogy for this deity. With ease. The supreme sorcerer commandeered the mirrored dimension, gesturing for the buildings to fold and spin, revealing a woman lying upon the ground. This individual was Joan, who had been gravely wounded and fell into a near-death state after being struck by Bedel's spell. The supreme sorcerer directed her palm toward Joan, the green rings of magic on her arm slowly rotating. As her hand turned, Salomon witnessed the charred remnants on Joan's form gradually vanish, her injuries healing without a trace, as though she had never been harmed. Subsequently, the supreme sorcerer reversed the motion, reintroducing the wounds, while using her other hand to weave a different spell. Through the combined effects of the time stone and the magic of the Vishanti, the newly inflicted injuries were gradually mended. Within the mirrored dimension, Salomon beheld the fierce clash between Bayonetta and Bedel. Floating in midair, Bedel unfurled his white feathers, blowing gently upon a soft plume in his grasp, which transformed into an elongated golden sword of pure energy. Bedel propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, wielding the weightless sword to effortlessly slice through falling debris, brandishing this formidable weapon menacingly at Bayonetta. The battle was intensely fierce, with both Bedel and Bayonetta moving at an exaggerated velocity, rendering them mere phantoms to the ordinary observer. Amidst the splattering of bullets and radiant flashes of light, were it not for Salomon's secure position within the mirrored dimension, he would likely have sustained injuries far beyond those to his lungs. Bayonetta's combat prowess was exceptional. She adeptly evaded Bedel's onslaught while retaliating with a myriad of weapons. Salomon even spotted what appeared to be a lightsaber from a distant galaxy, a clear homage to Rodin, an undeniable cinema enthusiast. May Creator Jubilius shelter you. Suddenly, Bedel shrieked as he was struck, his arms outstretched as he plummeted toward the ground. Bayonetta leaped after him, extending her hand to pierce Bedel's chest, extracting the little girl from within before he hit the earth. Is it over? Salomon inquired, casting a dubious glance at the supreme sorcerer, who was still healing Joan. Even while casting spells, the supreme sorcerer found a moment to converse with Salomon, gesturing for him to observe Bayonetta. It is not so simple, the supreme sorcerer replied. This matter is far from concluded. The witch cradled the little girl as they approached the enormous rune disc that had fallen to the ground. Despite plummeting from the highest point, the disc remained unscathed. As Bayonetta drew near, both the rune disc and the pocket watch hanging from her chest began to radiate a brilliant light. This was a resonance of power, for the rune disc contained the grand magic inscribed by Baldur. It was through this very magic that he had transported Bayonetta from 5 centuries past to the present. Instinctively, Bayonetta removed the pocket watch from her chest and aimed it at the rune disc, unleashing a blinding beam of light from the colorful glass at the center of the disc. Before her, a cold room constructed of stone materialized, its exquisitely carved walls strikingly familiar. In the corner stood a large iron bed, adorned with thick white linens. The witch approached and gently placed the little girl upon the bed. Baldur's magic rendered the child exceedingly drowsy, yet she struggled to open her eyes, gazing at Bayonetta beside the bed in a dazed manner, murmuring, "Mummy. Daddy, do not be afraid, my child," Bayonetta spoke in a soothing voice. "The nightmare has ended. It was all merely a dream. You are a strong little girl, and there is nothing you cannot overcome. Mummy, have you found it?" the thing you were looking for?" the little girl asked in a haze. "Yes, I have found it," Bayonetta replied, "so you need not worry. Take good care of your treasure, and remember this pocket watch. It must not leave your side for even a moment. I want to become a woman like you, Mummy," the little girl declared before drifting into a deep slumber. "Sweet dreams, my child," Bayonetta softly hummed a familiar lullaby, a song her mother, Rosa, had once sung to her. During those sleepless nights, she would visit her imprisoned mother, and each time, Rosa would sing this lullaby, its tender melody accompanying Bayonetta throughout her childhood. "Shouldn't it end here?" Solomon inquired, observing the seemingly perfect conclusion. The Supreme Mage had just completed Joan's healing, and, after sending her back from the mirrored dimension, pointed at Baldur lying nearby. "Do you think I healed Joan for no reason?" the Supreme Mage remarked, "for she is the one to complete the final step. That lipstick has yet to be utilized. Moreover, the effects of time are only just beginning to unfold." With the Supreme Mage's words, Bayonetta emitted a piercing scream as red magic erupted from her being. Like the power released by Baldur's right eye, a tempest of magic surged forth, pushing everything away. This marked the awakening of Bayonetta's left eye powers, the intensity of which eclipsed even Baldur's right eye. In that world, Teresa had grown into a strong and independent witch, undeterred by her mother's death during the witch hunts, thus evading the fate of being sealed by Joan. Perhaps due to the interference between parallel worlds, two entirely different memories spanning 5 centuries flooded into Bayonetta's mind, overwhelming her with powerful mental waves, causing her to faint as her left eye successfully awakened. "When did this begin?" Solomon asked. "Wait for this to conclude," the Supreme Mage replied. "But now you should focus on another individual. Everything is complete." At an unknown moment, Baldur, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, his entire being entwined with the blue magic of the right eye. His right eye observed the light, while his left eye discerned the darkness. Both gazed upon the world in unison. "In my plan, there is no woman named Bayonetta, but rather, the child you once were, Teresa," Baldur proclaimed with utmost pride. "She looks upon this world with pure eyes. She can forge a new history, and her power can awaken the left eye. This has all been my design, Teresa, and you have performed splendidly." Chapter 79. The Final Confrontation Between Demons and Deities, Part 1. Beatrice lay in a state of unconsciousness, her mind clouded by 5 centuries of chaotic memories. Yet, it appeared that all of this was part of the sage Baldur's grand design. He extended his hand, cradling the sorceress who was still unconsciously unleashing the power of her left eye, since the outermost layer of concrete had shattered and fallen away. The innermost core of the structure was revealed, a striking rocket design, entirely composed of metal, perhaps due to its ancient construction. The joints of the metal were adorned with visible rivets. Under the influence of magic, this rocket, crafted by the Yazal Corporation, possessed technology far superior to that of other nations, boasting a payload and size unmatched by any other country's rocket. The height of the Isabel Tower equaled that of the rocket itself. At the apex of this rocket loomed a colossal stone statue that defied the principles of fluid dynamics. Any rational being would never consider placing such a figure atop a rocket. At its center stood the statue of the creator, Jubilius, surrounded by countless beautiful angels gazing down upon the mortal realm from the heavens. "Let us commence," Teresa, Baldur proclaimed, ascending towards the statue at the pinnacle of the Isabel Tower with Beatrice in his embrace. The resurrection ceremony of the creator, Jubilius, was on the verge of completion. Baldur reached the summit, his back turned to the statue, and in his madness, he continued to inject his thoughts into the unconscious Beatrice. "Teresa, we are the eyes observing the world. We are the eyes witnessing the dawn of a new reality. We shall dedicate ourselves to this cause for eternity." A blinding radiance emanated from Baldur and Beatrice as the sage, along with the sorceress, floated into the forehead of the statue of Jubilius. In an instant, the statue's eyes opened, one blue, the other red, with Baldur and Beatrice positioned between them. The power of the eye of the world awakened the slumbering Jubilius. "May the creator Jubilius protect all creations." The statue's mouth opened, yet the voice emanating was that of Baldur. The statue was now under his control, fulfilling Baldur's long-held ambition to become the creator of the new world alongside his daughter. Now, this ambition that had spanned 5 centuries was on the brink of fruition. An air raid siren pierced the island, prompting countless individuals to raise their gazes toward the heart of Sun Island, where the most towering and conspicuous edifice stood. Yet, interpretations of this scene varied among the onlookers. Multitudes of Ragna followers perceived it as a herald of Jubilius's resurrection, rejoicing in prayer, hopeful for the Creator's favor upon their return. Conversely, others viewed it with trepidation, such as Luca, who had been brought to the island's edge by Phoenix, and Solomon, who remained within the mirrored dimension. "You have done enough," the Supreme Mage addressed the troubled Solomon. "You have aided Teresa in becoming strong, awakening the power of her left eye. But what does it matter?" Solomon questioned, noting that the awakened left eye seemed to align with Bader's expectations. "What Bader did not know is that I have glimpsed numerous possibilities. He believes the power of Jubilius can surpass the eye of Agamotto," the elder explained. "Yet the eye of the world cannot perceive possibilities in the same manner. Among these possibilities exists the potential to vanquish Jubilius." Solomon, perplexed, asked, "Does that include the current situation?" "Indeed, it is one of the possibilities," the Supreme Mage indicated towards Jean, lying outside the mirrored dimension, gradually awakening. "We shall see what unfolds next." Bright flames and billowing clouds of smoke erupted from the base of the tower, surging like tumultuous waves between the streets of buildings, extending until they reached the sea. A cacophony of sound and heat enveloped the entire island, the tremors shattering concrete and causing adjacent structures to collapse. As the rocket ascended slowly, a multitude of angels surrounded it, flapping their wings as they soared into the sky. Solomon observed as the rocket unexpectedly elongated after takeoff. A metallic disc adorned with sun-like radiating patterns unfurling from its rear. The enormous noise jolted Jean awake, unaware that she had traversed the mirrored dimension, as the Supreme Mage had paused her memories at the moment of injury. Yet, there was no time for her to ponder her unscathed state, for she sensed the power emanating from the statue atop the rocket, an energy intimately familiar to her, resonating with the left and right eyes. She understood that the time had come. The left eye of the Witch clan must not fall into the hands of others. This conviction and pride defined her as the leader of the Witch lineage. Thus, without hesitation, Jean leapt from the towering building and, after landing smoothly, seized a motorcycle parked by the roadside, revving the throttle as she sped along the undamaged surface of the skyscrapers. The motorcycle propelled her into the air, ruthlessly crushing the angels that floated in her path. With precise control and the motorcycle's engine's might, Jean soared towards the rocket, ultimately landing upon its exterior. Upon seeing Jean, the surrounding angels rushed towards her, yet they hesitated to unleash their full power, fearing the fragile technological marvel might be damaged and jeopardize Jubilius's resurrection. The Supreme Mage waved her fingers, and a portal suddenly opened before the rocket, revealing an expanse of starry sky beyond. The rapidly ascending rocket could not alter its course and was drawn through the portal. The elder continued to weave her magic, showcasing her immense power to Solomon for the first time. With arms outstretched, the orange-red flames danced between her palms as countless skyscrapers folded and extended beneath her feet, elevating the platform where she and Solomon stood. As the platform ascended higher, the horizon began to curve, the once towering buildings shrinking into insignificance, the western sunset rising higher. Solomon observed the boundary between light and shadow on the ground extending towards the north and south, the distant illuminated terrain enveloped in a soft blue glow. When the platform finally stilled, he realized that above him lay not merely thin clouds, but the profound expanse of the cosmos. Then, the Supreme Mage extended her hands, and the boundary of the mirrored dimension shattered like glass, rapidly expanding from her center. Solomon gazed down from the heights as the mirrored dimension spread across the earth, extending from Sun Island to the surrounding sea. This expansion seemed limitless, as he witnessed the boundary surpassing the distant horizon, enveloping the entire globe. Simultaneously, the defensive systems of the three supreme sanctuaries activated, invisible sparks flickering across the surface, forming lines around New York, London, and Hong Kong, constructing three slowly rotating massive shields. Now, the Earth had lost all satellite signals, severed from any connection with satellites by the mirrored dimension. Above the planet, the colossal rocket had detached from all technological creations, while the stone columns beneath the statue, resembling roots, were drawn by gravity, plummeting to the ground like meteors. Countless angels transformed into golden specks of light, filled with unparalleled fervor, unreservedly pouring into the body of the Creator, Jubilius, including a significant number of immensely powerful seraphim, willingly becoming kindling for the resurrection of the divine. Solomon stood in awe before this spectacle, as the Creator, Jubilius, curled up like an infant in the womb, shedding all encumbrances along with the angels who became fuel, transforming from a lifeless stone statue into flesh and blood. With the resurgence of Jubilius, a torrent of power surged forth, crushing the charged high-energy particles as they traversed the atmosphere, igniting a golden aurora that enveloped half the planet. Had it not been for the dual defenses of the Supreme Mage's mirrored dimension and the planetary defense system of Kamartaj, the onslaught of such formidable force would have unleashed earthquakes and tsunamis across vast expanses of the earth. The magnitude of this power is unfathomable, and it is no wonder that Badr remains utterly indifferent to the presence of the Supreme Mage, for such strength cannot be thwarted by a mere individual. Awakening from a curled state, Jubilius stretched its form. Possessing an exquisitely perfect physique, its skin gleamed as pure and flawless as marble, adorned with intricate crimson patterns upon its body and limbs. Golden armlets and anklets embellished its hands and legs. Its long hair, resembling spun gold, cascaded in 6 strands, each encrusted with a variety of jewels, while the tips displayed enormous diamond-like rubies on both sides. Massive golden runes unfurled behind it like ethereal wings, radiating light that rivaled the sun itself. The Supreme Mage gestured for Solomon to remain calm and observe the unfolding battle. The formidable constitution of the Witch Clan enabled Joan of Arc to endure the frigid air and thin oxygen at such altitudes. She rode her motorcycle, halting upon a floating rock. Before her, 3 layers of dark purple magical circles materialized, through which a bullet pierced, striking Jubilius in its left eye. From within the arcane confines, the incapacitated Bayonetta, deprived of her power control, cascaded forth. Joan, awaken, Teresa. Joan's voice resonated through the magic, reaching Bayonetta's ears, urging her to confront the grievances of 5 centuries past. Do not dawdle, rise swiftly. The battle has already commenced. Chapter 80. The final battle between demons and deities. Part 2. A violent explosion erupted from Jubilius's left eye, eliciting a pained wail as he reached out with his left hand in an attempt to shield his gaze. However, the awakened Bayonetta leapt forth from his eye, reweaving her magical essence into a form-fitting black bodysuit, landing beside Jean. Due to the imbalance of power, Jubilius's left eye detonated once more, saturating half of his being with a torrent of blood. Foolishness. Bader's voice emerged through Jubilius's lips. Look at what you have all done. A colossal blue longsword materialized in Jubilius's left hand, which Bader wielded to strike at Bayonetta and Jean, as he shattered floating debris with the weapon. Both Bayonetta and Jean ascended, buoyed by near-zero gravity, drifting into the vastness of space. Bayonetta attempted an offensive maneuver, but her conjured Gamara was effortlessly decapitated by Jubilius's sword. It seems ordinary pets won't do, she lamented. My precious daughter, Teresa. Bader cried out, flailing his limbs in dismay. You dare raise your weapons against your own father? I shall never forgive you. Is this the might of a deity? Jean retorted. Teresa, you must fulfill your mission. Of course, but only if we do it together. Bayonetta replied, invoking their secret weapon. Telek vova magiare ors taba ord avavego yemene ol otterpan adna zerza oxex rakler. As she recited the incantation, she executed a series of intricate physical movements. Behind her, a black and purple magic circle emerged, from which an infinitely extending cascade of black hair flowed forth, far exceeding the strands summoned during her invocation of Gamara. Jean mirrored this, her white hair intertwining with Bayonetta's black, both passing through a magic circle, merging black and white into the form of a female demon, one even grander than Jubilius. She boasted an imposing black hairdo adorned with 3 rows of white skulls, and at the center of her forehead lay a magnificent oval ruby, harmonizing perfectly with her crimson eyes. This was the Queen of Sheba, summoned from the combined powers of Bayonetta and Jean, or rather, classified as a demon merely due to her dwelling in the abyss. Upon her summoning, she cast a penetrating gaze towards Solomon, as if her sight could traverse dimensional mirrors. She is looking at me, Solomon thought, convinced of the demon's awareness of his presence. Suddenly, he found himself loathing coffee even more. The demon soon redirected her focus back to the formidable Jubilius. She kissed her fist, swung her arm back, and in an instant, charged towards Jubilius, her massive fist piercing his abdomen, eliciting a scream from the creator. Subsequently, she seized Jubilius's hair and hurled him towards the sun. What transpired next was beyond Solomon's description. He merely saw streams of purple and gold light darting through the cosmos at breakneck speed. Their clash sending shockwaves that rocked planetary defense systems and mirror dimensions alike. From a distance, the Earth's surface erupted in splendid sparks as the demon and deity collided, shattering all floating asteroids, their fragments drawn toward the Earth by gravity. Those unfortunate satellites caught in the chaos were reduced to space debris. Solomon swallowed hard, feeling the tightness in his throat render him mute. After a long pause, he cautiously inquired of the Supreme Mage, "Master, who is that demon?" The Supreme Mage replied with a knowing smirk, "That is the Queen of Sheba. But I am not Solomon." Solomon protested, feeling quite aggrieved. "She wouldn't mistake me for him, would she? I have never done such a thing. She won't come to settle scores with me, will she? Who can say?" The sage responded, "In any case, debts are plentiful, and you one team missed this one." Solomon lamented. "Well, not really." He merely sulked, clutching the trembling phoenix tightly as he continued to witness the battle between deities and demons. The tide of battle quickly became apparent. Bader, overwhelmed by the imbalance of power, could not withstand the might of the Queen of Sheba, summoned by Bayonetta and Jean, who far surpassed Jubilius, who wielded only the power of his right eye. "To restore the world to its rightful form, it is not too late, Teresa," Bader shouted desperately. "Awaken, my dear daughter. My beloved father, you still think of such things?" Bayonetta retorted, "Mother once endeavored to save your soul. What nonsense are you spouting? Create a new world, and all will be redeemed." Such tedious last words. What joy is there in crafting a new world according to your whims? I rather enjoy the present one. Bayonetta incanted, summoning a colossal wooden horse, while a black whip appeared in the Queen of Sheba's grasp. The queen ensnared Jubilius's ankles with the whip, drawing him onto the wooden construct, where she tightly bound him. The agony inflicted by the jagged edges of the horse elicited pitiful cries from Jubilius. Solomon covered his eyes, envisioning how such demons would treat him should he fall into the abyss, perhaps even worse. "End him." Jean hurled her pistol into the air, which sailed through the magic circle to materialize in the Queen of Sheba's hands, entwined with black hair and skulls. "I shall infuse it with all my magical power." Bayonetta produced a tube of lipstick from her bosom, loading it into her pistol, aiming it at Jubilius's right eye. "Now, fulfill Mother's desire." Such a tedious wish, she mused. "Mother awaits you. She has been waiting for far too long." With that, Bayonetta pulled the trigger. "Farewell, father." The lipstick, inscribed with Baldur Rosa 19. 3. 1411 with love until the end of time, infused with Bayonetta's power, traversed the vast distance, striking Bader within Jubilius's right eye. The potent magic even penetrated his skull, leading him to momentarily glimpse his former lover. Rosa, the final sage, bid farewell. The Queen of Sheba's pistol converged with Jean's magical energy and erupted forth. Accompanied by an unparalleled brilliance, a cataclysmic explosion reduced all surrounding meteors to dust, while on the opposite side of Earth, the sun began to rise. A new day dawned, and all demons and deities receded from the planet. The Supreme Mage once more activated the Eye of Agamotto, rotating his palm towards Earth, restoring the satellites damaged in the fray. The Supreme Mage valued humanity's technological advancements. Without these satellites, humanity's aerospace industry and communication systems would have to begin anew. "Master, I feel you would have been better off simply killing Jubilius rather than cloaking Earth in a mirror dimension." Solomon couldn't help but quip. "I suspect extinguishing Jubilius might have been less laborious." Chapter 81. Halo and Invitation. The glass window was slightly ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to waft through the crevice as the morning light swayed unsteadily, winding its way from behind the dark velvet curtains to the open book sprawled across the solid wooden desk, accompanied by a disarray of yellowed parchments. The bright sunlight, oblivious to the worm-like script before it, relinquished its contemplation and continued its ascent, eventually cascading over a young boy clad in a crimson robe. The sudden warmth and the caressing breeze caused the boy's closed eyelids and long lashes to flutter slightly. The sunlight cautiously extended its hand, gently tapping the boy's eyes, attempting to rouse this slumbering lad from his dreams, urging him to awaken for the splendid morning that lay ahead. "Bloody hell, damn lo shanda," Solomon mumbled, tilting his head as he forcefully blinked. This annoying sunlight had interrupted his slumber. He stood from his chair, eyes still shut, and groped for the window, firmly closing it. As for Phoenix, she had already departed with the Supreme Mage. The battle attire of the Witch clan was woven from their own magical essence, mirroring the color of their hair. For instance, Bayonetta's was black, while Jean's was white. However, The predicament was that they had lost consciousness following their confrontation with Jubilius, rendering them incapable of sustaining their magic, including the enchantment that fashioned their garments. Although the situation was somewhat awkward, the outcome was favorable. Solomon had removed the handguns and glasses from their bodies and placed them atop Bayonetta's grand bed. He then procured a blanket from the wardrobe that did not require immediate sun exposure to cover them, thereby concluding his tasks. Only after this did Solomon begin to employ the positive energy provided by Visander to cast the sorcerer's spells for his own healing. Due to significant blood loss, Solomon felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, even dozing off whilst reading until he was jolted awake by the persistent sunlight. He made his way to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved the leftover fish from the previous day. After a simple seasoning, he cooked it, pairing it with sautéed asparagus and a fried egg for breakfast. Yesterday, a violent explosion occurred at the headquarters of the Ragnar Order, the Isabel building. Suspected to be a disastrous terrorist attack, with multiple buildings collapsing and casualties yet to be determined. The president of the Azal group, Bader, had gone missing. Opening the dish cabinet, Solomon fetched a clean cup, placed a red tea bag inside, and poured boiling water over it, setting the steaming tea beside his plate. He turned on the television, pulled out a chair, and sat down at the dining table, cutting the fish with a fork and savoring each bite. Even in Italy, where religious sentiment ran deep, and where there were established periods of religious education in schools, the fanatical fervor of the Ragnarites had instilled panic in many. It was noteworthy that the Pope had now retreated beyond the Tiber, the Inquisition was no more, and the majority of Catholics had ceased their fervency. Although Italy later signed an agreement with the Holy See to support the clergy, this was the age of science, not that of the Church. Next piece of news. Despite the renowned arms dealer Tony Stark shutting down the weapons division of Stark Industries, the events triggered by Stark's robotic warfare on the highway and rooftops had led the White House to classify his Iron Man suit as a new form of weaponry. Senator Stan was expected to initiate hearings in the United States Supreme Court. The green giant spotted roaming the streets of New York. Rescue teams. Or perhaps spies. Considering the advanced technological capabilities of the Azal group, those European nations would not relinquish such a lucrative opportunity easily. And then there was Tony Stark. This illustrious era could hardly be complete without him. As Solomon's thoughts wandered, he hastily concluded his breakfast, the portion of fish being rather modest. After washing his plate, he prepared 2 additional breakfasts, deliberately adding rosemary and casting a warming spell upon them. Just as he intended to leave, the bedroom door swung open, and both Bayonetta and Jean emerged, fully dressed. Good morning, Boya, or perhaps good afternoon, surely not good night. Bayonetta leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the sorcerer preparing his spell. Ah, you even made breakfast. How thoughtful of you. Teresa, does he live with you? Jean, wearing red-framed glasses and crossing her arms, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Solomon. Indeed, the Supreme Mage dispatched him to monitor me, Bayonetta replied as she took a seat at the dining table, eager to indulge in the delectable fish. However, Jean was not as relaxed as Bayonetta. If ordinary families frightened children into sleeping with tales of witches, wolves, and various monsters, the witch and sage clans instilled fear in children with stories of the Supreme Mage. The notion that if one did not sleep, the Supreme Mage would come to capture them had persisted for centuries, rendering the tale familiar to nearly every witch and sage in their youth. Why haven't you kicked him out yet? Jean inquired, her brow furrowing. Because Solomon is an exceedingly gentle fellow, Bayonetta replied. He takes excellent care of me, dear brother. Brother. Jean glanced at the fish on the plate, then at Solomon, before letting out a huff and sitting beside Bayonetta to partake in the meal. Yet Jean's tranquility lasted only a few seconds as Solomon took a seat directly opposite Bayonetta. I can no longer distinguish whether you are Teresa or Bayonetta, Solomon remarked. How shall I address you? Bayonetta chuckled lightly. Call me whatever you wish. Do you wish for me to call you Big Brother instead? Very well, Bayonetta. Solomon raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly uncomfortable with the term Big Brother. Although Teresa and Bayonetta were the same individual, he preferred the latter refrain from uttering that phrase. I have a question for you. Oh, are you so eager? I am but a fragile lady just awakened from slumber. Couldn't you be a tad gentler? Bayonetta's tone was laden with implication, but no one took her seriously. If Solomon were to follow her lead, the only outcome would be his blushing retreat, a scenario that had transpired several times before, and the sorcerer had learned his lesson. Taking a deep breath, he continued, I wish to inquire about the demon you and Jean summoned in the end. I believe if you were able to call her forth, you must know something. That was Queen Sheba, Jean interjected. She is one of the original demons. Wait, your name? Solomon replied. I merely wish to ascertain how much debt I owe. The contract with Belial has already caused me enough distress, but I found it surprising that Queen Sheba would take notice of me. Who knew you were such a fickle fellow, little one? Bayonetta feigned sorrow. Is it that big sister is not beautiful enough for you to fancy a demon? You know perfectly well that I do not. Solomon rolled his eyes in exasperation, yet he sensed something was amiss. That is not what I meant. Whatever. I intend to present Solomon with a small gift. Bayonetta turned to Jean. Do you remember what we obtained after slaying Jubilius? You mean the halo? Jean queried. After defeating the angel, the halos above their heads manifested into tangible forms. All the weapons Bayonetta procured from Rodan were purchased with those. Indeed. Bayonetta responded. In any case, that item holds little significance for us. I only know that a fallen angel would covet it. But now, we have no need for weapons. And gifting it to Solomon would be most agreeable. He is a sorcerer, after all, and would surely maximize its value. Bayonetta and Solomon had agreed that in a few days, he would return to this place. At which time Bayonetta and Joan would jointly summon the Queen of Sheba to obtain the halo of Jubilius from her. Meanwhile, Solomon would also delve into the secrets of the Queen of Sheba. However, before that, where's my Cheshire cat? Bayonetta inquired, lamenting the disappearance of her ragdoll. Leaving only the Cheshire cat. Very well, I shall summon it once more, Solomon replied, stating that he needed to perform a ritual. The plump gray cat, lounging comfortably in the rescuer's arms while devouring sausages, vanished in an instant, traversing the ocean to appear before a brass brazier, within which various charcoals and spices burned, a manifestation of Solomon's magical rite. Before the cat could comprehend its surroundings, Solomon retrieved it, placing it in Bayonetta's embrace. If you wish, I can perform a familiar transfer ritual, Solomon offered, indicating that the cat would henceforth belong to her. There is no need. This is our pet, Bayonetta said, stroking the soft back of the Cheshire cat with evident satisfaction, though Joan appeared somewhat discontented, feeling as though Solomon intended to usurp a friend she had not seen in 5 centuries. As for the halo of Jubilius, although it had yet to be acquired, Solomon had already conceived a purpose for it. It was intended for the Mage Tower, and he planned to commence the design of his tower immediately, as the halo of Jubilius was an exceptional material for constructing a reservoir of positive energy. In addition to mastering magic, Solomon had a plethora of tomes to peruse, all scavenged from the library of the Basilica of Santa Croce in Florence, including the secrets of the Shield Brotherhood, which could aid Solomon in unraveling the intricacies of this world. Yet, just a few days later, the Supreme Mage entrusted Solomon with a scroll adorned with golden patterns against a backdrop of deep indigo. Solomon, filled with curiosity, unfurled the scroll, written in the language of the ancients, which he could comprehend. The opening line read, "To the esteemed King Midgard and the sorcerer Ancient One." According to the logic of Asgard, the earth, having completely evaded taxation, was deemed a territory of rebellion, and as one of the cosmic overlords, Asgard was fully entitled to dispatch forces to quell the unrest. The reason that Earth had thus far escaped this fate was due to the Supreme Mage's magical confrontation with Odin, the All-Father, securing the status of a subordinate nation for Earth, while the Supreme Mage became universally recognized as its sovereign. In essence, the Supreme Mage wielded the power of life and death over every inhabitant of Earth, akin to a feudal lord. This is the grim reality of the cosmos. Only those with might possess a voice, rendering the acknowledgement of ordinary governments irrelevant, as the government of Earth recognized by Asgard was Kamartaj, while the Supreme Mage was the figure acknowledged throughout the universe. Only Kamartaj and the Supreme Mage held the authority to engage in dialogue on equal footing with Asgard. It is not to say that Earth could sever ties with Asgard and attain independence. Such a notion was impossible. Asgard, as the suzerain of Earth, bore the obligation to defend it from invasion, much like Vanaheim. Any military power, such as the Kree Empire or the democratic Loving Scrolls, must first reckon with Odin's spear before attempting to enter the 9 realms or colonize Earth. As a product of stellar eruptions, gold serves as one of the universal currencies. Even if all the gold of Earth were surrendered to Asgard, it would still not suffice to repay the long-standing debts. Given that repayment was unattainable, the Supreme Mage's magic was far more formidable than gold. Odin would not provoke the Supreme Mage over such trifles. As long as the Supreme Mage and Kamartaj existed, Asgard held no military jurisdiction over Earth, nor did Earth owe taxes to Asgard. That said, Camartage was still required to afford some respect to its suzerain, as indicated by the matters inscribed on the scroll. The coronation of the new king of Asgard? An invitation to witness? Solomon noticed at the end, but there remained at least a year. For the Asgardians, beings of longevity, a year passed in the blink of an eye. The supreme mage remarked, "When the time comes, I shall take you and Mordo along. You must be prepared." Prepared? What preparation? Solomon inquired. The esteemed one smiled and replied, "A splendid performance awaits." Chapter 82. The Golden Ark. The Abyss is the most chaotic place in the entire universe, existing at the lowest echelon of existence. Chaos signifies an increase in entropy, inevitably. One day, as the universe approaches its end, the Abyss will consume all. Of course, this unit of time is measured in billions of years and bears no relation to the present Solomon. The reason for using the term cent is simply due to Solomon's current location in New York, specifically in the apartment purchased by Bayonetta, thus adopting the local currency out of custom. What a perplexity. Shouldn't a familiar spirit be the cherished companion of a mage? Why then does his familiar seem so intimately close to Bayonetta? Upon entering the apartment, Solomon beheld Bayonetta setting a platter of fish on the dining table. While the Cheshire cat stood atop a chair, its plump paws perched on the table, eagerly yearning to partake in the feast. Solomon scooped up the rotund feline and cradled it in his arms, making his way to the sofa in the living room. As the delectable salmon receded from its reach, the Cheshire cat emitted a plaintive meow. Through their magical bond, Solomon, as its master, could fully sense its disappointment. Those mews were not mere gibberish, but words only he could comprehend. "You are not a true cat. You are merely a fey spirit bearing a feline form. Do not let your appearance confine your actions," the mage remarked as he weighed the familiar in his arms. "Moreover, you are quite overweight. I believe you must weigh at least 15 pounds. Meow? That is slander. Are you prepared to delve into the secrets of the Queen of Sheba?" Jean, seated at the opposite end of the sofa, adjusted her red-framed glasses on her forehead. "I must first inform you that the existence of the Queen of Sheba is the utmost secret of the Witch clan. Had it not been for Teresa's awakening of her left eye, summoning her would have been impossible." "What of communication?" Solomon inquired. "I have consulted the Phoenix, yet it knows nothing of the Queen of Sheba." Meow? At last, he understood why the Cheshire cat had grown so close to Bayonetta. Witches have always been boundless in their indulgence towards cats, and the feline could consume as much fish as there was in the refrigerator. The past few days had been a continuous feast of fish. "Where do you intend to conduct the summoning?" Solomon suggested. "I recommend the mirror dimension. And as a side note, Bayonetta, do not feed it so much. This cat will truly become obese." Meow? You speak nonsense. This time, we do not intend to summon the full embodiment of the Queen of Sheba. A mere hand will suffice, as the Witch clan's magic can accomplish this. We would not be foolish enough to summon such a powerful demon when it is not absolutely necessary. As they recited the incantation, Solomon turned away, refraining from watching Bayonetta and Jean's summoning actions. Their garments would vanish during the summoning, and his actions were purely out of courtesy. Surprisingly, the summoning proceeded smoothly. Strands of black and white hair coiled together, plunging into the dark purple summoning circle, accompanied by a colossal hand emerging from the other end, adorned with a large skull motif on its back. Most astonishingly, the fingertips of this hand held a small silver cup, which contained a steaming black liquid. When the Queen of Sheba extended her hand towards Solomon, he was greeted by the rich aroma of coffee. Her intentions were unmistakable. She desired him to drink this coffee, or else communication would be denied. "This must be retribution," Solomon muttered softly, "but I am not King Solomon." Yet, King Solomon had once devised a cunning plan, preparing a sumptuous feast for the queen, laced with an abundance of salt. After indulging in her meal, the queen found herself parched in the middle of the night, and stealthily entered Solomon's chamber to drink a bottle of water. King Solomon, who had been waiting nearby, declared, "Now you have broken your promise and consumed my palace's provisions. Hence you must concede to my courtship." The following day, as they parted ways, King Solomon presented her with a ring, predicting, "I foresee that you shall bear a son from last night's events. Let him come to me bearing this ring." Now, as the Queen of Sheba placed the coffee before Solomon, he felt it was her millennial revenge. If this queen truly hailed from the south, then presenting coffee was hardly surprising. The mage accepted the cup, blew on it to cool it slightly, and took a slow sip. Salty. It seems the queen has mistaken salt for sugar. Of course, it could also be intentional. This is indeed a form of retribution. Only after finishing the abominably bitter coffee did the Queen of Sheba snap her fingers, and an enormous halo appeared above their heads. This halo belonged to Jubilius, a testament to his rank, and also a reward for Bayonetta and Jean following their battle against Jubilius. The halo rapidly shrank and settled into Bayonetta's hands. Immediately thereafter, the Queen of Sheba gently prodded Solomon with her fingernail, causing a golden arc to materialize before the mage. This acacia wood chest, encased in pure gold, was adorned with gilded edges, featuring 4 golden rings at the corners through which 2 rods wrapped in gold passed. The arc stood 68 centimeters high, 68 centimeters wide, and 113 centimeters long, and on its lid rested 2 cherubic figures crafted from pure gold, their wings unfurled, gazing face to face. This is the Ark of the Covenant, a relic shrouded in numerous tales, yet all legends generally mention 3 items contained within it. First, the 2 stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments. Second, a budding rod once wielded by Aaron, Moses' brother. And lastly, a golden jar concealing the hidden manna that symbolizes Christ. It is said that those who touch the ark shall meet their demise, as did Uzzah, who sought to steady it, and the Philistines who merely gazed upon it. The ark was once housed in the Jerusalem constructed by King Solomon, located within the innermost sanctum of the temple, until its mysterious disappearance in the 6th century BCE. There are also legends suggesting that Solomon's son, Menelik, risked his life to transfer it to Ethiopia, the homeland of the Queen of Sheba, prior to the fall of Jerusalem. If this legend holds any truth, then the appearance of the ark in the hands of the Queen of Sheba would be entirely expected. Now, as this chest reappeared before Solomon, he hesitated to touch it. Who could discern the powers contained within? It would be wise to allow the Supreme Mage to examine it first. The mage twirled his fingers, and a portal materialized beneath the ark, transporting it to his own chamber. Observing Solomon's reluctance to immediately open the ark, the Queen of Sheba waved her hand dismissively, unilaterally concluding the summoning. So, is this your reward? A gift from the Queen of Sheba? The Supreme Mage regarded the ark with immense curiosity, dismissing the halo belonging to Jubilius that lay aside. Is there knowledge among what you have acquired regarding the ark? The elder inquired. None, Solomon replied. I have never touched this ark. I believe it prudent to refrain from recklessly handling a magical artifact of such unknown properties. Quite wise. As an Israelite, carelessly touching the ark could yield unforeseen consequences, the elder remarked. Even absent faith, such powerful magical items are best kept within the temple. But I do not believe in God, Solomon countered. Must I then refrain from touching it? Is there truly no one capable of opening this object? The power within does not concern itself with your beliefs. Moreover, I suspect that power possesses an identity recognition function as a security measure, the esteemed elder remarked. Once you have fully mastered the sacred marks, only then shall you attempt to unlock the Ark of the Covenant. At that moment, you shall become the Messiah, and the objects within shall be resurrected. I believe that the blossoming staff may prove quite beneficial to you. However, I do not desire the position of high priest, for I deem it unnecessary, Solomon responded. God is not present here. I surmise that such a deity does not require the faith of humanity. Or perhaps, these numerous regulations are merely a means to manifest divine authority. I have always perceived this as a manifestation of bureaucratic tendencies. It seems you can only utter such words in the presence of Kamartaji, the elder chuckled. Our supreme master is the eternal God. If you earn the recognition of the eternal God, then even at the gates of heaven, none would dare lay a hand on you. Do you aspire to become the supreme mage? The elder inquired. Teacher, why do you assume I wish for the position of supreme mage? Solomon replied, spreading his hands. Is it not preferable to indulge in leisure? The study of magic is endless, and the role of supreme mage would merely impede my learning progress and my gaming time. You truly possess knowledge of everything. Dear teacher, Solomon continued, since you are unwilling, I shall select the already designated heir, appointed by the Emperor of Veshan. I only hope you do not come into conflict with him. The supreme mage remarked, he resides in a world governed by science, and may find it somewhat difficult to accept magic. Who? Solomon feigned ignorance. The supreme mage conjured an apparition in his hand. Oh, I know him, Solomon said. Sherlock Holmes, the most renowned detective in London. Chapter 83. A tranquil soul is not a good thing. I am not acquainted with Sherlock Holmes. Yet Stephen Strange is a remarkably gifted individual. Perhaps his magical prowess does not rival yours. But he possesses a foresight that is beyond the reach of ordinary men, a vision that neither you nor I have ever held. The Supreme Sorcerer remarked that I have arranged a method for his education, and he will ultimately become a competent Supreme Sorcerer. Teacher, have you never shared your plans with others? Solomon inquired. They know not the significance of the Holy Spirit, nor do they comprehend the monumental advancement that the materialization of the soul represents. However, as human beings, they perceive physiological activities as life itself, and the cessation of these activities signifies death. They will grieve your departure. Such is inevitable. I can no longer bear this burden. The world requires progress, and I am but a stepping stone towards that end. If my demise can enable Strange to become a worthy Supreme Sorcerer, I would willingly embrace it. Yet, you understand, the death of the body is distinct from the death of the soul, is it not? When the elder spoke of her own mortality, her expression bore no semblance of evasion. Rather, it was as relaxed as discussing what to have for dinner. With an air of mischief, she remarked, I eagerly await the moment I appear before Strange. I wonder how delighted he will be. He surely will not harbor anger towards me for deceiving him with death. Shall we wager a slice of apple pie? If you are still able to partake in food by then, I shall agree. It was only now that I discerned a pressing issue. The Supreme Sorcerer transitioned to another topic, stating that nearly all individuals within Kamartaj had once dwelled in human society, including the offspring of the mystic families. They grew amidst ordinary people before deciding whether to join the ranks of the mystics. Only you, Solomon, have been under my tutelage since birth, receiving daily instruction from this old fellow. Beyond myself, there is Athena, all of whom have traversed extensive lifespans. I now ponder whether my education has been overly advanced for you. Of course, I do not refer to magical education, but rather the education of one's worldview. The objections from Mordo and Caecilius are indeed valid. You cannot bear such a heavy emotional burden at this juncture. Individuals in the mundane world are often tainted by various ideologies, not due to the insidious influence of higher dimensional bacteria clinging to the soul, but because the majority of ordinary people are inundated with diverse information from birth. From schools, parents, friends, and even social media, these myriad desires ignite within a person, compelling them to emit the light and warmth they ought to possess. Yet, accompanying this illumination are desires for wealth, glory, beauty, and status. Only by utilizing these as fuel can one continue to burn, a truth that has remained constant throughout history. Thus, I implore my apprentices to seek tranquility within their souls. However, the predicament lies in the fact that your soul has been tranquil from the very beginning. In your youth, I even suspected you might be afflicted with autism. I fail to perceive what it is you yearn for. Your sole aspiration appears to be the exploration of magic, which, rather than a desire, seems more akin to a curiosity about how to navigate your own wants. You possess a considerable fortune, yet I have not witnessed you indulge in much outside of your assignments. Purchasing a second-hand bicycle hardly counts as expenditure, dining with the king is trivial, and the snacks in your refrigerator are scarcely noteworthy. I had hoped that your interaction with Bayonetta would foster some improvement. She is undeniably enchanting. Yet, in your eyes, I see no affection for her. I do not believe this is due to her being 500 years your senior. You are aware that your lifespan will far exceed that. Tell me, Solomon, do you fear death out of concern for this world? Observing Solomon's silence, the Supreme Sorcerer continued, all your actions remain within the confines of established rules. I have yet to witness you transgress any boundaries. You have subordinated your emotions beneath these rules. This is both a virtue and a vice. No rule in this world is flawless, not even those of Kamartaj, which I have instituted myself. You can unhesitatingly sacrifice others and yourself to accomplish a task, yet you cannot discern whether that task is right or wrong, good or bad. This is where you fall short in comparison to Strange. He possesses the resolve to break rules and pursue what is right. There is no need for you to emulate him, nor can you. Your empathy towards the Corliss family and Teresa is one of the few instances where your emotions manifest. This is commendable, for it reveals that you have not entirely forsaken human feelings. While I am pleased that you adhere to the rules I have set forth, I do not wish for your soul to age prematurely, as mine has. You thought to revel in flowers and fine wine. Solomon, where do you position yourself? As a mystic, or as a young man? Yet, I find the present quite satisfactory, Solomon replied, furrowing his brow. I do not feel any desire beyond the pursuit of magic. The physiological urges I experience are merely a consequence of my developing body. I have no need for luxury cars or fine wines, nor do I seek wealth or status. I find such things bothersome. The supreme sorcerer fell silent, grappling with conflicting hopes. Ultimately, the softer side prevailed, though it was but a temporary victory. This is your dilemma, my dear disciple. I desire for you to be a person, not merely a vessel of the sacred mark. You require a spectrum of human emotions to possess your own desires, whatever they may be, and not to emulate me. Otherwise, you shall endure great suffering. I do not perceive any suffering, teacher, at most. I experience discomfort when faced with choices, Solomon stated. If you believe there is a problem with my relationship with Bayonetta, it is because I feel we have ample time ahead of us. There is no need to rush. You are compelling me to integrate into the society of ordinary people. Teacher, Solomon remarked, you know there will be no alterations. Who can say? The elder replied. Yet at present, Caecilius appears quite eager to send you to school. Indeed, Caecilius was the most enthusiastic advocate for Solomon's enrollment in a school for ordinary people. When Solomon saw him again, he scarcely recognized the man before him, dressed in a freshly pressed brown suit, his hair neatly trimmed, and his shoes polished to a gleam. The previously melancholic visage had vanished entirely. I have awaited this day for a long time, Caecilius said with a smile, deftly folding a handkerchief and tucking it into the pocket of his left breast, the white fabric forming a perfect triangle. Mordo, standing beside him, appeared equally satisfied. He and Caecilius had long believed that the elder's education for Solomon was excessively advanced, and it was time for Solomon to experience a normal life. Before joining Camartage, Mordo had been a nobleman, while Caecilius was a common man with a family. They understood the importance of a normal life, recognizing that being immersed in the peculiarities of the magical world was not beneficial for a young person. I will not attend those full-time private schools. You may as well give up, Solomon declared, his eyes wide with determination. Very well, Mr. Caecilius, as Solomon's guardian. You should recognize that such an action would be improper. At the school's office desk, 2 chairs stood before them, where Caecilius and Solomon sat silently, their expressions impassive, as they faced the inquiries of Mrs. Serville, the headmistress. The entire affair had begun auspiciously. When Solomon made his first appearance at the school after a lengthy absence, Mrs. Serville was filled with delight, for there were numerous courses that home education could never replace, even if Solomon's academic performance was exemplary. The issue lies in the fact that humanity is inherently social, and when confronted with unexpected outsiders, many individuals exhibit discomfort. Solomon's appearance, though somewhat distinct from that of the Saxons in England, is nonetheless attractive enough to garner the admiration of many young women. Despite his polite greetings, his lack of further engagement incited hostility from certain adolescent boys in the class. I did not see you exhibit such fervor when they bullied other classmates, Mrs. Serville, Solomon remarked impatiently. I exercised restraint. They did not suffer fractures, nor did they require a visit to the infirmary, merely a few days of discomfort, which serves as a lesson for them. I wholeheartedly support my ward's act of self-defense. Caecilius rose, leaning forward with his hands planted on the table, his expressionless visage imposing enough to compel Mrs. Serville to distance herself. It seems to me that the miscreants, who regularly flout the rules, are the ones who deserve chastisement, rather than my ward. That such incidents occur under your supervision is troubling. I could easily seek recourse with numerous human rights organizations in London. Mrs. Serville was rendered speechless. Her mouth agape. I believe it is time for us to depart, Caecilius stated, fastening the second button of his suit jacket. Tomorrow, I shall ensure Solomon arrives at school punctually. It was not until they exited the school that Caecilius could no longer maintain his stern demeanor, erupting into laughter. You know, lad, he said, draping an arm around Solomon's shoulders, if you haven't been in a fight, it hardly counts as attending school. But I must admit, you handled yourself well. It was about time someone taught those rascals a lesson. Next, you ought to find a female classmate and embark on a romance. It would complete your life experience. You are well aware of my disinterest in such matters, Solomon replied with evident exasperation. Look, the life of an ordinary person is utterly alien to me. Why am I being sent to school? Because the esteemed one believes this is the path we must take. Without questioning the rationale, Caecilius replied. I witnessed the expression on that fellow, Yuli's, face. Your uppercut was executed beautifully. Now that you are a young man, would you care for a bit of beer? Do share how you fought. It must be an enthralling tale. Do not speak of this to anyone. If I were to disclose that I allowed you to drink, the authorities would come after me, Caecilius warned, extending his fist. It's a deal. A deal it is, Solomon affirmed, bumping his fist against Caecilius's.